The sweetness of victory and the bitterness of defeat are like a knife of dreams from fog and steel, by Madakamadin. Prologue. Embers falling on dry grass. The sun climbing toward mid-em morning stretched Galad's shadow and those of his 3 armored companions ahead of them as they trotted their mounts down the road that ran straight through the forest, dense with oak and leather leaf pine and sour gum, most showing the red of spring growth. He tried to keep his mind empty still, but small things kept intruding. The day was silent, save for the thought of their horses' hooves. No bird sang on a branch, no squirrel chittered, too quiet for the time of year, as though the forest held its breath. This had been a major trade route once, long before Amadia and Teraban came into being, and bits of ancient paving stone sometimes studded the hard-packed surface of yellowish clay. A single farm cart far ahead, behind a plotting ox, was the only sign of human life now. Besides themselves, trade had shifted far north. Farms and villages in the region dwindled, and the fabled lost mines of Ilgar remained lost, in the tangled mountain ranges that began only a few miles to the south. Dark clouds massing in that direction promised rain by afternoon, if their slow advance continued. A red-winged hawk quartered back and forth along the border of the trees, hunting the fringes as he himself was hunting. But at the heart, not on the fringes. The manor house that the Shaken had given Iman Valda came into view, and he drew rein, wishing he had a helmet strapped to tighten for excuse. Instead, he had to be content with rebuckling his sword belt, pretending that it had been sitting wrong. There had been no point to wearing armor. If the morning went as he hoped, he would have had to remove breastplate and mail in any case, and if it went badly, armor would have provided little more protection than his white coat. Formerly a deep country lodge of the King of Amadisia, the building was a huge blue-roofed structure studded with red-painted balconies, a wooden palace with wooden spires at the corners, at top a stone foundation like a low, steep-sided hill. The outbuildings, stables and barns, workmen's small houses and craftsfolk's workshops all hugged the ground in the wide clearing that surrounded the main house, but they were nearly as resplendent in their blue and red paint. A handful of men and women moved around them, tiny figures yet at this distance, and children were playing under their elders' eyes an image of normality where nothing was normal. His companions sat their saddles in their burnished helmets and breastplates, watching him without expression. Their mounts stamped impatiently the animals, morning freshness not yet worn off by the short ride from the camp. "It's understandable if you're having second thoughts," Dumadred Trump said after a time. "It's a harsh accusation. Bitter as gall, but no second thoughts for me." Galad broke in. His intentions had been fixed since yesterday. He was grateful, though Trump had given him the opening he needed. They had simply appeared as he rode out, falling in with him without a word spoken. There had seemed no place for words then. "But what about you 3? You're taking a risk coming here with me, a risk you have no need to take. However the day runs, there will be marks against you. This is my business, and I give you leave to go about yours," too stiffly said. But he could not find words this morning or loosen his throat. The stocky man shook his head. "The law is the law, and I might as well make use of my new rank." The 3 golden star-shaped knots of a captain sat beneath the flaring sunburst on the breast of his white cloak. There had been more than a few dead at Jeremel, including no fewer than 3 of the Lord's captain. They had been fighting the Shah Shan then, not allied with them. "I've done dark things in service to the light," Gone-faced Bar said grimly, his deep-set eyes glittering as though at a personal insult, dark as moonless midnight. "And likely I will again, but some things are too dark to be allowed." He looked as if he might spit. "That's right," young Bornhau muttered, scrubbing a gauntleted hand across his mouth. Galad always thought of him as young, though the man lacked only a few years on him. Dean's eyes were bloodshot. He had been at the brandy again last night. "If you've done what's wrong even in service to the light, then you have to do what's right to balance it," Bear grunted sourly. Likely that was not the point he had been making. "Very well," Galad said, "but there's no fault to any man who turns back. My business here is mine alone." Still, when he heeled his beagleding to a caner, he was pleased to have them gallop to catch him and fall in alongside white cloaks billowing behind. He would have gone on alone, of course, yet their presence might keep him from being arrested and hanged out of hand. Not that he expected to survive in any case, What had to be done, no matter the price. The horses' hooves clattered loudly on the stone ramp that climbed to the manor house, so every man in the broad central courtyard turned to watch as they rode. 50 of the children in gleaming plate and mail and conical helmets, most mounted, with cringing, dark-coated Amadesian grooms holding animals for the rest. The inner balconies were empty, except for a few servants who appeared to be watching while pretending to sweep 6 questioners, big men with the scarlet shepherd's crook upright behind the sun flare on their cloaks, stood close around Radha Masunawa, like a bodyguard away from the others. The hand of the light always stood apart from the rest of the children, a choice the rest of the children approved. Grey-haired Asunawa, his sorrowful face making Bra look fully fleshed, was the only child present not in armor, and his snowy cloak carried just the brilliant red crook, another way of standing apart. But aside from marking who was present, Galad had eyes for only one man in the courtyard. Asunawa might have been involved in some way that remained unclear, yet only the Lord Captain Commander could call the High Inquisitor to account. Eman was not a large man, but his dark, hard face had the look of one who expected obedience as his due as the very least he was due, standing with his booted feet apart and his head high command in every inch of him. He wore the white and gold tabard of the Lord Captain Commander over his gilded breast, and back plates, a silk tabard more richly embroidered than any Pedron Nile had worn. His white cloak, the flaring sun large in either breast and thread of gold, was silk as well, and his gold-embroidered white coat. The helmet beneath his arm was gilded and worked with the flaring sun on the brow, and a heavy gold ring on his left hand, worn outside his steel-backed gauntlet, held a large yellow sapphire carved with the sunburst. Another mark of favor received from the Shachan Var frowned slightly as Galad and his companions dismounted and offered their salutes, arm across the chest. Obsequious grooms came running to take their reins. "Why aren't you on your way to Ensad Trum?" Disapproval colored Vald's words. "The other lord's captain will be halfway there by now." He himself always arrived late when meeting the Shachan, perhaps to assert that some shred of independence remained to the children. Finding him already preparing to depart was a surprise. This meeting must be very important, but he always made sure the other high-ranking officers arrived on time, even when that required setting up before dawn. Apparently, it was best not to press their new masters too far. Distrust of the children was always strong in the Zhongshan. Drum displayed none of the uncertainty that might have been expected from a man who had held his present rank barely a month. "An urgent matter, my Lord Captain Commander," he said smoothly, making a very precise bow, neither a hair deeper nor higher than protocol demanded. "A child of my command charges another of the children with abusing a female relative of his, and claims the right of trial beneath the light, which by law you must grant or deny." "A strange request," my son Asunawa said, tilting his head quizzically above clasped hands before Valda could speak. Even the High Inquisitor's voice was dullful. He sounded pained at Trom's ignorance. His eyes seemed dark, hot coals in a brazier. It was usually the accused who asked to give the judgment to swords, and I believe usually when he knew the evidence would convict him. In any case, trial beneath the light has not been invoked for nearly 400 years. Give me the accused's name and I will deal with the matter quietly. His tone turned chill as a sunless cavern in winter, though his eyes still burned. "We are among strangers, and we cannot allow them to know that one of the children is capable of such a thing." "The request was directed to me," Asawavar snapped. His glare might as well have been open hatred. Perhaps it was just dislike of the other man's breaking in. Flipping one side of his cloak over his shoulder to bear his ringquill sword, he rested his hand on the long hilt and drew himself up, always one for the grand gesture. Var raised his voice so that even people inside probably heard him, and declaimed. Rather than merely spoke, I believe many of our old ways should be revived. And that law still stands. It will always stand, as written of old. The light grants justice, because the light is justice. Inform your man he may issue his challenge, trump and face the one he accuses sword to sword. If that one tries to refuse, I declare that he has acknowledged his guilt and order him hanged on the spot, his belongings and rank forfeit to his accuser. As the law states, I have spoken." That with another scowl for the High Inquisitor. Maybe there really was hatred there. Trump bowed formally once more. "You have informed him yourself, my Lord Captain Commander the Madrid." Galad felt cold, not the cold of fear, but of emptiness. When Diné drunkenly let slip the confused rumors that had come to his ears, when Var reluctantly confirmed they were more than rumors, rage had filled Galad, a bone-burning fire that nearly drove him insane. He had been sure his head would explode if his heart did not burst first. Now he was ice-drained of any emotion. He also bowed formally. Much of what he had to say was said in the law, yet he chose the rest with care to spare as much shame as possible to a memory he held dear. "Eamon, child of the light, I call you, to trial beneath the light for unlawful assault on the person of Morgase Trand, Queen of Andor, and for her murder." No one had been able to confirm that the woman he regarded as his mother was dead, yet it must be so. A dozen men were certain she had vanished from the Fortress of the Light before it fell to the Shah-Chan, and as many testified, she had not been free to leave of her own will. Valda displayed no shock at the charge. His smile might have been intended to show regret over Galad's folly in making such a claim. Yet contempt was mingled in it. He opened his mouth, but Asunawa cut in once more. "This is ridiculous," he said, in tones more of sorrow than of anger. "Take the fool, and we'll find out what dark friend plot to discredit the children he is part of." He motioned, and two of the hulking questioners took a step toward Galad. One with a cruel grin, the other blank-faced, a workman about his work. Only one step, though. A soft rasp repeated around the courtyard as children eased their swords in their scabbards. At least a dozen men drew entirely, letting their blades hang by their sides. The Amadian grooms hunched in on themselves, trying to become invisible. Likely they would have run had they dared. Asunawa stared around him, thick eyebrows climbing up his forehead in disbelief, knotted fists gripping his cloak. Strangely, even Valda appeared startled for an instant. Surely he had not expected the children to allow an arrest after his own proclamation. If he had, he recovered quickly. "You see, Asunawa," he said almost cheerfully, "the children follow my orders and the law, not a questioner's whims." He held out his helmet to one side for someone to take. "I deny your preposterous charge, young Galad, and throw your foul lie in your teeth, for it is a lie, or at best, a mad acceptance of some malignant rumor started by dark friends or others who wish the children ill. Either way, you have defamed me in the vilest manner, so I accept your challenge to trial beneath the light, or I will kill you." That barely squeezed into the ritual, but he had denied the charge and accepted the challenge. It would suffice. Realizing that he still held the helmet in an outstretched hand, Valda frowned at one of the dismounted children, a lean Salon named Kashgar, until the man stepped forward to relieve him of it. Kashgar was only an underlie tenant, almost boyish, despite a great hooked nose and thick mustaches like inverted horns. Yet he moved with open reluctance, and Bold's voice was darker and acrid as he went on unbuckling his sword belt and handing that over too. "Take a care with that, Kashgar. It's a heron-marked blade." Unpinning his silk cloak, he let it fall to the paving stones, followed by his tabard, and his hands moved to the buckles of his armor. It seemed that he was unwilling to see if others would be reluctant to help him. His face was calm enough, except that angry eyes promised retribution to more than Galad. "Your sister wants to become Isidai. I understand, Dadrid. Perhaps I understand precisely where this originated. There was a time I would have regretted your death. But not today. I may send your head to the White Tower, so the witches can see the fruit of their scheme." Worry creasing his face, Dean took Galad's cloak and sword belt and stood shifting his feet as though uncertain he was doing the right thing. Well, he had been given his chance, and it was too late to change his mind now. Bar put a gauntleted hand on Galad's shoulder and leaned close. "He likes to strike at the arms and legs," he said in a low voice, casting glances over his shoulder at Valda. From the way he glared, some matter stood between them. Of course, that scowl differed little from his normal expression. He likes to bleed an opponent until the man can't take a step or raise his sword before he moves for the kill. He's quicker than a viper too, but he'll strike at your left most often and expect it from you. Galad nodded. Many right-handed men found it easier to strike, so, but it seemed an odd weakness in a blade master. Gareth Bryn and Henry Hlyn had made him practice alternating which hand was uppermost on the hilt, so he would not fall into that strange that Var wanted to prolong a fight too. He himself had been taught to end matters as quickly and cleanly as possible. "My thanks," he said, and the hollow-cheeked man made a dour grimace. B was far from likeable, and he himself seemed to like no one save young Bornhold. Of the three, his presence was the biggest surprise, but he was there, and that counted in his favor. Standing in the middle of the courtyard in his gold-worked white coat with his fists on his hips, Var turned in a tight circle. "Everyone move back against the walls," he commanded loudly. Horseshoes rang on the paving stones as the children and the grooms obeyed Asunawa, and his questioners snatched their animals' reins, the High Inquisitor wearing a face of cold fury. "Keep the middle clear, young de Madrid, and I will meet here." "Forgive me, my Lord Captain Commander," Tom said with a slight bow, "but since you are a participant in the trial, you cannot be arbiter. Aside from the High Inquisitor, who by law may not take part, I hold the highest rank here after you. So, with your permission." V.A. glared at him, then stalked over to stand beside Kashgar, arms folded across his chest. Ostentatiously, he tapped his foot, impatient for matters to proceed. Galad sighed. If the day went against him, as seemed all but certain, his friend would have the most powerful man in the children as his enemy. Likely Tom would have had in any event, but more so now. "Keep an eye on them," he told Bornhold, nodding toward the questioners clustered on their horses near the gate. Asunawa's underlings still ringed him like bodyguards, every man with a hand on his sword hilt. Why, even Asunawa can't interfere now. That would be against the law. It was very hard not to sigh again. Young Dane had been a child far longer than he and his father had served his entire life. But the man seemed to know less of the children than he himself had learned. To questioners, the law was what they said it was. Just watch them. Trump stood in the center of the courtyard, with his bared sword raised overhead, blade parallel to the ground. And unlike Var, he spoke the words exactly as they were written. "Under the light we are gathered to. Witness trial beneath the light, a sacred right of any child of the light. The light shines on truth, and here the light shall illuminate justice. Let no man speak save he who has legal right, and let any who seek to intervene be cut down summarily. Here justice will be found under the light, by a man who pledges his life beneath the light, by the force of his arm, and the will of the light. The combatants will meet unarmed where I now stand." He continued, lowering the sword to his side, "and speak privately, for their own ears alone may. The light help them find words to end this short of bloodshed. For if they do not, one of the children must die this day, his name stricken from our rolls and anathema declared on his memory. Under the light it will be so." As Trump strode to the side of the courtyard, Valda moved toward the center in the walking stance called cat crosses, the courtyard an arrogant saunter. He knew there were no words to stop blood being shed. To him, the fight had already begun. Galad merely walked out to meet him. He was nearly a head taller than Valda, but the other man held himself as though he were the larger and confident. "Go of victory." His smile was all contempt this time. "Nothing to say, boy, small wonder, considering that a blade master is going to cut your head off in about 1 minute. I want one thing straight in your mind before I kill you, though. The wench was hale the last time I saw her, and if she's dead now, I'll regret it." That smile deepened both in humor and disdain. "She was the best ride I ever had, and I hope to ride her again one day." Red-hot, searing fury fountained inside Galad, but with an effort, he managed to turn his back on Valda and walk away, already feeding his rage into an imagined flame as his two teachers had taught him. A man who fought in a rage died in a rage. Floating in emptiness, he drew his sword from the scabbard. Bornhold preferred, and the slightly curved blade became a part of him. "What did he say?" Dean asked. For a moment there, your face was murderous. Barr gripped Dean's arm. "Don't distract him," he muttered. Galad was not distracted. Every creak of saddle leather was clear and distinct, every ringing stamp of hoof on paving stone. He could hear flies buzzing 10 ft away as though they were at his ear. He almost thought he could see the movements of their wings. He was one with the flies, with the courtyard, with the two men. They were all part of him, and he could not be distracted by himself. Valda waited until he turned before drawing his own weapon on the other side of the courtyard. A flashy move, the sword blurring as it spun in his left hand, leaping to his right to make another blurred wheel in the air before settling upright and rock steady before him in both hands. He started forward once more, in cat crosses the courtyard. Raising his own sword, Galad moved to meet him without thought, assuming a walking stance perhaps influenced by his state of mind emptiness, it was called, and only a trained eye would know that he was not simply walking. Only a trained eye would see that he was in perfect balance, every heartbeat Valda had not gained, that Heron marked sword by favoritism. 5 blade masters had sat in judgment of his skills and voted unanimously to grant him the title. The vote always had to be unanimous. The only other way was to kill the bearer of a Heron marked blade in fair combat. One-on-one, Valda had been younger than Galad was now. It did not matter. He was not focused on Valda's death, he was focused on nothing. But he intended Valda's death if he had to sheathe the sword willingly, welcoming that Heron-marked blade in his flesh to achieve it. He accepted that it might come to that. Var wasted no time with maneuvering. The instant he was within range, plucking the low-hanging apple flashed toward Galad's neck like lightning, as though the man truly did intend to have his head in the first minute. There were several possible responses, all made instinct by hard training, but Var's warnings floated in the dim recesses of his mind, and also the fact that Valda had warned him of this very thing, warned him twice. Without conscious thought, he chose another way, stepping sideways and forward, just as plucking the low-hanging apple became the leopard's caress. Valda's eyes widened in surprise as his stroke missed Galad's left thigh by inches, widened more as parting the silk laid a gash down his right forearm. But he immediately launched into the dove takes flight so fast that Galad had to dance back before his blade could bite deeply, barely fending off the attack with kingfisher circles. The pond, back and forth, they danced the forms, gliding this way then that, across the stone-paving lizard in the thornbush. Met lightning of 3 prongs. Leaf on the breeze countered eel among the lily pads, and 2 hares leaping met the hummingbird kisses. The honey rose back and forth, as smoothly as a demonstration of the forms. Galad tried attack after attack, but Valda was as fast as a viper. The woodgrass dances cost him a shallow gash on his left shoulder, and the red hawk takes a dove, another on the left arm, slightly deeper. River of Light might have taken the arm completely, had he not met the draw, cut with a desperately quick rain in the high wind, back and forth blaze flashing, continuously filling the air with the clash of steel on steel. How long they fought he could not have said. There was no time, only the moment. It seemed that he and Valda moved like men underwater, their motions slowed by the drag of the sea. Sweat appeared on Bald's face, but he smiled with self-assurance, seemingly untroubled by the slash on his forearm. Still the only injury he had taken, Galad could feel the sweat rolling down his own face, 2 stinging his eyes and the blood trickling down his arm. Those wounds would slow him eventually, perhaps already had, but he had taken 2 on his left thigh and both were more serious. His foot was wet in his boot from those, and he could not avoid a slight limp that would grow worse with time. If Valda was to die, it must be soon. Deliberately he drew a deep breath, then another through his mouth, another. Let Var think he was becoming winded. His blade lanced out and, threading the needle, aimed at Valda's left shoulder, and not quite as fast as it could have been. The other man countered easily with the swallow takes flight, sliding immediately into the lion springs that took a 3rd bite in his thigh. He dared not be faster in defense than an attack. Again he launched, threading the needle at Vald's shoulder, and again, all the while gulping air through his mouth. Only luck kept him from taking more wounds in those exchanges. Or perhaps the light really did shine on this fight. Valda's smile widened. The man believed him on the edge of his strength, exhausted and fixated. As Galad began threading the needle too slowly for the 5th time, the other man's sword started the swallow takes flight in an almost perfunctor manner. Summoning all the quickness that remained to him, Galad altered his stroke and, reaping the barley, sliced across Valda just beneath his rib cage. For a moment it seemed that the man was unaware he had been hit. He took a step, began what might have been stones falling from the cliff. Then his eyes widened and he staggered, the sword falling from his grip to clatter on the paving stones as he sank to his knees. His hands went to the huge gash across his body, as though trying to hold his insides within him, and his mouth opened, glassy eyes fixed in Galad's face. Whatever he intended to say, it was blood that poured out over his chin. He toppled onto his face and lay still. Automatically, Galad gave his blade a rapid twist to shake off the blood staining its last inch, then bent slowly to wipe the last drops onto Valda's white coat. The pain he had ignored now flared. His left shoulder and arm burned. His thigh seemed to be on fire. Straightening took effort. Perhaps he was nearer exhaustion than he had thought. How long had they fought? He had thought he would feel satisfaction that his mother had been avenged, but all he felt was emptiness. Valda's death was not enough. Nothing except Morgrand alive again could be enough. Suddenly he became aware of a rhythmic clapping and looked up to see the children, each man slapping his own armored shoulder in approval. Every man except Asunawa and the questioners. They were nowhere to be seen. Biar hurried up carrying a small leather sack and carefully parted the slashes in Galad's coat sleeve. "Those will need sewing," he muttered, "but they can wait." Kneeling beside Galad, he took rolled bandages from the sack and began winding them around the gashes in his thigh. "These need sewing too, but this will keep you from bleeding to death before you can get it." Others began gathering around, offering congratulations. Men a foot in front, though still mounted behind. None gave the corpse a glance except Kashgar, who cleaned Valda's sword on that already blood-stained coat before sheathing it. "Where did Asunawa go?" Galad asked. "He left as soon as you cut Var. The last time," Dine replied uneasily. "He'll be heading for the camp to bring back questioners." He rode the other way toward the border. "Someone put in Nadle just over the border," the Lord's Captain Galad said, and Trom nodded. "No child will let the questioners arrest you for what happened here, Deladred, unless his captain ordered it. Some of them would order it, I think." Angry muttering began, men denying they would stand for such a thing, but Trom quieted them somewhat with raised hands. "You know it's true," he said loudly. "Anything else would be mutiny." That brought dead silence. There had never been a mutiny in the children. It was possible that nothing before had come as close as their own earlier display. "All right, at your release from the children. Galad, someone may still order your arrest, but they'll have to find you and you'll have a good start. It will take half the day for an hour to catch the other Lord's Captain, and whoever falls in with him can't be back before nightfall." Galad shook his head angrily. Trump was right, but it was all wrong. Too much was wrong. "Will you write releases for these other men? You know Anawa will find a way to accuse them too. Will you write releases for the children who don't want to help the Shah Chan take our lands in the name of a man dead more than 1,000 years? Several Terrabunners exchanged glances and nodded, and so did other men. Not all of them are Medician. What about the men who defended the Fortress of the Light? Will any release get their chains struck off or make the Shonchan stop working them like animals? More angry growls. Those prisoners were a sore point to all of the children. Arms folded across his chest, Drum studied him as though seeing him for the first time. "What would you do then? Have the children find anyone who is fighting the Shashan and ally with them? Make sure that the Children of the Light ride in the last battle instead of helping the Shachan hunt ale and steal our nations? Anyone?" A Karen named Darlan said in a high-pitched voice. No one ever made fun of Darlan's voice. Though short, he was nearly as wide as he was tall. There was barely an ounce of fat on him, and he could put walnuts between all of his fingers and crack them by clenching his fists. "That could mean I should die. If you intend to be a Tomen-Geeden, then you will have to fight alongside," Galad said quietly. Young Bornhall grimaced in strong distaste, and he was not the only one. Bar half straightened before bending back to his task, but no one voiced dissent. Darlan nodded slowly, as if he had never before considered the matter. "I don't hold with the witches any more than any other man," Bar said finally, without raising his head from his work. Blood was seeping through the bandages even as he rapped. "But the precepts say to fight the Raven. You may make alliance with the Serpent until the battle is done." A ripple of nods ran through the men. The Raven meant the Shadow, but everyone knew it was also the Shachan Imperial Sigil. "I'll fight beside the witches," Alani Teraba said, "or even these Ashaman we keep hearing about if they fight the Shah-Chan or at the last battle, and I'll fight any man who says I'm wrong." He glared as though ready to begin then and there. "It seems matters will play out as you wish, my lord," Captain Commander Trum said, making a much deeper bow than he had for Valda. "To a degree at least. who can say what the next hour will bring, much less tomorrow." Gallad surprised himself by laughing, since yesterday he had been sure he would never laugh again. "That's a poor joke, Trum. It is how the law is written, and Vula did make his proclamation. Besides, you had the courage to say what many have thought while holding their tongues, myself among them. Yours is a better plan for the children than any I've heard since Pedron Nile died. It's still a poor joke. Whatever the law said, that part had been ignored since the end of the War of the 100 Years. We'll see what the children have to say on the matter," Trump replied, grinning widely, "when you ask them to follow us to Tarman Gaiden to fight alongside the witches." Men began slapping their shoulders again, harder than they had for his victory. At first it was only a few, then more joined in, until every man, including Trum, was signaling approval. Every man but Kashkar. That was making a deep bow. The Salan held out the scabarded heronmark blade with both hands. "This is yours now, my lord captain." "Commander," Gallad sighed. He hoped this nonsense would fade away before they reached the camp. Returning there was foolish enough without adding in a claim of that sort. Most likely they would be pulled down and thrown in chains, if not beaten to death even without it. But he had to go. It was the right thing to do. Daylight began to grow on this cool spring morning, though the sun had yet to show even a sliver above the horizon, and Rodel Teralda raised his gold-banded looking glass to study the village below the hill, where he sat his Ran-Geeling, deep in the heart of Taban. He did hate waiting for enough light to see. Careful of a glint off the lens, he held the end of the long tube on his thumb and shaded it with a cupped hand. At this hour, sentries were at their least watchful, relieved that the darkness where an enemy might sneak close was departing. Yet since crossing from plain, he had heard tales of ale raids inside Teraban. Were he a sentry with ale perhaps about, he would grow extra eyes. Peculiar that the country was not milling like a kicked anthill over those ale peculiar and perhaps ominous. There were plenty of armed men to be found, Shachan and Terrabonas sworn to them, and hordes of Shachan building farms and even villages. But reaching this far had been almost too easy. Today the easiness ended. Behind him among the trees, horses stamped impatiently. The 100 Damani with him were quiet, except for an occasional creak of saddle leather as a man shifted his seat. But he could feel their tension. He wished he had twice as many, 5 times. In the beginning it had seemed a gesture of good faith that he himself would ride with a force mainly composed of Terrabunners. He was no longer certain that had been the right decision. It was too late for recriminations in any event. Halfway between Elmora and the Amadian border, Sarana sat in a flat, grassy valley among forested hills, with at least a mile to the trees in any direction, save his and a small reeder-fringed lake fed by 2 wide streams lay between him and the village. Not a place that could be surprised by daylight. It had been sizable before the Shashan came a stopping point for the merchant trains heading east, with over a dozen inns and nearly as many streets village. Folk were already getting about their day's tasks. Women balancing baskets on their heads as they glided down the village streets, and others starting the fires under laundry kettles behind their houses, men striding along toward their workplaces, sometimes pausing to exchange a few words. A normal morning with children already running and playing rolling hoops and tossing beanbags among the throng. The clang of a smithy rose dim with the distance. The smoke from breakfast fires was fading at the chimneys. As far as he could see, no one in Sar gave a second glance to the 3 pairs of sentries, with bright stripes painted across their breastplates, walking their horses back and forth perhaps a quarter of a mile out. The lake, considerably wider than the village, shielded the 4th side effectively. It seemed the centuries were an accepted matter of every day, and so was the Shah-Chan camp that had swollen Sarah to more than twice its former size. A Teralda shook his head slightly. He would not have placed the camp cheekby. That way the rooftops of Sar were all tile red or green or blue, but the buildings themselves were wooden. A fire in the town could spread all too easily into the camp, where canvas store tents the size of large houses far outnumbered the smaller tents where men slept, and great stacks of barrels and casks and crates covered twice as much ground as all the tents combined. Keeping light-fingered villagers out would be all but impossible. Every town had a few tick-birds who picked up anything they thought they could get away with, and even somewhat more honest men might be tempted by the proximity. The location did mean a shorter distance to haul water from the lake, and a shorter distance for soldiers to walk to reach the ale and wine in the village when off duty, but it suggested a commander who kept slack discipline. Slack discipline or not, there was activity in the camp too. Soldiers' hours made farmers' hours seem restful. Men were checking the animals in the long horse lines, bannermen checking soldiers standing in ranks, hundreds of laborers loading or unloading wagons, grooms harnessing teams. Everyday trains of wagons came down the road into this camp from east and west, and others departed. He admired the Shashan efficiency at making sure their soldiers had what they needed, when and where it was needed. Dragons sworn here in Tereban. Most sore-faced men who believed their dreams snuffed out by the Shashan had been willing to tell what they knew, if not to ride with him. That camp contained everything from boots to swords, arrows to horseshoes to water flasks, enough to outfit thousands of men from the ground up. They would feel its loss. He lowered the looking glass to brush a buzzing green fly away from his face. Two replaced it almost at once. Tereban teemed with flies. Did they always come so early here? They would just have begun hatching at home by the time he reached Aradan again. If he did. No ill thoughts when he did. Thompson would be displeased otherwise, and it was seldom wise to displease her too far. Most of the men down there were hired workmen, not soldiers, and only 100 or so of those Shachan. Still, a company of 300 Terreboners in stripe-painted armor had ridden in at noon the day before, more than doubling their numbers, and requiring him to change his plans. Another party of Terreboners as large had entered the camp at sunset, just in time to eat and bed down wherever they could lay their blankets. Candles and lamp oil were luxuries for soldiers. There was one of those leashed women, a Damani, in the camp too. He wished he could have waited until she left. They must have been taking her elsewhere. What use for money at a supply camp? But today was the appointed day, and he could not afford to give the Terreboners reason to claim he was holding back. Some would snatch any reason to go their own way. He knew they would not follow him much longer, yet he needed to hold as many as he could for a few days more. Shifting his gaze to the west, he did not bother with the looking glass. "No," he whispered, as though at his command. 200 men with male veils across their faces galloped out of the trees and immediately halted, cavorting and jockeying for place, brandishing steel-tipped lances, while their leader raced up and down before them, gesturing wildly in an obvious effort to establish some semblance of order. At this distance it could not have made out faces even with the glass, but he could imagine the fury on Torres Lanazia's features at playing out this charade. The stocky dragon sworn burned to close with Shachan, any Shachan. It had been difficult to dissuade him from striking the day they crossed the border. Yesterday he had been visibly overjoyed finally to scrape the hated stripes indicating loyalty to the Shachan from his breastplate. No matter, so far, he was obeying his orders to the letter. As the centuries nearest Lenosier turned their mounts to speed toward the village in the Shachan camp, Iteralalda swung his attention there and raised his looking glass once more. The centuries would find their warning superfluous. Motion had ceased. Some men were pointing toward the horsemen on the other side of the village, while the rest seemed to be staring soldiers and workmen alike. The last thing they expected was raiders, eel raids or no eel raids. The Shachan considered Terebon theirs, and safely so. A quick glance at the village showed people standing in the streets, staring toward the strange riders. They had not expected raiders either. He thought the Shachan were right, an opinion he would not share with any Terebunner in the foreseeable future. With well-trained men, shock could last only so long. However, in the camp, soldiers began racing toward their horses, many still unsaddled. The grooms had started working as fast as they could. 80-odd Shonchan footmen archers formed into ranks and set off running through Sarana. At that evidence that there truly was a threat, people began snatching up the smaller children and heading the older toward the hope for safety of the houses. In moments the streets were empty, save for the hurrying archers in their lacquered armor and peculiar helmets. Itera turned the glass toward Lenosier and found the man galloping his line of horsemen forward. "Wait for it," he growled. "Wait for it." Again it seemed the Tereboner heard his command, finally raising a hand to halt his men. At least they were still a half-mile or more from the village. The hot-headed fool was supposed to be near a mile away on the edge of the trees, and still in seeming disorder and easily swept away, but half would have to suffice. He suppressed the urge to finger the ruby in his left ear. The battle had begun now, and in battle you had to make those following you believe that you were utterly cool, completely unaffected, not wanting to knock down a putative ally. Emotions seemed to leak from a commander into his men, and angry men behaved stupidly, getting themselves killed and losing battles. Touching the half-moon-shaped beauty patch on his cheek, a man should look his best. In a day like today, he took slow, measured breaths, until certain that he was as cool inside as his outward display, then returned his attention to the camp. Most of the terraboners there were mounted now, but they waited for 20 or so, Shachan led by a tall fellow with a single thin plume on his curious helmet, to gallop into the village, before falling in behind yesterday's latecomers, trailing at the rear. Itarala studied the figure leading the column, viewing him through the gaps between houses. A single plume would mark a lieutenant, or maybe an under-lieutenant, which might mean a beardless boy on his first command, or a grizzled veteran who could take your head if you made one mistake. Strangely, the Damani, marked by the shining silvery leash that connected her to a woman on another horse, galloped her animal as hard as anyone. Everything he had heard said Damani were prisoners, yet she appeared as eager as the other woman, the Suldam. Perhaps abruptly his breath caught in his throat, and all thought of Damani fled. There were people in the street, 7 or 8 men and women walking in a cluster, and right ahead of the racing column that they seemed not to hear thundering up behind them. There was no time for the Shashan to stop if they wanted to, and good reason not to try with an enemy ahead. But it looked as though the tall fellow's hand never twitched on his reins as he and the rest rode the people down, a veteran then murmuring a prayer for the dead. Atalda lowered the glass. What came next was best seen without it. 200 paces beyond the village, the officer started forming his command where the archers had already stopped and were waiting with nocked arrows. Waving directions to the terraboners behind, he turned to peer at Lenossier through a looking-glass. Sunlight glinted off the tube's banding. The sun was rising now. The terraboners began dividing smoothly, lance heads glittering, and all slanted at the same angle. Disciplined men falling into ordered ranks to either side of the archers. The officer leaned over to converse with the Suldam. If he turned her and the Damani loose now, this could still turn into a disaster. Of course it could if he did not too. The last of the terraboners, those who had arrived late, began stretching out in a line, 50 paces behind the others, driving their lances point down into the ground and pulling their horsebows from the cases fastened. Behind their saddles, the Nazir cursed. The man was galloping his men forward. Turning his head for a moment, Italdalda spoke loudly enough for the men behind him to hear. "Be ready." Saddle leather creaked as men gathered their reins. Then he murmured another prayer for the dead and whispered, "Now." As one man, the 300 terraboners in the long line, his terraboners raised their bows and loosed. He did not need the looking-glass to see the Suldam and Damani, and the officer suddenly sprout arrows. They were all but swept from their saddles by near a dozen, striking each of them at once. Ordering that had given him a pang, but the women were the most dangerous people on that field. The rest of that volley cut down most of the archers and cleared saddles, and even as men struck the ground, a second volley lanced out, knocking down the last archers and emptying more saddles. Caught by surprise, the shaken, loyal terraboners tried to fight. Among those still mounted, some wheeled about and lowered their lances to charge their attackers. Others, perhaps seized by the irrationality that they could take men in battle, dropped their lances and tried to encase their own horsebows. But a third volley lashed them pile-headed arrows, driving through breastplates at that range, and suddenly the survivors seemed to realize that they were survivors. Most of their fellows lay still on the ground or struggled to stand, though pierced by 2 or 3 shafts. Those still mounted were now outnumbered by their opponents. A few men reined their horses around, and in a flash the lot of them were running south, pursued by one final rain of bowshot that toppled more. "Hold," it murmured. "Hold where you are." A handful of the mounted archers fired again, but the rest wisely refrained. They could kill a few more before the enemy was beyond range, but this group was beaten, and before long they would be counting every arrow. Best of all, none of them went racing in pursuit. The same could not be said of Lassier cloak streaming. He and his 200 raced after the fleeing men. Italda imagined he could hear them yelping, hunters on the trail of running prey. "I think we've seen the last of Lenossier," my Lord Jolam said, reining his grey up beside it, who shrugged slightly. "Perhaps, my young friend, he may come to his senses. In any case, I never thought the Terreboners would return to Ardan with us." "Did you?" "No, my lord," the taller man replied. "But I thought his honor would hold through the first fight." Ataralda lifted his glass to look at Lenossier still galloping hard. The man was gone and unlikely to come to his senses. He did not possess a third of his force gone, as surely as if that Demani had killed them. He had counted on a few more days. He would need to change plans again, perhaps change his next target. Dismissing Wazier from his thoughts, he swung the glass to glance at where those people had been written down, and grunted in surprise. There were no trampled bodies. Friends and neighbors must have come out to carry them away, though with the battle on the edge of the village, that seemed about as likely as them getting up and walking away after the horses passed. "Here, it's time to go burn all those lovely Sheenan stores," he said. Shoving the looking-glass into the leather case tied to his saddle, he had donned his helmet and heeled steady down the hill, followed by Jalem and the others in a column of twos. Ruts from farm wagons and broken-down banks indicated a ford in the eastern stream, and Jalem tell a few men to warn the villagers to start moving what they want to save. Tell them to begin with the houses nearest the camp, where fire could spread one way it could the other too, and likely would. In truth, he had already set the important blaze breathed on the first embers at least. If the light shone on him, if no one had been overcome by eagerness or given into despair at the hold the Shah-Chan had on Terraban, if no one had fallen afoul of the mishaps that could ruin the best-laid plan, then all across Terraban above 20,000 men had struck blows like this, or would before the day was out, and tomorrow they would do it again. Now all he had to do was raid his way back across better than 400 miles of Terraban, shedding Tabana Dragon, sworn and gathering in his own men, then recross Ulmuth Plain. If the light shone on him, that blaze would singe the Shah-Chan enough to bring them chasing after him, full of fury. A great deal of fury, he hoped. That way they would run headlong into the trap he had laid, before they ever knew it was there. If they failed to follow, then at least he had rid his homeland of the Terreboners and bound the Demani dragons sworn to fight for the king instead of against him. And if they saw the trap riding down the hillside, Italdalda smiled. If they saw the trap, then he had another plan already laid and another behind that. He always looked ahead, and always planned for every eventuality he could imagine. Short of the dragon reborn himself suddenly appearing in front of him, he thought the plans he had would suffice for the moment. The High Lady Suroth, Sabel Meldarth, lay awake on her bed, staring up at the ceiling. The moon was down and the triple-arched windows that overlooked a palace garden were dark, but her eyes had adjusted so that she could make out at least the outlines of the ornate painted plasterwork. Dawn was no more than an hour or two off yet. She had not slept. She had lain awake most nights since Tuan vanished, sleeping only when exhaustion closed her eyes, however hard she tried to keep them open. Sleep brought nightmares. She wished she could forget. Abu Dar was never truly cold, but the night held a little coolness enough to keep her awake, lying beneath only a thin silk sheet. The question that tainted her dreams was simple and stark. Was Tuan alive or dead? The escape of the Atha Anmir Demani and Queen Thailand's murder spoke in favor of her death. 3 events of that magnitude happening on one night by chance was pressing coincidence too far, and the first 2 were horrifying enough in themselves to indicate the worst for Tuan. Someone was trying to sow fear among the rail, those who come home perhaps to disrupt the entire return. How better to achieve that than to assassinate Tuan worse? It had to be one of their own. Because she had landed under the veil, no local knew who Tuan was. Taylin had surely been killed with the one power by a Suldam, and her Demani Surath had leaped at the suggestion that Aes Sedai were to blame. Yet eventually someone who mattered would question how one of those women could enter a palace, full of Demani in a city full of Demani and escape detection. At least one Suldam had been necessary to uncolour the sea folk. Demani and 2 of her own Suldam had disappeared at almost the same time. In any case, they had been noticed as missing 2 days later, and no one had seen them since the night Tuan vanished. She did not believe they were involved, though they had been in the kennels. For one thing, she could not imagine Rayna or Sita uncolouring a Damani. They certainly had reasons enough to sneak away and seek employment far off with someone, ignorant of their filthy secret. Someone like this Ainan Tamaroth, who had stolen a pair of Admani strange, that for one newly raised the blood, strange but unimportant. She could see no way to tie it to the rest. Likely the woman had found the stresses and complexities of nobility too much for a simple sailor. Well, she would be found and arrested eventually. The important fact, the potentially deadly fact, was that Rayna and Sita were gone, and no one could say exactly when they had left. If the wrong person noted their departure so close to the critical time and made the wrong calculation, she pressed the heels of her hands against her eyes and exhaled softly, very near to a groan. Even should she escape suspicion of murdering Tuon, if the woman was dead, then she herself would be required to apologize to the Empress. Might she live forever for the death of the acknowledged heir to the Crystal Throne? Her apology would be protracted, and as painful as it was humiliating. It might end with her execution, or much worse, with being sent to the block as property. Not that it would actually come to that, though in her nightmares it often did. Her hand slid beneath the pillows to touch the unshathed dagger there. The blade was little longer than her hand, yet more than sharp enough to open her veins, preferably in a warm bath. If time came for an apology, she would not live to reach Shondar. The dishonor to her name might even be lessened a little. If enough people believed the act was itself an apology, she would leave a letter explaining it, so that might help. Still, there was a chance Tuon remained alive, and Saruf clung to it. Killing her and spiriting the body away might be a deep move ordered from Shanshchan by one of her surviving sisters who coveted the throne. Yet Tuon had arranged her own disappearance more than once. In support of the notion, Tuon's Darulum had taken all of her Suldam and Damani into the country for exercise 9 days ago, and they had not been seen since exercising. Damani did not require 9 days, and just today, no yesterday now by a good few hours. Saruf had learned that the captain of Tuon's bodyguard also had left the city 9 days ago with a sizable contingent of his men and not returned. That was too much for coincidence and very nearly proof, near enough for hope at least. Each of those previous disappearances, however, had been part of Tuon's campaign. To win the approval of the Empress, might she live forever and be named heir. Each time some competitor among her sisters had been forced or emboldened to acts that lowered her when Tuon reappeared. What need had she of such stratagems now here? Rack her brains how she would sorrow could not find a worthy target outside Shan. She had considered the possibility that she herself was the mark, but only briefly, and only because she could think of no one else. Tuon could have stripped her of her position in the return with 3 words. All she needed to do was remove the veil. Here the daughter of the 9 moons in command of the return spoke with the voice of the Empire. Bare suspicion that Soroth was Anshadar. What those this side of the Athosian called a dark friend might have been enough for Tuon to have handed her over to the Seekers for questioning. No, Tuon was aiming at someone else or something else if she did still live, but she had to. Sir did not want to die. She fingered the blade. Who or what else did not matter except as a clue to where Tuon might be, but that was very important, immensely. So already, despite the announcement of an extended inspection trip, whispers floated among the blood that she was dead. The longer she remained missing, the more those whispers would grow, and with them the pressure for Suroth to return to Shandar and make that apology. She could only resist so long before she would be adjudged Simos of so deeply that only her own servants and property would obey her. Her eyes would be ground into the dirt, low blood as well as high. Perhaps even commoners would refuse to speak to her. Soon after that she would find herself on a ship, whatever her wishes. Without doubt Tuon would be displeased at being found. Yet it seemed unlikely her displeasure would extend so far as Saroth being dishonored and forced to slit her wrists. Therefore Tuon must be found. Every seeker in Alara was searching for her. Though Saroth knew of at least Tuon's own seekers were not among the known. Yet they must be hunting twice as hard as any others, unless they had been taken into her confidence. But in 17 days, all that had been uncovered was that ridiculous story of Tuon extorting jewelry from goldsmiths, and that was known to every common soldier. Perhaps the arched door to the ante-room began to open slowly, and Soreth snapped her right eyes shut to protect her night vision against the light of the outer room. As soon as the gap was wide enough, a pale-haired woman in the diapuse robes of a doe slipped into the bed-chamber and softly closed the door behind her, plunging the room into pitch blackness until Soreth opened her eye again and made out a shadowy form creeping toward her bed, and another shadow, huge, suddenly looming in a corner of the room as Almandaragal rose noiselessly to his feet. The La could cross the room and snap the fool's neck in a heartbeat, but Soreth still gripped the hilt of her dagger. It was wise to have a second line of defense, even when the first seemed impregnable. A pace short of the bed, the dark oval stopped. Her anxious breathing sounded loud in the silence. "Working up your courage, Liandrin," Soreth said harshly. That honey-cold hair worked in thin braids had been enough to name her. With a squeak, the Doyle dropped to her knees and bent to press her face to the carpet. "She had learned that much. At least I would not harm you, High Lady," she lied. "You know I would not." Her voice was rushed in a breathy panic. Learning when to speak and when not seemed as far beyond her as learning how to speak with proper respect. "We are both bound to serve the great Lord High Lady. Have I not proven I can be useful? I removed all wind for you." "Yes, you said you wished her dead, High Lady, and I removed her." Soreth grimaced and sat up in the dark, the sheets sliding down to her lap. "It was so easy to forget. Dovale were there, even this dark Ovale, and then you let slip things you should not have, Alwyn. Had not been dangerous, merely a nuisance awkward in her place," as Soreth's voice. She had achieved all she had ever wanted in reaching that, and the likelihood of her risking it by so much as the smallest betrayal had been tiny. True, had she broken her neck, falling down a flight of stairs, Soreth would have felt some small relief from an irritant but poison that left the woman with bulging eyes, and a blue face was another matter. Even with the search for Tuon that had brought the Seeker's eyes to Sorrow's household, she had been forced to insist on it for the murder of her voice. That there were listeners in her household she accepted. Every household had its share of listeners. Seekers did more than listen, though, and they might uncover what must remain hidden. Masking her anger required surprising effort, and her tone was colder than she wanted. "I hope you did not wake merely to plead again, Liandrin." No. The fool raised her head and actually looked straight at her. "An officer came from General Galan, High Lady. He is waiting to take you to the General." Surath's head throbbed with irritation. The woman delayed delivering a message from Galan and looked her in the eyes in the dark to be sure. Yet an urge swept over her to strangle the Andrin with her bare hands. A second death hard on the heels of the first would intensify the Seeker's interest in her household if they learned of it. But Elbar could dispose of the body easily. He was clever in such tasks, except she enjoyed owning the former Eyes Sadai, who once had been so. Hot toddy with her. Making her a perfect duck of Vale in every way would be a great pleasure. It was time to have the woman collared, however. Already irritating rumors buzzed of an uncolored Marath Demani among her servants. It would be a 12-day wonder when the Soldam discovered she was shielded in some way, so she could not channel. Yet that would help answer the question of why she had not been leashed, before Elbar would need to find some An Shadar among the Soldam. Though that was never an easy task, relatively few Soldam returned to the Great Lord Audley, and she no longer really trusted any Soldam. But perhaps An Shadar could be trusted more than the rest. "Lie 2 lamps, then bring me a robe and slippers," she said, swinging her legs over the side of the bed. Liandrin scrambled to the table that held the littered sand bowl on its gilded tripod, and hissed when she found it with a careless hand, but she quickly used the tongs to lift out a hot coal, puffed it to a glow, and lit 2 of the silvered lamps, adjusting the wicks, so the flames held steady and did not smoke. Her tongue might suggest that she felt herself Soreth's equal rather than a possession. Yet the strap had taught her to obey commands with alacrity. Turning with one of the lamps in her hand, she gave a start and a choked cry at the sight of Almandaragal looming in the corner, his dark, ridge-ringed eyes focused on her. You would think she had never seen him before, yet he was a fearsome sight, 10 feet tall and near 2,000 lb, his hairless skin like reddish-brown leather, flexing his 6-toed forepaws, so his claws extended and retracted, extended and retracted. "Be ease," Surath told the La. a familiar command. But he stretched his mouth wide, showing sharp teeth before settling back to the floor and resting his huge round head on his paws. Like a hound, he did not close his eyes again. Either La were quite intelligent, and plainly he trusted Leandrin no more than she did. Despite fearful glances at Almand Daragal, the Dakavale was quick enough to fetch blue velvet slippers and a white silk robe intricately embroidered in green, red and blue from the tall carved wardrobe, and she held the robe for Suroth to thrust her arms into the sleeves, but Suroth had to tie the long sash herself and to thrust out a foot before Leon remembered to kneel and fit the slippers on her eyes. But the woman was incompetent. By the dim light, Suroth examined herself in the gilded stand mirror against the wall. Her eyes were hollow and shadowed with weariness. The tail of her crest hung down her back in a loose braid for sleeping, and doubtless her scalp required a razor. Very well, Galgun's messenger would think her grief-stricken over Tuon, and that was true enough. Before learning the general's message, though she had one small matter to take care of, run to Rosala and beg her to beat you soundly. Leon Dondrin, she said. The dark oil's tight little mouth dropped open, and her eyes widened in shock. But why she wed me, I have done nothing. Sur busied her hands with knotting the sash tighter to keep from striking the woman. Her eyes would be lowered for a month if it was learned that she had struck a duck of Vale herself. She certainly owed no explanations to property. Yet once Leon did become completely trained, she would miss these opportunities to grind the woman's face in how far she had fallen. Because you delayed telling me of the general's messenger, because you still call yourself I rather than Leandrin, because you meet my eyes. She could not help hissing that Leandrin had huddled in on herself with every word, and now she directed her eyes to the floor as if that would mitigate her offense. Because you questioned my orders instead of obeying, and last but most importantly to you, because I wish you beaten. Now run and tell Rosala each of these reasons, so she will beat you well. Leandra hears and obeys, High Lady. The Darkavale whimpered at last, getting something right, and flung herself at the door so fast that she lost one of her white slippers, too terrified to turn back for it, or perhaps even to notice, and well for her that she was, she clawed the door open and ran. Sending property for discipline should not bring a sense of satisfaction, but it did. Oh, yes, it did. Suroth took a moment to control her breathing. To appear to be grieving was one thing, to appear to be agitated, quite another. She was filled with annoyance at Leandrin, jolting memories of her nightmares, fears for Tuon's fate, and even more so her own, but not until the face in the mirror displayed utter calm did she follow the Doyle. The ante-room to her bedchamber was decorated in the garish Ibudari fashion, a cloud-painted blue ceiling, yellow walls, and green and yellow floor tiles. Even replacing the furnishings with her own tall screens, all save two painted by the finest artists with birds or flowers, did little to relieve the goddess. She growled faintly in her throat at sight of the outer door, apparently left open by Lear flight, but she dismissed the Doyle from her mind for the moment and concentrated on the man who stood there examining the screen that held the image of a quarry, a huge spotted cat from the center jaw, lanky and greying in armor. Striped blue and yellow, he pivoted smoothly at the soft sound of her footsteps and went to one knee, though he was a commoner. The helmet beneath his arm bore 3 slender blue plumes, so the message must be important. Of course it must be important to disturb her at this hour. She would give him dispensation. This once Banner General Mel Najira, High Lady. Captain General Gallen's compliments, and he has received communications from Tarabon. Suro's eyebrows climbed in spite of herself. Tarabon was as secure as Shondar. Automatically, her fingers twitched, but she had not yet found a replacement for Alwyn. She must speak to the man herself. Irritation over that hardened her voice, and she made no effort to soften it, kneeling instead of prostrate. What communications? If I have been wakened for news of Ale, I will not be pleased. Bernard General, her tone failed to intimidate the man. He even raised his eyes almost to meet hers. Not I, High Lady, he said calmly. Captain General Gallen wishes to tell you himself, so you can hear every detail correctly. Suroth's breath caught for an instant. Whether Najira was just reluctant to tell her the contents of these communications, or had been ordered not to, this sounded ill. "Lead on," she commanded, then swept out of the room without waiting for him, ignoring as best she could the pair of death watch guards standing like statues in the hallway to either side of the door. The honor of being guarded by those men in red and green armor made her skin crawl. Since Chuan's disappearance, she tried not to see them at all. The corridor lined with gilded stands whose flames flickered in errant draughts that stirred tapestries of ships, and the sea was empty except for a few liveried palace servants scurrying on early tasks who thought deep bows and curtsies sufficient, and they always looked right at her. Perhaps a word with Besson. No, the new king was her equal now, in-law at any rate, and she doubted that he would make his servants behave properly. She stared straight ahead as she walked. That way she did not have to see the servants' insults. Najira caught up to her quickly, his boots ringing on the 2 bright blue floor tiles, and fell in at her side. In truth, she needed no guide. She knew where Galen must be. The room had begun as a chamber for dancing a square 30 paces on a side, its ceiling painted with fanciful fish and birds, frolicking in often confusing fashion among clouds and waves. Only the ceiling remained to recall the room's beginnings. Now mirrored stands and shelves full of filed reports in leather. Folders lined the pale red walls. Brown-coated clerks skewered along the aisles between the long map-strewn tables that covered the green-tiled dancing floor. A young officer, an under-lieutenant with no plume on her red and yellow helmet, raced past Surath without so much as a move to prostrate herself. Clerks merely squeezed themselves out of her path. Galgan gave his people too much leeway. He claimed that what he called excessive ceremony at the wrong time hindered efficiency. She called it affronter Lunal Galen, a tall man in a red robe, richly worked with bright feathered birds. The hair of his crest snow-white, and its tail plaited in a tight but untidy queue that hung to his shoulders, stood at a table near the center of the room with a knot of other high-ranking officers, some in breastplates, others in robes and nearly as disheveled as she. It seemed she was not the first to whom he had sent a messenger. She struggled to keep anger from her face. Galen had come with Tuon and the return, and thus she knew little of him, beyond that his ancestors had been among the first to throw their support to Luther Pandrag, and that he owned a high reputation as a soldier and a general. Well, reputation and truth were sometimes the same. She disliked him entirely for himself. He turned at her approach and formally laid his hands on her shoulders, kissing her on either cheek so she was forced to return the greeting, while trying not to wrinkle her nose at the strong, musky scent he favored. Galen's face was as smooth as his creases would allow, but she thought she detected a hint of worry in his blue eyes. A number of the men and women behind him, mainly low-blood, and commoners, wore open frowns. The large map of Tabans spread out on the table in front of her and held flat by 4 lamps gave reason enough for worry. Markers covered it, red wedges for Shah-Chan forces on the move, and red stars for forces holding in place, each supporting a small paper banner, inked with their numbers and composition. Scattered across the map, across the entire map, lay black discs marking engagements, and even more white discs for enemy forces, many of those without the banners. How could there be any enemies in Turabon? It was as secure as what happened, she demanded. Rockin began arriving with reports from Lieutenant General Turon about 3 hours ago. Galen began in conversational tones, pointedly not making a report himself. He studied the map as he talked, never glancing in her direction. They aren't complete. Each new one adds to the lists, and I expect that won't change for a while. But what I've seen runs this way. Since dawn yesterday, 7 major supply camps overrun and burned, along with more than 24 smaller camps. 20 supply trains attacked, the wagons and their contents put to the torch. 17 small outposts have been wiped out. 11 patrols have failed to report in, and there have been an additional 15 skirmishes. Also a few attacks against our settlers. Only a handful of fatalities, mostly men who tried to defend their belongings, but a good many wagons and stores burned, along with some half-built houses, and the same message delivered everywhere: leave Tarabon. All this was done by bands of between 2 and perhaps 500 men. Estimates are a minimum of 10,000 and perhaps twice that. Nearly all Taraboners. Oh yes, he finished casually, and most of them are wearing armor painted with stripes. She wanted to grind her teeth. Galen commanded the soldiers of the return. Yet she commanded the Kuran, the Forerunners, and as such she possessed the higher rank in spite of his crest and red-lacquered fingernails. She suspected the only reason he did not claim that the Forerunners had been absorbed into the return by its very arrival was that supplanting her meant assuming responsibility for Tuon's safety, and for that apology should it become necessary. Dislike was too mild a word. She loathed Galen. A mutiny, she said, proud of the coolness of her voice. Inside, she had begun to burn. Belgan's white queue swung slowly as he shook his head. No, all reports say our Tarrabonas have fought well, and we've had a few successes, taken a few prisoners. Not one of them can be found on the rosters of loyal Tarrabonas. Several have been identified as dragons sworn believed to be up in Aradan, and the name Rodel Iturralde has been mentioned a number of times as the brain behind it all. And the leader, a Damani, he's supposed to be one of the best generals this side of the ocean, and if he planned and carried out all this, he swept a hand over the map. Then I believe it. The fool sounded admiring. Not a mutiny, a raid on a grand scale, but he won't get out with nearly as many men as he brought in dragons sworn. The word was like a fist clutching Suroth's throat. Are there Ashermen? Those fellas who can channel Galen grimaced and made a sign against evil, apparently unconscious of doing so. There was no mention of them, he said dryly, and I rather think there would have been red-hot anger needed to erupt at Galen, but screaming at another of the high blood would lower her eyes and as bad gain nothing. Still, it had to be directed somewhere. It had to come out. She was proud of what she had done in Tarrabon, and now the country appeared to be halfway back to the chaos she found when she first landed there, and one man was to blame. This Iturralde. Her tone was ice. I want his head, never fear, Galen murmured, folding his hands behind his back and bending to examine some of the small banners. It won't be long before Turon chases him. Back to Aradon with his tail between his legs, and with luck he'll be with one of the bands we snap up luck. She snapped. I don't trust her luck. Her anger was open now, and she did not consider trying to suppress it again. Her eyes scanned the map, as though she could find Iturralde that way. If Turon is hunting a 100 bands, as you suggest, he'll need more scouts to run them down, and I want them run down. Every last one of them, especially Italde. General Yulan, I want 4 in every 5, no 9 in every 10, Moroccan and Alar, and Amadisha moved to Turabon. If Turan can't find them with all that, then he can see if his own head will appease me. Yulan, a dark little man in a blue robe embroidered with black crested eagles, must have dressed in too great a hurry to apply the gum that normally held his wig in place, because he was constantly touching the thing to make sure it was straight. He was captain of the air for the Forerunners, but the returns, captain of the air was only a banner general. A more senior man, having died on the voyage, Yulan would have no trouble with him. A wise move, High Lady, he said, frowning at the map. But may I suggest leaving the Rocken in Amadisia, and those assigned to Banner General Kieran Raken are the best way we have to locate Ale, and in 2 days we still haven't found those white cloaks that will still give General Turon. The Ale are less of a problem every day, she told him firmly, and a few deserters are nothing. He inclined his head in assent, one hand keeping his wig in place. He was only low blood after all. I hardly call 7,000 men. A few deserters, Galen murmured dryly. It shall be as I command, she snapped. Curse those so-called children of the light. She still had not decided whether to make Asunawa and the few thousand who had remained Dakovale. They had remained yet. How long before they offered betrayal too? And Asunawa seemed to hate Damani of all things. The man was unbalanced. Golgan shrugged, utterly unperturbed. A red lacquered fingernail traced lines on the map as though he were planning movements of soldiers. So long as you don't want the Toucan too, I raise no objections. That plan must go. Forward. Alara is falling into our hands with barely a struggle. I'm not ready to move on Elon yet, and we need to pacify Tarban again quickly. The people will turn against us if we can't give them safety. Suroth began to regret letting her anger show. He would raise no objections. He was not ready for Elon yet. He was all but saying that he did not have to follow her orders, only not openly. Not so. He had to take her responsibility along with her authority. I expect this message to be sent to Turon General Galgon. Her voice was steady, kept so by will alone. He is to send me Rodolorald's head if he has to hound the man across Aradan and into the Blight. And if he fails to send me that head, I will take his Galgon's mouth tightened briefly, and he frowned down at the map. Turon sometimes needs a fire lit under him, he muttered. And Arad Doman has always been next for him. Very well, your message will be sent, Saruf. She could stay no longer in the same room with him without a word. She left. Had she spoken, she would have screamed. She stalked all the way back to her rooms without bothering to mask her fury. The Death Watch guards took no notice of. Course, they might as well have been carved of stone, which made her slam the anteroom door behind her with a crash. Perhaps they noticed that, padding toward her bed, she kicked off her slippers, let the robe and sash fall to the floor. She must find Tuon. She had to. If only she could puzzle out Tuon's target puzzle out where she was. If only suddenly the walls of her bedchamber, the ceiling, even the floor began to glow with the silvery light. Those surfaces seemed to have become light. Gaping in shock, she turned slowly, staring at the box of light that surrounded her, and found herself looking at a woman made of rowing flames, clothed in rowing flames. Alan Darrigal was on his feet, awaiting his owner's command to attack. "I am Shamarog," the woman of fire said, in a voice like a tolling funeral gong-belly almond. That command, taught as a child, because it amused her to have the Lar prostrate himself before her, ended with a grunt. Because she obeyed it herself, even as she gave it, kissing the red and green patterned carpet, she said, "I live to serve and obey, great mistress." There was no doubt in her mind that this woman was who she said who would dare claim that name falsely, or could appear as living fire. I think he would also like to rule. The tolling gong sounded faintly amused, but then it hardened. "Look at me. I dislike the way you, Shashan, avoid meeting my eyes. It makes me believe you are hiding something. You don't want to try hiding anything from me, Soroth." "Of course not, great mistress," Soroth said, pushing herself up to sit on her heels. "Never, great mistress." She raised her gaze as far as the other woman's mouth, but she could not make herself raise it higher. Surely, would be enough, Betasero murmured. "Now how would you like to rule in these lands? A handful of deaths, Galgun and a few others, and you could manage to name yourself Empress with my help. It's hardly important, but circumstances provide the opportunity, and you would certainly be more amenable than the current Empress has been." So far Surath's stomach clenched. She feared she might vomit. "Great mistress," she said dully, "the penalty for that is to be taken before the true Empress. May she live forever and have your entire skin removed. Great care being taken to keep you alive." After that inventive, if primitive, Seiro broke in wryly. "But of no account the Empress Radan is dead. Remarkable how much blood there is in a human body, enough to cover the whole crystal throne. Take the offer." "Suro, I will not make it again. You will make certain matters slightly more convenient, but not enough for me to put myself out a second time." Shoroth had to make herself breathe. "Then Tuon is the Empress. May she live." Tuon would take a new name, rarely to be spoken outside the imperial family. The Empress was the Empress. Might she live forever. Wrapping her arms around herself, Zeroth began to sob. Shaking beyond her ability to stop, Almandaragal lifted his head and whined at her interrogatively. Siami laughed, the music of deep gongs, grief for Rod Hun and Soroth. "Or is your dislike of Tuon becoming Empress so deep?" Haltingly, in spurts of 3 or 4 words, broken by unmanageable weeping, Soroth explained as the proclaimed heir, Tuon had become Empress the moment her mother died. Except if her mother had been assassinated, then it must have been arranged by one of her sisters, which meant that Tuon herself was surely dead. And none of that made the slightest difference. The forms would be carried out. She would have to return to Shandar and apologize for Tuon's death, for the death of an Empress now, to the very woman who had arranged it, who would of course not take the throne until Tuon's death was announced. She could not bring herself to admit that she would kill herself first. It was too shaming to say aloud. Words died as howling sobs racked her. She did not want to die. She had been promised she would live forever. This time Seiro's laughter was so shocking that it shut off Suro's tears. That head of fire was thrown back, emitting great peals of mirth. At last, she regained control, wiping away tears of flame with fiery fingers. I see. I didn't make myself clear. Radan is dead, and her daughters and her sons and half the imperial court as well. There is no imperial family except for Tuon. There is no empire. Shandar is in the hands of rioters and lutters, and so are a dozen other cities, at least 50. Nobles are contending for the throne with armies in the field. There is war from the Aldale Mountains to Salaking, which is why you will be perfectly safe in disposing of Tuon and proclaiming yourself empress. I've even arranged for a ship which should arrive soon to bring word of the disaster." She laughed again and said something strange. "Let the Lord of Chaos rule." Saroth gaped at the other woman in spite of herself. The Empire destroyed, Semiog had killed. The assassination was not unknown among the blood, high or low, nor within the imperial family. Yet for anyone else to reach inside the imperial family in that way was horrifying, unthinkable, even one of the Donian, the chosen ones. But to become empress herself, even here, she felt dizzy with a hysterical desire to laugh. She could complete the cycle conquering these lands and then send armies to reclaim Shachan. With an effort, she managed to regain possession of herself. Great Mistress, if Tuon really is alive, then killing her will be difficult. She had to force those words out, to kill the Empress, even thinking it was difficult. To become Empress. Her head felt as if it might float off her shoulders. She will have her Suldam and Dimani with her, and some of her Death Watch guards. Difficult killing her would be impossible in those circumstances, unless Semiro could be induced to do it herself. 6 Dimani might well be dangerous even to her. Besides, there was a saying among commoners, "The mighty tell the lesser to dig in the mud and keep their own hands clean." She had heard it by chance, and punished the man who spoke it. But it was true, think Suroth. The gongs rang strong. Imperative Captain Musenji and the others would have gone the same night Tuon and her maid left, if they had had any inkling of what she was about. They are looking for her. You must put every effort into finding her first. But if that fails her, Death Watch, guards will be less protection than they seem. Every soldier in your army has heard that at least some of the guards are involved with an imposter. The general feeling seems to be that the imposter and anyone connected to her should be torn apart bodily, and the pieces buried in a dung heap quietly. Lips of Fire curled in a small amused smile to avoid the shame to the Empire. It might be possible a party of Death Watch guards would be easy to locate. She would need to find out exactly how many Musenji had taken with him and send Elbar with 50 for everyone, no 100 to account for the Dimani. And then, Great Mistress, you understand, I am reluctant to proclaim anything until I am certain Tuon is dead. Of course, Seamiro said. The gongs were amused once more, but remember, if Tuon manages to return safely, it will matter. Little to me, so don't dally. I will not, Great Mistress. I intend to become Empress, and for that I must kill the Empress. This time saying it was not very hard at all. In Pavara's estimation, Sutama Rath's rooms were flamboyant beyond the point of extravagance, and her own beginnings as a butcher's daughter played no part in her opinion. The sitting room simply put her on edge. Beneath a cornice carved with swallows in flight, and gilded the walls, held 2 large silk tapestries, one displaying bright red blood roses, the other a calmer bush covered in scarlet, blossoms larger than her 2 hands together. The tables and chairs were delicate pieces, if you ignored sufficient carving and gilding for any throne. The stand lamps were heavily gilded too, and the mantel worked with running horses above the red-streaked marble fireplace. Several of the tables held red Seafall porcelain, the rarest 4 vases and 6 bowls, a small fortune in themselves, as well as any number of jade or ivory carvings, none small, and one figure of a dancing woman, a hand tall that appeared to be carved from a ruby, a gratuitous display of wealth, and she knew for a fact that aside from the gilded barrel clock on the mantel, there was another in Zutama's bedroom, and even one in her dressing room. 3 clocks that went far beyond flamboyant, never mind gilding or rubies, and yet the rooms suited the woman seated across from her and Havindra. Flamboyant was exactly the word for her appearance. Sutama was a strikingly beautiful woman, her hair caught in a fine golden net, with fire drops thick at her throat and ears, and dressed as always in crimson silk that molded her full bosom today with golden scrollwork embroidery. To increase the emphasis, you might almost think she wanted to attract men if you did not know her. Tsutama had made her dislike of men well known long before being sent into exile. She would have given mercy to a rabid dog before a man. Back then she had been hammer hard, yet many had thought her a broken reed when she returned to the tower. For a while they had then, everyone who spent any time near her, realized that those shifting eyes were far from nervous exile, had changed her only not toward softness. Those eyes belonged on a hunting cat searching for enemies or prey. The rest of Tutama's face was not so much serene, as it was still an unreadable mask, unless you pushed her to open anger at least. Even then her voice would remain as calm as smooth ice, though an unnerving combination. "I heard disturbing rumors this morning about the battle at Dumi's Wells," she said abruptly. Bloody disturbing. She had the habits now of long silences, no small talk, and sudden, unexpected statements. Exile had cozened her language too. The isolated farm she had been confined to must have been vivid, including that 3 of the dead sisters were from our mother's milk in a cup, all delivered in the most even tones, but her eyes stabbed at them accusingly. Pavara took that gaze in stride. Any direct look from Tutama seemed accusing and on edge or not. Pavara knew better than to let the highest see it. The woman swooped on weakness like a falcon. "I can't see why Katerina would disobey your orders to keep her knowledge to herself, and you cannot believe Tana is likely to put discredit on a leader. Not publicly, at any rate." Tana guarded her feelings on a leader as carefully as a cat guarded a mouse hole. "But sisters do get reports from their eyes and ears. We can't stop them learning what happened. I'm surprised it's taken this long." "That's so," Jindra added, smoothing her skirts. The angular woman wore no jewelry aside from the great serpent ring, and her dress was unadorned and a red deep enough to appear near black. "Sooner or later, the facts will all come out if we work till our fingers bleed." Her mouth was so tight she seemed to be biting something, yet she sounded almost satisfied. Odd that she was Elida's lapdog. Sutama's stare focused on her, and after a moment a flush grew on Jindra's cheeks. Perhaps as an excuse to break eye contact, she took a long drink of her tea from a cup of beaten gold worked with leopards and deer. Of course, Sutama, being as she now was the highest, continued to stare silently, but whether at Javendra or something beyond her, Pavara could no longer say. When Katerina brought word that Galina was among the dead at Dumi's Wells, Saitama had been raised to replace her by near acclamation. She had possessed a very good reputation as a sitter, at least before her involvement in the disgusting events that led to her downfall, and many in the Red believed the times called for as hard a highest as could be found. Galina's death had lifted a great weight from Pavara's shoulders, the highest a dark friend. Oh, that had been agony, yet she was uncertain about Sutama. There was something wild about her now, something unpredictable. Was she entirely sane? But then the same question could be asked regarding the whole White Tower. How many of the sisters were entirely sane now? As if sensing her thoughts, Tutama shifted that unblinking gaze to her. It did not make Pavara color, or start as it did so many besides Jindra. But she did find herself wishing Duharo were there, just to give the highest a third sitter to stare at, just to share them out. She wished she knew where the woman had gone, and why with a rebel army camped outside Tarvalan. Over a week ago, Giara had simply taken ship without a word to anyone so far as Pavara was aware, and no one seemed to know whether she had gone north or south. These days Pavara was suspicious of everyone and nearly everything. "Did you call us here because of something in that letter, highest?" she said at last. She met that unsettling stare level, yet she was beginning to want a long pull from her own ornate cup, and she wished it held wine rather than tea. Deliberately she rested the cup on the narrow arm of her chair. The other woman's gaze made her feel as though spiders were crawling on her skin. After a very long moment, Sutama's eyes dropped the folded letter in her lap. Only her hand held it from rolling up into a little cylinder. It was on the very thin paper used for messages sent by pigeon, and the small inked letters clearly visible through the page appeared to cover it densely. "This is from Sachel Anderley," she said, bringing a WS of pity from Pavara, and a grunt that might have been anything from Havindra. Poor Sasha. Sutama continued without any outward sign of sympathy, though the bloody woman believes Galena escaped because it is addressed to her. Much of what she writes merely confirms what we already know from other sources, including Twain. But without naming them, she bloody well says that she is in charge of most of the sisters in the city of Chair. How can Sasha be in charge of any sisters? Devindra shook her head, her expression denying the possibility. Could she have gone insane? Pavara held her silence. Sutama gave answers when she wished rarely when you asked. Tone's earlier letter, also addressed to Galena, had not mentioned Sashal at all, or the other two, but of course she would have found the entire subject beyond distasteful. Even thinking of it was like eating rotten plums. Most of her words had been devoted to laying the whole blame for events at a leader's feet. However, indirectly, Sutama's eyes flickered toward Jindra like dagger thrusts, but she went on without pausing. Sashal recounts Tavan's bloody visit to Karen with the other sisters in the flaming Ashaman. Though she clearly doesn't know about the bloody bonding, she found it all very strange. Sisters mingling with Ashaman on tense yet often friendly terms. Blood and bloody ashes. That is how she puts it. Burn me, Sutamas. Tone suitable for discussing the price of lace. In strong contrast to the intensity of her eyes, and her language gave no hint of what she felt on the subject. Sashal says that when they left, they took flaming waters belonging to sisters. She believes are with the boy, so it seems bloody certain they were looking for him and likely have found him by now. She has no idea why, but she confirms what Twain claimed concerning Logain. Apparently, the bloody man is no longer gentled. Impossible, Jindra muttered into her teacup, but softly Sutama disliked having her statements. Challenged Pavara kept her opinions to herself and sipped from her own cup. So far there seemed nothing in the letter worthy of discussion, except how Sashal could be in charge of anything, and she would rather think of anything other than Sashal's fate. The tea tasted of blueberries. How had Sutama obtained blueberries this early in the spring? Perhaps they had been dried. I will read the rest to you, Sutama said, unfolding the page and scanning almost to the bottom before beginning. Apparently Sashal had been very detailed. What was the highest? Not sharing. So many suspicions. I have been so long without communicating, because I could not work out how to say what I must. But now I see that simply telling the facts is the only way, along with a number of other sisters, who I will leave to decide for themselves whether to reveal what I am about to. I have sworn an oath of fealty to the Dragon Reborn, which is to last until Tarman Gaiden has been fought. Javindra gasped loudly, her eyes popping, but Pavara merely whispered, Tavaran. It must be that. Tavaran had always been her explanation for most of the disturbing rumors out of Kairi. Sutama read on right over them. What I do for the good of the Red AA and the good of the Tower. Should you disagree, I will surrender myself for your discipline after Tarman Gaiden. As you may have heard, Erdine Fatimehmed, Ronila Vanios and I were all stilled when the Dragon Reborn escaped at Dumi's Wells. We have been healed, however, by a man named Damer Flynn, one of the Ashermen, and we all seem to be restored fully. Unlikely as this seems, I swear beneath the light, and by my hope of salvation and rebirth, that it is true. I look forward to my eventual return to the Tower, where I will retake the 3 oaths to reaffirm my dedication to my AA and to the Tower. Folding the letter again, she gave her head a small shake. There's more, but it's all more bloody pleading that what she's doing is for the AAA and the Tower. A glitter in her eyes suggested that Sashal might come to regret surviving the last battle. If Sashal truly has been healed, Pavara began and could not go on. She wet her lips with tea, then raised the cup again and took a mouthful. The possibility seemed too wonderful to hope for a snowflake that might melt at a touch. This is impossible, Jindra growled, though not very strongly. Even so, she directed the comment to Pavara, lest the highest think it meant for her. A deep scowl made her face harsher. Gentling cannot be healed. Stilling cannot be healed. Sheep will fly first. Sashal must be delusional. Tavain might be mistaken, Sutama said in a very strong voice, though if she is, I can see why these flaming Ashiman would let Lone be one of them, much less command. But I hardly think Sasheli could be bloody mistaken about herself, and she doesn't write like a woman having flaming delusions. Sometimes what is bloody impossible is only bloody impossible until the first woman does it. So Stilling has been healed by a man. Those flaming Shakan locusts are chaining every woman they find who can channel, apparently including a number of sisters. 12 days passed. Well, you know what happened as bloody well as I. The world has become a more dangerous place than at any time since the Trollic Wars, perhaps, since the breaking itself. Therefore, I've decided we will move forward with your scheme, for these flaming Ashiman Pavara, distasteful and hazardous, yet burn me. There is no bloody choice. You and Jarindra will arrange it together. Pavara winced. Not for the Shashan. They were human, whatever strange tangriel they possessed, and they would be defeated eventually. Mention of what the Forsaken had done 12 days ago brought a grimace, though, despite her efforts at keeping a smooth face. So much of the power wielded in one place could have been no one else. To the extent she could, she avoided thinking about that, or what they might have been trying to accomplish, or worse, what they might have accomplished. A second UCC came at hearing the proposal to bond a Shima named as hers, but that had been inevitable from the moment she presented Tarna's suggestion to Tsutama, while holding her breath against the eruption she was sure would come. She had even used the argument of increasing the size of linked circles by including men against that monstrous display of the power. Surprisingly, there had been no eruption and small reaction of any kind. Tsutama merely said she would think on it, and insisted on having the relevant papers about men and circles delivered to her from the library. The third UCC, the largest, was for having to work with Havindra for being saddled with the job at all. She had more than enough on her plate at the moment, besides which working with Havindra was always painful. The woman argued against anything put forward by anyone save herself, nearly anything. Javendra had been vehemently against. Bonding Ashaman, horrified at the notion of Red Sisters bonding anyone almost as much as at bonding men who could channel. Yet now that the highest had commanded it, she was stymied. Still she found a way to argue against. "A leader will never allow it," she muttered. Tsutama's glittering eyes caught her gaze and held it. The bony woman swallowed audibly. "A leader will not know until it is too late." Havindra. "I hide her secrets, the disaster against the Black Tower Dumai's wells, as best I can, because she was raised from the red. But she is the Armaland seat of all ages and none. That means she is no longer red, and this is a business, not hers." A dangerous tone entered her voice, and she had not cursed once. That meant she was on the edge of open fury. "Do you disagree with me on this? Do you intend to inform Elida despite my expressi wishes, no highest?" Jindra replied quickly, then buried her face in her cup. Strangely, she seemed to be hiding a smile. Pavara contented herself with shaking her head. If it had to be done, and she was certain it must, then, clearly, Elida had to be kept in the dark. What did Havindra have to smile about? "Too many suspicions. I'm very glad that you both agree with me," Tsutama said dryly, leaning back in her chair. "Now leave me." They paused only to set down their cups and curtsy. In the red, when the highest spoke, everyone obeyed, including sitters, the sole exception by Aja law was voting in the hall, though some women who held the title had managed to ensure that any vote near to their hearts went as they wished. Pavara was certain Tsutama intended to be one such. The struggle was going to be distinctly unpleasant. She only hoped she could give as good as she got. In the corridor outside, Shavindra muttered something about correspondence and rushed off down the white floor tiles, marked with the red flame of Tarvalan, before Pavara could say a word. Not that she had intended to say anything, but surely as peaches were poisoned, the woman was going to drag her heels in this and leave the whole matter in her lap, light. But this was the last thing she needed, at the worst possible time. Pausing at her own rooms, only long enough to gather her long fringed shawl and check the hour, a quarter of an hour to noon, she was almost disappointed that her one clock agreed with Tsutama's clocks frequently did not. She left the red quarters and hurried deeper into the tower, down into the common areas below. The quarters. The wide hallways were well lighted with mirrored stand lamps, but almost empty of people, which made them seem cavernous, and the frieze-banded white walls stark. The occasional rippling of a bright tapestry in a draught had an eerie feel, as though the silk or wool had taken on life. The few people she saw were serving men and women with the flame of Tarvalon on their chests, scurrying along about their chores, and barely pausing long enough to offer hurried courtesies. They kept their eyes lowered, with the AAS separated into all. But where in camps fated tension and antagonism filled the tower, and the mood had infected the servants, frightened them at least. She could not be sure, but she thought fewer than 200 sisters remained in the tower, most keeping to their AA quarters, except for necessity. So she really did not expect to see another sister strolling. When Adelora Bastine glided up the short stairs from a crossing corridor, almost right in front of her, she was so surprised she gave a start. Adelora, who made slimness appear stately despite her lack of height, walked on. Without acknowledging Pavara in any way, the Solanian woman wore her shawl too. No sister was seen outside her A quarters without her shawl now, and was followed by her 3 warders, short and tall, wide and lean. They wore their swords, and their eyes never ceased moving. Warders wearing swords and plainly guarding their eyes back in the tower, that was all too common. Yet Pavara could have wept at it. Only there were too many reasons for weeping to settle on one. Instead, she set about solving what she could. Sutama could command Reds to bond, Asherman command them not to go running, to a leader. But it seemed best to begin with sisters who might be willing to entertain the notion without being ordered, especially with rumors spreading of 3 Red sisters dead at Asherman hands. Tarna Fair had already entertained it, so a very private conversation with her was in order. She might know others of a like mind. The greatest difficulty would be approaching the Asherman with the idea. They were very unlikely to agree just because they themselves had already bonded. 51 sisters, light of the world. 51. Broaching the subject would require a sister who possessed diplomacy and a way. With words and iron nerve, she was still mulling over names when she saw the woman she had come to meet already at the appointed place, apparently studying a tall tapestry, tiny and willowy and regal in her pale silver silk, with a slightly darker lace at her neck and wrists. Yukiri appeared thoroughly engrossed in the tapestry and quieted her ease. Pavara could only recall seeing her the slightest bit flustered on one occasion, and putting Telane to the question had been nerve-wracking for everyone there. Yukiri was alone, of course, though, of late. She had been heard to say she was thinking of taking a warder again. Doubtless that was equal parts the current times and their own present situation. Pavara could have done with a ward or two herself. "Is there any truth in this, or is it all the weaver's fancy?" she asked, joining the smaller woman. The tapestry showed a long-ago battle against trolls, or was purported to. Most such things were made long after the fact, and the weavers usually went by hearsay. This one was old, enough to need the protection of a warding to keep it from falling apart. "I know as much about tapestries as a pig knows about blacksmithing." Pavara. For all her elegance, Yukiri seldom let long pass without revealing her country origins. The silvery grey fringe of her shawl swung as she gathered it around her. "You're late, so let's be brief. I feel like a hen being watched by a fox. Maris broke this morning, and I gave her the oath of obedience myself. But as with the others, her one other is out of the tower with the rebels, I think." She fell silent as a pair of serving women approached up, the hallway carrying a large wicker laundry basket, with neatly folded bed linens bulging from the top. Pavara sighed. It had seemed so encouraging at the start, terrifying, and nearly overwhelming too. Yet they had appeared to be making a good beginning. Talon had only known the name of one other black sister actually in the tower at present, but once Atuan had been kidnapped, Pavara would have liked to think of it as an arrest, yet she could not when they seemed to be violating half of tower law and a good many strong customs besides. Once Atuan was safely in hand, she had soon been induced to surrender the names of her heart: Kerala Sangir, a Damani Grey, and Maris Thornahill, an Andoran Brown. Only Kerala, among them, had a warder, though he had turned out to be a dark friend too. Luckily, soon after learning that his eyes had betrayed him, he had managed to take poison in the basement room, where he had been confined while Kerala was questioned. Strange to think of that as lucky, but the oath rod only worked on those who could channel, and they were too few to guard and tend. Prisoners. It had been such a bright beginning, however fraught, and now they were at an empath unless one of the others returned to the tower, back to searching for discrepancies between what sisters claimed to have done and what it could be proven they actually had something made harder by the inclination of most sisters to be oblique in nearly everything. Of course, Telen and the other three would pass along whatever they knew, whatever came into their hands. The oath of obedience took care of that. But any message very much more important than take this and put it in that place would be in a cipher, known only to the woman who sent it and the woman it was directed to. Some were protected by a weave that made the ink vanish if the wrong hand broke the seal. That could be done with so little of the power it might go unnoticed unless you were looking for it, and there appeared to be no way to circumvent the ward. If they were not at an impasse, then their flow of success was reduced to a creeping trickle, and always there was the danger that the hunted would learn of them and become the hunters. Invisible hunters for all practical purposes, just as they now seemed invisible prey. Still, they had 4 names plus 4 sisters in hand who would admit they were dark friends, though likely Maris would be as quick as the other 3 to claim she now rejected the shadow, repented of her sins and embraced the light once more enough to convince anyone. Supposedly, the Black R knew everything that passed in Elida's study. Yet it might be worth the risk. Pavara refused to believe Talon's claim that Elida was a dark friend. After all, she had initiated the hunt. The Amelin seat could rouse the entire tower. Perhaps a revelation that the Black Aja truly existed might do what the appearance of the rebels with an army had failed to stop the AAS from hissing at one another like strange cats and bind them back together. The tower's wounds called for desperate remedies. The serving women passed beyond earshot, and Pavara was about to bring up the suggestion when Yukiri spoke again. Last night, Talon received an order to appear tonight before their Supreme Council. Her mouth twisted around the words in distaste. It seems that happens only if you're being honored or given a very, very important assignment, or if you're to be put to the question. Her lips almost writhed. What they had learned about the Black Gaja's means of putting someone to the question was as nauseating as it was incredible. Forcing a woman into a circle against her will, guiding a circle to inflict pain. Pavara felt her stomach writhing. Then doesn't think she's to be honored or given an assignment, Ukiri went on. So she begged to be hidden away. Say put her in a room in the lowest basement. Then may be wrong, but I agree with Sirin risking. It would be letting a dog into the chickenard and hoping for the best. Pavara stared up at the tapestry, stretching well above their heads. Armored men swung swords and axes, stabbed spears and halberds at huge man-like shapes, with boars' snouts and wolves' snouts with goats' horns and rams' horns. The weaver had seen trolls or accurate drawings. Men fought alongside the trolls too, dark friends. Sometimes fighting the shadow required spilling blood and desperate remedies. Let Telen go to this meeting, she said. Well, go, they won't expect us. We can kill or capture them and decapitate the Black at a stroke. This Supreme Council must know the names of all of them. We can destroy the whole Black Aja. Lifting an edge of the fringe on Pavar's shawl with a slim hand, Yukiri frowned at it ostentatiously. Yes, red. I thought it might have turned green when I wasn't looking. There will be 13 of them, you know. Even if some of this council are out of the tower, the rest will bring in sisters to make up the number. I know, Pavara replied impatiently. Talon had been a fountain of information, most of it useless and much of it horrifying, almost more than they could take in. We take everyone. We can order Zara and the others to fight alongside us, and even Telen and that lot. They'll do as they're told. In the beginning, she had been uneasy about that oath of obedience, but over time you could become accustomed to anything. So 19 of us against 13 of them, Yukiri mused, sounding much too patient. Even the way she adjusted her shawl radiated patience. Plus, whoever they have watching to make sure their meeting isn't disturbed. Thieves are always the most careful of their purses. That had the irritating sound of an old saying. Best to call the numbers even at best, and probably favoring them. How many of us die in return for killing or capturing how many of them? More importantly, how many of them escape? Remember, they meet hooded. If just one escapes, then we won't know who she is, but she'll know us. And soon enough, the whole Black Aja will know too. It sounds to me less like chopping off a chicken's head than like trying to wrestle a leopard in the dark. Pavara opened her mouth, then closed it without speaking. Yukiri was right. She should have tallied the numbers and reached the same conclusion herself, but she wanted to strike out at something, at anything, and small wonder the head of her AA might be insane. She was tasked with arranging for Reds, who by ancient custom bonded no one to bond, not just any men, but Ashaman, and the hunt for dark friends in the tower had reached a stone wall strikeout. She wanted to bite holes through bricks. She thought their meeting was at an end. She had come only to learn how matters progressed with Maris and a bitter harvest that had turned out. But Yukiri touched her arm. "Walk with me a while, we've been here too long and I want to ask you something." Nowadays sitters of different AAs standing together too long made rumors of plots sprout like mushrooms after rain. For some reason talking while walking seemed to cause many fewer. It made no sense, but there it was. Yukiri took her time getting to her question. The floor tiles turned from green and blue to yellow and brown as they walked along one of the main corridors that spiraled gently through the tower down 5 floors without seeing anyone else before she spoke. Has the Red heard from anyone who went with Toyn? Pavaro almost tripped over her own slippers. She should have expected it, though. Toyn would not have been the only one to write from Kyrie from Tavani herself, she said, and told almost everything that had been in Toyn's letter, under the circumstances. There was nothing else she could do. She did hold back the accusations against Elida, and also how long ago the letter had arrived. The one was still a business, she hoped, while the other might require awkward explanations. We heard from Akura Vet. Ukiri walked a few paces in silence, then muttered blood and bloody ashes. Pavara's eyebrows rose in shock. Ukiri was often earthy but never vulgar before this. She noted that the other woman had not said when Akura's letter arrived either. Had the Grey received other letters from Carrion from sisters who had sworn to the Dragon Reborn? She could not ask. They trusted one another with their lives in this hunt, and still a business was a business. "What do you intend doing with the information?" "We will keep silent for the good of the tower. Only the sitters and the head of our Aja know Ivanaline is for pulling a leader down because of this, but that can't be allowed now. With the tower to mend and the Shah-Chan and Ashiman to be dealt with, perhaps never." She did not sound happy over that. Pavara stifled her irritation. She could not like Elida. Yet you did not have to like the Armelan's seat. Any number of very unlikable women had worn the stole and done well for the tower. But could sending 51 sisters into captivity be called doing well? Could Dumi's Wells, with 4 sisters dead, and more than 20 delivered into another sort of captivity to a Tavaran? No matter, Elida was Red, had been Red, and far too long had passed since a Red gained the stole and staff. All the rash actions and ill-considered decisions seemed things of the past since the rebels appeared, and saving the tower from the Black AA would redeem her failures. That was not how she put it, of course. She began the hunt, Yukiri. She deserves to finish it. Light, everything we've uncovered so far has come by chance, and we are at a full stop. We need the authority of the Armland seat behind us. If we're to get any further, I don't know, the other woman said, wavering. All 4 of them say the Black knows everything that happened in Elida's study. She bit at her lip and shrugged uncomfortably. Perhaps if we can meet her alone away from her study. There you are, I've been looking everywhere. Pavara turned calmly at the sudden voice behind them, but Yukiri gave a start and muttered something pungent almost under her breath. If she kept this up, she would be as bad as Doasin or Tsutama. Kane hurried down to them with the fringes of her shawls swinging and her thick black eyebrows rising in surprise at Yukiri's glare. How like a white logical in everything and often blind to the world around them. Half the time Kane seemed unaware they were in any danger at all. "You were looking for us." Yukiri almost growled, planting her fists on her hips. Despite her diminutive size, she gave a good impression of fierce looming. Doubtless part of that was for being startled, but she still believed Kane should be guarded closely for her own protection, no matter what Sarin had decided. And here the woman was out and about alone. "For you, for Sarin, for anyone," Kane replied calmly. Her earlier fears that the Black Aja might know what work Elida had assigned her were quite gone. Her blue eyes held warmth, yet otherwise she was back to being the prototypical white, a woman of icy serenity. "I have urgent news," she said, as though it were anything but, "the lesser is this. This morning I saw a letter from Ayako Noroni. that arrived several days ago from Kairi. She and Toain and all the others have been captured by the Ashaman, and tilting her head to one side, she studied them in turn. You aren't surprised in the slightest. Of course you've seen letters too. Well, there's nothing to be done about it now. Anyway, Pavara exchanged looks with Yukiri, then said, "This is the less urgent, Kane." The White Sitter's composure faded into worry, tightening her mouth and creasing the corners of her eyes. Her hands tightened into fists, gripping her shawl. "For us it is. I've just come from answering a summons to Elida. She wanted to know how I was getting on." Kane took a deep breath. With discovering proof that Alviaran entered a treasonous correspondence with the Dragon Reborn. Really? She was so circumspect in the beginning, so indirect, it's no wonder I misunderstood what she wanted. I think that fox is walking on my grave. Haukia murmured. Pavara nodded. The notion of approaching Elida had vanished like summer dew. Their one assurance that Elida was not herself black. Aja had been that she instigated the hunt for them, but since she had done no such thing, at least the black Aja remained in ignorance of them. At least they had that still. But for how much longer? "On mine too," she said softly. Alviarin glided along the corridors of the lower tower with an outward air of serenity that she held on to. Hard night seemed to cling to the walls despite the mirrored stand lamps, the ghosts of shadows dancing where none should be. Imagination surely, yet they danced on the edges of vision. The hallways were very nearly empty, though the second sitting of supper had just ended. Most sisters preferred to have food brought up to their rooms these days, but the hardier and more defiant ventured to the dining halls from time to time, and a handful still took many of their meals below. She would not risk sisters seeing her appear flustered or hurried. She refused to let them believe she was scuttling about furtively. In truth, she disliked anyone looking at her at all. Outwardly calm, she seethed inside. Abruptly, she realized that she was fingering the spot on her forehead where Shadar Haran had touched her, where the great lord himself had marked her as his hysteria. Bubbled almost to the surface with that thought, but she maintained a smooth face by sheer will and gathered her white silk skirts slightly that should keep her hands occupied. The great lord had marked her best not to think on that, but how to avoid it. The great lord on the outside, she displayed absolute composure, but within was a swirling tangle of mortification and hatred, and very near to gibbering terror. The external calm was what mattered, though, and there was a seed of hope. That mattered, too. An odd thing to think of as hopeful, yet she would hang on to anything that might keep her alive. Stopping in front of a tapestry that showed a woman wearing an elaborate crown kneeling to some long-ago armelin, she pretended to examine it while glancing quickly to left and right. Aside from her, the corridor remained as barren of life as an abandoned tomb. Her hand darted behind the edge of the tapestry, and in an instant she was walking on again, clutching a folded message. A miracle that it had reached her so quickly. The paper seemed to burn her palm, but she could not read it here. At a measured pace, she climbed reluctantly to the white AA quarters, calm and unfazed by anything on the outside. The great lord had marked her. Other sisters were going to look at her. The white was the smallest of the AAs, and barely more than 20 of its sisters were in the tower at present, yet it seemed that nearly all of them were out in the main hallway. The walk along the plain white floor tiles seemed like running a gauntlet. Kane and Fana were heading out, despite the hour shawls draped along their arms, and Kane gave her a small smile of commiseration, which made her want to kill the sitter, always thrusting her sharp nose in where it was unwanted. Fana held no sympathy. She scowled with more open fury than any sister should have allowed herself to show. All Alvarin could do was try to ignore the copper-kinned woman, without being obvious, short and stout, with her usually mild round face and an ink smudge on her nose. Fana was no one's image of a Demani, but the first reasoner possessed a fierce Demani temper. She was quite capable of handing down a penance for any slight, especially to a sister who had disgraced both herself and the white. The AA felt keenly the shame of her having been stripped of the keeper's stole. Most felt anger at the loss of influence as well. There were far too many glares, some from sisters who stood far enough below her that they should leap to obey if she gave a command. Others deliberately turned their backs. She made her way through those frowns and snubs at a steady pace, unhurried, yet she felt her cheeks beginning to heat. She tried to immerse herself in the soothing nature of the white quarters. The plain white walls, lined with silvered stand mirrors, held only a few simple tapestries, images of snow-capped mountains, shady forests, stands of bamboo with sunlight slanting through them. Ever since attaining the shawl, she had used those images to help her find serenity in times of stress. The great lord had marked her. She clutched her skirts and fists to hold her hands at her sides. The message seemed to burn her hand a steady, measured pace. Two of the sisters she passed ignored her simply because they did not see her. Estrella and Tassan were discussing food, spoilage arguing, rather faces smooth but eyes heated, and voices on the brink of heat. They were arithmetists of all things, as if logic could be reduced to numbers, and they seemed to be disagreeing on how those numbers were used. Calculating with Radun's standard of deviation, the rate is 11 times what it should be, Estrella said in tight tones. Furthermore, this must indicate the intervention of the shadow. Tan cut her off, beaded braids clicking as she shook her head. The shadow? Yes, but Radun's standard, it is outdated. You must use Kovan's first rule of medians and calculate separately for rotting meat or rotten. The correct answers, as I said, are 13 and 9. I've not yet applied it to the flour or the beans and the lentils, but it seems intuitively obvious. Estrella swelled up, and since she was a plump woman with a formidable bosom, she could swell impressively. Kofan's first rule, she practically spluttered, breaking in. That hasn't been properly proven yet. Correct and proven methods are always preferable to slipshod. Alviarin very nearly smiled as she moved on, so someone had finally noticed that the great lord had laid his hand on the tower, but knowing would not help them change matters. Perhaps she had smiled, but if so, she crushed it as someone spoke. You'd grimace too. Ramisa, if you were being strapped every morning before breakfast, Norin said, much too loudly. Hand plainly meaning for Alvarin to hear Ramisa. A tall, slender woman with silver bells sewn down the sleeves of her white embroidered dress looked startled at being addressed, and likely she was. Norin had few friends, perhaps none. She went on, cutting her eyes toward Alvarin to see whether she had noticed. It is irrational to call a penance private and pretend nothing is happening when the Armelin seat has imposed it, but then her rationality has always been overrated, in my opinion. Fortunately, Alvarin had only a short way further to reach her rooms. Carefully, she closed the outer door and latched the latch. Not that anyone would disturb her, but she had not survived by taking chances except where she had to. The lamps were lit, and a small fire burned on the white marble hearth against the cool of an early spring evening. At least the servants still performed their duties, but even the servants knew silent tears of humiliation began to stream down her cheeks. She wanted to kill Silviana, yet that would only mean a new mistress of novices laying the strap across her every morning until Elida relented. Except that Elida would never relent. Killing her would be more to the point, yet such killings had to be carefully rationed. Too many unexpected deaths would cause questions, perhaps dangerous questions. Still, she had done what she could against Elida. Katerina's news of this battle was spreading through the Black Aja, and beyond it already. She had overheard sisters who were not black talking of Dumi's wells in detail, and if the details had grown in the telling, so much the better. Soon the news from the Black Tower would have diffused through the White Tower, too likely expanding in the same way. A pity that neither would be sufficient to see Elida disgraced and deposed with those cursed rebels practically on the bridges. Yet Dumi's wells and the disaster in Andor hanging over her head would keep her from undoing what Alvarin had done. Break the White Tower from within, she had been ordered plant discord and chaos in every corner of the tower. Part of her had felt pain at that command. A part of her still did. Yet her greater loyalty was to the great Lord. Elida herself had made the first break in the tower, but she had shattered half of it past mending. Abruptly she realized that she was touching her forehead again, and snatched her hand down. There was no mark there, nothing to feel or see. Every time she glanced into a mirror, she checked in spite of herself, and yet sometimes she thought people were looking at her forehead, seeing something that escaped her own eyes that was impossible, irrational. Yet the thought crept in, no matter how often she chased it away, dashing tears from her face with the hand holding the message from the tapestry. She pulled the other two she had retrieved out of her belt pouch and went to the writing table standing against the wall. It was a plain table, and unadorned like all of her furnishings, some of which she suspected might be of indifferent workmanship, a trivial matter. So long as furniture did what it was supposed to do, nothing more mattered. Dropping the 3 messages on the table beside a small beaten copper bowl, she produced a key from her pouch, unlocked a brass-banded chest sitting on the floor beside the table, and sorted through the small leather-bound books inside until she found the 3 she needed each, protected, so that the ink on the pages would vanish if any hand but hers touched them. There were far too many ciphers in use for her to keep them in memory. Losing these books would be a painful trial, replacing them, arduous, hence the stout chest and the lock. A very good lock. Good locks were not trivialities. Quickly she stripped off the thin strips of paper, wrapping the message recovered from behind the tapestry, held them to a lamp flame, and dropped them into the bowl to burn. They were only directions as to where the message was to be left, one meant for each woman in the chain. The extra strips merely a way of disguising how many links the message had to go through to reach its recipient. Too many precautions were an impossibility. Even the sisters of her own heart believed her no more than they. Only 3 on the Supreme Council knew who she was, and she would have avoided that had it been possible. There could never be too many precautions, especially now. The message, once she worked it out bending to write on another sheet, was much as she had expected since the previous night when Tallene failed to appear. The woman had left the Green Quarters early yesterday, carrying fat saddlebags and a small chest, not having a servant carry them. She had performed the task herself. No one seemed to know where she had gone. The question was, had she panicked on receiving her summons to the Supreme Council, or was there something more Alviarin decided. Tallene had looked to Ukiran Docine as though seeking guidance. Perhaps she was sure she had not imagined it. Could she have a very small seed of hope? There must be something more. She needed a threat to the Black, or the Great Lord would withdraw his protection. Angrily she pulled her hand away from her forehead. She never considered using the small Turangrial she had hidden away to call Misana. For one thing, one very important thing, the woman surely intended to kill her, very likely despite the Great Lord's protection. On the instant, if that protection were lost, she had seen Masana's face, knew of her humiliation. No woman would let that pass, especially not one of the chosen. Every night she dreamed of killing Masana, often daydreamed of how to manage it successfully, yet that must wait on finding her without the woman knowing herself found. In the meanwhile, she needed more proof. It was possible that neither Masana nor Shidar Haron would see Talon as verification of anything. Sisters had panicked and run in the past, if rarely, and assuming Masana and the Great Lord were ignorant of that would be dangerous. In turn, she touched the ciphered message and the clear copy to the lamp flame, and held each by a corner until they had burned nearly to her fingers before dropping them atop the ashes in the bowl. With a smooth black stone that she kept as a paperweight, she crushed the ashes and stirred them about. She doubted that anyone could reconstitute words from ash, but even so, still standing, she deciphered the other 2 messages and learned that Yukiri and Docine both slept in rooms warded against intrusion. That was unsurprising. Hardly a sister in the tower slept without warding these days, but it meant kidnapping either would be difficult. That was always easiest when carried out in the depths of the night by sisters of the woman's own AE. It might yet turn out. Those glances were happenstance or imagination. She needed to consider the possibility. With a sigh, she gathered more of the small books from the chest and gently eased herself onto the goose-down cushion on the chair at the writing table. Not gently enough to stop a debut as her weight settled, though she stifled a whimper. At first she had thought the humiliation of Sylviana's strap far worse than the pain. But the pain no longer really faded. Her bottom was a mass of bruises, and tomorrow the mistress of novices would add to them, and the day after that, and the day after. A bleak vision of endless days howling under Sylviana's strap of fighting to meet the eyes of sisters who knew all about the visits to Sylviana's study. Trying to chase those thoughts away, she dipped a good steel-nibbed pen and began to write out ciphered orders on thin sheets of paper. Tellin must be found and brought back, of course, for punishment and execution. If she had simply panicked, and if she had not, if she had somehow found a way to betray her oaths. Alviarin clung to that hope while she commanded a close watch put on Ukiri and Dorcine. A way had to be found to take them, and if they were caught up in chance and imagination, something could still be manufactured from whatever they said. She would guide the flows in the circle. Something could be made. She wrote furiously, unaware that her free hand had risen to her forehead, searching for the mark. Afternoon sunlight slanted through the tall trees on the ridge above the vast Shido encampment, dappling the air, and songbirds trilled on the branches overhead. Redbirds and blue jays flashed by slashes of color, and Galena smiled. Heavy rain had fallen in the morning, and the air still held a touch of coolness beneath sparse, slowly drifting white clouds. Likely her grey mare with its arched neck and lively step had been the property of a noble woman, or at least a wealthy merchant. No one else but a sister could have afforded such a fine animal. She enjoyed these rides on the horse she had named Swift, because one day it would carry her swiftly to freedom, just as she enjoyed this time alone to dwell on what she would do once she had her freedom. She had plans for repaying those who had failed her, beginning with Elida. Thinking about those plans, about their eventual fruition, was most enjoyable. At least she enjoyed her rides, so long as she managed to forget that the privilege was as much a mark of how thoroughly Thorova owned her as were the thick white silk robe she wore and her fire-drop-studded belt and collar. Her smile faded into a grimace, adornments for a pet that was allowed to amuse itself when not required to amuse its owner, and she could not remove those jeweled markers. Even out here someone might see. She rode here to get away from the ale, yet they could be encountered in the forest too. Thorova might learn of it. Difficult as it was to admit to herself, she feared the hawk-eyed wise one to her bones. Thorova filled her dreams, and they were never pleasant. Often she woke sweat-soaked and weeping. Waking from those nightmares was always a relief, whether or not she managed to get any sleep for the rest of the night. There was never any order against escape on these rides, an order she would have had to obey, and that lack produced its own bitterness. Thorova knew she would return no matter how she was mistreated. In the hope that someday the Wise One might remove that cursed oath of obedience, she would be able to channel again, when and as she wished. Savannah sometimes made her channel to perform menial tasks, or just to demonstrate that she could command it. But that occurred so seldom that she hungered for even that chance to embrace Siada. Thorova refused to let her so much as touch the power unless she begged and groved, but then refused her permission to channel a thread, and she had growled, abased herself completely just to be granted that scrap. She realized that she was grinding her teeth and forced herself to stop. Perhaps the oath rod in the tower could lift that oath from her, as well as the nearly identical rod in Thorova's possession. Yet she could not be sure the two were not identical. It was only a difference in marking. Yet what if that indicated that an oath sworn on one was particular to that rod? She dared not leave without Sarava's rod. The Wise One often left it lying in the open in her tent. "But you will never pick that up," she had said. Oh, Galena could touch that wrist-thick white rod, stroke its smooth surface, yet, however hard she strained, she could not make her hand close on it. Not unless someone handed it to her. At least she hoped that would not count as picking the thing up. It had to be so. Just the thought that it might not be filled her with bleakness. The yearning in her eyes when she gazed at the rod brought Thiava's rare smiles. "Does my little Lena want to be free of her oath?" She would say mockingly, "Then Lena must be a very good pet, because the only way I will consider freeing you is for you to convince me that you will remain my pet even then." A lifetime of being Thorava's plaything and the target for her temper. A surrogate to be beaten whenever Thorava raged against Savannah. Bleakness was not strong enough to describe her feelings, on that horror was more like it. She feared she might go mad if that happened, and equally she feared there might be no escape into madness. Mood thoroughly soured, she shaded her eyes to check the height of the sun. Thiava had merely said that she would like her back before dark, and a good 2 hours of daylight remained. But she sighed with regret and immediately turned swift down slope through the trees toward the camp. The Wise One enjoyed finding ways to enforce obedience without direct commands, 1,000 ways to make her crawl. For safety, the woman's slightest suggestion must be taken as a command. Being a few minutes late brought punishments that made Galina cringe at the memories, cringe and heel the mare. To a faster pace through the trees, Thorava accepted no excuses. Abruptly, an AI man stepped out in front of her from behind a thick tree. A very tall man in Cadinsur, with his spears thrust through the harness that held his bow case on his back and his veil hanging on his chest. Without speaking, he seized her bridle. For an instant she gaped at him, then drew herself up indignantly. "Fool," she snapped, "you must know me by now. Release my horse or Savannah, and Thorava will take turns removing your skin." These ale usually showed little on their faces yet. She thought his green eyes widened slightly, and then she screamed as he seized the front of her robe in a huge fist and jerked her from the saddle. "Be silent, Gishine," he said, but as though he cared nothing for whether she obeyed. At one time, she would have had to. But once they realized that she obeyed an order from anyone, there had been too many who enjoyed sending her on foolish errands that kept her occupied when Sarava or Savannah wanted her. Now she need obey only certain wise ones, and Savannah. So she kicked and flailed and screamed in desperate hope of attracting someone who knew she belonged to Thorava. If only she were allowed to carry a knife, even that would have been a help. How could this man not recognize her, or at least know what her jeweled belt and collar meant? The encampment was immense, as filled with people as many large cities, yet it seemed that everyone could point out Thorava's pet wetlander. The woman would have this fellow skinned, and Galina meant to enjoy every minute of watching. All too quickly, it became apparent that a knife would have been no use at all. Despite her struggles, the brute handled her easily, pulling her cowl down over her head, blinding her, then stuffing as much of it as he could into her mouth, before binding it there. Then he flipped her face down and bound her wrists and ankles tightly as easily as if she had been a child. She still thrashed, but it was wasted effort. He wanted some guy shine that aren't a eel G, but a guy shined in silk and jewels and out a-riding, a man said, and Galina stiffened. That was no ale man. Those were the accents of Morandi. "Sure, and that's none of your ways, is it, Shido?" The word was spat out like a curse. "Well, we still need to find a few more if he's to learn anything useful. Maybe more than a few. There are tens of thousands of folks in white down there, and she could be anywhere among them, I think. Maybe this one can tell Perne what he needs to know." Faga kneeled. If she had stiffened before now, she froze. Ice seemed to form in her stomach and in her heart. Pinabara had sent these men. If he attacked the Shido trying to rescue his wife, he would be killed, destroying her leverage with Phil. The woman would not care what was revealed with her man dead, and the others had no secrets they feared having known. In horror, Galina saw her hopes of obtaining the rod melting away. She had to stop him, but how and why would be you? And why would be? "Thinking that Gaul she is Sedai and a friend of Savannah, it seems, is she now?" the Morandian said in a thoughtful tone. "Is she that strangely neither man sounded the least uneasy over laying hands on an eye's sad eye, and the ale-man apparently had done so fully aware of what she was. Even if he was a renegade Shido, he had to be ignorant of the fact that she could not channel without permission. Only Savannah and a handful of the wise ones knew that. This was all growing more confusing by the moment. Suddenly she was lifted into the air and laid on her belly across her own saddle, she realized, and the next moment she was bouncing on the hard leather, one of the men using a hand to keep her from falling as the mare began to trot. "Let us go to where you can make us one of your holes." Fur knelled just the other side of the slope. "Gee, why I've been here so often I can make a gateway nearly anywhere at all. Do you run everywhere a gateway?" What was the man blathering about, dismissing his nonsense? She considered her options and found none good, bound like a lamb for market gagged. So she would not be heard 10 paces away if she shrieked her lungs out. Her chances of escape were non-existent, unless some of the Shido sentries intercepted her captors, but did she want them to? Unless she reached Abara, she had no way to stop him from ruining everything. On the other hand, how many days off did his camp lie? He could not be very near, or the Shido would have found him by now. She knew scouts had been making sweeps as far as 10 mi from the camp. However many days were required to reach him, it would take as many to return. Not merely minutes late, but days. Late Thorava would not kill her, for it just make her wish she were dead. She could explain a tale of being captured by brigands. No, just a pair. It was hard enough to believe 2 men had gotten this near the encampment, much less a band of brigands unable to channel. She had needed time to escape. She could make the tale convincing. It might persuade Sarava if she said it was useless. The first time Sarava had punished her for being late, it had been because her cinch broke, and she had had to walk back leading her horse. The woman had not accepted that excuse, and she would not accept being kidnapped either. Galina wanted to weep. In fact, she realized that she was weeping hopeless tears. She was helpless to stop. The horse halted, and before she could think, she convulsed wildly, trying to fling herself off the saddle, screaming as loudly as her gag permitted. They had to be trying to avoid centuries. Surely Sarava would understand if the centuries returned with her and her captors, even if she was late. Surely she could find a way to handle File, even with her husband dead. A hard hand smacked her rudely. "Be silent," the ale man said, and they began to trot again. Her tears began again too, and the silk cowl covering her face grew damp. Sarava was going to make her howl, but even while she wept, she began to work on what she would say to Abara. At least she could salvage her chances of obtaining the rod. The Rava was going to no. She needed to concentrate on what she could do. Images of the cruel wise one holding a switch or a strap or binding cords reared in her mind. But every time she forced them down, while she went over every question Abara might ask, and what answers she would give him on what she would say to make him leave his wife's safety in her hands. In none of her calculations had she expected to be lifted down and stood upright no more than an hour after being captured, unsettle her horse, Norin and picketed with the others. The Mirandian said, "Right away." Master Neild came a reply in a Kyanan accent. The bonds around her ankles fell away. A knife blade slid between her wrists, severing those cords, and then whatever held her gag in place was untied. She spat out silk soden with her own saliva and jerked the cowl back. A short man in a dark coat was leading Swift away through a straggle of large patched brown tents and small crude huts that seemed made from tree branches, including pine boughs with brown needles. How long for pine to turn brown days? Surely, perhaps weeks. The 60 or 70 men tending cook fires or sitting on wooden stools looked like farmers in their rough coats, but some were sharpening swords and spears and halberds, and other polearms stood stacked in a dozen places. Through the gaps between the tents and huts, she could see more men moving about to either side, a number of them in helmets and breastplates mounted, and carrying long streamered lances, soldiers riding out on patrol. How many more lay beyond her sight? No matter what was in front of her eyes was impossible. The Shido had centuries farther from their camp than this. She was certain they did. If the face wasn't enough, Nold murmured. That cool calculating study would convince me, like she's examining worms under a rock she's turned over. A weedy fellow in a black coat. He knuckled his waxed mustaches in an amused way, careful not to spoil the points. He wore a sword, but he certainly had no look of soldier or armsman about him. "Well, come along then," I said. "Aye," he said, clasping her upper arm. "Lord Perney will be wanting to ask you some questions." She jerked free, and he calmly took a firmer grip. None of that now. The huge aleman, Gaul, took her other arm, and she could go with them or be dragged. She walked with her head high, pretending they were merely an escort, but anyone who saw how they held her arms would know differently. Staring straight ahead, she was still aware of armed farm boys. Most were young, staring at her, not gaping in astonishment, just watching. Considering how could they be so high-handed with an eyes? Some of the wise ones who were unaware of the oath holding her had begun expressing doubt that she was eyes to die because she obeyed so readily and truckled so for Thorova. But these two knew what she was and did not care. She suspected those farmers knew too, and yet none displayed any surprise at how she was being treated. It made the back of her neck prickle. As they approached a large red and white striped tent with the door flaps tied back, she overheard voices from inside. "Said he was ready to come right now," a man was saying. "I can't afford to feed one more mouth when I don't know for how long," another man replied. "Blood and ashes. How long does it take to arrange a meeting with these people?" Gaul had to duck into the tent, but Galina strode in as though entering her own rooms in the tower. A prisoner she might be, yet she was Aisai, and that simple fact was a powerful tool and weapon. Who was he trying to arrange a meeting with? Not Savannah. Surely let it be anyone but Savannah. In stark contrast to the ramshackle camp outside, there was a good flowered carpet for a floor here, and 2 silk hangings embroidered with flowers and birds in a carrion fashion hung from the roof poles. She focused on a tall, broad-shouldered man in his shirt sleeves, with his back to her, leaning on his fists against a slender-legged table that was decorated with lines of gilding and covered with maps and sheets of paper. She had only glimpsed Abara at a distance in Kirion, yet she was sure this was the farm boy from Randall Thor's home village, in spite of the silk shirt and well-polished boots. Even the turndowns were polished. If nothing else, everyone in the tent seemed to be looking to him. As she walked into the tent, a tall woman in high-necked green silk with small touches of lace at her throat and wrists, black hair falling in waves to her shoulders, laid a hand on Abara's arm in a familiar manner. Galena recognized her. "She seems cautious," Perrin Berelain said. "Wary of a trap, in my estimation. Lord Pern put in a greying, hard-bitten man in an ornate breastplate worn over a scarlet coat. A Guilan," Galena thought. At least he and Berelain explained the presence of soldiers, if not how they could be where they could not possibly. Galena was very glad she had not encountered the woman in Kyrie. That would have made matters now more than merely awkward. She wished her hands were free to wipe the residue of tears from her face, but the 2 men held onto her arms firmly. There was nothing to be done about it. She was Aisai, that was all that mattered. That was all she would allow to matter. She opened her mouth to take command of the situation. Abara suddenly looked over his shoulder at her, as though he had sensed her presence in some way, and his golden eyes froze her tongue. She had dismissed tales. That the man had a wolf's eyes, but he did a wolf's hard eyes in a stone-hard face. He made the Gildan look almost soft, a sad face behind that close-cropped beard as well over his wife. No doubt she could make use of that, and I said wearing gish shine white, he said flatly, turning to face her. He was a large man, if not nearly so large as the ale man, and he loomed just by standing there, those golden eyes taking in everything. And a prisoner, it seems. She didn't want to come. She thrashed like a trout on the riverbank while Gaul was tying her up, Lord Nald replied. Myself, I had nothing to do but stand and watch. A strange thing to say, and in such a significant tone. What could he have? Abruptly she became aware of another man in a black coat, a stocky, weathered fellow with a silver pin in the shape of a sword fastened to his high collar. And she remembered where she had last seen men in black coats leaping out of holes in the air just before everything turned to utter disaster at Doomies Wells, Nield, and his holes, his gateways. These men could channel. It took everything she could summon not to try jerking free of the Mirandian's clasp, not to edge away. Just being this close to him made her stomach writhe, being touched by him. She wanted to whimper, and that surprised her. Surely she was tougher than that. She concentrated on maintaining an appearance of calm while trying to work moisture back into her suddenly dry mouth. She claims friendship with Savannah. Gaul added, a friend of Savannah. Abara said, frowning, but wearing a Gia shine robe, a silk robe and jewels. But still, you didn't want to come, but you didn't channel to try stopping Gaul and Nield from bringing you, and you're terrified. He shook his head. How did he know she was afraid? I'm surprised to see an eyes with a she-doe after Doomies Wells, or don't you know about that? Let her go, let her go. I doubt she'll take off running since she let you bring her this far. Doomies Wells does not matter, she said coldly, as the men's hands fell away. The pair remained on either side of her like guards, though, and she was proud of the steadiness of her voice, a man who could channel 2 of them. And she was alone and unable to channel a thread. She stood straight head erect. She was eyes sad, and they must see her every inch, and eyes sad-eye. How could he know she was afraid? Not a shred of fear tinged her words. Her face might as well have been carved of stone for all she let show. The White Tower has purposes none but I. Sedai can know or understand. I am about White Tower business, and you are interfering. An unwise choice for any man. The Gildan nodded wrathfully as though he had learned that lesson personally. Abara merely looked at her expressionless. Hearing your name was the only reason I didn't do something drastic to these two, she continued. If the Mirandian or the Ailman brought up how long that had taken, she was ready to claim that she had been stunned at first, but they held silent, and she spoke quickly and forcefully. Your wife Phil is under my protection as well as Queen Alejandra, and when my business with Savannah is done, I will take them to safety with me and help them reach wherever they wish to go. In the meanwhile, however, your presence here endangers my business, White Tower, business which I cannot allow. It also endangers you and your wife and Alejandra. There are tens of thousands of ale in that camp, many tens of thousands. If they descend on you, and their scouts will find you soon, if they haven't already, they will wipe all of you from the face of the earth. They may harm your wife and Alejandra for it as well. I may not be able to stop Savannah. She is a harsh woman, and many of her wise ones can channel nearly 400 of them, all willing to use the power to do violence, while I am one-eyed Sedai and constrained by my oaths. If you wish to protect your wife, and the Queen turn away from their camp and ride as hard as you can, they may not attack you if you are obviously retreating. That is the only hope you or your wife have there. If only a few of the seeds she had planted took root, they should be enough to turn him back. If Alejandra is in danger, Lord Perrin the Gildan began, but Ibarra stopped him with a raised hand. That was all it took. The soldier's jaw tightened till she thought she might hear it creak. Yet he remained silent. "You've seen Phil?" the young man said, excitement touching his voice. "She's well, she hasn't been harmed." The fool seemed not to have heard a word she said beyond mention of his wife. "Well, and under my protection, Lord Perrin. If this jumped-up country boy wanted to call himself a lord, she would tolerate it for the moment, she and Alejandra both." The soldier glowered at Ibarra, but he did not take the opportunity to speak. "You must listen to me. The Shido will kill you. Come here and look at this." Ibarra broke in, turning to the table and drawing a large page toward him. "You must forgive his lack of manners, Berlain murmured, handing her a worked silver cup of dark wine. "He is under considerable strain, as you might understand in the circumstances. I haven't introduced myself. I am Berilan the First of Mayan. I know you may call me Elise." The other woman smiled as though she knew that was a false name, yet accepting it. The First of Mayan was far from unsophisticated. A pity she had to deal with the boy instead. Sophisticated people who thought they could dance with eyes were easily led. Country folk could prove stubborn out of ignorance, but the fellow should know something of Isidai by now. Perhaps ignoring him would give him reason to think on who and what she was. The wine tasted like flowers on her tongue. "This is very good," she said with genuine gratitude. She had not tasted decent wine for weeks. Thiava would not permit her a pleasure the wise one denied herself. If the woman learned that she had found several barrels in Malden, she would not even have mediocre wine, and surely would be beaten as well. "There are other sisters in the camp," Alice said. "I'm Asuri Sukawa and Trigon and my own advisor, Anura Laris. Would you like to speak to them after you finish with Perrin?" With famed casualness, Galena drew up her cowl till her face was shadowed and took another swallow of wine for time to think Anora's presence was understandable, given Berilen's. But what were the other two doing there? They had been among those who fled the tower after Swan was deposed and a leader raised. True, none of them would know of her involvement in kidnapping the Althor boy for Elida. But still, "I think not," she murmured. "Their business is theirs and mine is mine." She would have given a great deal to know their business, but not at the cost of being recognized. Any friend of the Dragon Reborn might have notions about a red. "Help me convince Ibarra Barilaine. Your winged guards are no match for what the Shido will send against them. Whatever Gildan you have with you won't make a difference. An army will make no difference. The Shido are too many, and they have hundreds of wise ones ready to use the One Power as a weapon. I have seen them do it. You may die too, and even if you are captured, I can't promise I can make Savannah release you when I leave." Berilaine laughed, as though thousands of Shido and hundreds of wise ones who could channel were of no account. "Oh, have no fear, they will find us. Their camp lies a good 3-day ride from here, perhaps 4. The terrain turns rough not far from where we are 3 days, perhaps 4. Galena shivered. She should have put it together before this. 3 or 4 days of ground covered in less than an hour through a hole in the air created with the male half of the power. She had been near enough for Sedin to touch her. She kept her voice steady, though. Even so, you must help me convince him not to attack. It would be disastrous for him, for his wife, for everyone involved. Beyond that, what I am doing is important to the tower. You have always been a strong supporter of the tower. Flattery for the ruler of a single city and a few hides of land. But flattery oiled the insignificant, as well as it did the mighty. Perrin is stubborn, Elise said. I doubt you'll change his mind. That isn't easy to do, once he has it set. For some reason. The young woman smiled a smile mysterious enough to credit his. Sister Berylane, could you have your talk later? Abara said impatiently, and it was not a suggestion. He tapped the sheet of paper with a thick finger. Elise, would you look at this? That was not a suggestion either. Who did the man think he was? Ordering an eyes. Said I, still moving to the table, took her a little way from Neild. It brought her nearer the other one who was studying her intently. But he was on the other side of the table, a feeble barrier. Yet she could ignore him by looking at the sheet of paper under Abara's finger. Keeping her eyebrows from rising was difficult. The town of Malden was outlined there, complete with the aqueduct that brought water from a lake 5 miles away, and also a rough outline of the Shido camp surrounding the city. The real surprise was that markings seemed to indicate the arrival of septs since the Shido reached Malden, and the number of those meant his men had been observing the camp for some time. Another map, roughly sketched, seemed to show the city itself in some detail. I see you have learned how large their camp is, she said. You must know rescuing her is hopeless, even if you have 100 of those men. Speaking of them was not easy, and she could not entirely keep the contempt from her voice. It isn't enough. Those wise ones will fight back, hundreds of them. It would be a slaughter, thousands dead. Your wife, perhaps, among them. I have told you she and Alejandra are under my protection. When my business is finished, I will take them to safety. You have heard me say it. So by the 3 oaths you know it is true. Don't make the mistake of thinking that your connection to Randall Thor will protect you if you interfere in what the White Tower is doing. Yes, I know who you are. Did you think your wife wouldn't tell me? She trusts me. And if you want to keep her safe, you must trust me too. The idiot looked at her, as though her words had flown over his head without touching his ears. Those eyes were truly unsettling. Where does she sleep? Her and everyone else who was captured with her. Show me I cannot, she replied. Level. Gishin seldom sleep in the same place. 2 nights running with that lie vanished the last chance that she could leave File and the others alive. Oh, she had never intended to increase the risk of her own escape by aiding them, but that could always have been explained later by some change in circumstances. She could not hazard the possibility that they might actually escape one day and uncover her direct lie, however. I will get her free, he growled almost too softly for her to hear. Whatever it takes. Her thoughts raced. There seemed no way to divert him from it, but perhaps she could delay him. She had to do at least that. Will you at least hold off your attack? I may be able to conclude my affairs in a few more days, perhaps a week. A deadline should sharpen Phil's efforts. Before it would have been dangerous. A threat not carried out lost all force, and the chance had been too great that the woman might be unable to get the rod in time. Now the chance became necessary. If I can do that, and bring your wife and others out, there will be no reason for you to die needlessly. 1 week. Frustration painting his face. Abara thumped his fist on the table hard enough to make it bounce. You can have a few days, he growled. Maybe even a week or more if... He bit off whatever he had been about to say. Those strange eyes centered on her face. But I can't promise how many days, he went on. If I had my brothers, I'd be attacking now. I won't leave Fail a prisoner, a day longer than I have to, while I wait on Aes Sedai's schemes for the Shido to bear fruit. You say she's under your protection, but how great a protection can you really give wearing that robe? There are signs of drunkenness in the camp. Even some of their centuries drink, or the wise ones given to it as well. The sudden shift nearly made her blink. The wise ones drink only water, so you needn't think you can find them all in a stupor, she told him dryly and quite truthfully. It always amused her when the truth served her purposes. Not that the wise one's example was bearing much fruit. Drunkenness was rife among the Shido. Every raid brought back all the wine that could be found. Dozens and dozens of small stills produced vile, Brews from grains, and every time the wise ones destroyed a still two sprang up in its place, letting him know that would only encourage him. Though, as for the others, I have been with armies before this, and seen more drinking than I have among the Shido. If 100 are drunk among tens of thousands, what gain is there for you? Really, it will be better if you promised me a week. 2 would be better still. His eyes flashed to the map, and his right hand made a fist again, but there was no anger in his voice. Do the Shido. Go inside the town walls very often. She set the wine cup down on the table and drew herself up. Meeting that yellow-eyed gaze required effort, yet she managed without a falter. I think it's past time you showed proper respect. I am an Aes Sedai, not a servant. Do the Shido go inside the town walls very often? He repeated in exactly the same even tone. She wanted to grind her teeth. No, she snapped. They've looted everything worth stealing and some things that aren't. She regretted the words as soon as they left her tongue. They had seemed safe. Until she remembered men who could leap through holes in the air. That isn't to say they never enter. Most days a few go in. There might be 20 or 30 at any time, more on occasion in groups of 2 or 3. Did he have the wit to see what that would mean? Best to make sure he saw you could not secure them all. Inevitably some will escape to warn the camp. Ibarra only nodded. When you see Phil, tell her that on the day she sees fog on the ridges and hears wolves howl by daylight, she and the others must go to Lady Kern's fortress, at the north end of the city, and hide there. Tell her I love her, tell her I'm coming for her. Wolves, was the man demented? How could he ensure that wolves would suddenly, with those wolf's eyes on her? She was not sure she wanted to know. I will tell her she lied. Perhaps he only meant to use the men in black coats to grab his wife. But why wait at all in that case? Those yellow eyes hid secrets she wished she knew. Who was he trying to meet? Clearly, not Savannah. She would have thanked the light for that if she had not abandoned that foolishness long since, who was ready to come to him right away. One man had been mentioned, but that might mean a king with an army, or Althor himself, him she prayed never to see again. Her promise seemed to release something in the young man. He exhaled slowly, and a tension she had not noticed left his face. The trouble with a blacksmith's puzzle, he said softly. Tapping the outline of Malden is always getting the key piece into place. Well, that's done, or soon will be. Will you stay for supper? Berylin asked. The hour is near. The light was dimming in the open doorway. A lean serving woman in dark wool, her white hair in a bun on the back of her head, entered and began lighting the lamps. Will you promise me at least a week? Galena demanded. But Ibarra shook his head. In that case, every hour is important. She had never intended staying a moment longer than necessary, but she had to force her next words out. Will you have one of your men take me back to as near the camp as possible? Do it, nailed, Ibarra commanded, and at least try to be polite. He said that. She drew a deep breath and pushed her cowl back. I want you to hit me here. She touched her cheek hard enough to bruise. Finally, she had said something that got through to the man. Those yellow eyes widened and he tucked his thumbs behind his belt as though securing his hands. I will not, he said, sounding as though she were insane. The Gildan's mouth hung open and the serving woman was staring at her, the burning taper in her hand hanging dangerously near her skirts. I require it, Galena said firmly. She would need every scrap of verisimilitude she could find with Sarava. Do it. I don't believe he will, Berlin said, gliding forward with her skirts gathered. He has very country ways, if you will permit me. Galena nodded impatiently. There was nothing for it, though the woman likely would not leave a very convincing. Her vision went dark, and when she could see again, she was swaying slightly. She could taste blood. Her hand went to her cheek, and she winced. Too hard? Berylin inquired anxiously. No, Galena mumbled, fighting to keep her face smooth. Had she been able to channel, she would have torn the woman's head off. Of course, if she could have channeled, none of this would be necessary. Now the other cheek, and have someone fetch my horse. She rode into the forest with the Mirandian to a place where several of the huge trees lay toppled and oddly slashed. Sure, it would be difficult for her to use his hole in the air, But when the man produced a vertical silver-blue slash that widened into a view of steeply climbing land, she did not think of tainted Sidine at all as she heeled. Swift through the opening, never a thought except of Thiava. She almost howled when she realized she was on the opposite side of the ridge from the encampment. Frantically, she raced the sinking sun and lost. She had been right. Unfortunately, Thiava did not accept excuses. She was particularly upset over the bruises. She herself never marred Galina's face. What followed easily equaled her nightmares, and it lasted much longer. At times, when she was screaming her loudest, she almost forgot her desperate need to get the rod. But she clung to that obtain the rod, kill Fail and her friends, and she would be free. Egwene regained awareness slowly, and Muzzy, as she was, barely had the presence of mind to keep her eyes closed. Pretending still to be unconscious was all too easy. Her head lay slumped on a woman's shoulder, and she could not have lifted it had she tried, and eyes said eyes' shoulder. She could sense the woman's ability. Her brain felt stuffed with wool. Her thoughts were slow and veering, her limbs all but numb. Her wool riding dress and cloak were dry, she realized, despite the soaking she had received in the river. Well, that was easily managed with the power small chance they had channeled the water from her garments for her comfort. Though she was seated wedged in between two sisters, one of whom wore a flowery perfume, each using a hand to keep her more or less upright. They were in a coach, by the way. They all swayed, and the clatter of a trotting team's horseshoes on paving stones. Carefully she opened her eyes to narrow slits. The coach's side curtains were tied back through the stink of rotting garbage made. Her think it would have been better to pull them shut. Garbage rotting. How could Tarvalin have come to that? Such neglect of the city was reason enough by itself for Elida to be removed. The windows let in enough moonlight for her to dimly make out 3 eyes seated facing her in the rear of the coach. Even had she not known they could channel their fringed shawls, would have made it certain. In Tarvalan, wearing a shawl with fringe could result in unpleasantness for a woman who was not eyes. Oddly, the sister on the left appeared to be huddling against the side of the coach, away from the other two, and if they were not exactly huddling, at least they were sitting very close together, as though avoiding contact with the third eyes said, "I." Very odd. Abruptly it came to her that she was not shielded. Muddled she might be, but that made no sense at all. They could feel her strength as she could theirs, and while none was weak, she thought she could overcome all 5 if she were quick enough. The true source was a vast sun, just beyond the edge of sight, calling to her. The first question was, did she dare try yet? In the state her head was thought wading through knee-deep mud, whether she could actually embrace Sidar was uncertain, and succeed or fail they would know once she tried. Best to try recovering a little beforehand. The second question was, how long did she dare wait? They would not let her go unshielded forever. Experimentally, she tried wiggling her toes inside her stout leather shoes, and was delighted when they moved obediently. Life seemed to be returning slowly to her arms and legs. She thought she might be able to raise her head now, if unsteadily. Whatever they had given her was wearing off. How long? Events were taken out of her hands by the dark-haired sister, sitting in the middle of the rear seat, who leaned forward and slapped her so hard that she toppled onto the lap of the woman she had been leaning against. Her hand went to her stinging cheek on its own volition. So much for pretending unconsciousness. There was no need for that. Katarina. A raspy voice said above her as its owner lifted her upright again. She could hold her head up just, it turned out, Katarina. That would be Katarina. Rudden. A red. It seemed important to identify her captors for some reason, though she knew nothing of Katarina beyond her name, and Aja. The sister she had fallen onto was yellow-haired, but her moon-shadowed face belonged to a stranger. "I think you gave her too much of the fork root," the woman went on. A chill flashed through her, so that was what she had been fed. She racked her brain for everything Nynaeve had told her about that vile tea, but her thoughts were still slow. Better though it seemed, she was sure Nynaeve had said the effects took some time to go away completely. "I gave her the exact dose for Lana." The sister who had slapped her replied dryly, "And as you can see, it is leaving her precisely as it should. I want her able to walk by the time we reach the tower. I certainly don't intend to help carry her again." She finished with a glare for the sister, seated to Awan's left, who shook her head, beaded braids clicking faintly. That was Pratala Nurbaijan, a yellow who had done her best to avoid teaching novices or accepted and made little secret of her dislike for the task. When forced to it, to have my Harold carry her, it would have been improper. Yes, she said coldly. In fact, easily myself. I will be glad if she can walk, but if not, so be it. In any case, I look forward to handing her over to others. If you do not want to carry her again. Katerina, I do not want to stand guard over her half the night in the cells. Katerina gave a dismissive toss of her head. The cells? Of course she was bound for one of those small dark rooms on the first level of the tower's basement. Elida would charge her with falsely claiming to be the Armaland's seat. The penalty for that was death. Strangely, that brought no fear. Perhaps it was the herb working on her. Would Ramanda or Layan give way, agreeing to be raised, Armelin after she was dead? Or would they continue to struggle with one another until the entire rebellion faltered and failed and the sisters straggled back to Elida? A sad thought, that bone-deep sad. But if she could feel sorrow, the forkroot was not quenching her emotions, so why was she not afraid? She thumbed her great serpent ring. At least she tried to, and discovered it gone. Anger flared white-hot. They might kill her, but they would not deny she was eyes to die. Who betrayed me? She asked, pleased that her tone was even and cool. It can't hurt to tell me since I'm your prisoner. The sister stared at her as though surprised she had a voice. Katerina leaned forward casually, raising her hand. The red's eyes tightened when pale-haired Fana lunged to catch the slap before it could land on Higuain. She will no doubt be executed, the raspy-voiced woman said firmly, but she is an initiate of the tower, and none of us has the right to beat her. Take your hand off me, Brown. Katerina snarled, and shockingly the light of cedar enveloped her. In an instant the glow surrounded every woman on the coach except Higuain. They eyed one another like strange cats on the brink of hissing, on the brink of lashing out with claws. No, not everyone, Katerina and the taller sisters seated. Against her flank never glanced at one another, but they had glares of plenty for the rest. What under the light was going on? The mutual hostility was so thick in the air she could have sliced it like bread. After a moment, Falana released Katerina's wrist and leaned back, yet no one released the source. Higuain suddenly suspected that no one was willing to be the first. Their faces were all serene in the pale moonlight, but the Brown's hands were knotted in her shawl, and the sister, leaning away from Katerina, was smoothing her skirts repeatedly. About time for this, I think, Katerina said, weaving a shield. We wouldn't want you to try anything futile. Her smile was vicious. Higuain merely sighed as the weave settled on her. She doubted she could have embraced Sidia yet, in any case, and against 5 already full of the power, success would have lasted moments at most. Her mild reaction appeared to disappoint the red. This may be your last night in the world, she went on. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest if Elida had you stilled and beheaded tomorrow. Or even tonight, her lanky companion added, nodding. I think Elida may be that eager to see the end of you. Unlike Katerina, she was merely stating a fact, but she was surely another red, and watching the other sisters as though she suspected one of them might try something. This was very strange. Higuain held on to her composure, denying them the response they wanted. The response Katerina wanted, at least. She was determined to maintain her dignity right to the headsman's block. Whether or not she had managed to do well as Armeline, she would die in a manner fitting for the Armeland seat. The woman huddling away from the two reds spoke, and her voice full of Arafel allowed Higuain to put a name to the hard, narrow face dimly seen by moonlight, Berisha Terracunia Grey, with a reputation for the strictest and often harshest interpretation of the law. Always to the letter, of course, but never with any sense of mercy. Not tonight or tomorrow. Burisin. Not unless Elida is willing to summon the sitters in the middle of the night, and they're willing to answer. This requires a high court. No. Thing of minutes or even hours, and the hall seems less eager to please Elida than she might wish. Small wonder. The girl will be tried, but the hall will sit in the matter when they choose. I think the hall will come when Elida calls, or she'll hand them all penances that will make them wish they had Katerina sneered. The way Jala and Maram galloped off when we saw who we'd caught, she knows by now, and I'll wager that for this one, Elida will drag sitters from their beds with her own hands if she must. Her voice grew smug and cutting at the same time. Perhaps she will name you to the chair of pardon. Would you enjoy that? Berisha drew herself up indignantly, shifting her shawl on her arms. In some instances, the chair of pardon faced the same penalty as the one she defended. Perhaps this charge required it. Despite Swan's best efforts to complete her education, Egwene did not know what I want to hear. The Grey said, after a moment, ostentatiously ignoring the women on the seat with her, "What did you do to the harbor chain? How can it be undone? It can't be undone," Egwene replied. "You must know that it's quainter now. Even the power won't break it, only strengthen it. I suppose you could sell it if you tear down enough of the harbor wall to remove it. If anyone can afford a piece of quainter that big, or would want such a thing." This time no one tried to stop Katerina from slapping her, and very hard too. "Hold your tongue," the Red snapped. That seemed good advice unless she wanted to be slapped silly. She could taste blood in her mouth already. So I held her tongue, and silence descended on the rolling coach, the others all glowing with Sidar and watching each other suspiciously. It was incredible. Why had Elida ever chosen women who clearly detested one another for tonight's task? As a demonstration of her power, just because she could. No matter. If Elida allowed her to live through this night, at least she could let Swan know what had happened to her, and likely to Lyanna as well. She could let Swan know they had been betrayed and pray that Swan could track down the betrayer, pray that the rebellion would not collapse. She offered a small prayer for that on the spot. It was much more important than the other. By the time the coachman reined in the team, she had recovered enough to follow Katerina and Pratella from the coach, unaided, though her head still felt a trifle thick. She could stand, but she doubted she had the strength to run far. Not that trying would achieve anything beyond being halted after a few steps. So she stood calmly beside the dark lacquered coach and waited as patiently as the 4H horse team in their harness. After all, she was harnessed too, in a manner of speaking. The white tower loomed over them, a thick pale shaft rearing into the night. Few of its windows were alight, but some of those were near the very top, perhaps in the rooms Elida occupied. It was very strange. She was a prisoner and unlikely to live much longer, yet she felt she had come home. The tower seemed to renew her vigor. 2 tower-liveried back riders, the flame of Tarvalin on their chests, had dismounted from the rear of the coach to unfold the steps, and they stood offering a white-gloved hand to each woman who dismounted. But only Berisha availed herself, and only because it let her reach the paving stones quickly while eyeing the other sisters. Egwene suspected Barrisine gave the fellows such looks that one gulped audibly, and the others' face grew pale. Fana, busy trying to watch the others, merely waved the men away irritably. All 5 still held Sidar even here. They were at the main rear entrance, stone-railed marble stairs descending from the 2nd level beneath 4 massive bronze lanterns that cast a wide pool of flickering light. And to her surprise, a single novice stood alone at the foot of the stairs, clutching her white cloak against a slight chill in the air. She had more than half expected Elida to meet them in person, to gloat over her capture with a retinue of sycophants. That the novice was Nicola Treehill was a second surprise. The last place she would have thought to find the runaway was inside the White Tower itself. By the way, Nicola's eyes widened when I emerged from the coach. The novice was more startled than herself, but she dropped a neat, if hasty, curtsy to the sisters. "The armline says she is to be handed over to the mistress of novices, Katarina Sadai. She says that Silviana Sadai has her instructions. So it seems you'll be birched tonight at least," Katarina murmured with a smile. Egwene wondered whether the woman hated her personally, or for what she represented, or simply hated everyone. Birched. She had never seen it done, but she had heard a description. It sounded extremely painful. She met Katarina's gaze level, and after a moment the smile faded. The woman looked about to strike her again. The ale had a way of dealing with pain. They embraced it, gave themselves over to it, without fighting or even trying to hold back screams. Perhaps that would help. The wise one said, that way the pain could be cast off without keeping its hold on you. If Elida means to drag this out unnecessarily, I'll have no more pardon it tonight, Falana announced, frowning at everyone in sight. including Nicola. If the girl is to be stilled and executed, that should be sufficient. Gathering her skirts, the yellow-haired sister darted past Nicola up the stairs, actually running. The glow of Siddhar still surrounded her as she vanished inside. "I agree," Patella said coolly. "Harl, I think I'll walk with you while you stable Bloodlance," a dark, stocky man who had come out of the darkness leading a tall bay bowed to her. Stone-faced, he wore a ward's chameleon cloak that made most of him seem not to be there when he stood still and rippled with colors when he moved. Silently he followed Pratala off into the night, but watching over his shoulder, guarding Pratala's back. The light remained around her too. There was something here that I was missing. Suddenly Nicola spread her skirts in another curtsy, deeper this time, and words burst out of her in a rush. "I'm sorry I ran away, Mother. I thought they'd let me go faster here, Arena, and I thought, don't call her that." Katerina barked, and a switch of air caught the novice across the bottom hard enough to make her squeal and jump. "If you're attending the Armelin seat tonight, child, get back to her and tell her I said her orders will be carried out. Now run." With one last frantic glance at Egwene, Nicola gathered her cloak and her skirts and went scrambling up the stairs so fast that twice she stumbled and nearly fell, poor Nicola. Her hopes had surely been disappointed, and if the tower discovered her age, she must have lied about that too. Be taken in lying was one of her several bad habits. Egwene dismissed the girl from her mind. Nicola was no longer her concern. "There was no need to frighten the child out of her wits," Berisha said surprisingly. "Novices need to be guided, not bludgeoned," a far cry from her views on the law. Katerina and Barosine rounded on the grey together, staring at her intently. Only two cats now, but rather than another cat, they saw a mouse. "Do you mean to come with us to Silviana alone?" Katerina asked with a decidedly unpleasant smile twisting her lips. "Aren't you afraid, Grey?" Barosine said, a touch of mockery in her voice. For some reason, she swung one arm a little, so the long fringe of her shawl swayed. "Just the one of you, and two of us." The two backriders stood like statues, like men who desired hardly to be anywhere else, and hoped to remain unnoticed if sufficiently still. Berisha was no taller than Egwene, but she drew herself up and clutched her shawl around her. "Threats are specifically prohibited by Tower. Did Barosine threaten you?" Katerina cut in softly. Softly, yet with sharp steel wrapped in it. "She just asked whether you are afraid. Should you be?" Berisha licked her lips uneasily. Her face was bloodless, and her eyes grew wider and wider, as though she saw things she had no wish to see. I think I will take a walk in the grounds," she said at last in a strangled voice, and sidled away without ever taking her eyes from the two reds. Katerina gave a small, satisfied laugh. This was absolute madness. Even sisters who hated one another to the toenails did not behave in this fashion. No woman who gave in to fear as easily as Berisha could ever have become Aes Sedai in the first place. Something was wrong in the tower. Very wrong. "Bring her, Katerina," said starting up the stairs. At last releasing Siddhar, Barosine gripped Egwene's arm tightly and followed. There was no choice save to gather her divided skirts and go along without a struggle, yet her spirits were oddly buoyant. Entering the tower truly did feel like returning home. The white walls with their friezes and tapestries, the brightly coloured floor tiles seemed as familiar as her mother's kitchen. More so in a way. It had been far longer since she saw her mother's kitchen than these hallways. She took in the strength of home with every breath, but there was strangeness too. The stand lamps were all alike, and the hour could not be all that. Late yet she saw no one. There were always a few sisters gliding along the corridors, even in the dead of night. She remembered that vividly, catching sight of some sister while running on an errand in the small hours, and despairing that she would ever be so graceful, so queenly. I said I kept their own hours, and some Browns hardly liked being awake during daylight at all. Night held fewer distractions from their studies, fewer interruptions to their reading. But there was no one. Neither Katerina nor Barosine made any comment as they walked along hallways lifeless, except for the three of them. Apparently this silent emptiness was a matter of course. Now, as they reached pale stone stairs, set in an alcove, another sister finally appeared, climbing from below. a plump woman in a red-slashed riding dress with a mouth that looked ready to smile. She wore her shawl edged with long red silk fringe draped along her arms. Katerina and the others might well have worn theirs to mark them out clearly at the docks. No one in Tarvalen would bother a woman wearing a fringed shawl, and most kept clear if they could, particularly men. But why here? The newcomer's thick black eyebrows raised over bright blue eyes at the sight of Higuain, and she planted her fists on ample hips, letting her shawl slide to her elbows. Higuain did not think she had ever seen the woman before, but apparently the reverse was not true. Why, that's the Alvier girl. They sent her to South Harbour. Elida will give you a pretty for this night's work. Yes, she will. But look at her. Look at how she stands. So you'd think the pair of you were an honor guard for escort. I'd have thought she'd be weeping and wailing for mercy. I believe the herb is still dulling her senses, Katerina muttered with a sidelong scowl for Higuain. She doesn't seem to realize her situation. Barricine, still holding Higuain's arm, gave her a vigorous shake, but after a small stagger she managed to catch her balance and kept her face smooth, ignoring the taller woman's glares. In shock, the plump red said, nodding. She did not sound exactly sympathetic, but after Katerina, she was near enough. I've seen that before. How did matters go at North Harbour? Miller Barricine asked. Not so well as with you, it seems. With everyone else squealing to themselves like caught under a fence over there being two of us, I was afraid we'd scare off who we were trying to catch. It's a good thing there were two of us who would talk to one another. As it was, all we caught was a wilder, and not before she turned half the harbour chain towand. We ended up near killing the coach horses by galloping back like we caught your prize, Zanika insisted. I even put her ward up in place of the coachman. A wilder, Katerina said contemptuously. Only half relief stood out clearly, Embarrassing's voice. Then North Harbour isn't blocked. Mia's eyebrows climbed again as the implications sank in. We'll see how clear it is in the morning, she said slowly. When they let down the half that's still iron, the rest of it stands out stiff, like a bar of Quendiar. Myself, I doubt any, but smaller vessels will be able to cross. She shook her head with a puzzled expression. There was something strange, though more than strange. We couldn't find the wilder at first. We couldn't feel her channeling. There was no glow around her, and we couldn't see her weaves. The chain just started turning white. If Erebus's water hadn't spotted the boat, she might have finished and gotten away, clever Liana, I murmured. For an instant she squeezed her eyes shut. Liana had prepared everything in advance before coming in sight of the harbour, all inverted and her ability masked. If she herself had been as clever, she likely would have escaped cleanly. But then hindsight always saw farthest. That's the name she gave, Miller said, frowning. The woman's eyebrows, like dark caterpillars, were very expressive. Liana, Sheriff of the Green AA. Two very stupid lies. Dale is striping her from top to bottom down there, but she won't budge. I had to come up for a breath. I never liked flogging, even for one like that. Do you know this trick of hers, child? How to hide your weaves? Oh, light. They thought Liana was a wilder pretending to be. Eyes sad. She's telling the truth. Stilling cost her the ageless look and made her appear younger. She was healed by naive Almira, and since she was no longer of the blue, she chose a new Arja. Ask her questions. Only Liana, Sheriff, could know the answers. Speech ended for her as a ball of air filled her mouth, forcing her jaws wide till they creaked. We don't have to listen to this nonsense, Katerina growled. Mier stared into Higuain's eyes, though. It sounds senseless, to be sure, she said after a moment, but I suppose it wouldn't hurt to ask a few questions. Besides, what is your name? At worst, it'll cut the tedium of the woman's answers. Should we take her down to the cells, Katerina? I don't dare leave Dala alone with the other one for long. She despises wilders, and she purely hates women who claim to be eyes to die. She's not going to the cells yet, Katerina replied. Elida wants her taken to Silviana. Well, as long as I learn that trick from this child or the other one, hitching her shawl up onto her shoulders. Mare took a deep breath and headed back down the stairs. A woman with labor ahead of her she was not looking forward to. She gave Higuain hope for Liana. Though Liana was the other one, now no longer the wilder, Katerina set off down the corridor, walking quickly and in silence. But Barricine pushed Higuain ahead of her after the other read, muttering half under her breath about how ridiculous it was to think that a sister could learn anything from a wilder or from a jumped-up accepted who told outlandish lies. Maintaining some shreds of dignity was difficult to say the least, while being shoved down a hallway by a long-legged woman with your mouth gaping open as wide as it would go and drool leaking down your chin. But she managed as best. She could, in truth, she hardly thought about it. Mare had given her too much to think on. Mare added to the sisters in the coach. It could hardly mean what it seemed to, but if it did, soon the blue and white floor tiles became red and green, and they approached an unmarked wooden door between two tapestries of flowered trees and stout-beaked birds, so colourful they seemed unlikely to be real. Unmarked but bright with polish, and known to every initiate of the tower, Katerina rapped on the door with what might almost have been a display of diffidence, and when a strong voice inside called, "Come," she drew a deep breath before pushing the door open. Did she have bad memories of entering here as novice or accepted, or was it the woman who awaited them who made her hesitant? The study of the mistress of novices was exactly as Egwene recalled. A small, dark, panelled room with plain, sturdy furnishings. A narrow table by the doorway was lightly carved in a peculiar pattern, and bits of gilt clung to the carved frame of the mirror on one wall, but nothing else was decorated in any way. The stand lamps and the pair of lamps on. The writing table were unadorned brass, though, of 6 different patterns. The woman who held the office usually changed when a new armalin was raised, yet Egwene was ready to wager that a woman who had come to this room as a novice 200 years ago would recognize nearly every stick and perhaps everything. The current mistress of novices in the tower, at least, was on her feet when they entered, a stocky woman nearly as tall as Barrisine, with a dark bun on the back of her head and a square, determined chin. There was an air of brooking, no nonsense about Silviana Bran. She was a red, and her charcoal-coloured skirts had discreet red slashes, but her shawl lay draped across the back of the chair behind the writing table. Her large eyes were unsettling, however. They seemed to take in everything about Egwene in a glance, as though the woman not only knew every thought in her head, but also what she would think tomorrow. "Leave her with me and wait outside," Silviana said in a low, firm voice. "Leave her," Katerina said incredulously. "Which words did you not understand, Katerina?" "Need I repeat myself? Apparently she did not." Katerina flushed, but she said no more. The glow of cedar surrounded Silviana, and she took over the shield smoothly without giving any opening when I might have embraced the power herself. She was certain that she could now, except that Silviana was far from weak. There was no hope she could break the woman's shield. The gag of air disappeared at the same time, and she contented herself with digging a handkerchief from her belt pouch and calmly wiping her chin. The pouch had been searched. She always kept the handkerchief on top, not beneath everything else, but learning whether anything besides her ring had been taken would have to wait. There had not been anything of much use to a prisoner in any case. A comb, a packet of needles, some small scissors, odds and ends, the Armelans stole. What sort of dignity she could maintain while being birched was beyond her, but that was the future. This was now. Silviana studied her arms, folded beneath her breasts until the door closed behind the other 2 reds. "You aren't hysterical, at least," she said. "Then that makes matters easier. But why aren't you hysterical?" "Would it do any good?" Egwene replied. Returning the handkerchief to her pouch, "I can't see how." Silviana strode to the writing table and stood reading from a sheet of paper there, occasionally glancing up. Her expression was a perfect mask of eyes, sedai serenity, unreadable. Egwene waited patiently, hands folded at her waist. Even upside down she could recognize Elida's distinctive hand on that page, if not read what it said. The woman need not think she would grow nervous at waiting. Patience was one of the few weapons left to her at present. "It seems the Armelin has been mulling over what to do about you for some time," Silviana said finally. If she had expected Egwene to begin shifting her feet or wringing her hands, she gave no sign of disappointment. "She has a very complete plan ready. She doesn't want the tower to lose you, nor do I. Elida has decided that you have been used as a dupe by others and should not be held accountable. So you will not be charged with claiming to be Armelin. She has stricken your name from the roll of the accepted and entered it in the novice book. Again, I agree with that decision. Frankly, though, it's never been done before. Whatever your ability with the power, you missed almost everything. Else you should have learned as a novice. You needn't fear that you'll have to take the test again, though. I wouldn't force anyone to go through that twice. I am Aes Sedai, by virtue of having been raised to the Armorland seat, Egwene replied calmly. There was no incongruity in fighting for a title, when claiming it might still lead to her death. Acquiescence would be as sharp a blow to the rebellion as her execution may be sharper. A novice again. That was laughable. I can cite the relevant passages in the law if you wish. Silviana arched an eyebrow and sat down to open a large leather-bound book, the punishments book. Dipping her pen in the simple glass ink jar, she made a notation. You've just earned your first visit to me. I'll give you the night to think about it, rather than putting you over my knee now. Let's hope contemplation increases the Cubrious effect. Do you think you can make me deny who I am with a spanking? Egwene was hard put to keep incredule from her voice. She was not sure she succeeded. There are spankings and spankings, the other woman replied. Wiping the nib clean on a scrap, she replaced the pen in its glass holder and considered Egwene. You're accustomed to Shiriam Bayanar as mistress of novices. Silviana shook her head disparagingly. I've browsed her punishments book. She let the girls get away with too much and was far too lenient with her favorites. As a result, she was forced to deal out correction much more often than she should have had to. I record a third of the punishments in a month that Shir did, because I make sure that everyone I punish leaves here wishing, above all things, never to be sent to me again. Whatever you do, you'll never make me deny who I am, I said firmly. How can you possibly think you can make this work? Am I to be escorted to classes shielded all the while? Silviana leaned back against her shawl, resting her hands on the edge of the table. You mean to resist as long as you can do you? I will do what I must, and I will do what I must. During the day you will not be shielded at all, but every hour you will be given a mild tincture of forkroot. Silviana's mouth twisted on the word. She picked up the sheet that contained Elida's notes as if to read, then let it drop back onto the tabletop, rubbing her fingertips as though something noxious clung to them. I cannot like this stuff. It seems aimed directly at eyes to die. Someone who cannot channel can drink 5 times the amount that makes a sister pass out and barely grow dizzy from it. A disgusting brew, yet useful it seems. Perhaps it can be used on those Ashermen. The tincture won't make you dizzy, but you won't be able to channel enough to cause any problems, only trickles. Refuse to drink, and it will be poured down your throat anyway. You'll be closely watched as well, so you don't try to slip away a foot. At night you will be shielded, since giving you enough fork to make you sleep through the night would leave you doubled up with stomach cramps the next day. You are a novice, Egwene, and you will be a novice. Many sisters still consider you a runaway, no matter what orders Swanson he gave, and others doubtless will think Elida wrong, not to have you beheaded. They'll watch for every infraction, every fault. You may sneer at a spanking now, before you've received it. But when you're being sent to me for 5, 6, 7 every day, we'll see how long it takes you to change your mind. Egwene surprised herself by giving a small laugh, and Silviana's eyebrows shot up. Her hand twitched as though to reach for her pen. Did I say something funny, child? Not at all, I replied truthfully. It had occurred to her that she could deal with the pain by embracing it in the Isle manner. She hoped it worked, but there went all hope for dignity while she was being punished, at least. For the rest, she could only do what she could. Silviana glanced at her pen, but finally stood without touching it. Then I am done. With you for tonight, I will see you before breakfast. However, come with me. She started for the door, confident that Egwene would follow, and Egwene did. Attacking the other woman physically would achieve no more than another entry in the book, forkroot. Well, she would find a way around that somehow, if not. She refused to think about that. Katarina and Barrisina were startled to say the least at hearing Elida's plans for Egwene, and not best pleased to learn that they would be watching her and shielding her while she slept, although Silviana told them she would arrange for other sisters to come after an hour or two. Why both of us, Katarina wanted to know, which earned her a wry glance from Barrisine. If only one was sent, it surely would not be Katarina who stood higher. Firstly, because I said so. Silviana waited until the other 2 Reds nodded in acceptance. They did so with obvious reluctance, but not enough to make her wait long. She had not put on her shawl to come into the hallway, and in some odd fashion she seemed the one out of place. And secondly, because this child is tricky, I think I want her watched carefully awake or asleep. Which of you has her ring? After a moment, Barricine produced the circle of gold from her belt pouch, muttering, I only thought to keep it as a memento of the rebels being brought to heel. They're finished now for sure. A memento. It was stealing was what it was. Higuaín reached for the ring, but Silviana's hand got there first, and it was into her pouch that the ring went. I'll keep this until you have the right to wear it again, child. Now take her to the novices' quarters and settle her in. A room should have been prepared by now. Caterina resumed the shield, and Barricine reached for Awan's arm again, but Awan stretched out a hand toward Silviana. Wait. There's something I must tell you. She had agonized over this. It would be all too easy to reveal far more than she wanted, but she had to do it. I have the talent of dreaming. I've learned to tell the true dreams and to interpret some of them. I dreamt of a glass lamp that burned with a white flame. 2 ravens flew out of mist, struck the lamp and flew on. The lamp wobbled, flinging off droplets of flaming oil. Some of those burned up in mid-air, others landed, scattered about, and the lamp still wobbled on the edge of falling. It means the Shan will attack the White Tower and do great harm. Barricine sniffed. Caterina gave a derisive snort. A dreamer, Silviana said flatly. Is there anyone who can back up your claim? And if there is, how can you be sure your dream means the Cheyenne? Ravens would indicate the shadow to me. I'm a dreamer. And when a dreamer knows, she knows, not the shadow, the Shan. As for who knows what I can do? Higuaín shrugged. The only one you can reach is Liana Sheriff, who's being held in the cells below. She saw no way to bring the wise ones into this, not without revealing entirely too much. That woman is a wilder knot. Caterina began angrily, but her mouth snapped shut when Silviana raised a peremptor hand. The mistress of novices studied Wayne carefully, her face still an unreadable mask of calmness. You truly believe you are what you say, she said finally. I do hope your dreaming won't cause as many problems as young Nicholas, foretelling if you truly can dream. Well, I will pass along your warning. I can't see how the Shan could strike at us here in Tarvalin, but watchfulness never hurts, and I'll question this woman being held below carefully, and if she fails to back up your tale, then your visit to me in the morning will be even more memorable for you. She waved her hand at Caterina. Take her away before she hands me another nugget and keeps me from getting any sleep at all tonight. This time Caterina muttered as much as Barricine, but they both waited until they were beyond earshot of Silviana. Woman was going to be a formidable opponent. Higuaín hoped embracing pain worked as well as the wise ones claimed. Otherwise did not bear thinking about. A lean, gay-haired serving woman gave them directions to the room. She had just finished making up on the 3rd gallery of the novices' quarters and hurried on after brief curtsies to the 2 Reds. She never so much as glanced at IU. What was another novice to her? It tightened Higuaín's jaw. She was going to have to make people not see her as just another novice. Look at her face, Barricine said. I think it's finally settling in on her. I am who I am, Higuaín replied calmly. Barricine pushed her toward the stairs that rose through the hollow column of railed galleries lit by the fat, waning moon. A breeze sighed through. The only sound, it all seemed so peaceful. There was no light showing around any door. The novices would be asleep by now, except for those who had late chores or tasks. It was peaceful for them, not for Higuaín. Though the tiny windowless room might almost have been the one she had occupied when she first came to the tower, with its narrow bed built against the wall and a small fire burning on the little brick hearth. The lamp on the small table was lit, but it lighted little more than the tabletop, and the oil must have gone bad, because it gave off a faint, unpleasant stink. A washstand completed the furnishings, except for a 3-legged stool onto which Caterina promptly lowered herself, adjusting her skirts as though on a throne. Realizing there was nowhere for her to sit, Barricine crossed her arms beneath her breasts and frowned at Higuaín. The room was quite crowded with 3 women in it, but Higuaín pretended the other 2 did not exist, as she readied herself for bed, hanging her cloak and belt and dress on 3 of the pegs set along one rough plastered white wall. She did not ask for help with her buttons. By the time she laid her neatly rolled stockings atop her shoes, Barricine had settled herself cross-legged on the floor and was immersed in a small leather-bound book that she must have carried in her belt pouch. Katerina kept her eyes on Higuain as though she expected her to make a break for the jaw crawling beneath the light woolen blanket in her shift. Higuain settled her head on the small pillow, not a goose-down pillow that was, for sure, and went through the exercises, relaxing her body one part at a time that would put her to sleep. She had done that so often that it seemed no sooner had she begun than she was asleep and floating formless in a darkness that lay between the waking world and Teleran Ryod. The narrow gap between dream and reality, a vast void filled with a myriad of twinkling specks of light that were all the dreams of all the sleepers in the world. They floated around her in this place with no up or down as far as the eye could see, flickering out as a dream ended, springing alight as one began. She could recognize some at sight, put a name to the dreamer, but she did not see the one she sought. It was to Swan. She needed to speak Swan, who likely knew by now that disaster had struck who might be unable to sleep until exhaustion took her under. She settled herself to wait. There was no sense of time here. She would not grow bored with waiting, but she had to work out what to say. So much had changed since she wakened. She had learned so much. Then she had been sure she would die soon. Sure the sisters inside the tower were a solid army behind Elida. Now Elida thought her safely imprisoned. No matter this talk of making her a novice again, even if Elida really believed it. Higuain. Alvia did not. She did not consider herself a prisoner either. She was carrying the battle into the heart of the tower itself. If she had had lips there, she would have smiled. Chapter 1. When last sounds the wheel of time turns and ages come and pass, leaving memories that become legend. Legend fades to myth, and even myth is long forgotten when the age that gave it birth comes again. In one age called the Third Age by some, an age yet to come. An age long past, a wind rose above the broken mountain named Dragon Mount. The wind was not the beginning. There are neither beginnings nor endings to the turning of the wheel of time, but it was a beginning, born beneath the glow of a fat sinking moon, at an altitude where men could not breathe. Born among writhing currents, heated by the fires inside the ragged peak. The wind was a zephyr in the beginning, yet it gained in strength as it rushed down the steep, rugged slope carrying ash and the stench of burning sulphur from the heights. The wind roared across the sudden snowy hills that reared from the plains surrounding the impossible height of Dragon Mount, roared and tossed trees in the night. Eastward out of the hills, the wind howled across a large pasturant, a considerable village of tents and wooden walkways lining streets of frozen ruts. Soon enough the ruts would melt and Alice replaced by spring rains and mud if the encampment remained that long. Despite the hour, many were awake, gathered in small groups warded against eavesdropping, discussing what had transpired this night. No few of those discussions were quite animated, little short of argument, and some held undeniable heat. Fists might have been shaken or worse had they not belonged to Aes Sedai. What to do next was the question. Every sister knew the news from the riverbank by now, if the details remained sketchy. The Armalin herself had gone in secret to seal South Harbour, and her boat had been found overturned and caught in the reeds. Survival in the swift, icy currents of the Arin was unlikely, and hour by hour it had become more so until certainty hardened. The Armalin seat was dead. Every sister in the camp knew that her future, and perhaps her life, hung by a thread, not to mention the future of the White Tower itself. What to do now? Yet voices fell silent, and heads came up as the fierce blast struck the camp, fluttering tent canvas-like flags, pelting it with clouds of snow. The sudden stink of burning sulphur hung heavy in the air, announcing where that wind had come from. And more than one Aes Sedai offered a silent prayer against evil. In moments, though, the wind had passed, and the sisters bent back to their deliberations on a future bleak enough to fit the sharp, fading stench left behind. On the wind roared toward Tarvalan, gaining strength as it went shrieking over military camps near the river, where soldiers and camp followers sleeping on the ground suddenly had their blankets stripped off, and those in tents awoke to canvas jerking and sometimes whipping away into the darkness as tent pegs gave way or guy-snapped laden wagons rocked and toppled, and banners stood out stiff before they were uprooted. Their hurtling staffs, now spears that pierced whatever, lay in their path. Leaning against the gale, men struggled to the horse lines to calm animals that reared and screamed in fear. None knew what the Aes Sedai knew, yet the biting, sulphurous smell that filled the chill night air seemed an ill omen, and hardened men offered their prayers aloud as fervently as the beardless boys. Camp followers added their own, and loudly armourers and friars and fletchers, wives and laresses and seamstresses, all clutched by the sudden fear that something darker than blackness stalked the night. The fierce flutter of canvas overhead, near to ripping the babble of voices and the screams of horses, loud enough to cut through the wailing wind, helped Swan Sanchez struggle awake for the second time. The abrupt stink of burning sulphur made her eyes water, and she was grateful for it. Higuaín might be able to dawn and do sleep like a pair of stockings, but the same was not true for her. Sleep had been hard enough to come by after she finally made herself lie down. Once the news had reached her from the riverbank, she had been sure she never would sleep short of utter exhaustion. She had offered prayers for Lyanna, but all of their hopes rested on Egwene's shoulders, and all of their hopes seemed gutted and hung up to dry. Well, she had exhausted herself with nerves and worry and pacing. Now there was hope again, and she did not dare let an eyelids close for fear she would sink back into slumber and not wake till midday. If then the ferocious wind abated, but people's shouts and horses' cries did not wearily, she tossed aside her blankets and stood up unsteadily. Her bedding was hardly comfortable, laid out on the canvas ground cloth in a corner of the not very large square tent. Yet she had come here though it meant riding. Of course she had been near falling down by then, and likely not in her right mind from grief. She touched the twisted ring turangle hanging from a leather cord around her neck, her first waking every bit as hard as this one had been to fetch that from her belt pouch. Well, the grief was vanquished now, and that was adequate to keep her moving. A sudden yawn made her jaws creak like rusty oarlocks, barely adequate. You would have thought Owen's message, the fact that Egwene was alive to send a message, would be enough to banish bone weariness. Not. So it appeared, channeling a globe of light. Long enough to see the box lantern on the main tent pole, she lit it with a thread of fire. The single flame gave a very pale, flickering illumination. There were other lamps and lanterns, but Gareth went on. So about how little lamp oil there was in stock, the brazier she left unlit. Gareth was not so parsimonious with charcoal as oil. Charcoal was easier come by, but she was barely aware of the frigid air. She frowned at his bedding, still lying untouched on the other side of the tent. He surely was aware of the boat's discovery and who it had carried. The sisters did their best to keep secrets from him, but somehow they succeeded less often than most believed. More than once he had startled her with what he knew. Was he out there in the night, organizing his soldiers for whatever the Hall decided? Or had he already departed, leaving a lost cause, no longer lost yet? He must be unaware of that. No, she muttered, feeling an odd sense of treachery that she had cast doubt on the man even in her own mind. He would still be there at sunrise and for every sunrise, until the Hall commanded him to leave, maybe longer. She did not believe. He would abandon Higuaín, whatever the Hall commanded. He was too stubborn, proud. No, it was not that Gareth Bryn's word was his honour. Once given, he would not take it back unless released, whatever the cost to himself. And maybe he had other reasons to stay. She refused to think of that, putting Gareth out of her mind. Why had she come to his tent? It would have been so much easier to lie down in her own, in the sisters' camp, cramped as it was, or even to have kept the weeping chaser company, though, on second thought, that last might have been beyond her. She could not abide weeping, and Dwayne's maid would not stop. Putting Gareth firmly out of her head, she ran a hasty brush through her hair, changed her shift for a fresh one, and dressed as quickly as she could in the dim light. Her plain blue wool riding dress was rumpled and spotted with mud on the hem. Besides, she had gone down to see the boat for herself, but she did not take the time to clean and press it with the power. She had to hurry. The tent was far from the spacious affair you would have expected of a general. So hurrying meant bumping her hip against a corner of the writing table. hard enough that one of the legs almost folded before she could catch it, nearly tripping over the camp stool. The only thing approaching a chair and barking her shins on the brass-bound chests that lay scattered about, that brought a curse that would have singed any listener's ears. The thing served double duty seats, as well as storage, and one with a flat top did for a makeshift washstand with a white pitcher and bowl. In truth, they were arrayed in a neat enough fashion, but one peculiar to him. He could find his way through that maze in pitch dark. Anyone else would break a leg trying to reach his bedding. She supposed he must have a concern for assassins, though he had never voiced it. Gathering her dark cloak from atop one of the chests and folding it over her arm, she paused on the point of snuffing the lantern with a flow of air. For a moment she stared at Gareth's second pair of boots, standing at the foot of his bedding, channeling another small sphere of light. She moved it close to the boots as she had thought freshly. Black the bloody man insisted she work off her debt, then sneaked in behind her back or worse under her nose while she slept, and blacked his own bloody boots. Gareth Bloody Bryn treated her like a maidservant, never so much as tried to kiss her. She jerked upright, her mouth going tight as a mooring rope. Now where had that thought come from, no matter what? I claimed she was not in love with Gareth. Bloody Bryn she was not. She had too much work in front of her to get caught in that kind of foolishness. That's why you stopped wearing embroidery, I suppose, a small voice whispered in the back of her head. All those pretty things stuffed into chests because you're afraid burn her. If she was afraid of him or any man carefully channeling earth, fire and air, just so she laid the weave on the boots. Every last bit of the blacking and most of the dye as well came away and formed into a neat, glistening sphere that floated in the air, leaving the leather decidedly grey. For a moment, she contemplated depositing the ball among his blankets. That would be a suitable surprise for him when he finally laid. Down with a sigh, she pushed open the door flap and took the ball outside into the darkness to let it splash onto the ground. The man had a short and extremely disrespectful way when she let her temper carry her too far, as she had discovered the first time she hit him over the head with the boots she was cleaning, and when he made her so angry, she put salt in his tea. Quite a lot of salt. But it had not been her fault he was hurried enough to drain the cup in a gulp, to try to at any rate. Oh, he never seemed to mind when she shouted, and sometimes he shouted back, sometimes he just smiled, which was purely infuriating. Yet he had his limits. She could have stopped him with a simple weave of air, of course, but she had her honor as much as he had his burn him. Anyway, she had to stay close to him. Men said so, and the girl seemed infallible. That was the only reason she had not stuffed a fistful of gold down Gareth Bryn's throat and told him he was paid and be burned. The only reason besides her own honor, of course. Yawning, she left the dark puddle shining in the cold moonlight. If he stepped in it before it dried and tracked the mess, inside the blame would be his own and none of hers. At least the sulphur smell had faded a little. Her eyes had stopped overflowing, though what she could see was turmoil. This sprawling, night-shrouded camp had never had much order. The rooted streets were straight enough, true and wide, for moving soldiers, but for the rest it had always seemed a haphazard array of tents and rough shelters and stone-lined pits for cook fires. Now it looked much as if it had been under attack. Collapsed tents lay everywhere, some tossed atop others. That still stood, though a good many of those stood askew, and dozens of wagons and carts lay on their sides or upside down. Voices on every side called for help, with the injured of whom there appeared to be a fair number. Men limped along the street in front of Gareth's tent, supported by other men, while several small groups hurried by carrying blankets being used as stretchers. Farther away, she could see 4 blanket-covered shapes on the ground, 3 attended by kneeling women who rocked back and forth as they keened. She could do nothing for the dead, but she could offer her ability with healing to the others. That was hardly her greatest skill, not very strong at all, though it seemed to have returned to her fully when Naive healed her. Yet she doubted there was another sister anywhere in the camp. They did avoid the soldiers, most of them. Her ability would be better than none she could, except for the news she carried. It was urgent that it reached the right people as soon as possible, so she closed her ears to the groans, and the keen alike ignored dangling arms and rags clutched to bleeding heads and hurried to the horse lines on the edge of the camp, where the oddly sweet smell of horsung was beginning to win over the sulphur. A raw-boned, unshaven fellow with a haggarded glare on his dark face tried to rush past her, but she caught his rough coat sleeve. "Saddle me the mildest horse you can find," she told him, "and do it right now." Bella would have done nicely, but she had no notion where among all those animals the stout May mare was tied, and no intention of waiting for her to be found. "You want to go riding?" he said incredulously, jerking his sleeve free. "If you own a horse, then saddle it yourself if you're fool enough to me. I have the rest of the night ahead of me in the cold tending the ones what's hurt themselves, and lucky if at least one don't die." Swan ground her teeth. The imbecile took her for one of the seamstresses or one of the wives. For some reason that seemed worse. She stuck her right fist in front of his face so quickly that he stepped back with a curse, but she shoved her hand close enough to his nose that her great serpent ring had to be the only thing he could see. His eyes crossed, staring at it. "The mildest mount you can find," she said in a flat voice, but quickly the ring did the trick. He swallowed, then scratched his head and stared along the horse lines where every animal seemed to be either stamping or shivering. "Mild," he muttered. "I'll see what I can do." I said, mild. Touching a knuckle to his forehead, he hurried off down the rows of horses, still muttering to himself. Swan did a little muttering herself as she paced. 3 strides this way and 3 that. Snow trampled to slush and frozen again crunched under her stout shoes. From what she could see, it might take him hours to find anything that would not pitch her off if it heard a grunter jump. Swinging her cloak around her shoulders, she shoved the small silver circle pin in place with an impatient jab, nearly stabbing her own thumb. Afraid was she? She would show Gareth bloody Bryn back and forth. Perhaps she should walk the whole long way. It would be unpleasant, but better than being dumped from the saddle and maybe breaking bones in the bargain. She never mounted a horse, including Bella, without thinking of broken bones, but the fellow returned with a dark mare bearing a high carnelled saddle. "She's smiled," Swan demanded skeptically. The animal was stepping as though ready to dance and looked sleek. That was supposed to indicate speed. "Night Lily here's Mika's milkwater. Eyes belongs to my wife, and Maris is on the delicate side. She don't like a mount what gets frisky." "If you say so," she replied and sniffed. Horses were seldom meek in her experience, but there was nothing for it. Taking the reins, she clambered awkwardly into the saddle, then had to shift, so she was not sitting on her cloak and half strangling herself every time she moved. The mare did dance. However she sawed the reins, she had been sure it would, trying to break her bones already. A boat now, with 1 oar or 2 a boat, went where you wanted and stopped when you wanted, unless you were a complete fool about tides and currents and winds. But horses possessed brains, however small, and that meant they might take it into their minds to ignore bridle and reins and what the rider wanted. That had to be considered when you had to straddle a bloody horse. "One thing I said, the man said, as she was trying to find a comfortable seat. "Why did saddles always seem harder than wood? I'd keep her to a walk tonight, was I? You wind you know and all that stink." "Well, she might be just a touch." "No time," Swan said, and dug her heels in Mika's milkwater. Night Lily leaped ahead so fast that she nearly pitched backward over the canal. Only a quick grab at the pommel kept her in the saddle. She thought the fellow shouted something after her, but she could not be certain. What in the light did this nearest consider a frisky horse? The mare sped out of the camp as though trying to win a race, sped toward the falling moon and Dragon Mount, a dark spike rising against the starry sky cloak. Billowing behind Swan made no effort to slow her, rather digging in her heels again and slapping the mare's neck with the reins, as she had seen others do to urge speed. She had to reach the sisters before anybody did something irretrievable. All too many possibilities came to mind. The mare galloped past small thickets and tiny hamlets and sprawling farms with their stone-walled pastures and fields, snug beneath snow-covered slate roofs behind walls of stone or brick. The inhabitants had not been roused by that fierce wind. Every building lay dark and still. Even the bloody cows and sheep were probably enjoying a good night's sleep. Farmers always had cows and sheep and pigs. Bouncing around on the hard leather of the saddle, she tried leaning forward over the mare's neck. That was how it was done. She had seen it. Almost immediately she lost the left stirrup and nearly slid off on that side, barely clawing her way back to get her foot back in place. The only thing to do was sit bolt upright, one hand clutching the pommel in a death grip, the other tighter still on the res. Her flailing cloak tugged uncomfortably against her throat, and she jounced up and down so hard that her teeth clicked if she opened her mouth at the wrong time, but she hung on and even heeled the animal once more our light. But she was going to be bruised. Within an inch of her life comes sunrise. On through the night, smacking the saddle with the mare's every bounding stride. At least her clenched teeth kept her from yawning. At last, the horse lines and rows of wagons that ringed the Eyes camp appeared out of the darkness through a thin rim of trees, and with a sigh of relief she hauled back on the reins as hard as she could. For a horse moving this fast, surely it required hard hauling to stop. Night Lily did stop so abruptly that she would have hurtled over its head if the mare had not reared at the same time. Wide-eyed she clung to the animal's neck until it finally settled all four hooves to the ground again, and for some little time after as well. Night Lily was breathing hard too. She realized panting, really. She felt no sympathy. The fool animal had tried to kill her just the way horses would. Recovering herself took a moment, but then she pulled her cloak straight, gathered the reins, and rode past the wagons and the long lines of horses at a sedate walk. Shadowy men moved in the darkness along the horse lines, doubtless grooms and friars seeing to the visibly unsettled animals. The mare seemed more biddable now. Really, this was not too bad at all. As she entered the camp proper, she hesitated only a moment before embracing Sidar Strange. To think of a camp full of eyes to die as dangerous, yet two sisters had been murdered here. Considering the circumstances of their deaths, it seemed unlikely that holding the power would be enough to save her if she was the next target. But Sidar at least gave an illusion of safety, so long as she remembered it was only illusion. After a moment she wooed the flows of spirit that would hide her ability and the glow of the power. There was no need to advertise. After all, even at this hour with the moon low in the west, there were a few people out on the wooden walkways serving women and workmen scurrying about late tasks, or perhaps early would be a better word. Now most of the tents in nearly every size and shape imaginable were dark, but a number of the larger ones glowed with the light of lamps or candles, unsurprising under the circumstances. Every lit tent had men around it, or gathered in front warders. No one else could stand so still. They seemed to fade into the night, especially not in this icy night with the power. Filling her, she could make out others, their warders' cloaks making them vanish in the shadows between the murdered sisters, and what their bonds to their eyes Sadai must be carrying to them. Not surprising at all. She suspected more than one sister was ready to tear her own hair or someone else's. They took note of her head swiving to follow her passage as she rode slowly along the frozen ruts, searching. The hall had to be informed, of course, but others needed to hear first. In her estimation, they were much more likely to do something precipitate and quite possibly disastrous. Oaths held them, but oaths given under duress to a woman they now believed dead. For most of the hall, they had nailed their flag to the mast in accepting a seat. None of them would be jumping until they were very, very sure where they would land. Shiriam's tent was too small for what she was sure she would find, and dark. Besides, she noted in passing, she very much doubted the woman was asleep inside, though Morin's big enough to sleep for comfortably would have done if there was room among all the books the Brown had managed to acquire on the march, but that was dark as well. Her third choice provided a catch, though, and she reigned in Nightly. Well short of it, Mirelle had two peaked tents in the camp, one for herself and one for her 3 warders. The 3 she dared acknowledge, and her own shone brightly, the shadows of women moving on the patched canvas walls. 3 dissimilar men stood on the walkway in front of the tent. Their stillness marked them warders, but she ignored them for the moment. What exactly were they talking about inside? Certain that it was useless effort, she were aware with just a hint of fire. Her weave touched the tent and struck a barrier against Eve's dropping, inverted, of course, and so invisible to her. She had only made the attempt on the chance they were being careless. Small possibility of that with the secrets they had to hide. The shadows against the canvas were still now, so they knew someone had tried. She rode the rest of the way wondering what they had been talking about. As she dismounted, well, at least she managed to turn half falling off into something akin to jumping down one of the warders, Shiram's Arinvar, a lean Karenin little taller than she stepped, forward to reach for the res with a small bow, but she waved him away. Releasing Sidar, she tied the mare to one of the wooden slats of the walkway, using a knot that would have held a sizable boat against heavy winds and a strong current. None of those casual loops that others used. Not for her, she might dislike riding, but when she tied a horse, she wanted it there when she came back. Arinvar's eyebrows climbed as he watched her finish the knot, but he would not be the one who had to pay for the bloody animal if it got loose and lost itself. Only one of the other two warders belonged to Mirel Avar Hachami, a Salan, with a nose like an eagle's beak and thick grey-streaked moustaches. After sparing her one glance and a slight inclination of his head, he returned to watching the night. Morin's jewellery, short and bald and nearly as wide as he was, Tall did not acknowledge her at all. His eyes studied the darkness and his hand rested lightly on his long sword hilt. Supposedly he was among the best of the warders with a blade. Where were the others? She could not ask. Of course, any more than she could ask who was within. The men would have been shocked to their bones. None of them tried to stop her from entering. At least matters had not gotten that bad inside, where two braziers gave off the scent of roses and made the air almost toasty, compared to the night she found almost everyone she had hoped for, and all watching to see who entered Muriel herself. Sitting on a sturdy straight chair in a silk robe covered with red and yellow flowers, her arms folded beneath her breasts, wore such a perfect expression of calm on her olive face that it only pointed up the heat in her dark eyes. The light of the power shone around her. It was her tent after all. She would be the one to weave a ward here. Shiriam, seated on one end of Muriel's cot with a straight back, pretended to be adjusting her blue-slashed skirts. Her expression was as fiery as her hair, and it grew hotter when she saw Swan. She was not wearing the keeper's stole, a bad sign. "I might have expected it would be you," Karinia said coldly, fists on her hips. She was never a warm woman, but now the ringlets that stopped well short of her shoulders framed a face that seemed carved from ice, nearly as pale as her. "Dress, I will not have you trying to listen in on my private conversation." Swan, oh yes, they thought everything was at an end. Round-faced Morven for once, not appearing at all absent-minded or sleepy, despite the creases in her brown wool skirt, walked around the small table where a tall silver pitcher and 5 silver cups sat on a lacquered tray. It seemed no one felt like tea. The cups were all dry, dipping into her belt pouch. The greying sister thrust a carven horn comb into Swan's hand. "You are all wind-blown, woman. Fix your hair before some lout takes you for a tavern troll, instead of an Aes Sedai and tries to dandle you on his knee. Agwain and Lyanna are alive and prisoners inside the tower," Swan announced more calmly than she felt. A tavern troll touching her hair, she discovered that the other woman was right, and began working the comb through the tangles. If you wanted to be taken seriously, you could not look as though you had been tussling in an alley. She had enough difficulty with that as it was now, and would have until some years after she could lay hands on the oath rod again. "Egwene spoke to me in my dreams. They succeeded in blocking the harbors near enough, but they were captured. Where are Nissa? One of you go fetch them. I don't want to scale the same fish twice there. If they thought themselves free of their oaths and free of orders to obey her that should disabuse them. Except that no one moved to obey. Bayon wanted her bed," Morven said slowly, studying Swan. A very intense study. A sharp mind hid behind that placid face. She was too tired to talk anymore. And why would we have asked Nissa to join us? That earned a small frown from Mirel, who was Nissa's friend. But the other two nodded agreement. They and Bayonin thought of Nissa as apart from themselves, in spite of the oaths of fealty they shared. In Swan's opinion, these women had never stopped believing they might still guide events somehow, even after the rudder had long since been taken from their hands. Shiriam rose from the cot, as though about to rush off, even gathering her skirts. But that had nothing to do with Swan's command. Anger had vanished, replaced by shining eagerness. "We don't need them for the moment in any case. Prisoners means the deep cells until the hall convenes for a trial. We can travel there and free them before Elida knows what is happening." Mirel gave a sharp nod and stood reaching to undo the sash of her robe. "Best if we leave the waters behind. I think they won't be needed in this." She drew more deeply on the source, already anticipating. No, Swan said sharply and winced as the comb caught in her hair. Sometimes she thought of cutting it shorter than Karina's for convenience, but Gareth had complimented her, saying how much he liked the way it brushed her shoulders. Light Could she not escape the man even here? Egwene isn't to be tried, and she isn't. In the deep cells, she wouldn't tell me where she is being held except to say that she is guarded constantly, and she orders that there be no attempt to rescue her that involves sisters. The other women stared at her in shocked silence. In truth, she herself had argued the point with Egwene to no avail. It had been an order delivered by the Armalan seat in full fig. "What you're saying is irrational," Carinia said finally. Her tone was still cool, her face serene, but her hands smoothed her embroidered white skirts unnecessarily. "If we capture Elida, we will try her and, very likely, still her. If their doubts and fears were not put to rest yet since she has Egwene, surely she will do the same. I don't need Bion to tell me what the law says in that regard. We must rescue her, whatever she wants." Shiriam's voice was hot as Karena's was chill, and her green eyes sparkled. Her hands had turned to fists gripping her skirts. She cannot realize the danger she is in. She must be in shock. Did she give you any hints where she's held? "Don't try to hide things from us, Swan," Morel said firmly. Her eyes seemed almost on fire, and she jerked the silk sash tighter for emphasis. Why would she hide where she's being held? For fear of what you and Shiriam suggest, giving up on the wind-whipped tangles. Swan tossed the comb down on the table. She could not stand there combing her hair and expect them to pay attention. Towlid would have to do. She is guarded Morel by sisters, and they won't give her up easily. If we try a rescue, Eyes, Sedai will die at the hands of Eyes. Sedai, sure as silver pike spawn in the reeds. It's happened once, but it must not happen, must not. Again, or all hope dies of reuniting the tower peacefully. We cannot allow it to happen again, so there is to be no rescue. As to why Elida has decided not to try her, I can't say. Egwene had been vague on that, as if she did not understand either, but she had been definite on the facts, and it was not a claim she would make unless she was sure peacefully. Shiriam muttered, sinking back onto the cot. She imbued the word with a world of bitterness. Was there ever any chance of that from the beginning? Elida has abolished the blue. What chance of peace is there? Elida cannot simply do away with an archer, Morven murmured, as though that had anything to do with anything. She patted Shiriam's shoulder, but the fire-haired woman suddenly shrugged off her plump hand. "There is always a chance," Carinia said. "The harbors are blocked, strengthening our position. The negotiators meet every morning." Trailing off with a troubled look in her eyes, she poured a cup of tea and drank half of it down in one go, without adding honey, blocking the harbors. Likely would have put an end to the negotiations by itself. Not that they had seemed to be. Going anywhere would Elida let them continue with Egwene in her hands. Besides, I do not comprehend why Elida would not have Egwene put on trial. Morven said, since conviction would be sure and certain. But the fact remains that she is a prisoner. She displayed none of Sher or Mel's heat and none of Carinia's coldness. She was simply presenting the facts with only a slight tightness of her mouth. If she is not to be tried, then without any doubt, she is to be broken. She has proven to be a stronger woman than I took her for at first, but no one is strong enough to resist the White Tower when it decides to break her. We must consider the consequences if we don't get her out before it can. Swan shook her head. She isn't even going to be birched. Morven. I don't understand why either, but she'd hardly tell us to leave her if she thought they were going to torture. She broke off as the tent flap was pushed open, and Lion Akashi stepped in blue-fringed shawl draped along her arms. Shiriam stood, though she need not have. Lion was a sitter, but Shirion was the keeper. Then again, Lion was imposing in blue-ashed velvet. Despite her slenderness, dignity, made flesh with an air of authority that seemed greater than ever tonight, every hair in place. She might have been entering the hall after a sound night's sleep. Smoothly, Swan turned to the table and picked up the picture as if in anticipation. That normally would have been her role in this company, to pour tea and speak when her opinion was sought. Perhaps if she remained quiet, Lane would be about her business with the others and leave quickly without giving her a second glance. The woman seldom did give her that much. I thought that horse outside was the same. I saw you ride in on Swan. Lane's gaze ran over the other sisters, each of them absolutely smooth-faced. Now, am I interrupting? Swan says Egwene is alive, Shiriam said, as though relating the price of delta perch on the dockhead. And Lyanna spoke to Swan's dreams. She refuses any attempt at a rescue. Mirelle gave her a sidelong glance unreadable, but Swan could have boxed her ears. Likely Layan would have been the next she sought out, but to tell her in her own way, not spilled out on the wharf like this. Of late Shiriam had become as flighty as a novice. Pursing her lips, Lilin directed a look like twin-alls at Swan. Did she know you really should be wearing your stole, Shirian? You are the keeper. Will you walk with me, Swan? It's been far too long since we had a conversation alone. With one hand she drew back the door flap, shifting that penetrating gaze to the other sisters. Shirian blushed as only a redhead could brilliantly, and fumbled the narrow blue stole from her belt pouch to lay it across her shoulders. But Mirelle and Carlenia met Layan's study with level eyes. Morvin had begun tapping her round chin with a fingertip, as though unaware of anyone else. She might well have been. Morvin was like that. Had eye orders sunk in, Swan had no chance even for a firm look while putting the picture down. A suggestion from a sister of Lane's standing, sitter or not, was a command to one of Swan's standing, gathering her cloak and skirts. She went out murmuring thanks to Lyon for holding the flap for her light. She hoped those fools had listened to what she said. 4 warders stood outside now, but one of them was Lyon's Bin, a copper-skinned stump of a Damani wrapped in a ward cloak that made most of him seem not there, and Ava had been replaced by another of Mirelle's new hell-droned, a tall burly man with an Ileana beard that left his upper lip bare. The man was so still, you might have thought him a statue, if not for the wisps of mist in front of his nostrils. Arinvar bowed to Lane a quick courtesy. Though formal, Noel and Jory did not let their vigilance slacken, nor did Bin for that matter. The knot that secured Nightlie took as long to undo as it had to tie, but Lane waited patiently until Swan straightened with the reins in her hands, then set off at a slow pace along the wooden walkway past dark tents. Moon shadows masked her face. She did not embrace the power, so Swan could not either. Trailed by Bin, Swan walked beside Lane, leading the mare, holding her silence. It was the sitter's place to begin, and not only because she was a sitter. Swan fought the urge to bend her neck and so lose the extra inch she had on the other woman. She seldom thought any longer of the time when she had been Armorland. She had been embraced as eyes once more, and part of being eyes, I meant fitting into your niche among the sisters instinctively. The bloody horse nuzzled at her hand as though it thought itself a pet, and she shifted the res to her other hand long enough to wipe her fingers on her cloak. Filthy, slobbering beast. Layan eyed her sideways, and she felt her cheeks heating instinct. Strange friends you have, Swan. I believe some of them were in favor of sending you away when you first appeared in Salidar Shiriam. I might comprehend, though. I'd think the fact that she stands so much higher than you now would make for awkwardness. That was the major reason I avoided you myself, to avoid awkwardness. Swan nearly gaped in astonishment. That came very near to talking about what was never to be talked about, very near a transgression she would never have expected from this woman, from herself. Perhaps she had fitted herself into her niche, yet she was who she was, but never from Lyon. I hope you and I can become friends again, Swan, though I can understand if that proves impossible. This meeting tonight confirms what Phelan told me. Lyon gave a small laugh and folded her hands at her waist. Oh, don't grimace so, Swan. She didn't betray you, at least not intentionally. She made one slip too many, and I decided to press her rather hard. Not the way to treat another sister, but then she's really just an accepted until she can be tested, and passes Phelan will make a fine. I said She was very reluctant to surrender everything she gave. Just bits and pieces, really, and a few names. But put together with you in that gathering, it gives me a complete picture, I think. I suppose I can let her free of confinement now. She certainly won't think of spying on me again. You and your friends have been very faithful to Iguayan Swan. Can you be as faithful to me? So that was why Phelan had seemed to go into hiding. How many bits and pieces had she revealed while being pressed hard? Phelan did not know everything. Yet it would be best to assume that Lane did, but assume while revealing nothing, unless she herself was pressed hard. Swan stopped dead, drawing herself up. Lane halted too clearly, waiting for her to speak. Even with her face half in shadow, that was clear. Swan had to steel herself to confront this woman. Some instincts were buried in the bone for Aes Sedai. I'm faithful to you as a sitter for my Aja, but Agwain Alvir is the Armelin seat. So she is. Line's expression remained unruffled as much as Swan could make out. She spoke in your dreams. Tell me what you know of her situation. Swan glanced over her shoulder at the stocky warder. Don't mind him, the sitter said. I haven't kept a secret from Beren in 20 years. In my dreams, Swan agreed. She certainly did not intend to admit that had been only to summon her to Salidadar until I run. She was not supposed to have that ring in her possession. The Hall would take it away if they learned of it. Calmly, outwardly calmly. At least she related what she had told Morel and the others and more, but not everything, not the certainty of betrayal that had to have come from the Hall itself. No one else had known of the plan to block the harbour, except the women involved, though whoever was accountable could not have known they were betraying Egwene, only helping Elida, which was mystery enough. Why would any among them want to help Elida? There had been talk of Elida's secret adherence from the start, yet she herself had long since dismissed the notion. Most assuredly every blue fervently wanted Elida pulled down, but until she knew who was responsible, no sitter, not even a blue, would learn everything. She's calling a sitting of the Hall for tomorrow. No, it would be tonight now. When last sounds she finished inside the tower in the hall of the tower, Leyen laughed so hard that she had to brush a tear from her eye. Oh, that is priceless. The Hall to sit right under Elida's nose, as it were. I almost wish I could let her know just to see her face. Just as abruptly she turned serious. Again, Leyen had always had a ready laugh when she chose to let it out, but the core of her was always serious. So Egwene thinks the AA may be turning on one another. That hardly seems possible. She's only seen a handful of sisters, you say. Still, it bears looking into the next time in Teleran. Perhaps someone can see what they can find in the Aja quarters instead of concentrating on Elida's study. Swan barely suppressed a WSE. She planned to do a little searching in Terenried herself. Whenever she went to the tower in the world of dreams, she was a different woman in a different dress every time she turned a corner, but she would have to be even more cautious than usual. Refusing rescue is understandable, I suppose, even laudable. No one wants any more dead sisters, but very risky. Lila went on, no trial and not even a birching. What can Elijah be playing at? Can she think to make her take up as accepted again? That hardly seems likely. But she gave a small nod as though considering it. This was heading in a dangerous direction. If sisters convinced themselves they knew where Egwene might be, the chance increased that someone would try to bring her out, I said. Aye. Guards or no, trying at the wrong place could be as risky as at the right one, if not more so. Worse, Leyen was ignoring something Egwene has called the Hall to sit. Swan asked acidly, Will you go? Reproving silence answered her, and her cheeks grew hot again. Some things were buried in the bone. Of course I will go, Leyen said at last, a direct statement. Yet there had been a pause. The entire Hall will go. Egwene Al'Vir is the Armorland seat, and we have more than sufficient dream Tangriel. Perhaps she will explain how she believes she can hold out if Elida orders her broken. I would very much like to hear that. Then what are you asking me to be faithful to you about? Instead of answering, Leyen resumed her slow walk through the moonlight, carefully adjusting her shawl. Bin followed her, a half-invisible lion in the night. Swan hurried to catch up, tugging Night Lily, after her fending off the fool May's attempts to nuzzle her hand again. Egwene Al'Vir is the lawful Armorland seat, Leyen said finally, until she dies or is stilled. Should either happen, we would be back to Randa trying for the staff and the stole. And me forestalling her, she snorted. That woman would be a disaster as bad as Elida. Unfortunately, she had enough support to forestall me as well. We'd be back to that, except that if Egwene dies or is stilled, you and your friends will be as faithful to me as you've been to Egwene, and you will help me gain the Armorland seat. In spite of Randa, Swan felt as though her stomach had turned to ice. No blue would have been behind the first betrayal, but one blue at least had reason to betray now. Chapter 2. The Dark One's Touch. Bayonin woke at first light, as was her habit, though little of the dawn trickled into her tent, past the closed door flap. Habits were good when they were the right habits. She had taught herself a number over the years. The air inside the tent held a touch of the night's chill, but she left the brayer unlit. She did not intend to remain long. Channeling briefly, she lit a brass lamp, then heated the water in the white glazed pitcher and washed her face at the rickety washstand with its bubbled mirror. Nearly everything in the small round tent was unsteady, from the tiny table to her narrow camp cot, and the only sturdy piece, a low-backed chair, was rude enough to have come from the poorest farm kitchen. She was accustomed to making do, though not all of the judgments she had been called on to make had been given in palaces. The meanest hamlet also deserved justice. She had slept in barns and even hovels to make it so. Moving deliberately, she put on the best riding dress she had with her, a plain grey silk that was very well cut, and snug boots that came to her knees, then began brushing her dark golden hair with an ivory-backed hairbrush that had belonged to her mother. Her reflection in the mirror was slightly distorted, for some reason that irritated her this morning. Someone scratched at the tent flap, and a man called cheerily in a Mirandian accent, "Breakfast, I should die if it pleases you." She lowered the brush and opened herself to the sauce. She had not acquired a personal serving woman, and it often seemed a new face brought every meal. Yet she remembered the stout greying man with the permanent smile who entered at her command, carrying a tray covered with a white cloth. "Leave it on the table, please, Evan," she said, releasing Siar, and was rewarded with a widening of his smile, a deep bow over the tray, and another before he left. Too many sisters forgot the small courtesies to those beneath them. Small courtesies were the lubricant of daily life. Eyeing the tray without enthusiasm, she resumed her brushing, a twice-a-day ritual that she always found soothing, rather than finding comfort in the brush sliding through her hair this morning. However, she had to make herself complete the full 100 strokes before laying the brush on the washstand beside the matching comb and hand mirror. Once she could have taught the hills patience, yet that had become harder and harder since Saladar, and nearly impossible since Mirandi. So she schooled herself to it, as she had schooled herself to go to the White Tower against her mother's stern wishes, schooled herself to accept the tower's discipline along with its teaching. As a girl, she had been headstrong, always aspiring to more. The tower had taught her that you could achieve much if you could control yourself. She prided herself on that ability. Self-control or no self-control lingering over her breakfast of stewed prunes and bread proved as difficult as completing her ritual with the hairbrush. The prunes had been dried, and perhaps too old to begin with. They had been stewed to mush, and she was sure she had missed a few of the black flecks that decorated the crusty bread. She tried to convince herself that anything that crunched between her teeth was a barley grain or a rye seed. This was not the first time she'd eaten bread containing weevils, yet it was hardly a thing to enjoy. The tea had a strange aftertaste too, as though that also was beginning to spoil. When she finally replaced the linen cloth over the carved wooden tray, she very nearly sighed. How long before nothing edible remained in the camp? Was the same happening inside Tarvalin? It must be so. The Dark One was touching the world, a thought as bleak as a field of jagged stones. But victory would come. She refused to entertain any other possibility. Young Althor had a great deal to answer, for a very great deal. Yet he must achieve that somehow. Somehow. But the dragon reborn lay beyond her purview. All she could do was watch events unfold from afar. She had never liked sitting to one side and watching. All this bitter musing was useless. It was time to be moving. She stood up so quickly that her chair toppled over backward, but she left it lying there on the canvas ground cloth. Putting her head out at the door flap, she found Tervail on a stool on the walkway, his dark cloak thrown back, leaning on the scabarded sword propped between his boots. The sun stood on the horizon, 2/3 of a bright golden ball, yet dark clouds in the other direction massing around Dragon Mount suggested more snow before long, or perhaps rain. The sun felt close to warm. After the previous night, either way, with luck, she could be snug indoors soon. Tervail gave a small nod to acknowledge her without stopping, what appeared to be an idle study of everyone who moved in his sight. There were none but labourers at the moment. Men in rough woolens carrying baskets on their backs, men and women just as roughly clad, driving high-wheeled carts laden with bound firewood and sacks of charcoal and water barrels that clattered along the rooted street. At least his scrutiny would have seemed idle to someone lacking the water bond with him. Her Tervail, he was focused as a drawn arrow. It was only the men he studied, and his gaze lingered on those he did not know personally. With 2 sisters and a warder dead at the hands of a man who could channel it seemed beyond possibility. There could be 2 murderers of that sort. Everyone was leery of strange men. Everyone who knew at least the news had hardly been shouted abroad. How he thought he might recognize the killer was beyond her, unless the man carried a banner, but she would not upgrade or belittle him for trying to perform his duty. Whipcord lean with a strong nose and a thick scar along his jaw earned in her service. He had been little more than a boy when she found him cat-quick, and already one of the finest swordsmen in her native Tabon, and for all the years since, there had never been a moment when he did less. At least 20 times he had saved her life. Quite aside from brigands and footpads too ignorant to recognize in eyes the law could be dangerous when one side or the other became desperate not to have the judgment go against them. And often he had spotted the peril before she herself. "Saddle Winterfinch for me and bring your own horse," she told him. "We are going for a little ride." Turville raised one eyebrow slightly, half glancing in her direction, then attached the scabbard to the right side of his belt and set off down the wooden walkway toward the horse lines, walking very quickly. He never asked unnecessary questions. Perhaps she was more agitated within than she believed. Ducking back inside, she carefully wrapped the hand mirror in a silk scarf woven in a black and white tyrant maze and tucked it into one of the 2 large pockets sewn inside her good grey cloak, along with a hairbrush and comb. Her neatly folded shawl and a small box of intricately carved blackwood went into the other. The box contained a few pieces of jewellery, some that had come down from her mother and the rest from her maternal grandmother. She herself seldom wore jewellery aside from her great serpent ring. Yet she always took the box and the brush comb and mirror with her when she journeyed, reminders of the women whose memories she loved and honoured and of what they had taught her. Her grandmother, a noted advocate in Tanchico, had infused her with a love for the intricacies of the law, while her mother had demonstrated that it was always possible to better yourself. Advocates rarely became wealthy, though Colaris certainly had been more than comfortable. Yet despite her disapproval, her daughter Alrine had become a merchant and amassed a tidy fortune buying and selling dyes. Yes, it was always possible to better yourself if you seized the moment when it appeared, as she had when Elida Aroyhan deposed Swan Santre. Matters since had not gone anywhere near as she had foreseen. Of course, matters seldom did. That was why a wise woman always planned alternative paths. She considered waiting inside for Turvale to return. He could not fetch 2 horses in mere minutes, but now that the time had actually arrived, her last stores of patience seemed to flee. Settling the cloak around her shoulders, she snuffed the lamp with an air of finality. Outside, however, she forced herself to stand in one place rather than pacing along the walkways. Rough planks, pacing would attract eyes, and perhaps some sister who thought she was fearful of being alone. In all truth, she was afraid a little. When a man could kill you unseen, undetected, it was most reasonable to be afraid. She did not want company, though she pulled up her cowl, signaling a desire for privacy, and drew the cloak around her. A grey cat, notched and lean, began stropping himself against her ankles. There were cats all over the camp. They appeared anywhere, that eyes had gathered, tame as house pets, however feral they had been before. After a few moments, without having his ears scratched, the cat strolled away as proud as a king in search of someone who would see to them he had plenty of candidates. Just moments earlier, there had been only roughly garbed labourers and cart drivers in view. But now the camp began to bustle. Clusters of white-clad novices, the so-called families, skirred along the walkways to reach their classes held in any tent large enough to accommodate them, or even in the open. Those who hurried by her ceased their childish prattle to offer perfect curtsies in passing. The sight never ceased to amaze her or to produce anger. A fair number of those children were well into their middle years or older. No few had at least some grey in their hair, and some were grandmothers. Yet they were bending to the ancient routines as well as any girl she'd ever seen come to the tower, and so many a seemingly endless flood pouring down the streets. How much had the tower lost through its focus on bringing in girls born with the spark, and those already on the brink of channeling through their own fumbling, while leaving the rest to find their way to Tarvalon as they would or could? How much lost through insisting no girl above 18 could submit to the discipline, Change was nothing she had ever sought. Law and custom ruled Anai's life, a bedrock of stability, and some changes such as these novice families seemed too radical to go on. But how much had the tower lost? Sisters glided along the walkways too, usually in pairs or even threes, usually trailed by their warders. The flow of novices parted around them in ripples of curtsies, ripples made jagged by the stares directed at the sisters, who pretended not to notice. Very few of the eyes said, "I lacked the glow of the power around them." Bayonin came close to clicking her tongue in irritation. The novices knew that Anaya and Kern were dead. There had been no thought of hiding the funeral purse, but telling them how the two sisters had died would simply have frightened them. The newest, added to the novice book in Mirandi, had worn white long enough to be aware that sisters walking about filled with Sierdar was beyond unusual, though eventually that alone would frighten them, and to no purpose. The killer seemed unlikely to strike in public with dozens of sisters, about 5 mounted sisters riding slowly eastward. None carrying the light of cedar caught her eye. Each was followed by a small entourage, generally a secretary, a serving woman, perhaps a serving man as well in case of heavy lifting, and some warders all rode with their hoods up, but she had no difficulty making out who was who. Varilyn of her own grey would have been tall as a man, while Timer the Brown was a tiny thing. Sawyer's cloak was flamboyant with white embroidery. She must use cedar to keep it so sparkling bright, and a pair of warders trailing Facella marked her as clearly as her brilliant green cloak, which made the last wrapped in dark grey maga the yellow. What would they find when they reached Darin? Surely not negotiators from the tower. Not now. Perhaps they thought they must go through the motions anyway. People frequently continued to go on as they had been after all purpose in it had been lost, that seldom lasted long with eyes. However, they hardly seem to be together at all, do they, Ben? And you might think they just happened to be riding in the same direction. So much for the cowl, providing a modicum of privacy. Luckily, she was practiced at suppressing sighs or anything else that might give away more than she wished. The two sisters who had stopped beside her were much of a height, both small-boned, dark-haired and brown-eyed, but their resemblance ended. Ashmanila's narrow face with its pointed nose seldom displayed any emotion at all. Her silk dress, slashed with silver, might have come from a tirewoman's hands. Only moments before, in silver scrollwork decorated the edges of her fur-lined cloak and cowl. Fedrene's dark wool bore a number of creases, not to mention several stains. Her woolen cloak was unadorned and needed darning, and she frowned much too often, as she was doing right then. She might have been pretty without that. An odd pair of friends, the usually unkempt. Brown and the grey, who paid as much attention to her clothes as to anything else. Bayonin glanced at the departing sitters. They did appear to be riding in the same direction by chance more than riding together. It was a measure of her upset this morning that she had failed to note that perhaps she said, turning to face her unwanted visitors, "They are contemplating the consequences of last night." "Yes, Ashmanila." Unwelcome or not courtesy must be observed. "At least the Armelin is alive," the other grey replied. "And by what I've been told, she will remain alive and healthy." Her and Liana, both not even Naive's healing of Swan and Liana, could make anyone speak of stilling with ease. Alive and a captive. It is better than being beheaded, I suppose, but not a great deal better. When Morvin woke her to tell her the news, it had been hard to share the Browns' excitement. Excitement for Morvin, at least. The woman had worn a small grin. Bayonin had never considered altering her plans, though. Facts, they must be faced. Iguain was a prisoner, and that was that. Do you not agree, Federne? Of course Brown replied curtly, but that was Federn, always so immersed in whatever had caught her attention that she forgot how she should behave, and she was not done. But that is not why we sought you. Ashmanila says you have considerable acquaintance with murders. A sudden gust of wind snatched at their cloaks, but Bayonin and Ashmanila caught theirs smoothly. Federne let hers swirl behind her eyes, intent on Bayonin. "Perhaps you have had some thoughts on our murders." Bayonin Ashmanala said smoothly, "Will you share them with us? Fedrin and I have been putting our heads together, but we are getting nowhere. My own experience is more with civil matters. I know that you have gotten to the bottom of a number of unnatural deaths. Of course, she had thought on the murders. Was there a sister in the camp who had not? She herself could not have avoided it had she tried. Finding a murderer was a joy far more satisfying than settling a boundary dispute. It was the most heinous of crimes, the theft of what could never be recovered, all the years that would never be lived or that might have been done in them. And these were the deaths of eyes to die, which surely made it personal for every sister in the camp. She waited for a last CVY of white-clad women, 2 with grey hair, to make their curtsies and hurry on. The number of novices on the walkways was finally beginning to thin out. The cats seemed to be following them. Novices were more free with petting than most sisters. "The man who stabs from greed," she said, once the novices were beyond hearing. "The woman who poisons from jealousy, they are one thing, this is quite another altogether. There are 2 killings surely by the same man, but well over a week apart. That implies both the patience and the planning. The motive is unclear, yet it seems very unlikely that he chose his victims by chance. Knowing no more of him than the fact that he can channel, you must begin by looking at what ties the victims together. In this case, Anaya and Kern, they were both Blue Aja. So I ask myself, what connection has the Blue Aja with a man who can channel? The answer comes back. Warren Dadre and Randall Thor and Chiron. She also had contact with him. Yes, Fedrin's frown deepened to near a scowl. You cannot be suggesting he is the killer. Really, she was getting much too far above herself. No, said Bayonin coolly. I am saying you must follow the connection which leads to the Ashaman men who can channel, who know how to travel. Men who have some reason to fear Aes Sedai, perhaps particular Aes Sedai more than others. A connection is not the proof, she admitted reluctantly, but it is suggestive. Yes, why would an Ashiman come here twice, and each time kill one sister? That sounds as though the killer wanted those 2 and no others. Ashmana shook her head. How could he know when Anaya and Kern would be alone? You cannot think he is lurking about, disguised as a workman. From all I hear, these Ashaman are far too arrogant for that. To me it seems more likely we have an actual workman who can channel and bears a grudge of some sort. Bayonin sniffed dismissively. She could feel Turvale approaching. He must have run to be back so soon, and why would he have waited until now? The last workmen, they were taken on in Mirandi more than a month ago. Ashmanila opened her mouth, but Fedrin darted in quick as a sparrow snatching a crumb. He might have only just learned how. A male wilder, as it were. I've overheard workmen talking, as many admire the Ashmen as fear them. I've even heard some say they wish they had the nerve to go to the Black Tower themselves. The other Grey's left eyebrow twitched as much as both shooting to her hairline in another woman. The 2 were friends, yet she could not be pleased with Fedrin plucking the words from her mouth in that way. All she said, though, was, and Ashaman could find him. I'm sure Benin let herself feel her veil waiting only a few paces behind her now. The bond carried a steady flow of unwavering calm and patience, as strong as the mountains. How she wished she could draw on that, as she could on his physical strength. That is most unlikely to happen, I'm sure you will agree, she said thinly. Ramanda and the others might have stood in favor of this nonsensical alliance with the Black Tower, but from that moment on, they had fought like drunken cart drivers over how to implement it, how to word the agreement, how to present. Sight every single detail torn apart, put back together and torn apart again. The thing was doomed, thank the light I must go, she told them, and turned to take Winterfinch's reins from Turvale. His tall bay geeling was sleek and powerful, and fast, a trained warhorse. Her brown mare was stocky and not fast, yet she had always preferred endurance to speed. Winterfinch could keep going long after taller, supposedly more powerful animals gave up. Putting a foot in the strup, she paused with her hands on tall pommel and cantle. 2 sisters, dead Ashmanila, and both Blue's fine sisters who knew them and learn what else they had in common. To locate the murderer, you must follow the connections. I doubt very much they will lead to Ashaman Bayonin. The important thing is that the killer is found, she replied, pulling herself into the saddle, and turned Winterfinch away before the other woman could go on. An abrupt ending and discourteous, but she had no more wisdom to offer, and time seemed to press down on her. Now the sun was clear of the horizon and climbing. After so long time pressed very hard indeed, the ride to the travelling ground used for departures was short, but near a dozen eyes I were waiting in a line outside the tall canvas wall. Some leading horses, some cloakless, as if they expected to be indoors before long, and 1 or 2 wearing their shawls for some reason. About half were accompanied by warders, several of whom wore their color-shifting cloaks. The one thing the sisters shared was that each shone with the glow of the power. Tervale expressed no surprise at their destination, of course, but more than that, the warder bond continued to carry steady calm. He trusted her. A silvery flash appeared inside the walls, and after sufficient time to count slowly to 30, a pair of greens who could not make a gateway alone entered together with 4 warders leading horses. The custom of privacy already had attached itself to travelling. Unless someone allowed you to see her weave a gateway trying to learn where she was going, was accounted akin to asking direct questions about her business. Bayonine waited patiently on Winterfinch with Tervale towering over her on hammer. At least the sisters here respected her. Raised cowl, or perhaps they had their own reasons for silence. Either way, she did not have to talk with anyone. At this moment that would have been insupportable. The line in front of her dwindled quickly, and soon enough she and Tervale were dismounting at the head of a much shorter line, only 3 sisters. He held aside the heavy canvas flap for her to enter. First, hung between tall poles, the wall enclosed a space of nearly 20 paces by 20, where frozen slush covered the ground, an uneven surface marked by footprints and hoofprints at top one. Another and scored in the middle by a razor-straight line. Everyone used the middle. The ground glistened faintly. Perhaps the beginning of another thaw that would turn it all to slush that might well freeze again. Spring came later here than in Taben, but it was on the brink. As soon as Tervale let the canvas fall, she embraced Sida and Woe's spirit, almost caressingly. This weave fascinated her, a rediscovery of something thought lost forever, and surely the greatest of Iguayin. Alvir's discoveries, every time she felt a sense of it, she felt. Wonder so familiar as novice and even accepted, that had not come to her since she attained the shawl. Something new and marvelous. The vertical silvery line appeared in front of her, right at top, the scoring on the ground, and suddenly became a gap that widened the view through appearing to rotate, until she was faced by a square hole in the air, more than 2 paces by 2, that showed snow-draped oaks with heavy, spreading limbs. A light breeze blew through the gateway, rippling her cloak. She had often enjoyed walking in that grove or sitting on one of the low branches for hours reading, though. Never in snow Tervale did not recognize it, and darted through sword in hand, tugging hammer behind him, the wearer's hooves kicking up puffs of snow on the other side. She followed a little more slowly, and let the weave dissipate almost reluctantly. It truly was wondrous. She found Tervale looking at what rose above the treetops in the near distance, a thick pale shaft rearing against the sky, the White Tower. His face was very still, and the bond seemed filled with stillness too. "I think me you are planning something dangerous, Benon." He still held his blade, bared though lowered now. She laid a hand on his left arm. That should be enough to reassure him she would never have impeded his sword arm if there was any real danger, no more dangerous than his net. The words trailed off as she saw a woman some 30 paces away, walking slowly toward her through the grove of massive trees. She must have been behind a tree before, and I sad eye in a dress of old-fashioned cut with straight white hair, held back by a pearl-studded cap of silver wire, and falling to her waist it could not be. That strong face with its dark tilted eyes and hooked nose was unmistakable, though unmistakable. But Tanine Murdigan had died when Bayonin was accepted. In mid-step, the woman vanished. "What is it?" Tervale spun his sword, coming up to stare in the direction she had been looking. "What frightened you?" "The Dark One, he is touching the world," she said softly. It was impossible, impossible. But she was not given to delusions or fancies. She had seen what she had seen. Her shiver had nothing to do with standing ankle-deep in snow. Silently she prayed, "May the light illumine me all of my days, and may I shelter in the Creator's hand in the sure and certain hope of salvation and rebirth." When she told him about seeing a sister more than 40 years dead, he did not try to dismiss it as hallucination, merely muttered his own prayer half under his breath. She felt no fear in him, though plenty in herself, but none in him. The dead could not frighten a man who took each day as his last. He was not so sanguine when she revealed what she intended. Part of it, anyway. She did so looking into the hand mirror and weaving, very carefully. She was not as adept with illusion as she would have liked. The face in the mirror changed as the weave settled on her. It was not a great change, but the face was no longer an eyes said. Face, no longer. Bionin, Marina's face, just that of a woman who looked vaguely like her, though with much paler hair. "Why do you want to reach Elida?" he demanded suspiciously. Abruptly, the bond carried an edge. "You mean to get close to her, then lower the illusion?" "Yes, she will attack you. No, Bannon. If it must be done, let me go. There are too many warders in the tower for her to know them all, and she will never expect a warder to attack her. I can put a dagger in her heart before she knows what is happening." He demonstrated a short blade appearing in his right hand, quick as lightning. "What I do, I must do myself." Tervail, inverting the illusion and tying it off, she prepared several other weaves just in case matters went too far, Ari inverting them also. Then began another, a very complex weave that she laid on herself that would hide her ability to channel. She had always wondered why some weaves such as illusion could be placed on yourself, while it was impossible to make others such as healing touch your own body. When she had asked that question as accepted, Turanine had said in that memorable deep voice, "As well ask why water is wet and sand dry, child. Put your mind on what is possible, rather than why some things are not." That's good advice. Yet she never had been able to accept the second part. "The dead were walking, may the light illumine me all the days of." She tied off the last weave and removed her great serpent ring, tucking it into her belt pouch. Now she could stand beside any eyes unrecognized for what she was. "You have always trusted me to know what is best," she went on. "Do you still?" His face remained as smooth as a sister's, yet the bond brought an instant of shock. "But of course, Bayon then take Winterfinch and go into the city. Hire a room at an inn until I come for you." He opened his mouth, but she raised an admonitory hand. "Go, Tervail." She watched him disappear through the trees leading both horses, then turned to face the tower. The dead were walking, but all that mattered was that she reach Elida. Only that gusts of wind rattled the casement set in the windows. The fire on the white marble hearth had warmed the air to the point that moisture condensed on the glass panes and trickled down like raindrops. Seated behind her gilded writing table, with her hands calmly folded on the tabletop, Elida Doinia Royan, the watcher of the seals, the flame. Of Tarvalan, the Armelin's seat kept a smooth face, while she listened to the man in front of her rant shoulders, hunched and shaking his fist. Did be kept bound and gagged for most of the voyage, confined day and night, to a cabin better called a cupboard. For that I demand the captain of that vessel be punished. Elida, more I do demand an apology from you and from the White Tower. Fortune stab me. The Armelan Sikh does not have the right to kidnap kings any longer. The White Tower does not have that right. I do demand," he was repeating, himself again. The man barely paused for breath. It was difficult to keep her attention on him. Her eyes wandered to the bright tapestries on the walls, the neatly arrayed red roses on white plinths in the corners, tiresome maintaining outward calm while enduring this tirade. She wanted to stand up and slap him. The audacity of the man to speak so to the Armeland seat, but enduring calmly served her purpose better. She would let him exhaust himself. Matin Stinus Denbalgar was muscular, and he might have been good-looking when young, but the years had proven unkind. The white beard that left his upper lip bare was neatly trimmed, but the hair had retreated from most of his scalp. His nose had been broken more than once, and his scowl deepened, creases on his flushed face that needed no deepening. His green silk coat, embroidered on the sleeves with the golden bees of Elon, had been brushed and cleaned well short of a sister channeling to do the work. Yet it had been his only coat for the voyage, and not all the stains had come out. The ship carrying him had been slow arriving late the day before, but for once she was not displeased with someone else's slowness. The light only knew what a mess Alvarin would have made of matters had he arrived in a timely fashion. The woman deserved to go to the headsman for the mere she had driven the tower into a mere. Elida now had to dig out of much less for daring to blackmail the Armelan seat. Matin Stephanusos cut off abruptly. Taking half a step back on the patterned taberna carpet, Elida wiped the frown from her face. Thinking of Alviarin always made her glare unless she was careful. "Your rooms are comfortable enough for you," she said into the silence. "The serving men are suitable." He blinked at the sudden change of direction. "The rooms do be comfortable and the serving men suitable," he replied in a much milder tone, perhaps remembering her frown. "Even so, you should be grateful to the tower, Metan Stain, and to me Randall Thor took Elon only days after you departed the city. He took the laurel crown as well. The crown of swords, he named it. Can you believe he would have faltered in cutting off your head to take it? I knew you would not leave voluntarily. I saved your life. There he should believe it had been done, with his best interests at heart. Now the fool had the temerity to snort and fold his arms across his chest. I am no a toothless old hound yet, mother. I did face death defending Elon many times. Do you believe I fear dying so much? I would rather be your guest for the rest of my life." Still, that was the first time he had given her her proper title since entering the room. The ornate gilded case clock standing against the wall chimed, small figures of gold and silver and enamel moving on 3 levels. On the highest above the clock face, a king and queen knelt to an Armerland seat. Unlike the wide stole resting on Elida's shoulders, that Armalin stole still had the 7 stripes she had not yet gotten around to bringing in an enameler. There was so much to be done that was so much more important. Adjusting her stole on the bright red silk of her dress, she leaned back so the flame of Tarvalin picked out in moonstones on the tall gilded chairback would stand directly above her head. She intended to make the man take in every symbol of who she was and what she represented. Had the flame-topped staff been at hand, she would have held it under his crooked nose. A dead man can. "Reclaim nothing, my son. From here, with my help, it may be that you can reclaim your crown and your nation." Martinus's mouth opened a crack, and he inhaled deeply, like a man scenting a home he had never thought to see again. "And how would you arrange that, mother? I understand the city due beheld by these Ashermen." He fumbled the cursed name slightly. "And I who followed the dragon reborn." Someone had been talking to him, telling him too much. His news of events was to be strictly rationed. It seemed his serving man would have to be replaced. But hope had washed the anger from his voice, and that was to the good. "Regaining your crown will require planning and time," she told him, since at the moment she had no idea of how it could be accomplished. She certainly intended to find a way. However, kidnapping the King of Elon had been meant to demonstrate her power. But restoring him to a stolen throne would demonstrate it even further. She would rebuild the full glory of the White Tower at its highest, the days when thrones trembled, if the Armerland seat frowned. "I am sure you are still weary from your journey," she said, standing just as if he had undertaken it of his own free will. She hoped he was intelligent enough to make that pretense too. It would serve them both far better than the truth in the days to come. "We will dine together at midday and discuss what might be done. Cariandra escort His Majesty to his rooms and see to fetching a tailor. He will need new clothes made a gift from me." The plump Gildan in red, who had been standing still as a mouse beside the door to the anteroom, glided forward to touch his arm. He hesitated, reluctant to go, but Elida continued as though he were already leaving. "Tell Tarna to come in to me, Carandra. I have a great deal of work today," she added, for his benefit. At last, Matt and Stephanusos let himself be turned, and she sat down again before he reached the door. 3 lacquered boxes were arranged just so on. The tabletop one, her correspondence box where she kept recently received letters and reports from the Aegis. The red shared whatever their eyes and ears learned she thought they did, but the other, still provided only dribbles, though they had produced a number of unwelcome pieces of information in the last week or so. Unwelcome in part because they indicated contact with the rebels that must go beyond those farcical negotiations. It was the fat gold-embossed leather folder in front of her that she opened. However, the tower itself generated enough reports to have buried the table. Had she tried to read them all herself? And Tarvalin produced 10 times as many clerks handled the vast majority, selecting only the most important for her to read. They still made a thick stack. "You wanted me, mother," Tarna said coolly, shutting the door behind her. There was no disrespect in it. The yellow-haired woman was cold by nature, her blue eyes icy. Elida did not mind that. What irritated her was that the bright red keeper stole around Tardan's neck was little more than a wide ribbon. Her pale grey dress was slashed with enough red to display her pride in her ager. So why was her stole so narrow? But Elida had a great deal of trust in the woman, and of late that was a rare commodity. What news from the harbour, Tarna? There was no need to say which. North Harbour alone had any hope of remaining functional without massive repairs. Only river ships of the shallowest draft can enter, Tarna said, crossing the carpet to stand in front of the writing table. She might have been discussing the possibility of rain. Nothing fazed her, but the rest are taking turns tying up to the part of the chain that's Quendia so they can offload into barges. The ship captains complain, and it takes considerably longer, yet for the time being, we can make do. Elida's mouth compressed, and she drummed her fingers on the tabletop. For the time being, she could not begin to repair the harbours until the rebels finally collapsed. So far they had not launched an assault, thank the light. That might begin with soldiers. Only yet sisters certainly would be drawn into it, something they must want to evade as much as she did. But raising the harbour towers as repairs would require laying the harbours open and defenceless, might lead them to desperate acts. Light fighting must be avoided if at all possible. She intended to fold their army into the tower guard once they realized they were finished and returned to the tower. Part of her already thought as if Gareth Bryn were commanding the tower guard for her, an infinitely better man for High Captain than Jamar Chubain. The world would know the White Tower's influence. Then she did not want her soldiers killing one another, any more than she wanted the tower weakened by her eyes to die killing one another. The rebels were hers as much as those inside the tower, and she meant to make them acknowledge it. Picking up the top sheet from the stack of reports, she scanned it rapidly. Apparently, despite my express order, the streets are still not being cleaned. Why? An uneasy light appeared in Tarna's eyes. The first time Elida had ever seen her look troubled. People are frightened. Mother, they don't leave their homes except at need, and with great reluctance even then. They say they have seen the dead walking in the streets. This has been confirmed, Elida asked quietly. Her blood suddenly seemed chill. Have any sisters seen them? None in the red that I know of. The others would speak with her as keeper, yet not freely, not to share confidences. How under the light was that to be mended? But people in the city are adamant. They have seen what they've seen. Slowly Elida set the page down to one side. She wanted to shiver, so she had read everything she could find concerning the last battle, even studies and foretelling so old they had never been translated out of the old tongue, and had lain covered in dust in the darkest corners of the library. The Althor boy had been a harbinger, but now it seemed that Tarman Geden would come sooner than anyone had thought. Several of those ancient foretellings from the earliest days of the tower said the dead appearing was the first sign, a thinning of reality, as the Dark One gathered himself. There would be worse before long. Have the tower guards drag able-bodied men out of their houses if need be, she said calmly. I want those streets clean, and I want to hear that a start was made today. Today. The other woman's pale eyebrows lifted in surprise. She had lost her usual frigid self-control, but all she said of course was, as you command, mother. Elida projected serenity, but it was a charade. What would come, and she still had secured no hold on the Althor boy. To think she had once had him right under her hand. If only she had known, then curse Alvarin, and that triply cursed proclamation calling anathema on anyone who approached him, save through the tower. She would have recalled it, except that would seem weakness, and in any case the damage had been done beyond simple mending. Still soon she would have Elaine back in hand, and the royal house of Andor was the key to winning Tarman Geden, that she had foretold long ago, and news of rebellion against the Shachans sweeping across Tarabon had been very pleasant reading. Not everything was a tangle of briars stabbing her from every side. Scanning the second report, she grimaced. No one liked sewers, yet they were 1/3 of the life's blood of a city, the other two being trade and clean water. Without the sewers, Tarvalin would become prey to a dozen diseases, overwhelming anything the sisters could do, not to mention even more malodorous. Famine, the rotting garbage must have made the streets already. Though trade was cut to a trickle for the moment, the water still came in at the upriver end of the island and was distributed to water towers throughout the city, then to fountains, ornamental and plain, that anyone was free to use. But now it seemed the sewer outlets on the downriver end of the island were nearly clogged. Dipping her pen in the ink jar, she scrolled, I want these cleared by tomorrow, across the top of the page, and signed her name below. If the clerks had any sense, the work was already underway. But she never accused clerks of having much sense. The next report made her own eyebrows rise. Rats inside the tower, that was beyond serious. This should have been on top. Have someone check the wards, Tana. Those wardings had held since the tower was built, but perhaps they could have weakened after 3,000 years. How many of those rats were the Dark Ones? Spy's AR came at the door, followed an instant later by a plump accepted named Anamara, who spread her striped skirts in a deep curtsy. If it pleases you, Mother Philana Sadai and Neain Sadai have brought a woman to you they found wandering in the tower. They say she wants to present a petition to the Armland seat. Tell her to wait and offer her tea. Anamara Tana said briskly. The mother is busy. No, Elida broke in. Send them in, child, send them in. It had been too long since anyone had come to present her with a petition. She was of a mind to grant whatever it was, if it was not too ridiculous. Perhaps that would restart the flow. It was far too long since any sisters had come to her without being summoned too. Perhaps the two Browns would end that drought as well, but only. One woman entered the room, carefully closing the door behind her. By her silk riding dress and good cloak, she appeared to be a noble woman or a prosperous merchant, a supposition supported by her confident manner. Elida was sure she had never met the woman before. Yet there seemed something vaguely familiar about that face, framed by hair even fairer than Tarn's. Elida stood and started around the table, hands outstretched and an unaccustomed smile on her face. She tried to make it seem welcoming. I understand that you have a petition. For me, my daughter Tarna, pour her some tea. The silver pot sitting on a silver tray atop the side table must still be at least warm. The petition. It was something I let them believe in, order to reach you, unbruised mother. The woman replied in Tarabona accents, curtsying, and halfway through that her face was suddenly that of Bayon and Minia, embracing Sida Tarna wore a shield on the woman, but Elida contented herself with planting her fists on her hips. To say that I'm surprised you dare show me your face would be an understatement. Bayonin, I managed to become part of what you might call the ruling council in Salidor, the Grey said calmly. I made sure they sat there and did nothing, and I put the rumors about that many among them were in truth your secret adherents. The sisters, they were looking at one another with so much suspicion. I think me most might have returned to the tower soon at that point, but then other sitters beside the Blues appeared. The next, I knew they had chosen their own hall of the tower and the ruling council. It was done. Still, I continued to do what I could. I know that you commanded me to remain with them until they were all ready to return, but that must happen within days. Now, if I may say, Mother, it was the most excellent decision not to try Egwene. For one thing, she has the genius for discovering new weaves even better than Elaine Trakand or naive Almira. For another, before they raised her, Lil and Ramanda struggled with one another to be named Armelin. With Egwene alive, they will struggle again, but neither can succeed. Yes, me, I think very soon now sisters will begin following behind me. In a week or two, Line and Ramanda will find themselves alone with the remainder of their so-called haul. How did you know the Alvier girl wasn't to be tried? Elida demanded. How did you know she's even alive? Unshield her Tana. Tana complied, and Bayon gave her a nod as if in gratitude. A small gratitude. Those large blue-grey eyes might make Bayonin appear constantly startled, but she was a very composed woman, combined composure with a wholehearted dedication to the law, and also ambition which she possessed in as great a measure, and Elida had known immediately that Bannon was the one to send off after the sisters fleeing the tower, and the woman had failed utterly. Oh, she had apparently sowed a little dissension, but really she had achieved nothing of what Elida had expected from her. Nothing she would find her rewards commensurate with her failure, Egwene. She can enter Teleranriad simply by going to sleep. Mother, I myself have been there and seen her, but I must use a tangriel. I could not acquire any of those the rebels have to bring with me. In any event, she spoke to Swansanja in her dreams. It is claimed, though I think more likely in the world of dreams. Apparently she said that she is a prisoner, but she would not tell where, and she forbade any rescue attempt. May I pour myself that tea? Elida was so stunned she could not speak. She motioned Bayon to the side table, and the Grey curtsied again before going over to feel the silver pitcher. cautiously with the back of her hand. The girl could enter Tel'aran'rhiod, and there were Tangreal that allowed the same thing. The world of dreams was almost a legend. And according to those troubling scraps the Ajas had deigned to share with her, the girl had rediscovered the weave for traveling and made any number of other discoveries as well. They had been the determining factor in her decision to preserve the girl for the tower, but this on top of it. "If I can do this, Mother, perhaps she really is a dreamer," Tana said. "The warning she gave Silviana is useless. Tarna, the Shashan are still deep in Alara and barely touching Elon. At least the Ars were still willing to pass on everything they learned of the Shachan, or rather she hoped they passed on everything." The thought roughened her voice. "Unless they learn to travel, can you think of any precaution I need to take beyond what is already in place?" She could not, of course. The girl had forbidden a rescue. That was good on the face of it, but it indicated she still thought of herself as Amalin. Well, Silviana would remove that nonsense from her head soon enough, if the sisters teaching her classes failed. Can she be fed enough of that potion to keep her out of Tel'aran'rhiod? Turner grimaced slightly. No one liked that vile brew, even the Browns who had brought themselves to test it, and shook. Her head. "We can make her sleep through the night, but she would be useless for anything the next day, and who can say whether it would affect this ability of hers?" "May I pour for you, Mother?" Bayanin said, balancing a thin white teacup on her fingertips. "Tana, the most important news I have, I don't care for any tea," Elida said harshly. "Did you bring back anything to save your skin from your miserable failure? Do you know the weave for traveling, or the skimming for there were so many? Perhaps they were all talents and skills that had been lost, but apparently most had not been named yet." The grey peered at her across the teacup, her face very still. "Yes," she said at last. "I cannot make Quendiar, but I can make the new healing weaves work as well as most sisters, and I know them all." An edge of excitement crept into her voice. The most marvelous is traveling. Without asking permission, she embraced the source and woe spirit. A vertical line of silver appeared against one wall and widened into a view of snow-covered oaks. A cold breeze blew into the room, making the flames dance in the fireplace. "That is called a gateway. It can only be used to reach a place you know well, but you learn a place by making a gateway there. And to go somewhere you do not know well, you use skimming." She altered the weave, and the opening dwindled into that silvery line once more, then widened again. The oaks were replaced by blackness, and a grey-painted barge, railed and gated, that floated on nothing against the opening. "Release the weave," Elida said. She had the feeling that if she walked over to that barge, the darkness would extend as far as she could see in any direction, that she could fall in it forever. It made her queasy. The opening, the gateway, vanished. The memory remained, however. Resuming her seat behind the table, she opened the largest of the lacquered boxes decorated with red roses and golden scroll-work. From the top tray, she picked up a small ivory carving, a fork-tailed swallow dark yellow with years, and stroked her thumb along the curved wings. "You will not teach these things to anyone without receiving my permission." "But why ever not Mother?" "Some of the Ars opposed the Mother almost as strongly as those sisters beyond the river," Tana said. Elida shot a dark look at her keeper, but that cool visage absorbed it without changing a hair. "I will decide who is reliable enough to be taught Bayon. I want your promise. No, I want your oath." On my way here, I saw sisters of different Ars glaring at one another. Glaring. What has happened in the tower? "Mother, your oath." Bayon. The woman stood peering into her teacup long enough that Elida was beginning to think she would refuse, but ambition won out. She had tied herself to Elida's skirts in the hope of preferment, and she would not abandon that now. "Under the light and by my hope of salvation and rebirth, I swear that I will teach the weaves I learned among the rebels to no one without the permission of the Armelin seat." She paused, taking a sip from the cup. "Some sisters in the tower. They are perhaps less reliable than you think. I tried to stop it, but that ruling council sent 10 sisters to return to the tower and spread the tale of the Red AA and Lone." Elida recognized few of the names. She reeled off until the last. That one made her sit bolt upright. "Shall I have them arrested, Mother?" Tana asked, still as chill as ice. "No, have them watched. Watch whoever they associate with." So there was a conduit between the Ajas inside the tower and the rebels. How deeply had the rot spread? However deep, she would clean it out. That may be difficult as matters stand. Mother Elida slapped the table with her free hand. A sharp crack. "I didn't ask whether it would be difficult. I said, do it and inform Maid Donny that I invite her to dinner this evening." The woman had been persistent in trying to resume a friendship that had ended many years before. Now she knew why go and do that now. A shadow crossed Tana's face as she curtsied. "Don't worry," Elida said. "Beonine can feel free to teach you every weave she knows." She did trust Tana after all, and it certainly made her expression brighter, if no warmer. As the door closed behind her keeper, Ela pushed the leather folder to one side and leaned her elbows on the table, focusing on Bayon now show me everything. Chapter 3. At the gardens, Aringar arrived in answer to Moradin's summons, spoken into her furious dreams to find him not yet there. That was hardly surprising. He liked to make an entrance. 11 tall armchairs, carved and gilded, sat in a circle in the middle of the striped wooden floor, but they were empty. Semirog, all in black as usual, looked around to see who had entered, then returned to her huddled conversation with Diandred and Misana. In one corner of the room, Diandre's hooked-nosed face carried an expression of anger that only made him more striking. Not enough to attract her, of course. He was far too dangerous for that. That well-fitted coat of bronze silk with fosse of snowy lace at neck and wrists suited him. However, Misana also wore the style of this age, a darker pattern, embroidered bronze. She appeared worn and subdued for some reason, almost as if she had taken ill. Well, that was possible. This age had a number of nasty diseases, and it seemed unlikely even she would trust Semirog for healing Granal. The only other human present stood in the corner opposite, cradling a delicate crystal goblet filled with dark wine, but watching the trio rather than drinking. Only idiots ignored being studied by Granal. Yet the three went on with their fierce murmurs. The chairs jarred with the rest of their surroundings. The room appeared to have view walls, though the stone arch of a doorway destroyed the illusion. The chairs could have been anything here in Talon Riad. So why not something to suit the room, and why 11, when that was surely 2 more than needed? Osmodian and Semele must be as dead as Baal and Raven. Why not the usual dilating door of a view room? The display made the floor seem to be surrounded by the Anceline Gardens, with cormalin Masoon cements, sculptures of stylized humans and animals towering over low buildings themselves, like delicate sculptures in spin glass. At the gardens, only the finest wines had been served, the finest dishes, and it almost always had been possible to impress a beautiful woman, with large winnings at the ginger wheels, though cheating enough to win consistently had been difficult. Difficult, but necessary for a scholar who lacked wealth, all gone in ruins by the 3rd year of the war. A golden-haired, ever-smiling Zamara in a flowing white blouse and tight breeches bowed fluidly and offered Arangar a crystal goblet of wine on a silver tray. Graceful and beautifully androgynous, apparently human, despite those dead black eyes the creatures had been one of, Agonor's less inspired creations. Still, even in their own age, when Moradin had been called Shamael, there was no longer any doubt in her mind of who he was. He had trusted the creatures above any human servant, despite their uselessness for every other task. Somewhere he must have found a stasis box stuffed with the things he had dozens, although he seldom brought them out. Yet 10 more stood waiting, graceful while standing still. He must consider this meeting more important than most. "Taking the goblet!" She waved the Zamara away, though it was already turning. Before she gestured, she hated the creature's ability to know what was in her head. At least it could not communicate what it learned to anyone. Memories of anything but commands faded in minutes. Even Agonor possessed sense enough to see the need for that. Would he appear today? Engar had missed every meeting since the failure at Shatar Logith. The true question was he among the dead, or was he moving in secret, perhaps at the Great Lord's direction? Either way, his absences presented delicious opportunities, but the latter presented as many dangers. Dangers had been much on her mind lately. Casually, she strolled over to Grenal. Who do you think arrived first? Grenelle. The shadow, take me whoever it was, chose a depressing setting. Lanier had preferred meetings that floated in endless night. Yet this was worse in its own way, like meeting in a cemetery. Grenelle smiled thinly. At least she attempted a thin smile, but no amount of effort would make those lips thin. Lush was the word for all of Grenelle. Lush and ripe and beautiful, and barely concealed by the grey mist of her street gown. Though perhaps she should not have worn quite so many rings, all but one adorned with gems. The coronet encrusted with rubies clashed with her sun-old hair too. The emerald necklace Delana had provided went much better with her own green satin silks. Of course, while the emeralds were real, her silks were a product of the world of dreams. She would have attracted too much notice in the waking world, with a dress cut so low if it would even stay up there, and there was the slit that bared her left leg to the hip. Her legs were better than Grenelle's. She had considered 2 slits. Her abilities here were not as large as some. She could not find Digwene's dreams without the girl right beside her, but she could manage the clothes she wanted. She enjoyed having her body admired, and the more she flaunted it, the more the others took her for inconsequential. I arrived first, Jindal said, frowning slightly into her wine. I have fond memories of the gardens. Argar managed to laugh. So do I, so do I. The woman was a fool like the rest, living in the past among the tatters of what was lost. We'll never see the gardens again, but we'll see their like. She herself was the only one of them suited to rule in this age. She was the only one who understood primitive cultures. They had been her specialty before the war. Still, Grenelle had useful skills and a wider range of contacts among the Friends of the Dark than she herself had, though the other woman would certainly disapprove of how Argar meant to use them should she learn. Has it occurred to you that all of the others have alliances while you and I stand alone? And Osenar, if he was alive, but there was no need to bring him into this, Grenelle's gown turned a darker grey, regrettably obscuring the view. It was real Streath. Arangar had found a pair of stasis boxes herself, but filled with the most appalling rubbish for the most part. Has it occurred to you that this room must have ears? The Zamaran were here when I arrived. Grenal. She purred the name. If Miraiden is listening, he'll assume I'm trying to get into your bed. He knows I never made alliances with anyone. In truth, she had made several. But her allies always seemed to suffer fatal misfortunes once their usefulness ended, and they took all knowledge of the affiliations to their graves. Those who found graves. The street went black as midnight in Larchin, and spots of colour appeared on Grenelle's creamy cheeks. Her eyes became blue ice, but her words were at odds with her face, and her gown faded to near transparency as she spoke, slowly, sounding thoughtful. An intriguing notion, one I have never before considered. I might do so now, perhaps. Hugh will have to convince me, though. Good. The other woman was as quick-witted as ever. It was a reminder that she must be careful. She meant to use Grenelle and dispose of her, not be caught in one of her traps. I am very good at convincing beautiful women. She stretched out a hand to caress Grenelle's cheek. Now was not too soon to begin convincing the others. Besides, something more than an alliance might come of it. She had always fancied Grenelle. She no longer really remembered having been a man. In her memories, she wore the body she did now, which did make for a few oddities. Yet that body's influence had not changed everything. Her appetites had not altered, only broadened. She would very much like to have that street gown, and anything else useful that Grenelle might possess, of course, but she dreamed of wearing that dress sometimes. The only reason she was not wearing one now was that she would not have the other woman thinking she had imitated her. The street remained barely opaque, but Grenelle stepped away from the caress, looking past Arangar, who turned to find Misana approaching, flanked by Dian, Dread, and Shamuri. He still appeared angry, and Shema coolly amused. Misana was still pale, but no longer subdued. No, not subdued at all. She was a hissing career, spitting venom. Why did you let her go, Argar? You were supposed to be controlling her. Were you so busy playing your little dream games with her that you forgot to learn what she was thinking? The rebellion will fall apart without her for a figurehead. All my careful planning ruined because you couldn't keep a grasp on one ignorant girl. Arangar held onto her temper firmly. She could hold it when she was willing to make the effort. Instead of snarling, she smiled. Could Misana actually have based herself inside the White Tower? How wonderful it would be if she could find a way to split that threesome apart. I listened in on a sitting of the Rebels' Hall last night in the world of dreams, so they could meet inside the White Tower with Egwene leading it. She's not the figurehead you believe I've tried telling you before, but you never listened. That came out too hard with an effort, and it required effort. She moderated her tone. Egwene told them all about the situation inside the tower, the AAS at one another's throats. She convinced them it's the tower that is about to fall apart, and that she might be able to help it along from where she is. Were I you, I'd worry whether the tower can hold together long enough to keep this conflict going. They're determined to hold on, Misana murmured half under her breath. She nodded. Good, good. Then, everything is proceeding according to plan. I had been thinking I would need to stage some sort of rescue, but perhaps I can wait until a leader has broken her. Her return should create even more confusion. Then you need to sow more dissension, Arga. Before I'm done, I want those so-called eyes hating each other in their blood. Azumara appeared, bowing gracefully, as it offered a tray with 3 goblets. Asana and her companions took the wine without a glance at the creature, and it bowed again before flowing away. Dissension was always something she was good at, Cimarog said. Demandred laughed. Arangar forced her anger down. Sipping her own wine, it was quite good with a heavy aroma. If nowhere near the vintages served at the gardens, she laid her free, hand on Grenel's shoulder, and toyed with one of those sun-colored curls. The other woman never flinched, and the stree remained a bare mist. Either she was enjoying this, or she had better control of herself than seemed possible. Cimarog's smile grew more amused. She too took her pleasures where she found them, though pleasures had never attracted Argar. If you're going to fondle one another, Deandre growled, do it in private. Jealous Argar murmured and laughed lightly at his scowl. Where is the girl kept Misana? She didn't say Misana's big blue eyes narrowed. They were her best feature, yet only ordinary when she frowned. Why do you want to know so you can rescue her yourself? I won't tell you. Rendal hissed, and Argar realized that her hand had become a fist in that golden hair bending Grenal's head back. The other woman's face remained tranquil, but her gown was a red mist and rapidly growing darker, more opaque. Arangar loosened her grip, holding on lightly. One of the first steps was making your quarry accustomed to your touch. She did nothing to keep the anger from her voice this time, however. Her bared teeth were an undisguised snarl. I want the girl Misana. Without her, I have much weaker tools to work with. Misana sipped wine calmly before responding. Calmly. By your own account, you don't need her at all. It has been my plan from the start. Darren, I will adapt it according to need, but it is mine, and I will decide when and where the girl is set free. No, Misana. I will decide when and where, or whether she is freed, Moradin announced, striding through the stone arch, so he had set ears in place. He was in unreeved black this time, a black somehow darker than what Cimarog wore. As usual, Mogadin and Sinindane followed him, both attired in identical red and black that suited neither. What hold did he have on them? Mogadin at least had never willingly followed anyone. As for that beautiful bosom little pale-haired doll, Sinindane Arangar had approached her just to see what might be learned, and the girl had coldly threatened to rip her heart out if Arangar touched her again. Hardly the words of someone who submitted easily. Samuel appears to have resurfaced, Moradin announced, crossing the floor to take a seat. He was a big man, and he made the ornate high-backed chair seem a throne. Mogadin and Sinindane sat down to either side of him, but interestingly not until he had Zamaran in snowy white were there instantly with wine. Yet Moradin received his first whatever was at work there. The Zamaran sensed it. That hardly seems possible, Grenel said as they all moved to take chairs. Her gown was dark grey now, concealing everything. He must be dead. No one moved quickly, though. Moradin was nameless. Yet no one except Mogadin and Sinindane was willing to display any hint of subservience. Sorengar certainly was not. She took a seat across from Moradin where she could watch him without seeming to, and Mogadin and Sinindane Mogadin was so still she would have faded into the chair, except for her bright dress. Sinindane was a queen, her face chiseled from ice. Trying to pull down the neighbors was dangerous, yet those two might hold the key. If she could figure out how to turn it, Grenal sat down beside her and the chair was suddenly closer. Arangar could have laid her hand on the other woman's wrist but refrained from anything more than a slow smile. It was best to keep her mind centered right then. He could never have borne staying hidden this long. Demandred put in lounging into his chair between Semarog and Masana, legs crossed as though perfectly at ease. That seemed doubtful. He was another who was unreconciled. She was sure Sale needed to have every eye directed at him. Nevertheless, Semele or someone disguised as him gave orders to Merdrol and they obeyed. So it was one of the chosen. Moradin scanned around the chairs as though he could detect who it had been. Blacksaw trickled across his blue eyes. In a continuous stream, she had no regrets that the true power was limited to his use alone. Now the price was much too high. Ishmael had certainly been at least half insane, and he still was as Moradin. How long before she could remove him? "Are you going to tell us what these orders were?" Semiro's tone was cool and she sipped her wine calmly, watching Moradin over the goblet's rim. She sat very erect, but she always did. She too appeared completely at ease, yet that was unlikely. Morden's jaw tightened. "I don't know," he said at last reluctantly. He never liked saying that, but they sent a H-100 Murroll and thousands of Trollocs into the ways. That sounds like some Deandrid said, thoughtfully twisting his goblet and studying the swirling wine. Perhaps I was mistaken. A remarkable admission coming from him, or an attempt to hide being the one who had worn Samuel as a disguise. She would very much like to know who had begun playing her own game, or whether Samuel really was alive. Mordin grunted sourly. "Pass orders to your friends of the dark. Any report of Trollocs or murder outside. The blight is to be handed to me as soon as you receive it. The time of return is coming soon. No one is allowed to go adventuring on their own any longer." He studied them again, each in turn, safe for Mogodane and Sinindane. With a smile even more languorous than Grenal's, Arangar met his gaze. Misana shrank back from it. "As you learn to your sorrow," he told Masana. And impossible as it seemed, her face went paler still. She took a long drink from her goblet, her teeth clicking on the crystal. Semiro and Deandrid avoided looking at her. Arangar exchanged looks with Grenindel. Something had been done to punish Misana's failure to appear at Châtelog. But what once dereliction on that scale would have meant death, they were too few for that now. Sinindane and Mogodane appeared as curious as she was, so they did not know either. "We can see the signs as clearly as you," Moradin Deandre said irritably. "The time is near. We need to find the rest of the seals on the Great Lord's prison. I've had my followers searching everywhere, but they found nothing." "Ah, yes, the seals. Indeed they must be found." Moradin's smile was almost complacent. "Only 3 remain, all in Elor's possession, though I doubt he has them with him. They're too susceptible to breaking now. He will have hidden them. Direct your people to places he has been. Search them yourselves. The easiest way is to kidnap Luce Theron." In strong contrast to her Ice Maiden appearance, Sinindane's voice was breathy and sultry, a voice made for lying on soft pillows wearing very little. There was considerable heat in those big blue eyes now. "A searing heat. I can make him tell where the seals are." "No," Moran snapped, fixing her with a steady stare. "You would accidentally kill him. The time and manner of Althor's death will be at my choosing. No one else." Strangely, he put his free hand to the breast of his coat, and Sinindane flinched. Mogodine shivered. "No one else," he repeated in a hard voice. "No one else," Sinindane said. When he lowered his hand, she exhaled softly, then took a swallow of wine. Sweat glistened on her forehead. Arangar found the exchange illuminating. It seemed that once she had disposed of Moradin, she would have Mogodine and the girl on leashes. Very good indeed. Moradin straightened himself in his chair, directing that stare at the rest of them. "That goes for all of you. Now Thor is mine. You will not harm him in any way." Sinind bent her head over her goblet, sipping, but the hatred in her eyes was plain. Grenal had said she was not Landfair, that she was weaker in the One Power, but she surely was fixated on Althor, and she called him by the same name Lanier had always used. "If you want to kill someone," he went on, "kill these 2. Suddenly the semblances of 2 young men in rough country clothes stood in the center of the circle, turning so that everyone could get a good look at their faces. One was tall and wide with yellow eyes of all things, while the other was not quite slender and wore a cheeky grin, creations of Telandriad. They moved stiffly and their expressions never altered. Panera and Mat Cawthon are Taveran easily found. Find them and kill them. Grenly laughed a mirthless laugh. Finding Tiveran was never as simple as you made out, and now it's harder than ever. The whole pattern is in flux full of shifts. Anne Spikes Pinara and Matt Karin Simmerog murmured, inspecting the two shapes. So that is what they look like, who knows? Moridon, if you had shared this with us before now, they might already have been dead. Mortin's fist came down hard in the arm of his chair. Find them. Make doubly sure that your followers know their faces. Find Abara and Cawthon and kill them. The time is coming, and they must be dead. Arengar took a sip of her wine. She had no objections to killing these two, if she happened to come across them, but Moridon was going to be terribly disappointed over Randall Thor. Chapter 4. A Deal. Parn sat Stepper's saddle a little back from the edge of the trees and watched the large meadow where red and blue wildflowers were beginning to poke through the winter brown grass that the now vanished snows had flattened into a mat. This stand was mainly leather leaf that kept its broad dark foliage through the winter, but only a few small pale leaves decorated the branches of the sweet gums among them. The dun stallion stamped a hoof with an impatience Perrin shared, though he let none of it show. The sun stood almost overhead. He had been waiting there nearly an hour. A stiff, steady breeze blew out of the west down the meadow toward him. That was good. Every so often his gauntleted hand stroked a nearly straight branch, hacked from an oak, thicker than his forearm, and more than twice as long, that lay across the saddle in front of him. For half its length, he had shaved two sides flat and smooth, the meadow ringed by huge oaks and leather leaf, towering pine and shorter sweet gum, was less than 600 paces wide, though longer than that. The branch should be broad enough. He had planned for every possibility he could imagine. The branch fit more than one. "My lady, first you should return to the camp," Galen said, not for the first time rubbing irritably at his red eye patch. His crimson, plumed helmet hung from the pommel of his saddle, leaving his shoulder-length grey hair uncovered. He had been heard to say in Barlin's hearing that most of those grey hairs were presents from her. His black warhorse tried to take a nip at Stepper, and he reined the heavy-chested Geeling sharply without taking his attention from Barlin. He had counselled against her coming in the first place. "Grady can take you back and return while the rest of us wait a while longer to see whether the Shachan are going to show up. I will remain, Captain. I will remain." Barlin's tone was firm and calm, yet beneath her usual smell of patience lay an edge of concern. She was not so certain as she made herself sound. She had taken to wearing a light perfume that smelled of flowers. Perron sometimes found himself trying to puzzle out which flowers, but he was too focused for idle thoughts today. Vexation spiked in Anura's scent, though her ageless eyes at eye phase framed by dozens of thin braids remained as smooth as ever. But then the beak-nosed grey. Sister had smelled vexed ever since the rift between her and Barrylane. It was her own fault visiting Massima behind Barlane's back. She also had counselled Barrylane to stay behind. Anora edged her brown mare closer to the first of Mayan, and Barrylane moved her white mare just that far away, without so much as a glance in her advisor's direction. Vexation spiked again. Barrylane's red silk dress, heavily embroidered in golden scrollwork, displayed more bosom than she had in some time, though a wide necklace of fires and opals provided a degree of modesty. A wide matching belt, supporting a jewelled dagger, cinched her waist. The narrow crown of Mayan resting on her black hair, holding a golden hawk in flight above her brows, appeared ordinary beside the belt and necklace. She was a beautiful woman, the more so, it seemed to him, since she had stopped chasing him, though. Still not a patch on Phil, of course. Anora wore an unadorned grey riding dress, but most of them were in their best. For Parn, that was a dark green silk coat, with silver embroidery covering the sleeves and shoulders. He was not much for fancy clothes, File had chid him into buying what little he had. Well, she had chid him gently, but today he needed to impress. If the wide, plain leather belt fastened over the coat spoiled the impression a little, so be it. She must come, Argandanda muttered. A short, stocky man, Alejandra's first captain, had not removed his silvered helmet with its 3 short white plumes, and he sat his saddle easing his sword in its scabbard, as though awaiting a charge. His breastplate was silver-plated too. He would be visible for miles out in the sunlight. She must. The prophet says they won't, Aram put in, and not softly heeling his leggy grey up beside Steer. The brass wolf-head pummel of his sword stuck up over the shoulder of his green-striped coat. Once he had seemed too good-looking for a man, but now his face grew grimmer every day. There was a haggardedness about him, his eyes sunken and his mouth tight. The prophet says either that, or it's a trap. He says we shouldn't trust the Shachan pin held his silence, but he felt his own spike of irritation, as much with himself as with the one-time tinker Balweir had informed him that Aram had begun spending time with Messima. Yet it had seemed unnecessary to tell the man not to let Messima know everything Pon was doing. There was no putting the egg back into the shell, but he would know better in the future. A workman should know his tools and not use them to breaking. The same went for people. As for Messima, no doubt he was afraid they would meet someone who knew he himself was dealing with the Shachan. They were a large party, though most would remain right there among the trees. 50 of Barlane's winged guards in rimmed, red helmets and red breastplates, scarlet streamers floating from their slender steel-tipped lances, were mounted behind the golden hawk on blue of Mayan, rippling on the breeze. Beside them, 50 Gildan in burnished breastplates and dark green conical helmets sat their horses behind Gildan's 3 silver stars on red. The streamers on their lances were green. They made a brave show, yet all of them together were far less deadly than Ger Grady with his weathered farmer's face, even if they made him appear drab in his plain black coat with a silver sword pin on the high collar. He knew it whether or not they did, and he stood beside his bay geeling with the ease of a man resting before the day's labour. In contrast, Leif Torfin and Todd Alcar, the only other 2 Rivers men present, were still all but bouncing in their saddles with excitement, despite the long wait. It might have taken some of their pleasure away had they known they had been chosen, in large part because they came nearest fitting their borrowed coats of dark, finely woven green wool. Leo carried Pan's own red wolf-head banner, Todd the red eagle of Manfran, both rippling on staffs a little longer than the lances. They had almost come to blows over who was to carry, which Pan hoped it was not because neither wanted to carry the red-boarded wolf-head. Leof looked happy enough, Todd looked ecstatic. Of course, he did not know why Pan had brought the thing along. In any trade you needed to make the other fellow think he was getting something extra. As Matt's father often said, colours swirled in Perrin's head, and for a brief instant he thought he saw Matt talking to a small dark woman. He shook off the image. Here, and now today were all that mattered. File was all that mattered. They will come, Argandanda snapped in answer to Aram, though he glared through the face bars of his helmet as if expecting a challenge. What if they don't? Galen demanded, his one-eyed scowling as fiercely as Argan's pair. His red-lacquered breastplate was not much better than Argan's silvered one. Small chance they could be talked into painting them something dull. What if it is a trap? Arganda growled, almost a wolf's guttural growl. The man was near the end of his tether. The breeze brought the scent of horses only moments before Pan's ears caught the first bluet trills too distant for anyone else to hear. They came from the trees flanking the meadow. Large parties of men, perhaps unfriendly, were entering the woods. More till-rills sounded closer. "They're here," he said, which earned him looks from Miranda and Galen. He tried to avoid revealing the acuteness of his hearing or his sense of smell, yet that pair had been on the point of coming to blows. The relayed trills grew nearer and everyone could hear them. The 2 men's looks grew odd. "I can't risk the lady first if there's any chance of a trap," Golan said, buckling on his helmet. They all knew what the signal meant. "The choice is mine," Captain Verilane replied before Pan could open his mouth. "And your safety is my responsibility. My lady first." Verilane drew breath, her face darkening, but Pan got there first. "I told you how we're going to spring that trap if that's what it is. You know how suspicious the Shachan are. Likely they're worried about us ambushing them." Galen harumphed loudly. The patience in. Verilaine's smell flickered, then settled in again. "Rock steady." "You should listen to him, Captain," she said with a smile for Pin. "He knows what he is doing." A party of riders appeared at the far end of the meadow and drew rein. Talambar was easy to pick out. In a dark coat and mounted on a good dappled grey, he was the only man not wearing armour, vividly striped in red and yellow and blue. The other pair, unarmored, were women, one in blue, with red on her skirts and breast, the other in grey. The sun reflected off something connecting them. So Alderman Demity. There had been no mention of that in all the negotiations carried out through Talonvor, but Pan had counted on it. "It's time," he said, gathering Steppa's reins one-handed, "before she decides we're not coming." Anura managed to get close enough to lay a hand on Barrelane's arm for a moment, before the other woman could move her mare away. "You should let me come with you, Bereline. You may need my counsel." "Yes, this sort of negotiation is my specialty. I suspect the Sean-Chen know, and I said I face by now, don't you, Anora? I hardly think they'd negotiate with you. Besides," Belane added in a too-sweet voice, "you must remain here to assist Master Grady." Spots of colour appeared briefly on the eyes' cheeks, and her wide mouth tightened. It had taken the wise ones to make her agree to take orders from Grady today, though Pern was just as glad he did not know how they had done it, and she had been trying to wiggle out ever since leaving the camp. "You stay too," Perrin said when Aram made to ride forward. "You've been hot-headed lately, and I won't risk you saying or doing the wrong thing out there. I won't risk Phil on it." That was true. No need to say he would not risk the man carrying what was said out there back to Masima. You understand? Bubbles of disappointment filled Aram's scent, but he nodded, however, reluctantly, and rested his hands on the pommel of his saddle. He might come close to worshipping Messima, but he would give his life 100 times over rather than risk fails on purpose. Anyway, what he did without thinking was another matter. Pin rode out of the trees, flanked by Aranda on one side, and Berelane and Galen on the other. The banners followed behind, and 10 Mayas and 10 Gildanon in, a column of 2s. As they walked their mounts forward, the Shakan started toward them also in column, with Talonvor riding beside the leaders, one on her own, the other a bay. The horses' hooves made no sound in the thick mat of dead grass. The forest had gone silent even to Perrin's ears, while the Mayanas and Gildan spread out in a line, and most of the Shachan, in their brightly painted armor, did the same. Pin and Bereline advanced toward Talonvor, and 2 of the armored Shachan, one with 3 thin blue plumes on that lacquered helmet that was so like an insect's head, the other with 2, the Soldam and Damani, came too. They met in the middle of the meadow, surrounded by wildflowers and silence, with 6 paces between them, as Talonvor positioned himself to one side between the 2 groups. The armored Shachan removed their helmets with hands in steel-backed gauntlets that were striped like the rest of their armor. The 2 plumed helmet revealed a yellow-haired man with 6 scars, seaming his square face. He was a hard-bitten man who smelled of amusement strangely, but it was the other who interested Pin, mounted on the bay, a trained warhorse if he had ever seen one. She was tall and broad-shouldered for a woman, though lean otherwise and not young. Grey marked the temples of her close-cut, tightly curled black hair. As dark as good topsoil, she displayed only 2 scars, one slanting across her left cheek. The other, on her forehead, had taken part of her right eyebrow. Some people thought scars a sign of toughness. It seemed to Perrin that fewer scars meant that you knew what you were doing. Confidence filled the scent of her in the breeze. Her gaze flickered across the fluttering banners. He thought she paused slightly on Manfran's red eagle, and again on Mayan's golden hawk, yet she quickly settled to studying him. Her expression never altered a whit, but when she noticed his yellow eyes, something unidentifiable entered her scent, something sharp and hard. When she saw the heavy blacksmith's hammer in its loop on his belt, the strange scent grew. "I give you Pin Tabashir, Abara, Lord of the 2 Rivers, liege lord, to Queen Aleandra of Gildan," Talonvor announced, raising a hand toward Pin. He claimed the Shashan were sticklers for formality, but Pan had no idea whether this was a Shashan ceremony or something from Andor Talonborg could have made it up for all of him. "I give you Berlane Sir Pandragra Peyron, first of Mayan blessed of the light defender of the waves, high seat of House Perron." With a bow to the pair of them, he shifted his reins and raised the other hand toward the Shachan. "I give you Banner General Tyler of the ever-victorious army, in service to the Empress of Shanshchan. I give you Captain Bakaya Mishima of the ever-victorious army, in service to the Empress of Shan." Another bow, and Talonvor turned his grey to ride back to a place beside the banners. His face was as grim as Aram's, but he smelled of hope. "I'm glad he didn't name you the Wolf King, my lord," the Banner General drawled. The way she slurred her words, Pin had to listen hard to make out what she was saying. "Otherwise, I'd think Tarmangaiden was on us. You know the prophecies of the dragon. When the Wolf King carries the hammer, thus are the final days known. When the fox marries the raven and the trumpets of battle are blown." I never understood that second line myself. "And you, Melody Sir Paindrag, that would mean from Paindrag my family is descended from utter Paindrag Triel." Beryline replied, holding her head high, and eddy in the breeze brought a whiff of pride among the patience and perfume. They had agreed that Parn was to do all of the talking. She was there to dazzle the Shashchan with a beautiful young ruler, or at least to lend weight to Pin with it. But he supposed she had to answer a direct question. Tai nodded as though that were exactly the answer she expected. "That makes you a distant cousin of the imperial family, my lady. No doubt the Empress, may she live forever, will honor you so long as you make no claims to Hawkwing's empire yourself anyway." "The only claim I make is to Mayan Belaine," said proudly, "and that I will defend to my last breath. I didn't come here to talk about the prophecies or Hawkwing or your Empress," Perrin said irritably. For the second time in a matter of moments, those colors tried to coalesce in his head, only to be dispelled. He had no time. The Wolf King Hopper would come as near to laughing as a wolf could over that any wolf would. Still, he felt a chill. He had not realized that he was mentioned in the prophecies, and his hammer was a harbinger of the last battle. But nothing mattered, except file only her and whatever it took to free her. The agreement for this meeting was no more than 30 in either party, but you have men in the woods on both sides of us. A lot of men. "So do you," Mishima said with grin distorted by a white scar that met the corner of his mouth. "Or you wouldn't know about ours." His droll was worse than hers. Pon kept his eyes on the Banner General. "As long as they both remain, there's the chance of accidents. I don't want any accidents. I want my wife back from the Shido." "And how do you propose we avoid accidents?" Mishima said, idly, flipping his reins. He sounded as though the question was not urgent. It seemed Tai was content to let him do the talking while she observed Parn's reactions. "Are we supposed to trust you if we send our men out first, or you to trust us if we ask you to withdraw first? On the heights the paths are paved with daggers. There isn't much room for trust. I suppose we could both order our men to pull back at the same time, but one side might cheat." Parn shook his head. "You're going to have to trust me, Banner General. I have no reason to want to attack you or capture you, and every reason not to. I can't be sure of the same about you. You might think capturing the first of Mayan worth a little betrayal." Beryline laughed softly. It was time for the branch, not just to force the Shane out of the woods first, but to convince them that they needed what he could offer. He stood the branch upright on the saddle in front of him. "I expect your men are probably good soldiers. My men aren't soldiers, though. They've fought Trollocs and Shido and done well against both." Gripping the branch at its base, he held it high overhead, the shaved sides uppermost and facing either side, but they're used to hunting lions and leopards and ridgecats come down out of the mountains. After our flocks and wild boar and bear, animals that hunt back in forests, not much different from this. The branch tried to twist violently in his gauntleted fist as twin impacts not a heartbeat apart shivered down his arm. He lowered the branch to display 2 pile arrows, their chiseled-shaped heads driven clear of the tough wood on either side 300 paces. Was a long range for that target, but he had chosen John Denbar and Jory Conger to make the shots. They were the best he had. If it comes down to it, your men won't even see who's killing them. And that armor won't do much good against a 2 Rivers longbow. I hope it doesn't come to that. With all of his strength, he heaved the branch up into the air. "My eyes," Mishima growled, a hand going to his sword, even as he tried to rein the roan back, and watched Parn and the branch all at the same time. His helmet toppled from his saddle to the grass. The Banner General made no move toward her sword, though she also tried watching Pin in the branch. At first she did. Then her gaze followed only the branch, as it continued to climb until it hung centered between them, 100 FT in the air. Abruptly, a ball of flame enveloped the branch so fierce that Parn felt the heat as from an open furnace. Beryline put a hand up to shield her face. Tyle merely watched thoughtfully. The fire lasted just moments. Yet that was enough to leave only ash drifting on the breeze when it vanished, ash and two plummeting specks that fell into the dry grass. Small flames shot up immediately and began growing, spreading. Even the war horses snorted in fear. Barlane's mare danced in an attempt to fight her reins and flee. Aaron muttered a curse. He should have thought of the arrowheads and started to dismount to stomp out the fire. But before he could swing his leg over the saddle, the flames vanished, leaving only thin tendrils of smoke rising from a patch of blackened grass. "Good. Nori," the Sultan murmured, patting the Damani. "Nori is a wonderful Damani." The great-clad woman smiled shilly at the praise. Despite her words, the Sultan looked worried, so Tali said, "You have a Marath." She paused, pursing her lips. "You have an Isai with you." "More than one." "No matter, I can't say the eyes I've seen have impressed me very much. Not Marath Damani, my general," the Sultan said quietly. Tai sat very still, studying Perrine intently. "Ayman," she said at last, "not a question. You begin to interest me, my lord, then maybe one last thing will convince you." Perrine said, "Todd, roll that banner around the staff and bring it here." Hearing nothing behind him, he looked over his shoulder. Todd was staring at him with a stricken look. Giving himself a shake, Todd began winding the red eagle around its staff. He still looked unhappy when he rode forward and handed it to Pan, though he sat there with his hand still stretched out as though hoping the staff might be returned to him. Heeling stepper toward the Shah-Chan, Perrine held the banner in front of him in his fist, parallel to the ground. The Two Rivers was the heart of Manthan Banner General. The last king of Manthan died in a battle, right where Eamon's Field, the village I was born in, grew up. Manthrine is in our blood. But the Shido have my wife prisoner. To free her, I'll give up any claim to reviving Manithine Sign, any sort of oath on it you want. That claim would be a field of brambles for you, Shanhan. You could be the one who cleared that field without a drop of bloodshed." Behind him someone groaned miserably. He thought it was Todd. Suddenly the breeze was a gale, howling in the opposite direction, pelting them with grit, blowing so hard that he had to cling to his saddle to keep from being knocked out of it. His coat seemed on the point of being ripped from his body. Where had the grit come from? The forest was carpeted inches deep with dead leaves. The tempest stank of burned sulphur too sharp enough to burn Pan's nose. The horses tossed their heads, mouths open, but the roar of the wind buried their frightened whinnies. Only moments the ferocious wind lasted, and then as suddenly as it came it was gone, leaving only the breeze blowing the other way. The horses stood shivering, snorting and tossing their heads and rolling their eyes. Perrine patted Stepper's neck and murmured soothing sounds, yet it had little effect. The Banner General made a strange gesture and muttered, "Avert the shadow, where under the light did that come from? I've heard tales of strange things happening. Or was it more convincing on your part, my lord?" "No," Perrine said truthfully. Nail possessed abilities with weather, it had turned out, but not Grady. "What does it matter where it came from?" Tylee looked at him thoughtfully, then nodded. "What does it matter?" she said, sounding as if she did not necessarily agree with him. "We have stories about Mana. That would be brambles underfoot and no boots. Half of Amadisia is buzzing with two. And that banner come to bring Manthran alive again and save Amadisia from us. Mishima, sound withdrawal." Without hesitation, the yellow-haired man raised a small, straight horn that was hanging by a red cord around his neck. Blowing 4 shrill notes, he repeated the sequence twice before letting the horn fall to swing against his chest. "My part is done," Tyle said. Baron put back his head and shouted as loudly and distinctly as he could, "Daniel Tell. When the last Shah-Chan moves below the end of the meadow, gather everyone and join Grady." The Banner General stuck her little finger into her ear and wiggled it about in spite of her gauntlet. "You have a strong voice," she said dryly. Only then did she reach out to take the banner staff, laying it carefully across the saddle in front of her. She did not look at it again, but one hand stroked the banner itself, perhaps unconsciously. "Now what do you have that can aid my plan?" My Lord Mishima hooked an ankle behind the tall pommel of his saddle and lowered himself to catch up his helmet. The wind had rolled it across the beaten-down grass halfway back to the line of Shah-Chan's soldiers. From the trees came a brief snatch of lark song, then another. The Shah-Chan were withdrawing. Had they felt the wind too? No matter. Not nearly as many men as you already have, Pan admitted. Not that are trained soldiers, at least. But I have Asherman and Isidai and wise ones who can channel, and you'll need every one of them. She opened her mouth, and he raised a hand. I want your word that you won't try putting collars on them. He glanced pointedly at the Suldam and Damani. The Seldom was keeping her eyes on Tylee, awaiting orders, but at the same time she was idly stroking the other woman's hair, the way you might stroke a cat to soothe it. And Nori looked to be almost purring light. Your word that they're safe from you. Them and anyone in the camp wearing a white robe. Most of those aren't Shid anyway, and the only among them I know about are friends of mine. Tylee shook her head. You have strange friends, my lord. In any case, we've found people from Cayenne and Amadisia with bands of Shido and let them go. Though most of the Karanen seem too disoriented to know what to do with themselves. The only ones in white we keep are the Ale. These guys shine, make marvelous do. Unlike the rest, still. I'll agree to letting your friends go free, and your Isidai and Asherman putting an end to this gathering is very important. Tell me where they are, and I can start incorporating you into my plans. Pin rubbed the side of his nose with a finger. It seemed unlikely many of those Gain were Shido, but he was not about to. Tell her that let them have their chance at freedom when their year and a day was up. It'll have to be my plan, I'm afraid. Savannah will be a tough nut to crack, but I've worked out how. For one thing, she has maybe 100,000 Shido with her, and she's gathering in more. Not everyone is, I'll guide Saisei, but any adult will pick up a spear if they need to. Savannah. Tai gave a pleased smile. We've heard that name. I would dearly love to present Savannah, of the Jumai Shadow, to the Captain General. Her smile faded. 100,000 is many more than I expected. Is many more. But not more than I can handle. We've fought these Ale before Amadisia. A Mishima riding back to join them. Mishima laughed, but it was a harsh sound. No amusement in it. That we have been a general. They are fierce fighters, disciplined and crafty, but they can be handled. You surround one of their bands, their septs, with 3 or 4 demon and pound them till they give up. It's a nasty business. They have their families with them, but they surrender the sooner for it. I understand you have a dozen or so money, parents said, but is that enough to face 300 or 400 wise ones channeling? The banner general frowned. You mentioned that before, wise ones channeling. Every band we've caught had its wise ones, but not one of them could channel. That's because all the Shadow have are with Savannah. Pan replied, at least 300 and maybe 4. The wise ones with me are sure of it. Tail and Mishima exchanged a look, and the banner general sighed. Mishima looked glum. Well, she said, orders or no orders, that puts an end to finishing this quietly. The daughter of the 9 moons will have, to be disturbed if I must apologize for it to the Empress. May she live forever. Likely I will, the daughter of the 9 moons, some high-ranking Shashan, apparently. But how was she supposed to be disturbed by any of this? Mishima grimaced, a fearsome sight with all those scars crisscrossing his face. I read there were 400 Damani on each side at Somalarin, and that was a slaughterhouse, half the Imperial army on the field dead, and better than 3 out of 4 among the rebels. Nevertheless, Mishima, we have it to do, or rather someone else does. You might escape an apology, but I won't. What under the light was so upsetting about an apology? The woman smelled resigned. Unfortunately, it will take weeks, if not months, to gather enough soldiers and the money to prick this boil. I thank you for your offer of help, my lord. It will be remembered. Tai held out the banner. You'll want this back since I can't deliver my side of the bargain. But a piece of advice. The ever-victorious army may have other tasks in front of it for the nons, but we won't let anyone take momentary advantage of the situation. 2. Set himself up as a king. We mean to reclaim this land, not divide it into parcels, and we mean to keep our lands, Barline said fiercely, making her mare lunge across the few paces of dead grass between her and the Shachan. The mare was eager to lunge, eager to run away from that wind, and she had trouble reining the animal in. Even her scent was fierce. No patience now. She smelled like a Sholf, defending her injured mate. I've heard that your ever-victorious army is misnamed. I've heard the Dragon Reborn defeated you soundly to the south, don't you ever? Think that Panabara can't do the same, Light, and he had been worried over Aram's hot-headedness. I don't want to defeat anybody except the Shido, Pan said firmly, fighting off the image that tried to form in his mind. He folded his hands in the pummel of his saddle. Stepper seemed to be settling down at least. The stallion still gave small shivers now and then, but he had stopped rolling his eyes. There's a way to do that and still keep everything quiet, so you don't need to apologize. If that was important to her, he was ready to use it. The daughter of the 9 moons can rest easy, I told you. I had this planned out. Talonvor told me, you have some kind of tea that makes a woman who can channel go wobbly in the knees. After a moment, Tyle lowered the banner back to her saddle and sat studying him. A woman or a man, she drawled at last. I've heard of several men being caught that way, but just how do you propose feeding it to these 400 women when they're surrounded by 100,000? By feeding it to all of them without letting them know they're drinking it. I'll need as much as I can get, though. Wagon loads, probably. There's no way to heat the water, you see, so it'll be thin tea. Tyle laughed softly. A bold plan, my lord. I suppose they might have cartloads at the manufacturer where the tea is made, but that's a long way from here in Amadisia, almost a teraban. And the only way I can get more than a few pounds at once would be to tell someone of higher rank why I wanted it. And there's the end of keeping it quiet all over again. The Ashaman know a thing called travelling. Parent told her a way to cross hundreds of miles in a step. And as for getting, the tea, maybe this will help. From his left gauntlet he pulled a folded grease-stained piece of paper. Tylee's eyebrows rose as she read it. Pin had the short text by heart. The bearer of this stands under my personal protection. In the name of the Empress, may she live forever. Give him whatever aid he requires in service to the Empire, and speak of it to no one but me. He had no idea who Sarath Maldarith was, but if she signed her name to something like that, she had to be important. Maybe she was this daughter of the 9. Moons handing the paper to Mishima, the banner general stared at Pin. That sharp, hard scent was back stronger than ever. I said, Ashaman, are your eyes that hammer? Now this, who are you? Mishima whistled through his teeth. Surath herself, he murmured. I'm a man who wants his wife back, Parent said, and I'll deal with the Dark One to get her. He avoided looking at the Suld and Damani. He was not far short of making a deal with the Dark One. Do we have a bargain? Tyle looked at his outstretched hand, then took it. She had a firm grip, a deal with the Dark One, but he would do whatever it took to get Phil free. Chapter 5. Something strange. The drumbeat of rain on the tent roof that had lasted through most of the night faded to something softer as Phil approached Savannah's chair, a heavily carved and gilded throne placed in the center of the bright layered carpets that made up the tent's floor, with her eyes carefully lowered to avoid offense. Spring had arrived in a rush, but the braziers were unlit, and the morning air held a touch of chill. Curtsying deeply, she presented the ropework silver tray. The alewoman took the golden goblet of wine and drank without so much as a glance in her direction. But she gave another deep curtsy before backing away and setting the tray down on the brass-bound blue chest that already held a tall-necked silver wine pitcher and 3 more goblets, then returned to her place with the other 11 guys, Shine present, standing between the mirrored stands along the red silk tent wall. It was a spacious tent and tall, no low ale tent for Savannah. Often it was hard to see her as ale at all. This morning she lounged in a red brocaded silk robe, tied so it gaped, nearly to her waist, and exposed half her considerable bosom, though she wore enough jeweled necklaces, emeralds, and fired drops and opals ropes of fat pearls that she came near to being decent. The ale did not wear rings yet. Savannah had at least 1 begeamed ring on every finger. The thick band of gold and fire drops, worn over the folded blue silk scarf that held back her waist-long yellow hair, had taken on the aspect of a coronet, if not a crown. There was nothing in that Fail and the others. 6 women and 5 men had been wakened in the night to stand beside Savannah's bed, a pair of feather mattresses laid one atop the other, in case the woman woke and wanted something. Was any ruler in the world attended by a dozen servants while she slept? She fought the urge to yawn. Many things might earn punishment, but yawning surely would. Gishin was supposed to be meek and eager to please, and it seemed that meant obsequious to the point of Grelling Bane and Chiad, fierce as they were, otherwise seemed to find it easy. Fail did not. In the near months since she was stripped and tied up like a blacksmith's puzzle for hiding a knife, she had been switched 9 times for trivial offenses that were serious in Savannah's eyes. Her last set of welts had not faded completely yet, and she had no intention of earning another set through carelessness. She hoped that Savannah thought her tamed by that night trussed up in the cold. Only Roland and his brazers had saved her life. She hoped that she was not being tamed. Pretend something too long and it could become truth. She had been a prisoner less than 2 months, yet she could no longer recall exactly how many days ago she was captured. At times it seemed she had been in white robes for a year or more. Sometimes the wide belt and collar of flat golden links felt natural. That frightened her. She clung hard to hope she would escape soon. She had to, before Perrin caught up and tried to rescue her. Why had he not caught up yet? The Shido had been camped at Malden for a long time now. He would not have abandoned her. Her wolf would be coming to rescue her. She had to escape before he got himself killed in the attempt, before she was no longer pretending. How long are you going to keep punishing? Galena, Sadai, Tharava. Savannah demanded, frowning at the eyes. Sadai Tharava was seated cross-legged in front of her, on a tasseled blue cushion straight-backed and stern. Last night she made my bathwater too hot, and she is so welted I had to order the soles of her feet beaten. That is not very effective when she must be left able to walk. Fail had been avoiding looking at Galena ever since Thava brought her into the tent, but her eyes went to the woman of their own accord. At mention of her name, Galena was kneeling erect, halfway between the 2 alewomen, and slightly to one side mottled brown bruises on her cheeks, her skin damp and slick from the heavy rain she had been walked through to get there, her feet and ankles muddy. She wore only her firest-studded golden collar and belt, and seemed more naked than naked. Just a stubble remained of her hair and eyebrows. Every hair from head to toe had been singed from her, with the one power Fail had heard it described, along with how the eyes had been hung from her ankles for her first beating. That had been half the talk among the guy shine for days. Only the handful who recognized her ageless face for what it was could believe that she was Aisai. And some of those had the same doubts that had plagued Fail on finding an eyes among the guy shine. After all, she had the face and the ring, but why would an Aes Sedai let Thorova treat her so? Fail asked herself that question often without arriving at any answer. She kept telling herself that Eyes That Eye often did what they did for reasons no one else could understand, but that was not very satisfying. Whatever her reasons for tolerating such abuse, Galena's eyes were wide and frightened now, and fixed on Thorova. She was panting so hard that her breasts heaved. She had reason for fear. Anyone passing Thorava's tent was likely to hear Galena howling for mercy inside. For more than half a week, Phil had gotten glimpses of the Eyes to Eye on some errand, hairless and garbed as she was now, and running as hard as she could with panic painting her face. And every day Thorava added to the bands of welts that striped Galena from her shoulders to the backs of her knees. Whenever one band began to heal, Thorava refreshed it. Fail had heard Shido mutter that Galena was being treated too harshly, but no one was about to interfere with a wise one. Thorova, nearly as tall as most alemen, adjusted her dark shawl in a rattle of gold and ivory bracelets and regarded Galena like a blue-eyed eagle regarding a mouse. Her necklaces, also gold and ivory, seemed plain compared to Savannah's opulence, her dark woolen skirts and white algoda blouse drab. Yet of the 2 women, Phil feared Tharava far more than she did. Savannah might have her punished for a stumble, but Sarava could kill her or crush her for a whim. She surely would for failure. So long as the faintest bruise remains on her face, the rest of her will be bruised as well. I have left the front of her unmarked so she can be punished for other misdeeds. Galena began trembling. Silent tears leaked down her cheeks. Faili averted her gaze. It was painful to watch. Even if she managed to get the rod from Tharava's tent, could the Eyes any longer be of help in escape? She gave every sign of being completely broken. That was a harsh thought, but a prisoner needed to be practical above all else. Would Galena betray her to try buying? Her way out of the beating, she had threatened to betray her, if Phil failed to obtain the rod. It was Savannah who would be interested in Perrin Abara's wife. Yet Galena looked desperate enough to try anything. Fail prayed for the woman to find strength to hold out. She was still planning an escape on her own in case the Aes Sedai could not keep her promise to take them with her when she left, but it would be so much easier, so much safer for everyone if she could do it. Oh, Light. Why had Pin not caught up yet? No. She had to keep her focus. She's not very impressive like that, Savannah muttered, frowning into her goblet now. Even that ring cannot make her look like an Aes sad to die. She shook her head irritably. For some reason, Fail did not understand. It was very important to Savannah that everyone know that Galena was a sister. She'd even taken to giving her the honorific, "Why are you here so early, Tharava? I've not even eaten yet." "Will you take some wine water?" Tharava said firmly. "As for it being early, the sun is almost over the horizon. I broke fast before it rose you. Grow as indolent as a wetlander." Savannah Lucera, a buxom Damani guy Shine, quickly filled a goblet from the silver water pitcher. Savannah seemed amused by the Wise One's insistence on drinking only water, yet she provided it for them. Anything else would have been an insult. Even she would want to avoid the copper-skinned Damani had been a merchant, and well into her middle years, but a few white hairs among the black falling below her shoulders had not been enough to save her. She was stunningly beautiful, and Savannah gathered the rich. The powerful and the beautiful simply taking them if they were Guy Shine to someone else. There were so many Guys Shine that few complained at having one taken. Lusara curtsied gracefully and bowed to present her tray to Tharava on her cushion, all very proper. But on the way back to her place against the wall, she smiled at Fail. Worse, it was a conspiratorial smile. Fail suppressed a sigh. Her last switching had been for a sigh at the wrong moment. Lusara was one of those who had sworn fealty to her in the past 2 weeks, after Aravine Feel had tried to choose carefully, but rejecting someone who asked to swear was creating a possible betrayer. So she had far too many adherents, a good number of whom she was unsure of. She was beginning to believe that Lusara was trustworthy, or at least that she would not intentionally betray her. But the woman treated their escape plans like a child's game without cost. If they lost, it seemed she had treated merchanting in the same way, making and losing several fortunes. But Phil would have no chance to start over if they lost, nor would Alandra or Magdan or Lusara. Among Savannah's Garshine, those who actually attempted escape were kept chained when not serving her or performing tasks. Tharava took a swallow of water, then set the goblet down on the flowered carpet beside her and fixed Savannah with a steely gaze. "The Wise Ones believe it is past time for us to move north and east. We can find easily defended valleys in the mountains there, and we can reach them in less than 2 weeks, even slowed as we are by the Guy Shine. This place is open on every side and our raids to find food. We must go further and further." Savannah's green eyes met that stare without blinking, which Phil doubted she herself could have done. It nettled Savannah when the other Wise Ones met without her, and frequently she took it out on her Guy Shine, but she smiled and took a sip of wine before replying in patient tones, as though explaining to someone not quite bright enough to understand, "Here there is good soil for planting, and we have their seed to add to our own. Who knows what the soil is like in the mountains? Our raids bring in cattle and sheep and goats too. Here there are good pastures. What pasturage do you know of in these mountains? Thea, here we have more water than any clan has ever had. Do you know where the water is in the mountains? As to defending ourselves, who will come against us? These wetlanders run from our spears, not all run," Tharava said dryly. "Some are even good at dancing the spears. And what if Randall Thor sends one of the other clans against us? We would never know until the horns closed in on us." Suddenly, she smiled too, a smile that never reached her eyes. Say your plan is to be captured and made Gishin to Randall Thor, so you can induce him to marry you. An amusing idea, you agree?" Despite herself, Phil flinched. Savannah's mad intention to marry Althor, she had to be mad to think she could, was what put Phil in danger from Galena. If the alewoman did not know that Perrin was linked to Althor, Galena would tell her if she could not get her hands on that cursed rod. Savannah would take no chances on losing her. Then she would be chained as certainly as if caught. Trying to escape, Savannah looked anything except amused eyes glittering. She leaned forward, her robe gaping to expose her bosom completely. "Who says this?" Tharava picked up her goblet and took another swallow of water. Realizing she would get no answer, Savannah leaned back and rearranged her robe. Her eyes still glittered like polished emeralds, though, and there was nothing casual in her words. They came out as hard as her eyes. "I will marry Randall, Thor Thorova. I almost had him until you and the other wise ones failed me. I will marry him." "Unite the clans and conquer all of the wetlands," Thiava sneered over her goblet. "Couladin was the Karakan Savannah. I have not found the wise ones who gave him permission to go to Ruidian, but I will. Randall Thor is a creature of the eyes. Sadai. They told him what to say at Al-Kerdal, and a black day it was, when he revealed secrets few are strong enough to know. Be grateful that most believe he lied. But I forget. You have never gone to Ruidian. You believed his lies yourself." Gishini began entering past the tent. Flap their white robes rained damp, holding their hems knee-high until they were inside. Each wore the golden collar and belt. Their soft white-laced boots left muddy marks on the carpets. Later, when those had dried, they would have to clean them away, but getting visible mud on your robes was a sure path to the switch. Savannah wanted her gain spotless when they were around her. Neither ale woman paid the slightest attention to the arrivals. Savannah seemed taken back by what Thorava had said. "Why do you care who gave Couladin permission?" "No matter," she said, waving a hand as though brushing away a fly when she got no reply. "Couladin is dead. Randall Thor has the markings. However he got them, I will marry him, and I will make use of him. If the eyes could control him, and I saw them handling him like a babe, then I can with a little help from you, and you will help. You agree that uniting the clans is worth doing, no matter how it is done. You did once. Somehow, there was more than a hint of threat in that. We Shido will become the most powerful of the clans in one leap." Lowering their cowls, the new Gishin filed wordlessly along the tent walls. 9 men and 3 women, one of them Magdan. The sun-haired woman wore a grim expression that had been on her face since the day Thorova had discovered her in the Wise One's tent. Whatever Tharova had done, all Magdan would say of it was that she wanted to kill the other woman. Sometimes she whimpered in her sleep. Though Thorova kept whatever she thought about uniting the clans to herself, there is much feeling against staying here. Many of the Sept chiefs press the red disc on their Narbaha every morning. I advise you to heed the Wise One's Narbaha. That would mean box of fools or something very near. But what could this be? Bane and Chiad were still teaching her about ale ways when they could find time, and they had never mentioned any such thing. Magdan stopped beside Lusara. A slender Kyanan nobleman named Dorman stopped beside Phil. He was young and very pretty, but he bit his lip nervously. If he learned about the oaths of fealty, he would have to be killed. She was certain he would run to Savannah in a heartbeat. "We remain here," Savannah said angrily, flinging her goblet to the carpets in a spray of wine. "I speak for the clan chief, and I have spoken." "You have spoken," Thorova agreed calmly. "Benduan Sept, chief of the Green Salts, has received permission to go to Ruidian. He left 5 days ago with 20 of his Algizwa, and 4 wise ones to stand witness. Not until one of the new guys, Shines, stood beside each of those already. There did Phil and the others raise their cowls and begin filing along the walls toward. The door flap already gathering their robes to the knee. She had become quite sanguine about exposing her legs. So he seeks to replace me, and I was not even informed. Not you, Savannah Couladin. As his widow, you speak for the clan chief, until a new chief returns from Ruidian. But you are not the clan chief." Phil stepped out into the cold grey morning drizzle, and the tent flap cut off whatever Savannah said to that. What was going on between the 2 women? Sometimes, as this morning, they seemed antagonists, but at others they seemed reluctant conspirators bound together by something that gave neither any comfort. Or perhaps it was the being bound together itself that made them uncomfortable. Well, she could not see how knowing would help her escape, so it did not really matter. But the puzzle nagged at her. 6 maidens stood clustered in front of the tent, veils hanging down onto their chests, spears thrust up through the harness of the bow cases on their backs. Bane and Chiad were contemptuous of Savannah for using maidens of the spear for her guard of honor, though she herself had never been a maiden, and for having her tent always guarded. But there were never fewer than 6 night or day. Those 2 were contemptuous of the Shido maidens for allowing it too. Neither being a clan chief nor speaking for one gave you as much power as most nobles possessed. These maidens' hands were flashing in a rapid conversation. She caught the sign for Karakan several times, but not sufficient else to make out what they were saying or whether about Al-Thor or Kuladin. Standing there long enough to find out if she could find out was beyond the question, with the others already hurrying away down the muddy street. The maidens would become suspicious for one thing, and then they might switch her themselves or worse, use her own bootlaces. She had had a hard dose of that from some maidens for having insolent eyes, and she did not want another, especially when it meant bearing herself in public. Being Savannah's Guy Shine gave no protection. Any Shido could discipline any Guy Shine they thought was behaving improperly. Even a child could, if the child was set to watch you carry out a chore. For another thing, the cold rain light as it was going to soak through her woolen robes soon enough. She had only a short walk back to her tent, no more than a quarter of a mile, but she would not complete it without being stopped for a time. A yawn cracked her jaws. She turned from the large red tent. She very much wanted her blankets and a few more hours' sleep. There would be more chores come afternoon. What they might be, she did not know. Matters would be much simpler if Savannah settled on who she wanted to do what when. But she seemed to choose names at random, and always at the last minute. It made planning anything, much less the escape, very difficult. All sorts of tents surrounded Sarvis, low dark ale tents, peaked tents, walled tents, tents of every sort and size in every color, imaginable, separated by a tangle of dirt streets that were now rivers of mud. Lacking enough of their own, the Shido snatched up every tent they could find. 14 Seps were camped in a sprawl around Malden now, a 100,000 Shido, and as many Gishine and Rumour said 2 more Septs, the Morai and the White Cliff, would arrive within days. Aside from small children splashing through the mud with romping dogs, most of the people she could see as she walked wore mud-stained, white, and were carrying baskets or bulging sacks. Most of the women did not hurry, they ran, except for the blacksmiths. The Shido seldom did any work themselves, and generally only out of boredom, she suspected. With so many Guy Shine finding chores for them all was itself a chore. Savannah was no longer the only Shido to actually sit in a bathtub with a Guy Shine scrubbing her back. None of the wise ones had gone that far yet, but some of the others would not stir themselves 2 paces to pick something up when they could tell a Guy Shine to fetch it. She was almost to the gain portion of the camp, hard against the grey stone walls of Malden, when she saw a wise one striding toward her with her dark shawl wrapped around her head against the rain. Fail did not stop, but she bent her knees a little. Mara was not so frightening as Thiava, but the grim-faced woman was hard enough and shorter than Fail. Her narrow mouth always grew even tighter when she was confronted with a woman taller than she. Fail would have thought that learning her own sept, the White Cliff, would be there soon would brighten the woman's mood, but the news had had no discernible effect at all. "So you were just lagging," Mira said as she came close. Her eyes were as hard as the sapphires they resembled. "I left Riala listening to the others because I feared some drunken fool had pulled you into a tent." She glared around her as though looking for a drunken fool about to do just that. "No one had costed me, wise one," Phil said quickly. "Several had in the last few weeks, some drunk and some not, but Roland always appeared in the nick of time. Twice the big Meriden had had to fight to save her, and once he had killed the other man, she had expected 9 kinds of uproar and trouble, but the wise ones judged it a fair fight, and Roland said her name had never been mentioned. For all that Bane and Chad insisted it went against all custom, assault was a constant danger for Gishin women here. She was sure that Aleandra had been assaulted once before she and Magdan also acquired Meriden shadows. Roland denied having asked them to help her people. He said they were just bored and looking for something to do. "I'm very sorry I was slow. Do not cringe. I'm not Thiava. I will not beat you for the pleasure of it." Words said in tones hard enough for a headsman. Mia might not beat people for pleasure, but Phil knew for a fact that she had a strong arm swinging a switch. "Now tell me what Savannah said and did. This water falling from the sky may be a wondrous thing, but it is miserable to walk around in. Obeying the command was easy." Savannah had not wakened during the night, and once she did rise, all her talk had been of what clothes and jewels she would wear, especially the jewels. Her jewelry chest had been made to hold clothing, and it was filled to the top with more gems than most queens possessed. Before putting on any garment at all, Savannah had spent time trying on different combinations of necklaces and rings and studying herself in the gilt-framed stand mirror. It had been very embarrassing for Phil. She had just reached Thorava's arrival with Galena when everything in front of her eyes rippled. She rippled. It was not imagination. Mara's blue eyes widened as far as they could go. She had felt it too. Again, everything rippled, including herself, harder than before. In shock, File stood up straight and let go of her robe. A third time the world rippled harder still, and as it passed through her she felt as if she might blow away in a breeze or simply dissipate in a mist. Breathing hard, she waited for the fourth ripple, the one she knew would destroy her and everything else. When it did not come, she expelled every bit of air in her lungs from relief. What just happened, wise one? What was that? Mara touched her own arm and looked faintly surprised that her hand did not pass through flesh and bone. I do not know, she said slowly. Giving herself a shake, she added, Go on about your business, girl. She gathered her skirts and strode past Phil at little short of a trot, splashing mud as she went. The children had vanished from the street, but Phil could hear them wailing inside the tents. Abandoned dogs shivered and whined, tails tucked between their legs. People in the street were touching themselves, touching each other. Shido and Guy Shine alike. Phil clasped her hands together. Of course she was solid. She had only felt as though she were turning to mist, of course. Hoisting her robes to avoid any more washing than she absolutely had to do, she began to walk and then to run, careless of how much mud she splashed onto herself or anyone else. She knew there could be no running from another of those ripples, but she ran anyway as fast as her legs could carry her. The Gishin tents made a broad ring around Malden's high granite walls, and they were as varied as the tents in the outer part of the encampment. Though most were small, her own peaked tent could have slept too uncomfortably. It housed herself and 3 others, Aleandra Magdan and a former Kayan and noble woman named Dyrene, one of those who curried favor with Savannah by carrying tales about the other Gishini. That complicated matters, but there was no mending it short of killing the woman, and Phil would not countenance that. Not unless Dyra became a real threat. They slept huddled together like puppies of necessity, glad of the shared body warmth on cold nights. The interior of the low tent was dim when she ducked inside lamp oil, and candles were in short supply and not wasted on Gishin only. Aleandra was there lying face down on her blankets in her collar, with a damp cloth dipped in an herbal infusion over her bruised bottom. At least the wise ones were as willing to give their healing herbs to Guy Shine as to Shido. Aleandra had done nothing wrong, but had been named as one of the 5 who had pleased Savannah least yesterday. Unlike some, she had done quite well while being punished. Dormanas had begun weeping even before he was bent over the chest, but she seemed to be among those chosen out every 3 or 4 days. Being a queen did not teach you how to serve a queen, but then Magdan was picked nearly as often, and she was a lady's maid, if not a very skilled one. Fail herself had only been chosen once. It was a measure of how Aleandra's spirits had fallen that she made no move to cover herself, only raised up on her elbows. Still, she had combed her long hair. If she failed to do that, Fail would know the woman had reached bottom. "Did anything strange happen to you just now, my lady?" she asked, fear strong in her unsteady voice. "It did," Fael said, standing crouched under the ridgepole. "I don't know what it was. Mia doesn't know what it was. I doubt any of the wise ones do, but it didn't harm us. Of course it had not harmed them, of course not, and it changes nothing in our plans." Yawning, she unfastened the wide golden belt and dropped it on her blankets, then grasped her outer robe to pull it over her head. Aleandra put her head down on her hands and began weeping quietly. "We'll never escape. I'm going to be beaten again tonight, I know it. I'm going to be beaten every day for the rest of my life." With a sigh, Phil left her outer robe where it was and knelt to stroke her liege woman's hair. There were as many responsibilities down as up. "I have those same fears now and then," and she admitted softly, "but I refuse to let them take control. I will escape. We will escape. You have to keep your courage, Alejandra. I know you're brave. I know you've dealt with Massima and kept your nerve. You can keep it now if you try. Aravine put her head in at the tent flap. She was a plain, plump woman, a noble. Phil was sure, though she never claimed it. And despite the dimness, Phil could see that she was beaming. She wore Savannah's belt and collar, too. "My Lady Alvan and his son have something for you." "It will have to." "Wait a few minutes," Phil said. Alejandra had stopped crying, but she was just lying there, silent and still. "My lady, you won't want to wait for this?" Phil's breath caught. Could it be possible? It seemed too much to hope for. "I can keep my nerve," Alejandra said, raising her head to gaze at Aravine. "If what Alvan has is what I hope it is, I'll keep my nerve if Savannah has me put to the question," snatching up her belt. Being seen outside without belt and collar both meant punishment almost as severe as for trying to run away. Phil hurried out of the tent. The drizzle had slackened to a misting rain, but she pulled up her cowl anyway. The rain was still cold. Alvan was a stocky man, overtopped by his son Thorell, a lanky boy. Both wore mud-stained, almost white robes made of tent cloth. The Alvan's eldest was only 14, but the Shido had not believed it because of his height as much as most men in Amadisia. Phil had been ready to trust Alvan from the start. He and his son were something of legends among the Gain. 3 times they had run away, and each time it had taken the Shido longer to bring them back, and despite increasingly fierce punishment on the day they swore fealty, they had been planning a 4th attempt to return to the rest of their family. Neither ever smiled that Phil had seen, but today smiles wreathed Alvan's weathered face and Ferrell's skinny one alike. "What do you have for me?" Phil asked hastily, fastening her belt around her waist. She thought her heart was going to pound its way out of her chest. "It was my Ferrell, my lady," Alvan said. "A woodcutter." He spoke with a coarse accent that made him barely intelligible. He was just walking by sea and there was nobody around, nobody at all. So he ducked in quick-like and showed the lady the shilly, that reached into his wide sleeve. The robes usually had pockets sewn in there and drew out a smooth white rod that looked like ivory, about a foot long and as slim as her wrist. Looking around to see if anyone was watching, the street was empty, save for them, for the moment at least. Phil took it quickly and pushed it up her own sleeve to tuck into the pocket there. The pocket was just deep enough to keep it from falling out. But now that she had the thing in hand, she did not want to let go of it. It felt like glass and was distinctly cool to the touch, cooler than the morning air. Perhaps it was an angriel or a turangriel that would explain why Galena wanted it, if not why she had not taken it herself. Hand buried in her sleeve. Phil gripped the rod hard. Galena was no longer a threat. Now she was salvation. "You understand, Alvan, that Galena may be unable to take you and your son with her when she leaves," she said. "She has only promised that to me, and those captured with me. But I promise you that I will find a way to free you and everyone who has sworn to me, all the rest too, if I can, but those above all under the light, and by my hope of salvation and rebirth I swear it." How she had no idea, short of calling on her father for an army, but she would do it. The woodcutter made as if to spit, then glanced at her, and his face colored. He swallowed instead. "That Galena ain't going to help nobody. A lady says she's ice dye and all, but she's that Thorava's plaything if you ask me. And that Thorava ain't never going to let her go. Anyways, I know if we can get you free, you'll come back for the rest of us. No need for you to swear and all that. You said you wanted the rod. If anybody could lay hands on it without getting caught, and they got it for you, that's all I want to be free," Thiel said suddenly. "But if we get anybody free, then we've beaten them." He looked surprised that he had spoken and blushed, deep red. His father frowned at him, then nodded thoughtfully. "Very well," said Phil, told the boy gently. "But I made my oath, and I stand by it." "You and your father," she cut off, as Aravine, looking past her shoulder, laid a hand on her arm. The woman's smile had been replaced by fright. Turning her head, Phil saw Roland standing beside her tent. A good 2 hands taller than Perrin, he wore his shua coiled around his neck, with the black veil hanging down his broad chest. Rain slicked his face and made his short red hair cling to his scalp in curls. How long had he been there? Not long, or Aravine would have noticed him before. The tiny tent offered little concealment. Alvan and his son had their shoulders hunched as if they were thinking about attacking the tall Meriden. That was a very bad idea. Mice attacking a cat was not in it. As Perrin would have said, "Go on about your duties, Alvon," she said quickly. "You too, Aravine. Go on now." Aravine and Alvon had sense enough not to offer courtesies before leaving with final worried glances at Roland, but the half raised a hand toward knuckling his forehead before catching himself. Blushing, he scurried away after his father. Roland came out from beside the tent to stand in front of her. Oddly, he had a small bunch of blue and yellow wild flowers in one hand. She was very conscious of the rod she was holding in her sleeve. Where was she to hide it? Once the Rava discovered it missing, she likely would turn the camp upside down. "You must be careful, Fael Bashir," Roland said, smiling down at her. Aleandra called him not quite pretty, but Fael had decided she was wrong. Those blue eyes and that smile made him very nearly beautiful. "What you are about is dangerous, and I may not be here to protect you much longer." Dangerous? She felt a chill in her. Middle, what do you mean? Where are you going? The thought of losing his protection made her stomach lurch. Few of the Wetlander women had escaped the attentions of Shido men. Without him, some of us are thinking of returning to the threefold land. His smile faded. "We cannot follow a false carnator at that, but perhaps we will be allowed to live out our lives in our own holds. We think on it. We have been a long time from home, and these shides sicken us." She would find a way to deal with it once he was gone. She would have to. Somehow. "And what am I doing that is dangerous?" She tried to make her voice light, but it was difficult light. What would happen to her without him? These shadow are blind, even when they are not drunk. "Phil Bashir," he replied calmly. Pushing her cowl back, he tucked one of the wildflowers into her hair above her left ear. "We Meriden use our eyes." Another wildflower went into her hair on the other side. "You have made many new friends lately, and you are planning to escape with them. A bold plan, but dangerous. And will you tell the wise ones or Savannah?" She was startled when that came out in an even tone. Her stomach was trying to tie itself into knots. "Why would I do that?" he asked. Adding another flower to her decorations, "Jordan thinks he will take Lucille Aldorwin back to the threefold land with him. Even if she is a tree killer, he believes he may convince her to make a bridal wreath to lay at his feet." Leal had found her own protector by climbing into the blankets of the Meriden, who had made her guy shine. And Harla had done the same with one of the maidens who had captured her. But Phil doubted that Jordan would attain his wish. Both women were focused on escape, like arrows aimed at a target. "And now that I think on it, I may take you with me, if we go." Fael stared up at him. The rain was beginning to soak through her hair. To the waist. "Roland, I love my husband. I've told you that, and it is true. I know he said, continuing to add flowers, but for the moment, you still wear white. And what happens while you wear white is forgotten when you put it off. Your husband cannot hold it against you. Besides, if we go when we come near a wetland or town, I will let you go. I should never have made you guys shine in the first place. That collar and belt hold enough gold to get you safely back to your husband." Her mouth fell open in shock. It surprised her when her fists struck his wide chest. Guy Shine were never allowed to offer violence, but the man just grinned at her. "You!" She struck him again harder. She beat-hated him. "You, I can't think of a word bad enough. You let me think you were going to abandon me to these shid, while all along you were meaning to help me escape." Finally, he caught her fist and held it easily, with a hand that enveloped hers completely. "If we go, Fael Basher." He laughed. The man laughed. "It is not decided. Anyway, a man cannot let a woman think he is too eager." Again she surprised herself this time by beginning to laugh and cry at the same time so hard that she had to lean against him or fall down. That bloody, ale sense of humor. "You are very beautiful with flowers in your hair, Phil Bashir," he murmured, tucking in another blossom or without them, "and for the moment you still wear white light." She had the rod leaning against her arm so coolly, but there was no way to give it to Kalina until Thiava let her walk around freely again. No way to be sure that the woman would not betray her before, then out of desperation. Roland offered her escape if the Meriden decided to leave, but he would continue to try to enveil her into his blanket so long as she wore white. And if the Meriden decided not to go, would one of them betray her escape plans? If Roland could be believed, they all knew hope and danger all tied together inextricably. What a tangle. She turned out to have been exactly right about Thorava's reaction. Just before midday, all of the guys' shine were herded into the open and made to strip to their skins, covering herself as best she could with her hands. Fail huddled together with other women wearing Savannah's belt and collar. They had been made to put those on again straight away, huddled for a scrap of decency, while Shido rummaged through the Jie-shine tents, tossing everything out into the mud. All Phil could do was think about her hiding place inside the town and pray hope and danger and no way to untangle them. Chapter 6. A Stave and a Razor. Matt had never really expected Luca to leave Juridor after only one day. The Stonewalt salt town was wealthy, and Luca did like to see coins stick to his hands, so he was not exactly disappointed when the man told him that Valin Luca's grand traveling show and magnificent display of marvels and wonders would remain there at least 2 more days. Not exactly disappointed, yet he had hoped that his luck might hold good, or his being to Vern. But then, being to Vernon had never brought anything other than bad that he could see. The lines at the entrance are already as long as they were at their best yesterday, Luca said, gesturing expansively. They were inside Luca's huge, gaudy wagon, early on the morning after Rena's death, and the tall man sat in the gilded chair at the narrow table, a real table with stools tucked under for guests. Most other wagons had an affair rigged on ropes from the ceiling, and people sat on the beds to eat. Luca had not yet donned one of his flamboyant coats, but he made up for it with gestures. Littell, his wife, was cooking the breakfast porridge on a small iron-topped brick stove built into a corner of the windowless wagon, and the air was sharp with spices. The harsh-faced woman put so many spices into everything she prepared that it was all inedible in Matt's estimation. Yet Luca always gobbled down whatever she set in front of him as if it were a feast. He must have a leather tongue. I expect twice as many visitors today, maybe 3 times as many, and tomorrow as well. People can't see everything in one visit, and here they can afford to come twice, word of mouth Gothen, word of Varn. Mouth that brings as many as Aludra's night flowers. I feel almost like to the way things are falling out. Large audiences and the prospect of more. A warrant of protection from the High Lady Luca cut off abruptly, looking faintly embarrassed, as if he had just remembered that Matt's name was on that warrant as being excluded from protection. You might not like it if you really were Tiveran, Matt muttered, which made the other man give him an odd look. He put a finger behind the black silk scarf that hid his hanging scar and tugged at it. For a moment the thing had felt too tight. He had spent a night of bleak dreams about corpses floating downstream and woken to the dice spinning in his head. Always a bad sign. And now they seemed to be bouncing off the inside of his skull. Harder than before. I can pay you as much as you'll make for every show you give between here and Lugard, no matter how many people attend. That's on top of what I promised for carrying us to Lugard. If the show was not stopping all the time, they could cut the time to reach Lugard by 3-4 at the least. More if he could convince Luca to spend whole days on the road instead of half days, the way they did now. Luca seemed taken with the idea, nodding thoughtfully, but then he shook his head with a sadness that was plainly feigned and spread his hands. And what will that look like? A traveling show that never stops to give shows. It will look suspicious. That's what I have the warrant, and the High Lady will speak up for me besides. But you certainly don't want to pull the Shashan down on us. No, it's safer for us this way. The man was not thinking of Matt Cowan's bloody safety. He was thinking that his bloody shows might earn him more than Matt paid, that plus making himself as much the center of attention as any of the performers was nearly as important to him as gold. Some of the showfolk talked of what they would do when they retired, not Luca. He intended to keep on until he fell over dead in the middle of a show, and he would arrange it so he had the largest audience possible when he did. "It's ready, Valon," Littell said affectionately, as she lifted the iron pot from the stove with a cloth, protecting her hands, and set it down on a thick woven mat on the table. 2 places had already been set with white glazed plates and silver spoons. Luca would have silver spoons when everyone else settled for tin or pot metal or even horn or wood. Stern-eyed with a hard set to her mouth, the bear trainer looked quite odd, wearing a long white apron over her spangled blue dress. Her bears probably wished they had trees to climb when she frowned at them. Strangely, though, she jumped to ensure her husband's comforts. "Will you be eating with us, Master Karen?" There was no welcome in that, in fact, just the opposite, and she showed no sign of turning to the cupboard where the plates were stored. Matt gave her a bow that soured her face further. He had never been less than civil to the woman, but she refused to like him. "I thank you for the kind invitation, Mr. Sluka. But no," she grunted. "So much for being courteous." He put on his flat-brimmed hat and left the dice rattling away Lucas's big wagon glittering in red and blue and covered with golden stars and comets, not to mention the phases of the moon, and Silver stood in the middle of the show as far as possible from the animals' smelly cages and the horse lines. It was surrounded by smaller wagons, little houses on wheels, most windowless and most painted, just a single color with none of Luca's extra decorations, and by wall tents, the size of small houses in blue or green or red, sometimes striped. The sun stood nearly its own height above the horizon, in a sky where a sprinkling of white clouds drifted slowly, and children ran playing with hoops and balls, while the charfolk were limbering up for their morning performances, men and women twisting and stretching, many with glittering, colorful spangles on their coats or dresses. 4 contortionists in filmy trousers tied at the ankle, and blouses thin enough to leave little to the imagination, made him wouse. 2 were sitting on their own heads, at top blankets spread on the ground beside their red tent, while the others had twisted themselves into a pair of knots that looked beyond untying. Their backbones must have been made of spring wire. Petra. The strong man stood bare-chested beside the green wagon he shared with his wife, warming up by lifting weights with either hand that Matt was not sure he could have lifted with both. The man had arms thicker than Matt's legs, and he was not sweating at all. Chlorine's dogs stood in a line at the steps of the wagon, wagging their tails and eagerly waiting on their trainer. Unlike Littell's bears, Matt figured the plump woman's dogs performed so they could make her smile. He was always tempted to just sit quietly somewhere when the dice were clicking in his head, someplace nothing seemed likely to happen, waiting for the dice to stop, and though he would have enjoyed watching some of the female acrobats, a number of whom wore as little as the contortionists, he set out to walk the half-mile to Juridor, eyeing everyone on the wide, hard-packed clay road closely. There was a purchase he hoped to make. People were coming to join the long line waiting behind a stout rope stretched along the quay. Show's tall canvas wall only a handful, with more than a touch of embroidery on the women's dresses, or the men's short coats and a few farmers high. Wee carts lumbering behind a horse or an ox. Figures moved among the small forest of windmills that pumped the salt wells in the low hills behind the town and around the long evaporation pans. A merchant's train of candid wagons, 20 of them behind 6 horse teams, rumbled out of the town gates as he approached the merchant herself in a bright green cloak, seated. Beside the driver of the first wagon, a flock of crows caught past overhead, giving him a chill, but no one vanished before his eyes, and everybody cast a long shadow so far as he could make out. There were no dead people's shades walking the road today, although he was convinced that was what he had seen the day before. The dead walking surely could mean nothing good. Very likely it had something to do with Tarman Geedon, and Rand colors whirled in his brain, and for an instant in his head he saw Rand and Min standing beside a large bed kissing. He stumbled and nearly tripped over his own boots. They had not been wearing any clothes. He would have to be careful thinking about Rand. The colors swirled and resolved for a moment, and he stumbled again. There were worse things to spy on than kissing. Very careful what he thought. Light. The pair of guards leaning on their halliards at the iron-studded gates, hard-faced men in white breastplates and conical white helmets with horsetail crests, eyed him suspiciously. They probably thought he was drunk. A reassuring nod failed to change their expressions by a hair. He could have used a stiff drink right then. The guards did. Not try to stop him entering, though just watched him pass drunks cause trouble, especially a man who was drunk this early in the day, but a drunk and a good coat plain, but well cut and good silk. A man with a little lace at his wrists was an altogether different matter. The stone-paved streets of Juridor were noisy even at this hour, with hawkers carrying trays or standing behind barreros, crying their wares, and shopkeepers beside narrow tables in front of their shops, bellowing the thinness of their goods and coopers, hammering hoops onto barrels for shipping salt. The clatter of rug makers' looms nearly drowned out the ringing of the occasional blacksmith's hammer. not to mention the music of flutes and drums and doulamers drifting from inns and taverns. It was a jumble of a town with shops and houses and inns chaked by jowl with taverns and stables, all of stone and roofed with reddish tiles. A solid town, Juridor, and one accustomed to thievery. Most windows on the lower floors were covered with stout screens of wrought iron, the upper windows as well on the homes of the wealthy, most of whom were no doubt salt merchants. The music of the inns and taverns pulled at him. Likely there would be dice games going on in most of them. He could almost feel those dice spinning across a table. It had been too long since he had rattled a set of dice in his hands instead of inside his head. But he was not there for gambling this morning. He had had no breakfast yet, so he approached a wrinkled woman with a tray hung from a strap around her neck, who shouted, "Mate pies made from the finest beef to be found in Alara." He took her word for it, and handed over the coppers she demanded. He had seen no cattle at any farms near Juridor, only sheep and goats, but it was best not to inquire too closely what was in a pie bought in the streets of any town. There could be cows on nearby farms. There could be. In any case, the meat pie was tasty and still hot for a wonder, and he walked on along the crowded street, juggling the pie and wiping greasy juice from his chin. He was careful not to bump into anyone in the throng. Alarins were a touchy lot by and large. In this town, you could tell somebody's station to within a whisker by the amount of embroidery on coat or dress or cloak, the more the higher long, before you were close enough to tell wool from silk, though the richer women covered their olives' faces with transparent veils hung from ornate combs stuck into their tightly coiled braids. But men and women alike, whether salt merchants or ribbon hawkers, wore long belt knives with curved blades and sometimes fondled the hilts as though looking for a fight. He always tried to avoid fighting, though his luck seldom did him much good. There Tiveron took over with that. It seemed the dice had never before signalled to fight battles. Yes, but never a dust-up in the street, yet he walked very carefully indeed. Not that that would help, of course. When the dice stopped, they stopped, and that was that. But he saw no reason to take chances. He hated taking chances, except with gambling, of course, and that was hardly taking a chance for him. He spotted a barrel full of thick quarterstaffs and walking staffs in front of a shop displaying swords and daggers under the watchful eye of a bulky fellow with sunken knuckles, a nose that had been broken more than once, and a thick truncheon hanging at his belt beside the inevitable dagger. The man announced in a rough voice that all the blades on display were unmade, but anybody who did not make his own blades always claimed they were, and or else from the borderlands or tyrant. Sometimes Tyr made good steel. To Matt's surprise and delight, Slim's stave of what appeared to be black yew, more than a foot taller than he was, stood upright in the barrel. Pulling the stave out, he checked the fine, almost braided grain. It was black. "You all right?" That braided grain was what gave boughs made from it such power. Twice what any other wood could give, you could never be. Sure, until you started slicing away the excess, but the stave looked perfect. How in the light had black yew come to be in southern Alara? He was sure it only grew in the two rivers. When the proprietor came out, a sleek woman with bright feathered birds embroidered to below her bosom, and began extolling the virtues of her blades. He said, "How much for this black stick, mistress?" She blinked, startled that a man in silk and lace wanted a quarterstaff slim as it was. She thought the thing was a bloody quarterstaff and named a price that he paid without bargaining, which made her blink again and frown as if she thought she should have asked more. He would have paid more for the makings of a two rivers bow. With the raw bow stave over his shoulder, he walked on, wolfing down the last of the meat pie and wiping his hand on his coat. But he had not come for breakfast or a bow stave any more than for gambling. It was the stables that interested him. Livery stables always had a horse or three for sale, and if the price was right, they would usually sell one that had not been for sale. At least they did when the Shachan had not snapped them up already. Luckily, the Shachan presence in Juridor had been fleeting so far. He wandered from stable to stable, examining bays and roans, blue ransones and piebalds, duns, sorrels, blacks, whites, greys and dapples, all mares or gellings. A stallion would not serve his purposes. Not every animal he looked at had a shallow girth or long cannons, yet none matched what he had in mind, until he entered a narrow stable jammed between a large stone in called the 12 Salt Wells and a rug-maker shop. He would have thought the racketing. Looms would have bothered the horses, but they were all quiet, apparently accustomed to the noise stalls, stretched farther into the block than he had expected. But lanterns hanging from the stall posts gave a fair light away from the doors. The air, speckled with dust from the loft above, smelled of hay and oats and horse dung, but not old dung. 3 men with shovels were mucking out stalls. The owner kept his place clean. That meant less chance of disease. Some stables he had walked out of after getting one whiff. The black and white mare was out of her. Stall on a rope halter, while a groom put down fresh straw, and she stood squarely and with her ears perked forward, showing alertness about 15 hands tall. She was long in front with a deep girth that promised endurance, and her legs were perfectly proportioned with short cannons and a good angle to her fetlocks. Her shoulders were well sloped and her crew dead level with her withers. She had lines as good as Pip's, or even better. More than that, she was a breed he had heard tell of, but never thought to see a razor from a rad. Toman, no other breed would have that distinctive colouring. In her coat, black met in straight lines that could have been sliced by a razor. Hence the name. Her presence here was as mystifying as the black ewe. He had always heard no Damani would sell a razor to any outlander. He let his eyes sweep past her without lingering, studying the other animals in their stalls. Had the dice inside his head slowed? No. It was his imagination. He was sure they were spinning as hard as they had in Luca's wagon. A wiry man with only a fringe of grey hair remaining came forward, ducking his head over folded hands. "Talk fair, my lord." He introduced himself in rough accents, eyeing the bow stave on Matt's shoulder dubiously. Men who wore silk coats and gold signet rings rarely carried such things. "How could I be of service?" "My lord wishes to rent a horse or to buy embroidery." Small bright flowers covered the shoulders of the vest he wore over a shirt that might have been white once Matt avoided looking at the flowers at all. The fellow had one of those curved knives at his belt and 2 long white scars on his leathery face. Old scars. Any fighting he had done lately had not marked him where it showed by Master Fearum. "If you have anything for sale, if I can find one that's halfway decent. I've had more spaven glue baits offered to me as 6-year-olds when they were 18. If a day then I can shake a stick at," hefted the bowstave slightly with a grin. His claimed bargaining went better if you could make the other start grinning. "I have 3 for sale, my lord." "None of them spended," the wiry man replied with another bow and no hint of a grin. Fernham gestured. "One is out of her stall there, 5 years old and prime horse flesh, my lord, and a steal at 10 crowns gold," he added blandly. Matt let his jaw drop. "For a piebald, I know the Sha-Chen have driven prices up, but that's ridiculous." "Oh, she's not your common piebald, my lord. A razor is what she is. Damani blood-born ride razors, blood and bloody ashes. So much for catching a bargain." So you say," Matt muttered, lowering one end of the bow-stave to the stone floor so he could lean on it. His hip seldom bothered him any longer, except when he did a lot of walking, but he had done so this morning and he felt twinges. Well, bargainer, no, he had to play out the game. There were rules to horse trading, break them and you were asking to have your purse emptied out. I've never heard of any horse called a razor myself. What else do you have? Only Galings are Mayor's mind. Galings are all I have for sale except the razor, my Lord Fernham said, emphasizing the word razor a little. Turning toward the back of the stable, he shouted, "Adela, bring out that big bay. What's for sale?" A lanky young woman with a pimply face in breeches and a plain dark vest came darting out of the back of the stable to obey. Fernham had Adela walk the bay, and then a dappled grey on rope leads in the good light near the doors. Matt had to hand him that. Their conformation was not bad at all, but the bay was too big, better than 17 hands, and the grey kept his ears half laid back and tried to bite Adela's hand twice. She was deaf with the animals, though easily evading the bad-tempered grey's lunges. Rejecting the pair of them would have been easy if he had not had his mind set on the razor. A lean, grey, striped tomcat, like a ridge cat, miniature appeared and sat at Fernham's feet to lick a bloody gash on a Shiratza worse this year than I ever recall. The stable-keeper muttered, frowning down at the cat. "They fight back more too. Get another cat or maybe 2. He brought himself back to the business at hand. "Will my lord take a look at my prize since the others don't suit him? I suppose I could look at the piebald Master Fearum," Matt said doubtfully. "But not for any 10 crowns in gold," Fernham said. Herd walked the razor for the Lord. Here he emphasized the breed again. Working the man down would be difficult unless he got some help for a change from being Tivaran. His luck never helped with anything as straightforward as dickering. Herd was the fellow refreshing the straw on the razor's stall, a squat man who had about 3 white hairs left on his head and no teeth in his mouth at all. That was evident when he grinned, which he did while he led the mare in a circle. He clearly liked the animal and, well, he should. She walked well, but Matt still inspected her closely. Her teeth said Fernim had been honest enough about her age. Only a fool lied very far about a horse's age unless the buyer was a fool himself, though it was surprising how many sellers thought buyers were all just that, and her ears pricked toward him when he stroked her nose while checking her eyes. They were clear and bright, free of rheum. He felt along her legs without finding any heat or swelling. There was never a hint of a lesion or sore or of ringworm anywhere on her. He could get his fist easily between her rib cage and her elbow. She would have a long stride and was barely able to fit his flat hand between her last rib and the point of her hip. She would be hardy, unlikely to strain a tendon if run fast. My lord knows his horse flesh. I see that I do, Master Fearum, and 10 crowns gold is gold, especially for a piebald. Some say they're bad luck, you know. Not that I believe it, not as such I wouldn't offer at all. Bad luck, I never heard that. My lord, I could get Ty Bloodstock for 10 crowns gold. Not the best true, but still tyrant. I'll give you 10 crowns in silver, Fearum through. Back his head, laughing oriously, and when he stopped they settled down to the dickering. In the end, Matt handed over 5 crowns in gold, along with 4 marks, gold, and 3 crowns, silver, all stamped in Abu Dar. There were coins from many countries in the chest under his bed, but foreign coin usually meant finding a banker or money changer to weigh them and work out what they were worth locally. Aside from attracting more notice than he wanted, he would have ended paying more for the animal. Maybe even the full 10 crowns gold money. Changers' scales always seemed to work that way. He had not expected to get the man down that far, but from Fearum's expression grinning at last, he had never expected to receive so much. It was the best way for horse trading to end with both sides thinking they had come out ahead. All in all, the day had begun very well. Dice are no bloody dice. He should have known it would not last. When he got back to the show at midday, riding the razor bear, back because of his aching hip, and with the dice rattling in his head, the line of people was longer than when he had left, waiting to pass beneath the big blue banner stretched between 2 tall poles that carried the show's name in big red letters. As people dropped their coins into the clear glass pitcher held by a heavy-set horse handler in a rough woolen coat, to be poured from there into an iron-bound chest under the watchful eyes of another horse handler who was even larger. More people joined the line, so it never seemed to grow shorter. The thing stretched beyond the end of the rope and around the corner. For a small wonder, no one was pushing or shoving. There were obvious farmers in the line wearing rough woolens and with dirt ingrained in their hands, though the children's faces and those of the farm wives at least had been scrubbed clean. Luca was getting his hoped-for crowd. Unfortunately, no chance of convincing him to leave tomorrow now. The dice said something was going to happen, something fateful to Matt Bloody Coffin. But what, there had been times when the dice stopped, and he still had no idea what happened. Just inside the canvas wall with people streaming past to enjoy the performers lining both sides of the main street, Aludro was taking delivery of 2 wagon loads of barrels in various sizes. Of more than the barrels, it seemed. "I will show you where to park the wagons," the slender woman told the driver of the lead wagon, a lean man with a jutting jaw. Aludra's waist-long beaded braids swung as her eyes followed Matt for a moment, but she quickly turned back to the wagon driver. "The horses you will take to the horse lines afterward." Yes, now what had she bought in such quantity? Something for her fireworks, certainly. Every night soon after dark, so she would catch everyone before they went to bed, she launched her night flowers, 2 or 3 for a town the size of Juridor, or if there were several villages close together. He had had some thoughts on why she wanted a bell founder, but the only one that seemed to make any sense actually made no sense at all, that he could see. He hid the mare on the horse lines. Well, you could not really hide a razor, but a horse was noticed less among horses, and the time was not right yet. The bowstave he left in the wagon he shared with Aguinan and Dolman, neither of whom was there, then headed for Tuon's faded purple wagon that was parked not far from Luca's wagon now, though Matt wished it had been left near the storage wagons. Only Luca and his wife knew that Tuan was a high lady, rather than a servant who had been about to expose Matt and Aganan to her supposed husband as lovers. But many among the showfolk were already wondering why Matt spent more time with Tuon than with Ainan, wondering and disapproving. They were an oddly primot for the most part. Even the contortionists running off with the wife of a cruel lord was romantic. Canoodling with the lady's maid was sorted, giving Tuon's wagon this favoured spot among the people who had been with Luca for years and were his most prized performers was going to cause more talk. In truth, he hesitated about going to Tuon at all, with the dice drumming in his head. They had stopped too often in her presence, and he still did not know the why for a single one of those times. Not for certain, maybe the first time it had just been meeting her. Thinking of it made the hair on the back of his neck want to stand up. Still, with women you always had to take chances. With a woman like Tuon 10, chances a day, and never knowing the odds until it was too late. Sometimes he wondered why his luck failed to help him more with women. Women were certainly as unpredictable as any honest dice ever made. None of the Red Arms was on guard outside the wagon. They were beyond that now. So he trotted up the short flight of steps at the back of the wagon and rapped once before pulling the door open and entering. After all, he paid the rent for the thing, and they were hardly likely to be lying around unclothed at this time of day. Anyway, the door had a latch if they needed to keep people out. Mistress Anon was off somewhere, but the interior was still crowded. The narrow table had been let down on ropes from the ceiling, with mismatched plates of bread and olives and cheese laid out on it, along with one of Luca's tall silver wine pictures, a squat, red-striped pitcher, and flower-painted cups. Tuon, a month's growth of tightly curled black hair on her head, sat on the wagon's sole stool at the far end of the table, with Suchia sitting on one of the beds at her side, and Noel and Olva on the other bed elbows on the table. Today, Seleucia was in the dark blue Abu Dari dress that displayed her memorable bosom so well with a flowered scarf tied around her head, but Tuon wore a red dress that seemed to be made entirely of tiny pleats light. He had only bought her the silk yesterday. How had she convinced the show's seamstresses to complete a dress already? He was pretty certain that usually took longer than a day, with liberal promises of his gold, he suspected. Well, if you bought a woman's silk, you had to expect to pay to have it sewn. He had heard that saying as a boy when he never expected to be able to afford silk, but it was the light's own truth. Only the women are ever seen outside their villages, Null was saying. But the gnarled, white-haired old man cut off when Matt entered the wagon, pulling the door shut behind him. The scraps of lace at Null's wrists had seen better days, as had his well-cut coat of fine grey wool. But both were clean and neat, though in truth they looked odd with his crooked fingers and battered face. Those belonged on an aging tavern. Tough one who had gone on fighting long past his prime, Olva, in the good blue coat Matt had made for him, grinned as widely as an ogre light. He was a good boy, but he would never be handsome with those big ears and that wide mouth. His manner with women needed vast improvement if he was ever to have any luck there at all. Matt had been trying to spend more time with Oliver to get him away from the influence of his uncles, Vannon and Harnan, and the other Red Arms, and the boy seemed to enjoy that just not as much as he enjoyed playing snakes and foxes or stones with Tuon and staring at Sochia's bosom. It was all very well for those fellows to teach Oliver how to shoot a bow and use a sword and the like, but if Matt ever learned who was teaching him to leer Manner's toy to undrawled like honey sliding out of a dish, hard honey around him unless they were playing stones. Her expression was usually severe enough for a judge handing down a death sentence, and her tone matched it. You knock, then wait for permission to enter. Unless you are property or a servant, then you do not knock. You also have grease on your coat. I expect you to keep yourself clean. Ulva's grin faded at hearing Matt admonish Null. Bent fingers through his long hair and sighed, then began studying the green plate in front of him, as if he might find an emerald among the olives. Grim tone, or no grim tone, Matt enjoyed looking at the dark little woman who was to be his wife, who was halfway his wife already light. All she had to do was say 3 sentences, and the thing was done. Burn him. But she was beautiful. Once he had mistaken her for a child, But that had been because of her size, and her face had been obscured by a transparent veil. Without that veil, it was plain that that heart-shaped face belonged to a woman. Her big eyes were dark pools a man could spend a lifetime swimming in. Her rare smiles could be mysterious or mischievous, and he prized them. He enjoyed making her laugh too, at least when she was not laughing at him. True, she was a little slimmer than he had always preferred, but if he could ever get an arm around her with that solution, there he believed she would feel just right, and he might convince her to give him a few kisses with those full lips. Light he dreamed about that sometimes. Never mind that she called him down as if they were really married. Well, almost never mind burn him if he could see what a little grease mattered. Linin and Narim, the two serving men he was saddled with, would fight over which one got to clean the coat. They had little enough to do that they really would if he did not name who received the task. He did not say that to her. Women like nothing better than making you defend yourself, and once you started, she had won. "I'll try to remember that, Precious," he said with his best smile, sliding him beside Siochia and putting his hat down on the other side from her. The blanket scrunched up between them, and they were a foot apart to boot, yet you would have thought he had pressed himself against her hip. Her eyes were blue, but the furious look she gave him was hot enough. His coat should have been singed. "I hope there's more water than wine in that cup in front of Oliver." "It's goat's milk," the boy said indignantly. "Ah, well, maybe." Oliver was still a little too young, even for well-watered wine. Tuon sat up very straight, though she was still shorter than Seleucia, who was a short woman herself. "What did you call me?" she said, as close to crisply as her accent allowed. "Precious, you have a pet name for me, so I thought I should have one for you, Precious." He thought Susia's eyes were going to pop right out of her head. "I see," Duon murmured, pursing her lips in thought. The fingers of her right hand waggled, as though idly, and Seleucia immediately slid off the bed and went to one of the cupboards. She still took time to glare at him over Tuan's head. "Very well," Tuan said after a moment. "It will be interesting to see who wins this game, Toy." Matt's smile slipped. Game. He was just trying to regain a little balance, but she saw a game, and that meant he could lose, was likely to, since he had no idea what the game was. Why did women always make things so complicated? Seleucia resumed her place and slid a chipped cup in front of him, and a blue glazed plate that held half a loaf of crusty bread, 6 varieties of pickled olives mounded up, and 3 sorts of cheese that perked his spirits again. He had hoped for this, if not expected it. Once you got a woman feeding you, she had a hard time finding it in herself to stop you from putting your feet under her table again. "The thing of it is," Noel said, resuming his tale, "in those ID villages, you can see women of any age but no men much above 20, if that not a one." Oliver's eyes grew even wider. The boy practically inhaled Noel's tales about the countries he had seen. Even the lands beyond the ale waste swallowed them whole without butter. "Are you any relation to Jane Charnull?" Matt chewed an olive and discreetly spat the pit into his palm. The thing tasted not far from spoiling, so did the next. 1. But he was hungry, so he gobbled them down and followed with some crumbly white goat cheese, while ignoring the frowns Tuon directed at him. The old man's face went still as stone, and Matt had torn off a piece of bread and eaten that as well. Before Noel answered, "A cousin," he said at last grudgingly. "He was my cousin." "You're related to Jane Farstrider," Over said excitedly. His favorite book was The Travels of Jane Farstrider, which he would have sat up reading by lamplight long past his bedtime, had Julian and Thera allowed. He said he intended to see everything Strider had when he grew up. "All that and more. Who is this man with 2 names?" Tuan asked. "Only great men are spoken of so, and you speak as if everyone should know him." "He was a fool," Noel said grimly before Matt could open his mouth. Though Oliver did get his open and left it gaping while the old man continued. "He went gallivanting about the world and left a good and loving wife to die of a fever without him there to hold her hand while she died. He let himself be made into a tool." By abruptly Null's face went blank. Staring through Matt, he rubbed at his forehead, as though attempting to recall something. "Jane Farstrider was a great man," Oliver said fiercely. His hands curled into small fists, as though he was ready to fight for his hero. "He fought trolls and murder, and he had more adventures than anyone else in the whole world, even Matt. He captured Cow and Germalan after Geralyn betrayed Malia to the shadow." Null came to himself with a start and patted Oliver's shoulder. He did that, boy, that much is to his credit, but what adventure is worth leaving your wife to die alone? He sounded sad enough to die on the spot himself. Over had no answer to that, and his face fell. If Null had put the boy off his favorite book, Matt was going to have words with the old man. Reading was important. He read himself. Sometimes he did, and he made sure Oliver had books he enjoyed. Standing Chuan leaned across the table to rest a hand on Noel's arm. The stern look had vanished from her face, replaced by tenderness. A wide belt of dark yellow tulled leather cinched her waist, emphasizing her slim curves, more of his coin spent. Well, coin was always easy to come by for him, and if she did not spend it, likely he would throw it away on some other woman. You have a good heart, Mr. Charon. She gave everybody their bloody names except for Matt Coffin. Do I, my lady? Noel said, sounding as though he really wanted to hear an answer. Sometimes I think whatever he thought. Sometimes they were not to learn it now. The door swung open and Julian put his head into the wagon. The tyrant thief-catcher's conical red hat was at its usual jaunty angle, but his dark face was worried. Shan soldiers are setting up across the road. I'm going to Thera. She'll take a fright if she hears it from anybody else, and as quickly as that he was gone again, leaving the door swinging. Chapter 7. A Cold Medallion. Shongan soldiers. Blood and bloody ashes. That was all Matt needed, with the dice spinning his head. No Finder Gainan and Warner Oliver. You won the Eyes and Bethaman and Seda. Those five would all be together, or at least close by one another. The two former Suldam shadowed the sisters whenever they left the wagon they all shared. Lighty hoped none of them had gone into the town again. That could put a weasel in the chicken yard for sure. I'll go down to the entrance and try to see if we're in any trouble. She won't answer to that name, No muttered, sliding out from the table. He moved sprayed for a fellow who looked to have half the bones in his body broken one time or another. You know she won't. You know who I mean, Matt told him sharply, frowning at Tuon and Seleucia. This name foolishness was their fault. Seleucia had told Aginan that her name was now Lewin Shipless, and that was the name Aginan was using. Well, he was not about to put up with that sort of thing. Not for himself, and not for her. She had to come to her senses, soon or late, I'm just saying. Null said, "Come on, Oliver." Matt slid off after them, but before he reached the door, Tuon spoke. No warnings for us to remain inside, Toy. No one left to guard us. The dice said he should find Harnan, or one of the other Red Arms, and plant him outside, just to guard against accidents, but he did not hesitate. "You gave your word," he said, settling his hat on his head. The smile he got in reply was worth the risk. Burn him, but it lit up her face. Women were always a gamble, but sometimes a smile could be win enough. He saw from the entrance that Jordor's days without a Shan presence had come to an end. Directly across the road from the show, 700 men were taking off armor, unloading wagons, setting up tents in ordered rows, establishing horse lines, all very efficiently done. He saw Terrabonas with mail veils hanging from their helmets and bars of blue, yellow, and green painted across their breastplates, and men who were clearly infantry stacking long pikes and racking bows, much shorter than a Two Rivers bow in armor, painted the same. He thought those must be Amadians, neither Terraban, nor Alara ran much to foot, and Alarans in service to the Shah-Chan had their armor marked differently for some reason. There were actual Shah-Chan, of course, perhaps 20 or 30 that he could see. There was no mistaking that painted armor of overlapping plates, or those strange insectile helmets. 3 of the soldiers came ambling across the road, lean, hard, bit-bitten men. Their blue coats with the collars striped green and yellow were plain enough, despite the colors, and showed the wear of armor use, but no signs of rank. Not officers then, but still maybe as dangerous as Reds. 2 of the fellows could have been from Andor or Morandi, or even the Two Rivers, but the third had eyes tilted like a Salan's, and his skin was the color of honey. Without slowing, they started into the show. One of the horse handlers at the entrance gave a shrill 3-note whistle that began to echo through the show, while the other, a squinty fellow named Bolin, pushed the glass pitcher in front of the 3. "Price is a silver penny each, Captain," he said, with deceptive mildness. Matt had heard the big man speak in the same tone a heartbeat, before he thumped another horse handler over the head with a stool. "Children is 5 coppers. If they more than waist high on me, and 3 if they shorter, but only children, as has to be carried, gets in free. The honey-skinned Shah-Chan raised a hand as if to push Bullen out of his way, then hesitated, his face growing harder if that was possible. The other two squared up beside him, fists clenched, as pounding boots announced the arrival of every man in the show. It seemed performers in their flashy garb and horse handlers in coarse wool. Every man had a club of some sort, in his hand including Luca, in a brilliant red coat embroidered with gold stars to his turned-down boot-tops, and even the bare-chested Petra, who possessed the mildest nature of any man had ever met. Petra's face was a thunderhead. Now, though like this had the makings of a massacre with these fellows' companions, not 100 paces away and all their weapons to hand, it was a good place for Matt Coffin to take himself out of. Surreptitiously, he touched the throwing knives hidden up his sleeves and shrugged, just to feel the one hanging down behind the back of his neck. No way to check those under his coat or in his boots without being noticed, though. The dice seemed like continuous thunder. He began to plan how to get Tuan and the others away. He had to hang on to her a while longer yet. Before disaster could open the door, another Shah-Chan appeared in blue, green, and yellow striped armor, but carrying her helmet on her right hip. She had the tilted eyes and honey-cold skin, and there was a scattering of white in her close-cropped black hair. She was near a foot shorter than any of the other three, and there were no plumes on her helmet, just a small crest like a bronze arrowhead at the front. But the three soldiers stood up very straight when they saw her. Now, why am I not surprised to find you here at what looks to be the fine beginnings of a riot mural? Her slurred accent had a twang in it. What's this all about, then? We paid our money, standard bearer. The honey-skinned man replied in the same twangy accents. Then they said, we had to pay more on account of us being soldiers of the Empire. Bolin opened his mouth, but she silenced him with a raised hand. She had that kind of presence. Running her eyes over the men gathered in a thick semicircle with their clubs, and pausing a moment to shake her head over Luca, she settled on Matt. Did you see what happened? I did, Matt replied, and they tried to walk in without paying. That's good for you, Mural, she said, getting a surprised blink from the man. Good for all three of you. Means you won't be out your coin because you're all confined to camp for 10 days, and I doubt this show will be here that long. You're all docked. 10 days' pay as well. You're supposed to be unloading wagons, so the home folks don't get the idea. We think we are better than they are. Or do you want a charge of causing dissension in the ranks? The three men pulled visibly. Apparently that was a serious charge. I didn't think so. Now get out of my sight and get to work before I make it a full month instead of a week. Yes, standard bearer. They snapped out as one, then ran back across the road as hard as they could go while tugging off their coats hard men. Yet the standard bearer was harder. She was not finished. However, Luca stepped forward, bowing with a grand flourish. But she cut off whatever thanks he was about to offer. I don't much like fellows threatening. My men with cudgels, she drawled, resting her free hand on her sword hilt. Not even Mural, not at these odds, still shows you have backbone. Any of you fine fellows want a life of glory and adventure. Step across the road with me, and I'll sign you up. You there in that fancy red coat. You have the look of a born lens sir to me. I'll wager I can whip you into a proper hero in no time. A ripple of head shaking ran through the assembled men, and some, seeing that no trouble was likely, now began slipping away. Petra was one of those. Luca looked as though he had been paxed. A number of others appeared almost as stunned by the offer. Performing paid better than soldiering, and you avoided the risk of people sticking swords into you. Well, as long as you're standing here, maybe I can convince you. Not likely you'll get rich, but the pay is usually on time, and there's always the chance of loot if the order is given. Happens now and then. The food varies, but it's usually hot, and there's usually enough to fill your belly. The days are long, but that just means you're tired enough to get a good night's sleep when you don't have to work the night too. Anyone interested yet? Luca gave himself a shake. Thank you, Captain. But no, he said, sounding half-strangled. Some fools thought soldiers were flattered by someone thinking they had a higher rank than they did. Some fool soldiers were. Excuse me, if you please. We have a show to put on, and people who aren't going to be pleased if they have to wait much longer to see it. With a last wary look at the woman, as if he feared she might try to drag him off by his collar, he rounded on the men behind. Him, all of you get back to your stands "What are you doing lounging around here? I have everything well in hand. Get back to your stands before people start demanding their money back." That would have been a disaster in his book. Given the choice between handing back coin and having a riot, Luca would have been unable to decide which was worse. With the show folk dispersing and Luca hurrying away while shooting glances at her over his shoulder, the woman turned to Matt, the only man remaining aside from those two horse handlers. "And what about you, from the look of you? You might be made an officer and get to give me orders." She sounded amused by the notion he knew what she was doing. The people in the line had seen 3 Shah-Chan soldiers sent running, and who could say for sure why they had run, but now they had seen her disperse a much larger crowd by herself. He would have given her a place in the band as a bannerman. In a breath, "I'd make a terrible soldier standard bearer," he said, tipping his hat, and she laughed. As he turned away, he heard Boland saying mildly, "You didn't hear what I told that man. It's a silver penny for you, and another for your good wife." Coins clinked into the picture. "Thank you." Things were back to normal, and the dice were still racketing in his head, making his way through the show where acrobats were again tumbling for the crowds on their wooden platforms, and jugglers juggling, and Clarine's dogs running atop large wooden balls, and Mora's leopards standing on their hind legs inside a cage that looked barely strong enough to hold them. He decided to check on the eyes. The leopards brought them to mind. The common soldiers might spend the day working, yet he would have laid coin on at least some of the officers coming for a look before long. He trusted Tuon, strangely enough, and Einan had enough sense to stay out of sight when there might be other Shakan around, but common sense seemed in short supply among eyes. Even Teslan and Edina, who had spent time as Damani, took foolish chances. Jolene, who had not seemed to think herself invulnerable. Everybody in the show knew the 3 women were Aes Sedai now, but their large wagon covered with rain-streaked whitewash still stood near the canvas. Stopped storage wagons not far from the horse lines. Luca had been willing to rearrange his show for a high lady, who gave him a warrant of protection, but not for Idai, who put him at risk with their presence and were practically penniless. Besides, the women among the show folk were sympathetic to the sisters for the most part, the men wary to one degree or another. It was almost always so with Aes Sedai, but Luca likely would have turned them out to make their own way without Matt's gold. Isai were more threat than anything else. So long as they were in lands controlled by the Shachan, Matt Cowan got no thanks for it. Not that he was looking for any. He would have settled for a touch of respect. Unlikely as that was, I said I were eyes after all. Jolene's warders, Blur and Finn, were nowhere to be seen, so there was no need to talk his way past them to get inside. But as he approached the dirt-streaked steps at the back of the wagon, the fox-head medallion hanging beneath his shirt went icy cold against his chest, then colder still. For a moment, he froze like a statue. Those fool women were channeling in there. Coming to himself, he pounded up the steps and banged the door open. The women he expected to see were all present. Jolene, a green sister, slender, and pretty and big-eyed, and Teslan, a narrow-shouldered red who looked as though she chewed rocks, and Edina, a yellow, handsome rather than pretty, with waves of black hair spilling to her waist. He had saved all 3 from the Shah-Chan, had gotten Teslan and Edina out of the demonic kennels themselves, yet their gratitude was variable, to say the best Bethaman, as dark as Tuon, but tall and nicely rounded and yellow-haired. Sita had been Suldam, before they were forced into helping rescue the 3 Aes Sedai. The 5 of them shared this wagon, the East Eye to keep an eye on the former Suldam, the former Suldam to keep an eye on the Aes Sedai. None realized their task, but mutual distrust made them carry it out assiduously. The one woman he had not expected to see was Satella Anan, who had kept the wandering woman in Abu Dar before she decided to make herself part of that rescue for some reason. But then Satella had a way of pushing herself in, of meddling. In fact, she meddled between him and Tuon incessantly. What they were doing was completely unexpected, though. In the middle of the wagon, Bethamine and Sita were standing rigid as fence posts, jammed shoulder to shoulder between the 2 beds that could not be raised against the walls, and Jolene was slapping Bethamine's face again and again, first with one hand, then the other. Silent tears trickled down the tall woman's cheeks, and Sita looked afraid that she would be next. Edina and Tessin, arms folded beneath their breasts, were watching with no expression whatsoever, while Mistress Anan frowned her disapproval over Teslin's shoulder. Whether disapproval of the slapping or of what Bethaman had done to earn it, he could not have said and did not care. Crossing the floor in one stride, he seized Jolene's upraised arm and spun her around. "What in the light are you?" That was as far as he got before she used her other hand to catch him above it so hard that his ears rang. "Now that killed the goat," he said, and Spot still floating in his vision. He dropped down onto the nearest bed and pulled a surprised Jolene across his lap. His right hand landed on her bottom with a loud smack that pulled a startled squawk from her. The medallion went colder still, and Adina gasped when nothing happened, but he tried to keep one eye on the other two sisters and one eye on the open door for Jolene's waters, while he held her in place and whacked as fast and as hard as he could. With no idea how many shifts or petticoats coats she was wearing under that worn blue wool, he wanted to make sure he left an impression. It seemed his hand was beating time for the dice spinning in his head. Struggling and kicking, Jolene began cursing like a wagon driver as the medallion seemed to turn to ice and then to grow so cold he wondered if it would give him frostbite. But he soon added wordless yelps to her pungent vocabulary. His arm might not match Petra's, but he was far from weak. Practice with bow and quarterstaff gave you strong arms. Edina and Teslan seemed as frozen in place as the two wide-eyed former Suldam. Well, Bethamin was grinning, and she appeared as amazed as Cedar. But just as he began to think Jolene's yelps were outnumbering her curses, Mistress Anand tried to push past the two eyes' eye. Astonishingly, Teslan made a peremptor gesture for her to remain where she was. Very few women or men argued with an Aes Sedai's commands, but Mistress Anand gave the Red Sister a frosty look and squeezed between the two eyes, muttering something that made both of them eye her curiously. She still had to force a way between Bethaman and Sitta, and he took advantage of that to land a final flurry of hard smacks, then rolled the Green Sister off his lap. His hand had begun to sting. Anyway, Jolene landed with a thump and let out a gasped, "Oh!" planting herself in front of him close enough that she interfered with Jolene's hasty scramble to her feet. Mistress Anand studied him with her arms folded beneath her breasts in a way that increased the generous cleavage displayed by her plunging neckline. Despite the dress, she was not Abu Dari, not with those hazel eyes, but she had large golden hoops in her ears, a marriage knife, the hilt marked with red and white stones for her sons and daughters, dangling from a wide silver collar around her neck, and a curved dagger thrust behind her belt. Her dark green skirts were sewn up on the left side to show red petticoats. With touches of grey in her hair, she was every inch the stately Abu Dari innkeeper, sure of herself and accustomed to giving orders. He expected her to upgrade him. She was as good as an eyes when it came to upgrading, so he was surprised when she spoke, sounding very thoughtful. "Jolene must have tried to stop you and Tessin and Edina as well, but whatever they did failed. I think that means you possess a Tyrell that can disrupt flows of the power. I've heard of such things, Catswin Maladrin supposedly had one, or so rumors said, but I've never seen like I would very much like to. I won't try to take it away from you, but I would appreciate seeing it." "How do you know, Cad?" Swain Jolene demanded, attempting to brush off the seat of her skirt. The first brush of her hand brought a w's, and she gave over with a glare for Matt, just to show him she still had him in mind. Tears glistened in her big brown eyes and on her cheeks, but if he had to pay for them, it was worth the price. She said something about the test for the shore. Edina said, "She did say, how could you have passed the test for the shore if you freeze at moments like this?" Tessin added. Mistress Anand's mouth tightened for a moment, but if she was discomposed, she regained her poise in her breath. "You may recall that I owned an inn," she said dryly. "Many people visited the Wandering Woman, and many of them talked perhaps more than they should have." "No, I said I would," Jolene began, then turned hurriedly. Blair and Fenn were starting up the steps. Borderlanders both. They were big men, and Matt quickly got to his feet, ready to use his knives if necessary. They might drop him, but not without bleeding for it. Surprisingly, Jolene darted to the door and shut it tight in Fenn's face, then fastened the latch. The salon made no effort to open the door, but Matt had no doubt the pair of them will be waiting when he left. When she turned around, her eyes were blazing hot, tears and all, and she seemed to have forgotten Mistress Annan for the moment. "If you ever even think of—" She began shaking a finger at him. He stepped forward and stuck a finger of his own to her nose, so fast that she jumped back and bumped into the door, from which she rebounded with the squeak spots of red blooming in her cheeks. He cared not a whisker whether that was anger or embarrassment. She opened her mouth, but he refused to let her get a word in edgewise. "Except for me, you'd be wearing a demonic collar around your neck, and so would Edina and Teslan," he said, as much heat in his voice as there was in her eyes. "In return, you all try to bully me. You go your own way and endanger all of us. You bloody well channeled when you know there are Shah-Chan right across the road. They could have a demony with them, or a dozen for all you know." He doubted there was even one, but doubt was not certainty. And in any case, he was not about to share his doubts with her, not now. "Well, I might have to put up with some of that, though. You'd better know I'm getting close to my edge. But I won't put up with you hitting me. You do that again, and I vow I'll pepper your hide twice as hard and twice as hot, my word on it. And I won't try to stop him next time if you do." Mistress Anand said. "Nor I," Teslan added, echoed after a long moment by Edina. Jolene looked as though she had been hit between the eyes with a hammer. Very satisfactory as long as he could figure out how to avoid having his bones broken by Blur and Finn. "Now would someone like to tell me why you bloody decided to start channeling, like it was the last battle? Do you have to keep holding them like that, Edina?" He nodded at Cedar and Bethamin. It was only an educated guess, but Edina's eyes widened for a moment, as if she thought his tear on Greel let him see flows of the power as well as stop them. In any case, an instant later both women were standing normally. Bethamin calmly began drying her tears with a white linen handkerchief. Cedar sat down on the nearest bed, hugging herself and shivering. She looked more shaken than Bethamin. None of the eyes had I seemed to want to answer, so Mistress Hannon did it for them. There was an argument Jolene wanted to go see these Shah-Chan for herself, and she wouldn't be argued out of it. Bethamin decided to discipline her just as if she had no clue what would happen. The innkeeper shook her head in disgust. She tried to pull Jolene across her lap, with Cedar helping her, and Edina wrapped them up in flows of air. "I'm assuming," she said, when the eyes had I all looked at her sharply. "I may not be able to channel, but I do. Use my eyes, that doesn't account for what I felt." Matt said. There was a lot of channeling going on in here. Mistress Anan and the three-eyed eye studied him speculatively. Long stares that seemed to probe for the medallion. They were not going to forget about his Tyrrell. That was for sure. Jolene took up the story Bethamin channeled. I've never before seen the weave she used, but for a few moments until she lost the source, she had sparks dancing all over the three of us. I think she may have used as much of the power as she could draw. Sobs suddenly racked Bethamin. She sagged halfway to falling to the floor. "I didn't mean to," she wept, shoulders shaking, face contorted. "I thought you were going to kill me, but I didn't mean to, I didn't." Sita began rocking back and forth, staring at her friend in horror, or perhaps her former friend. They both knew Adam could hold them, and maybe any sold them, but they might well have denied the full import. Any woman who could use an Adam could learn to channel. Likely they had tried as hard as they could to deny that hard fact, to forget it. Actually, channeling altered everything, however. Burn him. This was all he needed on top of everything else. What are you going to do about it? Only and I said I could handle this. Now she's started. She can't just stop. I know that much. Let her die, Teslan said harshly. We can keep her shielded until we can be rid of her. Then she can die. We can't do that, Edina said, sounding almost shocked, though not apparently at the thought of Bethamin dying. Once we let her go, she'll be a danger to everyone around her. I won't do it again. Bethamin wept, almost pleading I won't. Pushing past Matt as if he were a coat, Rack Jolene confronted Bethamin, staring up at the taller woman with her fists on her hips. You won't stop, you can't. Once you begin. Oh, you may be able to go months between attempts to channel, but you will try again and again, and every time your danger will increase. With a sigh, she lowered her hands. You are much too old for the novice book, but there's nothing for it. We will have to teach you enough to make you safe. At least, Teacher Teslan screeched, planting her fists on her hips. I do say let her die. Do you have any idea how these Suldam did treat me when they did have me prisoner? No, since you've never gone into detail beyond moaning over how horrible it was, Jolene replied dryly, then added in very firm tones, but I will not leave any woman to die when I can stop it. That did not end things, of course. When a woman wanted to argue, she could keep it going if she was by herself, and they all wanted to argue. Edina joined in on Jolene's side, And so did Mistress Han, just as if she had as much right to speak as the eyes had. I, of all things Bethamin and Cedar, took Teslin's part, denying any wish to learn to channel, waving their hands and arguing as loudly as anyone. Wisely, Matt took the opportunity to slip out of the wagon and pull the door shut behind him softly. No need to remind them of him. The Aesai at least would remember soon enough. At least he could stop worrying about where the bloody Adam were and whether the Sul'dam would try using them again. That was well and truly finished now. He had been right about Blerick and Fen. They were waiting at the foot of the steps, and storm clouds were not in it for their faces. Without any doubt they knew exactly what had happened to Jolene. But not who was to blame, it turned out. What went on in their coffin, Blear demanded, his blue eyes sharp enough to poke holes. Slightly the taller of the two, he had shaved his shinar and top knot, and was not best pleased by the growth of short hair covering his scalp. "Were you involved?" Finn asked coldly. "How could I have been?" Matt replied, trotting down the steps as if he had not a care in the world. "She's an Aesai, in case you hadn't noticed. If you want to know what happened, I suggest you ask her. I'm not wool-headed enough to talk about it, I'll tell you that. Only I wouldn't ask her. Right now they're all still arguing in there. I took the chance to slip out while my hide was still intact. Not the best choice of words, perhaps." The two warders' faces grew darker, still impossible as that seemed, but they let him go on his way without having to resort to his knives. There was that neither seemed very eager to enter the wagon either. Instead, they settled on the wagon's steps to wait more fools. They doubted Jolene would be very forthcoming with them, but she might well take out some of her temper on them because they knew had he been them, he would have found tasks to keep him clear of that wagon. For, oh, say a month or two, that might help. Some women had long memories for some things. He was going to need to watch over his shoulder for Jolene himself from now on. But it had still been worth it with Shah-Chan camped across the road, and I said I arguing and women channeling as if they had never heard of the Shah-Chan, and the dice spinning in his head. Not even winning 2 games of stones from Tuan that night could make him feel anything but wary. He went to sleep on the floor since it was Dolman's turn to use the second bed. Ainan always got the other with the dice, bouncing off the insides of his skull, but he was sure that tomorrow had to be better than today. Well, he had never claimed to always be right. He just wished he was not quite so wrong so often. Chapter 8. Dragon's Eggs. Luca had the chauffeur breaking camp taking down the big canvas wall and packing everything into the wagons while the sky was still dark the next morning. It was the clatter and banging of it, the shouting that woke Matt groggy and stiff from sleeping on the floor as much as he could sleep for the bloody dice. Those things gave a man dreams that slaughtered sleep. Luca was rushing about in his shirt sleeves with a lantern giving orders and likely impeding matters as much as speeding them. But Petra, wide enough to seem squat, though he was not all that much shorter than Matt, paused in hitching the 4-horse team to his and Claren's wagon to explain. With the waning moon low on the horizon and half hidden by trees, a lantern on the driver's seat gave all the light they had. A flickering pool of yellow. That was repeated 100 times and more through the camp. Clarine was off walking the dogs, since they would be spending most of the day inside the wagon. Yesterday the strong man shook his head and patted the nearest animal, patiently waiting for the last straps to be buckled, as if the horse had showed signs of nerves. Maybe he felt edgy himself. The night was only cool. Not really cold yet. He was bundled up in a dark coat and had on a knitted cap. His wife worried about him falling sick from drafts or the cold, and took care that he would not. Well, we're strangers everywhere, you see, and a lot of people think they can take advantage of strangers. But if we let one man get away with it, 10 more will try, if not 100. Sometimes the local magistrate, or what passes for one, will uphold the law for us too. But only sometimes, because we're strangers and tomorrow or the next day will be gone. And anyway, everybody knows strangers are usually up to no good, so we have to stand up for ourselves, fight for what's ours, if need be. Once you do that, though, it's time to move along. Same now as when there were only a few dozen of us, with Luca counting the horse handlers, though in those days we'd have been gone as soon as those soldiers left. In those days, there weren't so many coins to be lost by leaving in a hurry, he said dryly and shook his head. Perhaps for Luca's greed, or perhaps for how large the show had grown before going on, those 3 Shah-Chan have friends, or at least companions, who won't like their own being face down that standard bearer. Did it, but you can be sure they'll lay it to us because they think they can hit at us, and they can't at her. Maybe their officers will uphold the law or their rules or whatever, like she did, but we can't be sure of that. What is certain, though, is that those fellows will cause trouble if we stay another day. No point to staying when it means fights with soldiers, and maybe people hurt so they can't perform, and sure trouble with the law one way or another. It was the longest speech Matt had ever heard from Petra, and the man cleared his throat as though embarrassed by saying so much. "Well," he muttered, bending back to the harness, "Luca will want to be on the road soon. You want to be seen to your own horses. Matt wanted no such thing. The most wonderful thing about having coin was not what you could buy, but that you could pay others to do the work." As soon as he realized the show was preparing to move, he had rusted the 4 red arms from the tent they shared with Shelvenon to hitch the teams for his wagon, and to do as he instructed with the razor and saddle pips the stout horse. Thief! He had not stolen a horse since Matt had known him, but that was what he was. Had roused himself long enough to say that he would get up when the others returned, then rolled over in his blankets and was snoring again, before Hahn and the others had their boots half on. Bannon's skills were such that no one voiced any complaint beyond the usual grumbling about the hour, and all but Harnan would have grumbled if allowed to sleep till noon. When those skills were needed, he would repay them tenfold, and they knew it, even Fergan. The skinny red arm was none too bright except when it came to soldiering, but he was plenty smart enough there. Well, smart enough. The show left Durador before the sun broke the horizon, a long snake of wagons rolling along the wide road through the darkness, with Luca's lurid monstrosity pulled by 6 horses at its head. Tuon's wagon came just behind, with Gordaran driving almost wide, shouldered enough to seem a strong man himself, and Tuon and Seleucia, well cloaked and hooded, squeezed in on either side of him. The storage, wagons and animal cages and spare horses brought up the tail sentries at the Shachan camp, watched them depart. Silent armored figures in the night marching the camp's perimeter. Not that the camp itself was quiet. Shadowy forms stood in rigid lines among the tents, while loud voices bellowed the roll call at a steady pace, and others answered Matt, all but held his breath, until those regular shouts faded away behind him. Discipline was a wonderful thing for other men anyway. He rode Pips alongside the eyes, wagon near the middle of the long line flinching a little. Every time the fox had went cool against his chest, which it began to do before they had gone much more than a mile. It seemed that Jolene was wasting no time. Fergan, handling the reins, chatted away about horses and women with Metwin. Both were as happy as pigs in clover, but then neither had any idea what was going on inside the wagon. At least the medallion only turned cool, and barely that. They were using small amounts of the power. Still, he disliked being so near any channeling at all in his experience. I carried trouble in their belt pouches, and seldom was shy about scattering it. Never mind who might be in the way. No, with the dice bouncing inside his head, he could have done without eyes within 10 miles. He would have ridden up beside Tuon for the chance to talk with her, no matter that Celia and Gordaran would hear every word. But you never wanted a woman thinking you were too eager. Do that, and she either took advantage or else skittered away like a water drop on a hot greased griddle. Tuon found enough ways to take advantage already, and he had too little time for very much in the way of chasing. Sooner or later, she would speak the words that completed the marriage ceremony, sure as water was wet, but that only made it more urgent for him to find out what she was like, which had hardly been easy so far. That little woman made a blacksmith's puzzle seem simple, but how could a man be married to a woman if he did not know her? Worse, he had to make her see him as something more than toy. Marriage to a woman with no respect for him would be like wearing a shirt of black wasp nettles day and night. Worse still, he had to make her care for him, or he would find himself forced to hide from his own wife to keep her from making him doyle. And to cap it off, he had to do all of that in whatever time remained before he had to send her back to Abu Dar. A fine stew, and doubtless a tasty meal for some hero out of legend. A little something to occupy his idle time before he rushed off to perform some great deed. Only Matt. Bloody Kawan was no bloody hero. He still had it to do, though, and no time or room for missteps. It was the earliest start they had made yet, but his hopes that the Shachan had frightened Luca into moving faster were soon dashed. As the sun climbed, they passed stone farm buildings clinging to hillsides, and occasionally a tiny tile or thatch-roofed village nestled beside the road in a surround of stone-walled fields carved out of the forest, where men and women stood gaping as the show streamed past, and children ran alongside until their parents called them back. But in the mid-afternoon the show reached something larger, Renian crossing near a so-called river that could have been waded in fewer than 20 paces without going more than waist-deep. Despite the stone bridge across it was never a patch on Juridor, but it possessed 4 ends, each 3 stories of stone roofed in green or blue tiles, and near half a mile of hard-packed dirt between the village and the river, where merchants could park their wagons for the night. Farms with their walled fields and orchards and pastures made a quilt to the countryside for a good league along the road, and maybe more beyond the hills to either side of it. They certainly covered the hillsides Matt could see. That was enough for Luca, ordering the canvas wall erected in the clearing near to the river to make watering the animals easier. The man strutted into the village wearing coat and cloak, red enough to make Matt's eyes hurt, and so embroidered with golden stars and comets that a tinker would have wept for the shame of donning the garments. The huge blue and red banner was stretched across the entrance, each wagon in its place. The performing platforms unloaded and the wall nearly all up by the time he returned, escorting 3 men and 3 women. The village was not all that far from Abu Dar, yet their clothing might have come from another country altogether. The men wore short wool coats and bright colors embroidered with angular scrollwork along the shoulders and sleeves, and dark baggy trousers stuffed into knee boots. The women, their hair in a sort of coiled bun atop their heads, wore dresses nearly as colorful as Luca's garments, their narrow skirts resplendent with flowers from hem to hips. They did all carry long belt knives, though with straight blades for the most part, and caressed the hilts whenever anybody looked at them. That much was the same. Alara was Alara when it came to touchiness. These were the village mayor, the 4 innkeepers, and a lean, leathery, white-haired woman in red. The others addressed her respectfully as mother, since the round-bellied mayor was as white-haired as she, not to mention mostly bald, and none of the innkeepers lacked at least a little grey hair. Matt decided she must be the village wisdom. He smiled and tipped his hat to her as she passed, and she gave him a sharp look and sniffed a near-perfect imitation of naive, "Oh yes, a wisdom." All right. Luca showed them around with wide smiles and expansive gestures, elaborate bows and flourishes of his cloak, stopping here and there to make a juggler or a team of acrobats perform a little for his guests. But his smile turned to a sour grimace once they were safely back on their way and out of sight. "Free admission for them and their husbands and wives and all the children," he growled to Matt, "and I'm supposed to pack up if a merchant comes. Down the road." They weren't that blunt, but they were clear enough, especially that Mother Darvale, as if this fly speck ever attracted enough merchants to fill this field. Thieves and scoundrels. Cotton country folk are all thieves and scoundrels, and an honest man like me is at their mercy. Soon enough he was totting up what he might earn there, despite the complimentary admissions, but he never did give over complaining entirely, even when the line at the entrance stretched nearly as far as it had in Juridor. He just added complaining about how much he would have taken in with another 3 or 4 days at the salt town. It was 3 or 4 days now, and likely he would have lingered until the crowds had dwindled to nothing. Maybe those 3 Cheyenne had been to Viran work. Not likely, but it was a pleasant way to think of it. Now that it was all in the past, that was how they progressed. At best a mere 2 leagues, or perhaps 3, at an unhurried pace. And usually Luca would find a small town or a cluster of villages that he felt called for a halt. Or better to say that he felt their silver calling to him, even if they passed nothing but fly specks not worth. The labor of erecting the wall they never made as much as 4 leagues before Luca called a halt. He was not about to risk having to camp strung out along the road. If there was not to be a show, Luca liked to find a clearing where the wagons could be parked without too much crowding, though if driven to it, he would dicker with a farmer for the right to stop in an unused pasture and mutter over the expense the whole next day if it cost no more than a silver penny. He was tight with his purse strings. Luca was trains of merchants' wagons past, them in both directions making good speed, and managing to raise small clouds of dust from the hard-packed road. Merchants wanted to get their goods to market as quickly as possible. Now and then they saw a caravan of tinkers too, their boxy wagons as bright as anything in the show except for Luca's wagon. All of them were headed toward Abu Dar, oddly enough, but then they moved as slowly as Luca. Not likely any coming the other way would overtake the show 2 or 3 leagues a day, and the dice rattled away so that Matt was always wondering what lay beyond the next bend in the road or what was catching him up from behind. It was enough to give a man hives. The very first night outside Running Crossing, he approached Aludra. Near her bright blue wagon, she had set up a small canvas enclosure, 8 ft tall, for launching her night flowers, and she straightened with a glare when he pulled back a flap and ducked. In a closed lantern sitting on the ground near the wall gave enough light for him to see that she was holding a dark ball, the size of a large melon. Running Crossing was only big enough to merit a single night flower. She opened, her mouth all set to chivvy him out. Not even Luca was allowed in here. Lofting tubes, he said quickly, gesturing to the metal-bound wooden tube as tall as he was and near enough a foot across, sitting upright in front of her on a broad wooden base. That's why you want a bell founder to make lofting tubes from bronze. It's the why I can't puzzle out. It seemed a ridiculous idea. With a little effort, 2 men could lift one of her lofting tubes into the wagon that carried them and her other supplies. A bronze lofting tube would require a derrick, but it was the only thing that had occurred to him. With the lantern behind, her shadows hid her expression, but she was silent for a long moment. "Such a clever young man," she said finally. Her beaded braids clicked softly as she shook her head. Her laugh was low and throaty. "Me, I should watch my tongue. I always get into the trouble when I make promises to clever young men. Never think I will tell you the secrets that would make you blush, though. Not now. You are already juggling 2 women, it seems. And me, I will not be juggled." "Then I'm right." He was barely able to keep the incredule from his voice. "You are," she said, and casually tossed the night flower at him. He caught it with a startled oath and only dared to breathe when he was sure he had a good grip. The covering seemed to be stiff leather with a tiny stub of fuse sticking out of one side. He had a little familiarity with smaller fireworks, and supposedly those only exploded from fire or if you let air touch what was inside, though he had cut one open once without it going off. Yet who could say what might make a night flower erupt? The firework he had opened had been small enough to hold in one hand, something the size of this. Night flower would likely blow him and Elder to scraps. Abruptly he felt foolish. She was not very likely to go throwing the thing if dropping it was dangerous. He began tossing the ball from hand to hand, not to make up for gasping and all that, just for something to do. How will casting lofting tubes from bronze make them a better weapon? That was what she wanted. Weapons to use against the Shachan to repay them for destroying the Guild of Illuminators. They seem fearsome enough to me already. Aludra snatched the night flower back, muttering about clumsy oats, and turning the ball over in her hands to examine the leather surface. Maybe it was not so safe as he had assumed. "A proper lofting tube," she said, once she was sure he had not damaged the thing. "It will send this close to 300 paces straight up into the sky with the right charge and a longer distance across the ground if the tube is tilted at an angle, but not far enough for what I have in mind. A lofting charge big enough to send it further would burst the tube. With a bronze tube, I could use a charge that would send something a little smaller, close to 2 amis, making the slow match slower to let it travel that far is easy enough, smaller but heavier, made of iron, and there would be nothing for pretty colors, only the bursting charge." Matt whistled through his teeth, seeing it in his head. Explosions erupting among the enemy before they were near enough to see you clearly. A nasty thing to be receiving. Now that would be as good as having Isidai in your side or some of those Ashimon. Better Isidai had to be in danger to use the power as a weapon. And while he had heard rumors about hundreds of Ashimon, rumors grew with every telling. Besides, if Ashiman were anything like Isidai, they would start deciding where they were needed and then take over the whole fight. He began envisioning how to use Aludra's bronze tubes, and right away he spotted a glaring problem. All your advantage was gone if the enemy came from the wrong direction or got behind you, and if you needed dirks to move these things. These bronze lofting tubes, dragons, she broke in. Lofting tubes are for making the night flowers bloom, for delighting the eye. I will call them dragons and the Shah. And Chan will howl when my dragons bite. Her tone was grim as sharp stone. These dragons then, whatever you call them, they'll be heavy and hard to move. Can you mount them on wheels like a wagon or cart? Would they be too heavy for horses to pull? She laughed again. It's good to see you are more than the pretty face, climbing a 3-step folding ladder that put her waist nearly level with the top of the lofting tube. She set the night flower into the tube with the fuse down. It slid in a little way and stopped a dome above the top of the tube. "Hand me that," she told him, gesturing to a pole as long and thick as a quarterstaff. When he handed it up to her, she held it upright and used a leather cap on one end to push the night flower deeper. That appeared to take little effort. I have already drawn plans for the dragon carts. 4 horses could draw one easily, along with a second cart to hold the eggs. Not night flowers. Dragons' eggs. You see, I have thought long and hard about how to use my dragons, not just how to make them. Pulling the capped rod from the tube, she climbed down and picked up the lantern. "Come, I must make the sky bloom a little." Then I went my supper and my bed. Just outside the canvas enclosure stood a wooden rack, filled with more peculiar implements, a forked stick tongs, as long as Matt was tall, other things just as odd and all made of wood. Setting the lantern on the ground, she placed the capped pole in the rack and took a square wooden box from a shelf. "I suppose now you want to learn how to make the secret powders?" "Yes." "Well, I did promise I am the guild now," she added bitterly, removing the box's lid. It was an odd box, a solid piece of wood drilled with holes, each of which held a thin stick. She plucked out one and replaced the lid. "I can decide what is secret." "Better than that, I want you to come with me. I know somebody will be happy to pay for making as many of your dragons as you want. He can make every bell thunder from Andor to Tear stop casting bells and start casting dragons." Avoiding Rand's name did not stop the colors from whirling inside his head, and resolving for an instant into Rand fully clothed, thanked the light talking with Loyal by lamplight in a wood-paneled room. There were other people, but the image focused on Rand and had vanished too quickly for Matt to make out who they were. He was pretty sure that what he saw was what was actually happening right that moment, impossible as that seemed. It would be good to see Loyal again, but burn him. There had to be some way to keep those things out of his head. And if he isn't interested again, the colors came, but he resisted, and they melted away. I can pay to have hundreds, cast myself a lot of them. Anyway, the band was going to end up fighting Shah Chan, and most likely trolls as well, and he would be there when it happened. There was no getting around the fact. Try to avoid it how he would that bloody. Tavern twisting would put him right in the bloody middle, so he was ready to pour out gold like water, if it gave him a way to kill his enemies, before they got close enough to poke holes in his hide. Aludra tilted her head to one side, pursing her rosebud lips. "Who is this man with such power? It'll have to be a secret between us. Tom and Julian know, and Enan and Dolman, and the Eyes, Teslin and Jolene at least, and Vannon in the Red Arms, but nobody else. And I want to keep it that way. Blood and bloody ashes, far too many people knew already." He waited for her curt nod before saying, "The Dragon Reborn." The colors swirled, and despite his fighting them again, became Rand and Loyal for a moment. This was not going to be as easy as it had seemed. "You know the Dragon Reborn," she said doubtfully. "We grow up in the same village," he growled, already fighting the colors. This time they nearly coalesced before vanishing. "If you don't believe me, ask Tessin and Jolene. Ask Tom. But don't do it around anyone else. A secret, remember. The guild has been my life since I was a girl." She scraped one of the sticks quickly down the side of the box, and the thing sputtered into flame. It smelled of sulfur. "The dragons, they are my life now. The dragons in revenge on the Shachan bending." She touched the flame to a dark length of fuse that ran under the canvas. As soon as the fuse caught, she shook the stick until the fire went out, then dropped it. With a crackling hiss, the flame sped along the fuse. "I think me, I believe you." She held out her free hand. "When you leave, I will go with you, and you will help me make my dragons." For a moment as he shook her hand, he was sure the dice had stopped. But a heartbeat later they were rattling again. It must have been imagination after all. This agreement with Aludra might help the band and incidentally Matt Cowan stay alive. Yet it could hardly be called fateful. He would still have to fight those battles. And however you planned, however well trained your men were, luck played its part too. Bad as well as good even for him. These dragons would not change that. But were the dice bouncing as loudly? He thought not yet. How could he be sure? Never before had they slowed without stopping. It had to be his imagination. A hollow thump came from inside the enclosure, and acrid smoke billowed over the canvas wall. Moments later, the night flower bloomed in the darkness above Ronyan Crossing, a great ball of red and green streaks. It bloomed again and again in his dreams that night and for many nights after. But there it bloomed among charging horsemen and masked pikes, rending flesh as he had once seen stone rent by fireworks. In his dreams he tried to catch the things with his hands, tried to stop them, yet they rained down in unending streams on H-100 battlefields. In his dreams he wept for the death and destruction, and somehow it seemed that the rattling of the dice in his head sounded like laughter. Not his laughter, the Dark One's laughter. The next morning, with the sun just rising toward a cloudless sky, he was sitting on the steps of his green wagon, carefully scraping at the bowstave with a sharp knife. You had to be careful, almost delicate. A careless slice could ruin all your work when Againan and Dolmen came out. Strangely, they seemed to have dressed with special care in their best, such as it was. He was not the only one to have bought cloth and juridor, but without promises of Mat's gold to speed them. The seamstresses were still sewing for Dolmen and Dainan. The blue-eyed Shachan woman wore a bright green dress, heavily embroidered with tiny white and yellow flowers on the high neck, and all down the sleeves. A flowered scarf held a long black wig in place. Dolmen, looking decidedly odd, with a head of very short hair, and that Illinor beard that left his upper lip bare, had brushed his worn brown coat till it actually had some semblance of neatness. They squeezed past Mat and hurried off without a word, and he thought no more of it until they returned an hour or so later, to announce that they had been into the village and gotten Mother Dal to marry them. He could not stop himself from gaping Ainan's stern face, and sharp eyes gave good indications of her character. What could have brought Dolmen to marry the woman, as soon marry a bear? Realizing the Iliana was beginning to glare at him, he hastily got to his feet and made a presentable bow over the bowstave. "Congratulations, Master Domin. Congratulations, Mistress Dolmen. The light shone on you both." What else was he to say? Dolmen kept glaring at him as if he had heard Mat's thoughts, though, and Enan snorted. "My name is Lewin Shipless. Coffin," she drawled. "That's the name I was given and the name I'll die with, and a good name it is, since it helped me reach a decision I should have made weeks ago." Frightening, she looked sideways at Dolmen. "You do understand why I could not take your name, don't you, Bale, no less?" Dolmen replied gently, resting a thick hand on her shoulder. "But I will take you with any name you do care to use, so long as you do be my wife. I told you that." She smiled and laid her hand atop his, and he began smiling too light. But the pair of them were sickening. If marriage made a man start smiling like dreamy syrup, well, not Mat. Cowan he might be as good as wed, but Mat Cowan was never going to start carrying on like a loon. And that was how he ended up in a green, striped wall tent, not very large, that belonged to a pair of lean Domani brothers who ate fire and swallowed swords. Even Tom admitted that Ballat and Abar were good, and they were popular with the other performers. So finding them places to stay was easy, but that tent cost as much as the wagon had. Everybody knew he had gold to fling about, and that pair just sighed over, giving up their snug home when he tried to bargain them down. Well, a new bride and groom needed privacy, and he was more than glad to give it to them, if it meant he did not have to watch them go moony at each other. Besides, he was tired of taking his turn, sleeping on the floor. In the tent at least he had his own cot every night, narrow and hard it might be. Yet it was softer than floorboards, and with only him he had more room than in the wagon. Even after the rest of his clothes were moved in and stowed in a pair of brass-bound chests, he had a washstand of his very own, a lad-back chair that was not too unsteady, a sturdy stool and a table big enough to hold a plate and cup and a pair of decent brass lamps. The chest of gold he left in the green wagon. Only a blind fool would try robbing Dolmen. Only a madman would try robbing Againan Lewin, if she insisted, though he was still certain she would regain her senses eventually. After the first night spent close by the Eyes wagon with the fox, head cool for half the night, he had the tent set up facing Tuon's wagon by dint of making sure that the Red Arms started raising it before anyone else could claim the space. "Are you placing yourself as my guard now?" Tuon said coolly, when she saw the tent for the first time. "No," he replied. "I'm just hoping for more glimpses of you." That was the light's own truth. Well, getting away from the eyes of eye was part of it, but the other was true too. Yet the woman waggled her fingers at Suchia, and the pair of them launched into gales of giggles before recovering themselves and re-entering the faded purple wagon, with all the dignity of a royal procession. Women. He was not often alone in the tent. He had taken on Lopin as his body servant after Nisyan's death, and the stout tyrant with his blocky face and a beard that nearly reached his chest was always popping in to bow his balding head and ask what my lord would enjoy for his next meal, or inquire whether my lord had any need of wine or tea, or would care for a plate of candied dried figs he had vaguely acquired somewhere. Linen was vain over his ability to find delicacies where it seemed there could be none. That or he was rifling through the clothes chests to see whether anything needed repair or cleaning or ironing. Something always did in his estimation, though it all looked fine to Matt. Narim Tmanis's melancholy body servant frequently accompanied him largely because the skinny, gay-haired Karanan was bored. Matt could not understand how anyone could get bored with not having any work to do, but Narim was full of dolorous comments on how poorly Talmanis must be faring, without him mournfully sighing about 5 times a day that Talmanis must have given his place to another by now, and he was ready to wrestle Lopin if need be for a share of the cleaning and mending. He even wanted his turn blacking Matt's boots. Noel dropped by to spin his tall tales, and Oliver to play stones or snakes and foxes when he was not playing with Tuon instead. Tom came to play stones too, and to share rumours he picked up in the towns and villages, knuckling his long white moustaches over the choicer bits. Julian brought his own reports, but he always brought Amma as well. The former Panarch of Terrebonne was pretty enough for Matt to understand why the thief-catcher was interested with a rosebud mouth, just made for kissing, and she clung to Julian's arm as if she might return some of his feelings. But her big eyes always gazed fearfully toward Tuon's wagon, even when they were all inside Matt's tent, and it was still all Julian could do to keep her from dropping to her knees and putting her face to the ground whenever she glimpsed Tuon or Suchia. She did the same with Einan and with Bethamin and Cedar. Besides, considering that Amatha had been Doyle for just a matter of months, it fair made Matt's skin crawl. Tuon could not really mean to make him Doyle when she was going to marry him, could she? He soon told them to stop bringing him rumours about Rand. Fighting the colours in his head was too much effort, and he lost that fight as often as he won. Sometimes it was all right, but sometimes he caught glimpses of Randan men, and it seemed those two were carrying on something awful. Anyway, the rumours were all the same, really. The Dragon Reborn was dead, killed by Isidai, by Ashiman, by the Shachan, by a dozen other assassins. No, he was in hiding. He was massing a secret army. He was doing some fool thing or other that varied village by village, and usually inn by inn. The one thing that was clear was that Ran was no longer in Kyrie, and nobody had any idea where he was. The Dragon Reborn had vanished. It was odd how many of these Alaran farmers and villagers and townsfolk seemed worried by that, as worried as the merchants passing through and the men and women who worked for them. Not one of those people knew any more of the Dragon Reborn than the tales they carried. Yet, his disappearance frightened them. Tom and Julian were clear on that until he made them stop. If the Dragon Reborn was dead, what was the world to do? That was the question that people asked over breakfast in the morning and ale in the evening, and likely on going to bed Matt could have told them Rand was alive. Those bloody visions made him sure of that, but explaining how he knew was another matter. Even Tom and Julian seemed uncertain about the colours. The merchants and the others would have thought him a madman, and if they believed that would only scatter rumours about him, not to mention likely setting the Shachan to hunting for him. All he wanted was the bloody colours out of his head. Moving into the tent made the show folk eye him very oddly and small wonder. First he had been running off with a Gwynan Lewin if she insisted on it, and Dolman supposedly was her servant, but now she was married to Dolman and Matt was out of the wagon entirely. Some of the show folks seemed to think it no more than he deserved for trailing after Tuon. Yet a surprising number offered him sympathy. Several men commiserated over the fickleness of women. At least they did when there were no women around, and some of the unmarried women, contortionists and acrobats and seamstresses, began eyeing him much too warmly. He might have enjoyed that if they had not been so willing to give him smoky looks right in front of Tuon. The first time that happened, he was so startled that his eyes nearly popped. Tuon seemed to find it amusing of all things. She seemed to, but only a fool thought he knew what was in a woman's head just because she had a smile on her face. He continued to dine with her every midday if they were halted, and began arriving for his nightly games of stones early, so she had to feed him then too. Light's truth. If you got a woman to feed you on a regular basis, she was halfway won. At least he dined with her when she would let him into the wagon. One night he found the latch down, and no amount of talking would make her or Suchia open the door. It seemed a bird had managed to get inside during the day, an extremely bad omen apparently, and the pair of them had to spend the night in prayer and contemplation to avert some evil or other. They seemed to run half their lives according to strange superstitions. Tuon or Susia, either one would make odd signs with their hands if they saw a torn spider web with the spider in it. And Tuon explained to him, just as serious, as if she were making sense, that the sure result of clearing away a spider web before shooing the spider out of it was the death of someone close to you within the month. They would see a flight of birds circle more than once and predict a storm, or draw a finger through a line of marching ants, count how long it took for the ants to rejoin their line and predict how many days of fair weather lay ahead. And never mind that it did not work out that way. Oh, there was rain. 3 days after the birds' crows, disturbingly enough, but it was nowhere near a storm, just a grey, drizzling day. Obviously Seleucia miscounted with the ants, Tuon said, placing a white stone on the board with that oddly graceful arching of her fingers. Seleucia, watching over her shoulder in a white blouse and divided brown skirts, nodded. As usual, she wore a headscarf over her short golden hair even indoors, a length of red and gold silk that day. Tuon was all in brocaded blue silk, a coat of odd cut that covered her hips and divided skirts so narrow they seemed to be wide trousers. She spent considerable time giving the seamstresses detailed instructions on what she wanted sewn, and little of it was much like anything he'd ever seen before. It was all in Shaunchen styles, he suspected, though she had had a few riding dresses sewn that would not draw comment for when she went outside. Rain pattered softly on the roof of the wagon. Obviously what the birds told us was modified by the ants. It is never simple, toy. You must learn these things. I will not have you ignorant. Matt nodded, as if that made sense, and placed his black stone. And she called his uneasiness about crows and ravens superstition. Knowing when to keep your mouth shut was a useful skill around women, around men too, but more so around women. You could be pretty certain what would set a man's eyes on fire. Talking with her could be dangerous in other ways too. What do you know of the dragon reborn? She asked him another evening. He choked on a mouthful of wine, and the whirling colours in his brain dissipated in a fit of coughing. The wine was near enough vinegar, but even Naram had a hard time finding good wine these days. Well, he's the dragon reborn, he said, when he could speak, wiping wine from his chin with one hand. For a moment he saw Rand eating at a large dark table. What else is there to know? Saya refilled his cup smoothly. A great deal, toy. For one thing, he must kneel to the crystal throne before Tarmangeddon. The prophecies are clear on that, but I haven't even been able to learn where he is. It becomes still more if he is the one who sounded the horn of Valir, as I suspect. The horn of Valir, he said weakly. The prophecy said, what it's been found then. It must have been, mustn't it? If it was sounded, she drawled dryly. The reports I've seen from the place where it was blown, a place called Falmer, are very disturbing, very disturbing. Securing whoever blew the horn, man or woman, may be as important as securing the dragon reborn himself. Are you going to play a stone or not, toy? He played his stone, but he was so shaken that the colours whirled and faded without forming any image. In fact, he was barely able to eke out a draw from what had seemed a clear, winning position. You played very poorly toward the end, Tuan murmured, frowning thoughtfully at the board now divided evenly between the control of black stones and white. He could all but see her start trying to work out what they had been talking about when his poor play began. Talking with her was like walking a crumbling ledge across the face of a cliff, one misstep, and Matt Cowan would, be as dead as last year's mutton. Only he had to walk that ledge, he had no bloody choice. Oh, he enjoyed it in a way. The longer he spent with her, the more opportunity to memorize that heart-shaped face, to get it down so he could see her just by closing his eyes. But there was always that misstep waiting ahead. He could almost see that too. For several days after giving her the little bunch of silk flowers, he brought her no presents, and he thought he was beginning to detect hints of disappointment when he appeared empty-handed. Then 4 days out of Geridor, just as the sun was peeking over the horizon into a nearly cloudless sky, he got her and Sutia out of the purple wagon. Well, he just wanted 2 on, but Seleucia might as well have been her shadow when it came to trying to separate them. He had commented on that once, making a joke, and both women went on talking as if he had not spoken. It was a good thing he knew Tuon could laugh at a joke, because sometimes she seemed to have no sense of humor at all. Seleucia, wrapped in a green wool cloak with the cowl all but hiding her red headscarf, eyed him suspiciously, but then she nearly always did Tuoni. Never bothered with a scarf yet. The shortness of her black hair was not so apparent with the hood of her blue cloak. "Up, cover your eyes, precious," he said. "I have a surprise for you." "I like surprises," she replied, placing her hands over her big eyes. For an instant she smiled in anticipation, but only for an instant. Some surprise's toy. That had the sound of a warning, Seleucia stood hard by her shoulder, and though the bosom woman appeared completely at her ease, something told him she was as tense as a cat ready to leap. He suspected she did not like surprises. "Wait right there," he said, and ducked around the side of the purple wagon. When he returned, he was leading Pips and the Razor both saddled and bridled. The mare stepped lively, frisking at the prospect of an outing. "You can look now. I thought you might like a ride." They had hours. The show might as well have been deserted for all the evidence of life among the wagons. Only a handful had smoke rising from their metal chimneys. "She's yours," he added, and stiffened as the words nearly froze in his throat. There was no doubt this time he had said, the horse was hers, and suddenly the dice were not beating so loudly in his head. It was not that they had slowed, he was sure of that. There had been more than one set rattling away. One had stopped when he made his agreement with Aludra, and another when he told Tuon the horse was hers. That was odd in itself. How could giving her a horse be fateful for him? But lighted had been bad enough when he had to worry about one set of dice, giving warning at a time. How many sets were still bouncing off the inside of his skull? How many more fateful moments were waiting to crash down on him? John went immediately to the Razor, all smiles, as she examined the animal as thoroughly as he had himself. She did train horses for fun, after all, horses and demani. The light helped him. Susia was studying him. He realized her expression an expressionless mask. Because of the horse or because he had gone stiff as a post, "She's a Razor," he said, patting Pips's blunt nose. The Gaeling had been getting plenty of exercise, but the Razor's eagerness seemed to have infected him. Demani blood-born favor Razors, and it's not likely you'll ever see one outside of Aradan. "What will you name her?" "It is bad luck to name a horse before riding it," Tuan replied, taking the reins. She was still beaming, her big eyes shone. "She's a very fine animal. Toy, a wonderful gift. Either you have a good eye or you were very lucky. I have a good eye." "Precious," he said wearily. She seemed more delighted than even the Razor called for. "If you say so." "Where is Seleucia's mount?" "Oh well, it'd have been worth a try." A smart man hedged his bets, though, so a sharp whistle brought Metwin at a trot, leading a saddled Dapple. Matt ignored the wide grin that split the man's pale face. The Kyrie and Redarm had been sure he would not get away with leaving Seleucia behind, but there was no need to smirk over it. Matt judged the Dapplejing 10 years old to be gentle enough for Seleucia. In his memory, ladies' maids seldom were more than tolerable riders, but the woman gave the animal a going-over as complete as 2 Tuons, and when she was done, she directed a look at Matt that said she would ride the horse so as not to make a bother, but she found it decidedly lacking. Women could compress a great deal into one look. Once clear of the field where the show was camped, Tuon walked the Razor along the road for a time, then took her to a trot and then a canter. The surface was hard-packed yellow clay here, studded with edges of old paving stones. No trouble for a well-shot horse, though, and he had made sure of the Razor's shoes. Matt kept Pips even with Tuon as much for the pleasure of watching her smile as anything else. When Tuon was enjoying herself, the stern judge was forgotten, and pure delight shone on her face. Not that watching her was easy, since Susia had the dapple between them. The yellow-haired woman was a formidable chaperone, and by the sidelong glances she gave him her small smiles. She very much enjoyed the job of frustrating him. At the start, they had the road to themselves, except for a few farm carts. But after a while, a tinker caravan appeared ahead of them, a line of garishly painted and lacquered wagons rolling slowly southward down the other side of the road, with massive dogs trotting alongside. Those dogs were the only real protection tinkers had. The driver of the lead wagon, a thing as red as Luca's coats trimmed in yellow, and with violent green and yellow wheels to boot, half stood to peer toward Matt, then sat back down and said something to the woman beside him, doubtless reassured by the presence of the two women with Matt. Tinkers were a cautious lot of necessity. That whole caravan would whip up their horses and flee a single man they thought meant harm. Matt nodded to the fellow as the wagons began to pass. The lean grey-haired man's high-cord coat was as green as his wagon's wheels, and his wife's dress was striped in shades of blue, most bright enough to suit any of the shows. Performers. The grey-haired man raised his hand in a wave, and Tuon suddenly turned the razor and galloped into the tree's cloak streaming out behind her. In a flash, Seleucia had the dapple darting after her, snatching his hat off so as not to lose it. Matt wheeled pips and followed. Shouts rose from the wagons, but he paid them no mind. His attention was all on Tuon. He wished he knew what she was up to. Not escape, he was sure. Likely she was just trying to make him tear out his hair. If so, she was in a fair way for succeeding. Pips quickly reeled in the dapple and left a scowling Solution behind, flailing her mount with the reins. But Tuon and the razor kept their lead as the rolling land climbed toward hills. Startled flights of birds sprang up from beneath both animals. Hooves, cavys of grey dove and of brown-speckled quail, sometimes ruffed brown grouse. All disaster needed was for the mare to be frightened by one of those. The best-trained mount could rear and fall when a bird burst up under hoof. Worse, Tuon rode like a mad woman, never slowing, only swerving from her line where the underbrush lay dense, leaping trees toppled by old storms, as if she had a clue what lay on the other side. Well, he had to ride like a madman himself to keep up, though he winced every time he set Pips to jump a tree trunk. Some were near as thick as he was tall. He dug his boot heels into the Geeling's flanks, urging more speed, though he knew Pips was running as hard as he ever had. He had chosen too well in that bloody razor. Up and up, they raced through the forest. As abruptly as she had begun her mad dash, Tuon reined in well over a mile from the road. The trees were old here, and widely spaced black pines, 40 paces tall, and wide-spreading oaks, with branches that arched down to touch the ground before rising again, and could have been sliced crosswise into tables to seat a dozen in comfort. Thick creepers shrouded half-buried boulders and stone outcrops. But aside from that, only a few weeds pushed through the mulch. Oaks that size killed off any lesser undergrowth beneath them. "Your animal is better than he looks," the Foolaman said, patting her mount's neck when he reached her. Oh, she was all innocence, just out for a pleasant ride. "Maybe you do have a good eye." With the cowl of her cloak fallen down her back, her cap of short hair was visible, glistening like black silk. He suppressed a desire to stroke it. "Burn, how good my eye is," he growled, clapping his hat on. He knew he should speak smoothly, but he could not have taken the roughness from his voice with a file. "Do you always ride like a moon-blinded idiot? You could have broken that Mar's neck before she even got a name. Worse, you could have broken your own. I promise to get you home safely, and I mean to do just that. If you're going to risk killing yourself every time you go riding, then I won't let you ride." He wished he had those last words back as soon as they left his tongue. A man might laugh off a threat like that as a joke, maybe if you were lucky, but a woman. Now all he could do was wait for the explosion. He expected Eludra's night flowers to pale by comparison. She raised the hood of her cloak, settling it just so. She studied him, tilting her head first one way, then the other. Finally she nodded to herself. "I name her N. That means Swallow." Matt blinked. That was it, no eruption, I know, a good name, it suits her. What was she about now? The woman almost never did or said what he expected. "What is this place?" "Toy," she said, frowning at the trees. "Or should I say, what was it?" Do you know, what did she mean? What was this place? It was a bloody forest was what it was. But suddenly, what had seemed a large boulder right in front of him, nearly obscured by thick vines, resolved into a huge stone head, slightly tilted to one side. A woman's head, he thought, though smooth. Rondelles were probably meant for jewels in her hair. The statue it sat on must have been immense. A full span of the thing showed yet only her eyes, and the top of her head were out of the ground. And that long white stone outcrop with an oak tree's roots growing over it was a piece of a spiral column. All around them now he could make out bits of columns and large worked stones that plainly had been part of some grand structure, and what had to be a stone sword, 2 spans long, all half buried. Still ruins of cities and monuments could be found in many places, and few, even among eyes, had any idea what they had been. Opening his mouth to say that he did not know, he caught sight through the trees of 3 tall hills in a row, perhaps another mile on. The middle hill had a cleft top, like a wedge cut cleanly out, while the hill on the left had 2, and he knew there could hardly be 3 hills exactly like that anywhere else. Those hills have been called the Dancers when this place had been London Core, the capital city of Aharon. The road behind them had been paved then and ran through the heart of the city, which had sprawled for miles. People had said that the artistry and stone that the ogre had practiced in Tarvalon they had perfected in London Core. Of course, the people of every Ogier-built city had claimed their own outdid Tarvalon, confirming Tarvalon as the touchstone. He had a number of memories of the city, dancing at a ball in the Palace of the Moon, carousing in soldiers' taverns where veiled dancers writhed, watching the procession of flutes during the blessing of the swords. But oddly, he had another memory of those hills from near enough 500 years after the trolls left no stone standing in London Core, and Aharon died, in blood and fire. Why it had been necessary for Naravan and his Sandara to invade Shiota, as the land was then, he did not know. Those old memories were fragments, however long a time anyone covered, and full of gaps. He had no idea why those hills had been called the Dancers either, or what the blessing of the swords was, but he remembered being an Essendaran lord in a battle fought among these ruins, and he remembered having those hills in view when he took an arrow through his throat. He must have fallen no more than half a mile from the very spot where he sat, Pips drowning in his own bloodlight. I hate to remember dying, he thought, and the thought turned to a coal burning in his brain, a coal that burned hotter and hotter. He remembered those men's deaths, not just one, but dozens of them. He remembered dying. "Toy, are you ill?" Tuon brought the mare close and peered up into his face. Concern filled her big eyes. "You've gone pale as the moon, I'm right as spring water," he muttered. She was close enough for him to kiss, if he bent his head, but he did not move. He could not. He was thinking so furiously he had nothing left for motion. Somehow only the light knew the eel fin had gathered the memories they had planted in his head. How could they harvest memory from a corpse in the world of men at that? He was certain they never came to this side of that twisted doorframe tongle for longer than minutes at a time. A way occurred to him, one he did not like, not a scrap. Maybe they created some sort of link to any human who visited them, a link that allowed them to copy all of a man's memories after that, right up to the moment he died. In some of those memories from other men he was white-haired, in some only a few years older than he really was, and everything in between. But there were none of childhood or growing up. What were the odds of that, if they had just stuffed him with random bits and pieces, likely things they considered rubbish or had done with? What did they do with memories anyway? They had to have some reason for gathering them beyond giving them away again. No, he was just trying to avoid where this lead burn him. The bloody foxes were inside his head right then. They had to be. It was the only explanation that made sense. "Well, you look as if you're about to vomit," Tuon said, backing the razor away with a grimace. "Who in the show would have herbs? I have some knowledge there. I'm all right, I tell you." In truth, he did want to sick up. Having those foxes in his head was 1,000 times worse than the dice, however hard the dice rattled. Could the eel fins see through his eyes? Light, what was he going to do? He doubted any ice could heal him of this, not that he would trust them to not. When it meant leaving off the fox head, there was nothing to be done. He would just have to live with it. He groaned at the thought. Caneering up to them, Seotia gave him and Tuon each a quick look, as if considering what they might have been up to in their time alone. But then she had taken her time in catching up, giving them that time. That was hopeful. "Next time you can ride this gentle creature and I will ride your geeling," she told Matt. "I lady people from those wagons are following us with dogs. They're afoot, but they will be here soon." "The dogs don't bark." "Trained guard dogs then," Tuon said, gathering her reins. "Mounted, we can avoid them easily enough. No need to try and no use," Matt told her. He should have expected this. Those people are tinkers to Anon, and they're no danger to anybody. They couldn't be violent if their lives depended on it. That's no exaggeration, just simple truth. But they saw you two go herring off trying to get away from me, as it must have seemed, and me chasing after. Now that those dogs have a scent trail, the tinkers will follow us all the way back to the show if need be, to make sure you two haven't been kidnapped or harmed. We'll go meet them to save the time in trouble. It was not the tinkers' time he cared about. Luca probably would not care one way or the other if a bunch of tinkers getting in the way delayed the show setting out, but Matt certainly would. Susia scoured him indignantly and her fingers flew, but Tuon laughed. "Toy wishes to be commanding today, Sir Lucia. I will let him command and see how he does." Bloody kind of her. They trotted back the way they had come, riding around the fallen trees this time, though. Now and then Tuon would gather her reins as if she meant to jump one, then give Matt a mischievous grin. And it was not long before the tinkers came into sight, running through the trees behind their huge mastiffs like a flight of butterflies. 50 or so men and women in bright colors, often in jarring combinations. A man might be wearing a red and blue striped coat and baggy yellow trousers tucked into knee boots, or a violet-colored coat above red trousers, or worse. Some women wore dresses striped in as many colors as there were colors, and even colors Matt had no name for, while others wore skirts and blouses as varied in hue and as clashing as the men's coats and trousers. A fair number had shawls as well to add more colors to the eye-crambling blend. Except for the gay-haired man who had been driving the lead wagon, they all appeared to be short of their middle years. He must be the seeker, the leader of the caravan. Matt dismounted, and after a moment, Tuon and Celia did too. The tinkers stopped at that, calling their dogs to heel. The big animals slumped to the ground, tongues lolling out, and the people came on more slowly. None carried so much as a stick, and though Matt wore no weapons that showed they eyed him wearily, the men clustered in front of him, while the women gathered around Tuon and Sucia. There was no threat in it, but as easily as that, Tuon and Lucia were separated from him off where the tinker women could make inquiries. Suddenly it occurred to him that Tuon might think it a fine game to claim he was trying to bother her. She and Sucia could ride off while he was trying to contend with tinkerers crowding around him, and Pip so he could not climb into the saddle. That was all they would do, but unless he was willing to fight his way clear, they might keep him here for hours, maybe to give that pair time to escape. The grey-haired man bowed with his hands pressed to his chest. "Peace be on you and yours, my lord, forgiveness. If we intrude, but we feared our dogs had frightened the ladies' horses." Matt responded with a bow in the same fashion. "Peace be on you. Always seeker and on all the people. The ladies' horses weren't frightened. The ladies are impetuous at times. What were the women saying?" He tried to eavesdrop, but their voices were low murmurs. "You know something of the people, my lord." The seeker sounded surprised and had a right to. The Tuathawan kept away from anywhere larger than a moderate-sized village. They would seldom encounter anyone in a silk coat. Only a little, Matt replied. A very little. He had memories of meeting tinkers, but he himself had never spoken to one before. What were those bloody women saying? "Will you answer me a question? I've seen a number of your caravans the past few days, more than I'd have expected to, and all heading toward Abu Dar. Is there a reason?" The man hesitated, darting a glance toward the women. They were still murmuring away, and he had to be wondering why their conversation was lasting so long. After all, it only needed a moment to say, "Yes, I need help," or the opposite. "It is the people called Shah-Chan, my lord," he said. "Finally, word is spreading among the people that there is safety, where the Shah-Chan rule and equal justice for all elsewhere. You understand, my lord?" Matt did. Like the show folk, tinkers were strangers wherever they went, and worse, strangers with an undeserved reputation for thievery. Well, they stole no more often than anyone else, and a deserved one for trying to entice young people into joining them. And on top of it, for tinkers, there was no question of fighting back if anybody tried to rob them or chase them away. Take care, seeker. Their safety comes at a Price and some of their laws are harsh. You know what they do with women who can channel. Thank you for your concern, my lord, the man said calmly. But few of our women ever begin channeling, and if one does, we will do as we always do, and take her to Tarvalan. Abruptly, the women began laughing great gales and peals. The seeker relaxed visibly. If the women were laughing, Matt was not the kind of man who would strike them down or kill them for getting in his way. For Matt's part, he scowled. There was nothing in that laughter that he liked. The Tinkers made their departure with more apologies from the seeker for having bothered them, but the women kept looking back and laughing behind cupped hands. Some of the men leaned close as they walked, plainly asking questions, but the women just shook their heads and looked back again, laughing. "What did you tell them?" Matt asked sourly. "Oh, that's none of your business now, is it, Toy?" Tuon replied, and Seochia laughed. "Oh, she bloody cackled, she did." He decided he was better off not knowing. Women just purely enjoyed planting needles in a man. Chapter 9. A short path, Tuan and Seleucia were not the only women who caused Matt trouble. Of course, sometimes it seemed that most of the trouble in his life came from women which he could not understand at all, since he always tried to treat them well. Even again, and gave her share of grief, though it was the smallest share. "I was right, you do think you can marry her," she drawled when he asked her for help with Tuon. She and Dolman were seated on the steps of their wagon with their arms around each other. A trickle of smoke rose from Dolman's pipe. It was mid-morning on a fine day, though. Gathering clouds threatened rain for later, and the performers were putting on their acts for the inhabitants of 4 small villages that combined perhaps equaled running and crossing in size. Matt had no desire to go watch. Oh, he still enjoyed watching the contortionists, and better still the female acrobats and tumblers. But when you saw jugglers and fire-eaters and the like every day, just about even Mayora and her leopards became well less interesting, if not exactly ordinary. Never you mind what I think of Anne Will. You tell me what you know of her. Trying to find out from her is like fishing blindfolded and barehanded in a briar patch trying to catch a rabbit. My name is Lewin Cotton. Don't forget it again, she said in tones suitable for giving orders on a ship's deck. Her eyes tried to drive the command home like blue hammers. Why should I help you? You aim too high above yourself, a mole yearning for the sun. You could face execution for simply saying you want to marry her. It's disgusting. Besides, I've left all that behind me, or it's left me, she added bitterly. Dillman gave her a one-armed hug. If you've left all that behind you, what do you care how disgusting my wanting to marry her is there? It was out in the open. Partly at least, Dolman removed the pipe from his mouth long enough to blow a smoke ring aimed at Matt's face. If she doesn't want to help you, then give over. He gave it that same ship's deck voice of command. Ainan muttered under her breath. She appeared to be arguing with herself. Finally, she shook her head. No bail. He's right. If I'm cast adrift, then I have to find a new ship and a new course. I can never return to Shachan, so I might as well cut the cable and be done with it. What she knew of Tuon was mainly rumor. It seemed the imperial family lived their lives behind walls, even when in plain sight, and only whispers of what went on behind those walls escaped. Yet those were sufficient to make the hair on the back of Matt's neck stand up. His wife-to-be had a brother and a sister assassinated after they tried to have her killed. True, but still, what kind of family went around killing one another? The Shane blood and the imperial family, for starters. Half of her siblings were dead, assassinated most of them, and maybe the others too. Some of what Enan Lai Win had to tell was generally known among Shan Chan, and hardly more comforting Tuon would have been schooled in intrigue from infancy, schooled in weapons and fighting with her bare hands heavily guarded, yet expected to be her own last line of defense. All of those born to the blood were taught to dissemble to disguise their intentions and ambitions. Power shifted constantly among the blood, some climbing higher, others slipping down, and the dance was only faster and more dangerous in the imperial family. The Empress, she started to add, may she live forever, and half choked and swallowing the words, then closed her eyes for a long moment before continuing. The Empress had borne many children, as every Empress did, so that among those who survived, there would be one fit to rule after her. It would not do to have someone who was stupid or a fool ascend the crystal throne. Tuan was accounted very far from either light. The woman he was to marry was as bad as water and ice wrapped into one, and maybe as dangerous. He had several conversations with a Jainan. He was careful to name her Liwin to her face, lest she go for him with her dagger. Yet he thought of her as a Jainan trying to learn more. But her knowledge of the blood was largely from the outside looking in, and her knowledge of the imperial court, by her own admission, little better than that of a street urchin in Shanda. The day he gave Tuon the mare, he had ridden alongside Ainan's wagon, having one of those fruitless conversations. He had accompanied Tuon and Susia for a time, but they kept looking at him sideways, then exchanging glances and giggling over what they had told the tinker women without a sliver of doubt. A man could only take so much of that sort of thing. A clever gift, that May Einan said, leaning out from the driver's seat to look up the line of wagons Dolman was handling the res. She took her turn sometimes, but handling a team was not among the skills she had learned on ships. "How did you know what?" he asked. She straightened and adjusted her wig. He did not know why she continued to wear the thing. Her own black hair was short, but no shorter than Saluka's. About courting gifts among the blood. When you are courting someone higher than you, a traditional gift is something exotic or rare. Best of all is if you can connect the gift somehow to one of the recipient's pleasures, and it's well known the High Lady loves horses. It's good you've acknowledged that you don't expect to be her equal too. Not that this is going to work you. Understand, I don't have a clue why she's still here. Now you've stopped guarding her, but you can't believe she'll actually say the words. When she marries, it will be for the good of the Empire, not because some layabout like you gave her a horse or made her a smile. Matt ground his teeth to keep from shouting a curse. He had acknowledged what no wonder a set of bloody dice had stopped. Tuon would let him forget this when it snowed on Sunday. He was sure of that. If Lai went bloody shipless gave him small griefs, the eyes managed larger. Aes Sedai liked nothing better, he was. Resigned to them traipsing about every village and town they stopped at, asking questions, and doing the light knew what else. He had no choice but resignation, with no way to stop them. They claimed to be taking care, at least Teslan and Edina did. Jolene snapped that he was a fool for worrying, yet an Aes Sedai taking care was still clearly a woman of consequence, whether or not anybody recognized what she was. Lacking the coin for silks they had purchased, bolts of fine wool and juridor, and the seamstresses worked as hard for Aes as they did for Matt's gold. So they strolled about dressed like wealthy merchants, and as sure of themselves as any noble ever born. Nobody saw one of them walk 5 strides without knowing that she expected the world to conform itself to her. 3 women like that, with a travelling show at that, were sure to cause talk. At least Jolene left her great serpent ring in her belt pouch. The other 2 had lost theirs to the Shachan. If Matt had seen Jolene with the thing actually on her finger, he thought he would have wept. He got no more reports on their activities from the former Soldam. Jolene had Bethamin firmly in hand. The tall dark woman ran when Jolene said run and jumped. When she said toad, Edina was giving her lessons too. But Jolene considered Bethamin a personal project for some reason. She was never harsh that Matt saw not after the face-slapping. But you might have thought she was getting Bethamin ready to go to the tower, and Bethamin returned a sort of gratitude that made it clear her loyalties had shifted. As for Sita, the yellow-haired woman was so frightened of the sisters that she did not dare follow them any longer. She actually shivered when he suggested it. Strange as it seemed, Sita and Bethan had been so accustomed to how Shan-Chan women who could channel saw themselves that they had really believed I could not be much different. They were dangerous when off the leash, yet dangerous dogs could be handled by someone who knew how, and they were experts with that particular sort of dangerous dog. Now they knew that Aes Sedai were not dogs of any kind. They were wolves. Cedar would have found another place to sleep, had that been possible, and he learned from Mistress Anan that the Shachan woman put her hands over her eyes. Whenever Jolene or Edina was teaching Bethamin in the wagon, I'm certain she can see the weaves, Satala said. He would have said she sounded envious, except that he doubted she envied anyone. She's halfway to admitting it, or she wouldn't hide her eyes. Soon or late she'll come around and want to learn too. Maybe she did sound envious at that. He could have wished for Cedar to come around soon rather than late. Another student would have left the eyes less time to trouble him. If the show was halted, he could hardly turn around without seeing Jolene or Edina peering around the corner of a tent or wagon at him. Usually the fox head cooled on his chest. He could not prove they were actually channeling at him, yet he was certain of it. He was unsure which of them found the loophole in his protection that Adalas and Benin had, that something thrown with the power would hit him. But after that he could barely leave his tent without getting hit by a rock, and later by other things burning sparks like a shower from a forge fire, stinging sparks that made him leap and his hair try to stand on end. He was positive that Jolene was behind it. If for no other reason, he never saw her without Blur and Fen or both nearby for protection. And she smiled at him like a cat smiling at a mouse. He was planning how to get her alone. It was that her spend his time hiding from her, when she and Tesselin got into a shouting match, that cleared Edina out of the whitewashed wagon almost as quickly as Bethaman and Cedar, and those two ran out and stood gaping at the wagon. The yellow sister calmly went back to brushing her long black hair, lifting it up with one hand and sweeping the wooden hairbrush down it with the other. Seeing Matt, she smiled at him without ceasing the motions of her brush. The medallion went cold, and the shouting vanished as though cut off by a knife. He never learned what was behind that power-woven shield. Tesselin favored him somewhat, yet when he asked her, she gave him one of those looks and silence it was. I had eye business, and none of his, whatever, had gone on in there though. The rocks stopped, and the sparks. He tried thanking Tesselin, but she was having none of it. When something be no to be spoken of, it'd be no to be spoken of, she told him firmly. It would be well for you to learn that lesson if you are to be around sisters, and I think your life be tied to, I said I now. If it was no before bloody thing for her to say. She never cracked her teeth about his tear on Greel, but the same could not be said of Jolene and Edina even after the argument. They tried to bully him into handing it over every single day, Edina cornering him by herself, Jolene with her waters glowering over her shoulders at him. Tangriel were rightfully the property of the White Tower. Tangriel needed proper study, particularly one with the odd properties this one. Possessed Tangriel were potentially dangerous too much, so to be left in the hands of the uninitiated. Neither said especially a man's hands, but Jolene came close. He began to worry that the Green would have Blur and Fen simply take it from him. That pair still suspected he had been involved in what had happened to her, and the dark looks they gave him said they wanted any excuse to beat him like a drum. That would be stealing, Mistress Annan told him, in a lecturing tone, gathering her cloak around her. The sunlight was beginning to fade and coolness already setting in. They were standing outside Tuon's wagon, and he was hoping to get inside in time to be fed. Null and Olva were already inside. Satala was apparently off to visit the Aes Sedai, something she did frequently. Tower law is quite clear on that. There might be considerable discussion over whether it had to be given back to you. I rather think it would not be in the end, but Jolene would face a fairly harsh penance for theft all the same. Maybe she'd think it worth a penance, he muttered. His stomach rumbled the potted finches and creamed onions that Linen had presented proudly for his midday meal, had both turned out to be spoiling to the tyrant's extreme mortification, which meant Matt had had a heel of bread since breakfast and no more. You know an awful lot about the White Tower. What I know, Lord Matt, is that you've made just about every misstep a man can make with eyes short of trying to kill one. The reason I came with you in the first place, instead of going with my husband. Half the reason I'm still here is to try to keep you from making too many missteps. Truth to tell, I don't know why I should care, but I do, and that's that. If you would let yourself be guided by me, you'd not be in trouble with them. Now I can't say how much I can recover for you. Not now. But I am still willing to try. Matt shook his head. There were only two ways to deal with Aesai without getting burned. Let them walk all over you or stay away from them. He would not do the first and could not do the second, so he had to find a third way, and he doubted it could come from following Satala's advice. Women's advice about Aes Sedai generally was to follow the first path, though they never worded it that way. They talked of accommodation, but it was never the eye who was expected to do any accommodating. Half the reason. What's the other? He grunted, as though he had been punched in the stomach. Tuan? You think I can't be trusted with Tuan? Mistress Annan laughed at him, a fine, rich laugh. You are a rogue, my lord. Now some rogues make fine husbands once they've been tamed a little around the edges. My Jasper was a rogue when I met him, but you still think you can nibble a pastry here, nibble a pastry there, then dance off to the next. There's no dancing away. From this one, Matt said, frowning up at the wagon door. The dice clicked away in his head. Not for me, he was not sure he really wanted to dance away any more, but want and wishes he might. He was well and truly caught. "Like that is it," she murmured. "Oh, you've chosen a fine one to break your heart. That's as may be, Mr. Sonnen. But I have my reasons. I'd better get inside before they eat everything." He turned toward the steps at the back of the wagon, and she laid a hand on his arm. Could I see it? Just to see there was no doubt what she meant. He hesitated, then fished in the neck of his shirt for the leather cord that held the medallion. He could not have said why he had refused Jolene and had seen her even a glimpse. It was a fine piece of work, a silver foxet nearly as big as his palm. Only one eye showed, and enough daylight remained to see if you looked close that the pupil was half-shaded to form the ancient symbol of Aes Sedai. Her hand trembled slightly as she traced a finger around that eye. She had said she only wanted to see it, but he allowed the touching. She breathed out a long sigh. "You were Aes Sedai once," he said quietly, and her hand froze. She recovered herself so quickly that he might have imagined it. She was stately Satala Anan, the innkeeper from Abu Dar, with the big golden hoops in her ears and the marriage knife dangling hilt down into her round cleavage, about as far from an eyes as could be. The sisters think I'm lying about never having been to the tower. They think I was a servant there as a young woman and listened where I shouldn't have. They haven't seen you looking at this. He bounced the fox head once on his hand before tucking it safely back under his shirt. She pretended not to care, and he pretended not to know she was pretending. Her lips twitched into a brief rueful smile as if she knew what he was thinking. The sisters would see it if they could let themselves. She said simply as if she were discussing the chances of rain. But I said, "I expect that when certain things happen, the woman will go away decently and die soon after I went away. But Jasper found me half-starved and sick on the streets of Abu Dar and took me to his mother." She chuckled. Just a woman telling how she met her husband. He used to take in stray kittens too. Now, you know some of my secrets and I know some of yours. Shall we keep them to ourselves? What secrets of mine do you know? He demanded, instantly wary. Some of his secrets were dangerous to have known, and if too many knew of them, they were not really secrets anymore. Mistress Anan glanced at the wagon, frowning. "That girl is playing a game with you, as surely as you are playing one with her. Not the same game that you are. She's more like a general, plotting a battle than a woman being courted. If she learns you're moonruck with her, though she'll still gain the advantage, I am willing to let you have an even chance, or as near to one as any man has with a woman of any brains. Do we have an agreement?" "We do," he replied fervently. "That we do." He would not have been surprised if the dice stopped then, but they went on bouncing. Had the sisters' fixation on his medallion been the only problem they gave him, had they contented themselves with creating rumors, everywhere the show stopped. He could have said those days were no more than tolerably bad for traveling with Aes Sedai. Unfortunately, by the time the show departed, Juridor they had learned who Tuan was. Not that she was the daughter of the 9 moons, but that she was a Shah-Chan high lady, someone of rank and influence. "Do you take me for a fool?" Luca protested when Matt accused him of telling them. He squared up beside his wagon, fists on his hips, a tall man full of indignation and ready to fight over it by his glare. "That's a secret. I want buried deep until she says I can use that warrant of protection. That won't be much use if she revokes it, because I told something she wants hidden." But his voice was a shade too earnest, and his eyes shifted a hair from meeting Matt's directly. The truth of it was, Luca liked to boast nearly as much as he liked gold. He must have thought it was safe to tell the sisters, and only realized the snarl he had created after the words were out of his mouth. A snarl it was as tangled as a pit full of snakes. The High Lady Tuon, readily at hand, presented an opportunity no eyes could have resisted. Teslan was every bit as bad as Jolene and Edina. The 3 of them visited Tuon in her wagon daily and descended on her when she went out for a walk. They talked of truces and treaties and negotiations, tried to learn what connection she had to the leaders of the invasion, attempted to convince her to help arrange talks to end the fighting. They even offered to help her leave the show and return home. Unfortunately for them, Tuon did not see 3 eyes. Sedai, representatives of the White Tower, perhaps the greatest power on earth, not even after the seamstresses began delivering their riding dresses and they could change out of the rag-bag leavings Matt had been able to find for them. She saw 2 escaped Damani and a Marath Damani, and she had no use for either until they were decently collared. Her phrase that, when they came to her wagon, she latched the door, and if they managed to get inside before she could, she left. When they cornered her or tried to, she walked around them the same as walking around a stump. They all but talked themselves hoarse, and she refused to listen. Any said I could teach a stone patience if she had reason, yet they were unaccustomed to flat being ignored. Matt could see the frustration growing, the tight eyes and tighter mouths that took longer and longer to relax the hands, gripping skirts in fists, to keep them from grabbing Tuon and shaking her. It all came to a head sooner than he expected, and not at all in the way he had imagined. The night after he gave Tuon the mare, he ate his supper with her and Seleucia, and with Null and Oliver, of course. That pair managed as much time with Tuon as he did, Linen and Narim, as formal, as if they were in a palace instead of squeezed for room to move, served a typical early spring meal, stringy mutton, with peas that had been dried, and turnips that had sat too long in somebody's cellar. It was too early yet for anything to be near harvesting. Still Open had made a pepper sauce for the mutton. Naramd found pine nuts for the peas. There was plenty to go around and nothing tasted off, so it was as fine a meal as could be managed. Over left once supper was done, having already had his games with Tuon, and Matt changed places with Sushia to play stones. Null remained too, despite any number of telling looks rambling on about the 7 towers in dead Malia, which apparently had overtopped anything in Kyrie and Scolabella, the city of 10,000 bells in Arafel, and all manner of borderland wonders, strange spires made of crystal, harder than steel, and a metal bowl 100 paces across, set into a hillside and the like. Sometimes he interjected comments on Matt's play, that he was exposing himself on the left, that he was setting a fine trap on the right, and just when Tuon looked ready to fall into it, that sort of thing. Matt kept his mouth shut, except for chatting with Tuon, though it took gritting his teeth more than once to accomplish Tuon found. Null's natter entertaining. He was studying the board, wondering whether he might have a small chance of gaining a draw, when Jolene led Teslin and Erdina into the wagon, like Hottie on a pedestal, smooth-faced eyes, had eye to their toenails. Jolene was wearing her great serpent ring, squeezing by Seleucia, giving her very cold looks when she was slow to move aside. They arrayed themselves at the foot of the narrow table. Null went very still, eyeing the sisters sideways, one hand beneath his coat, as if the fool thought his knives would do any good here. There must be an end to this high lady, Jolene said very pointedly, ignoring Matt. She was telling, not pleading, announcing what would be, because it had to be. Your people have brought a war to these lands, such as we have not seen since the War of the 100 Years, perhaps not since the Trollic Wars. Tarmangedon is approaching, and this war must end before it comes, lest it bring disaster to the whole world. It threatens no less than that. So there will be an end to your petulance. You will carry our offer to whoever commands among you. There can be peace until you return to your own lands across the sea, or you can face the full might of the White Tower, followed by every throne from the borderlands to the Sea of Storms. The Armorland seat has likely summoned them against you already. I have heard of vast borderland armies already in the south and other armies moving. Better to end this without more bloodshed, though. So avert your people's destruction and help bring this peace. Matt could not see Edisonina's reaction, but Teslin simply blinked. For an eyes had eye that was as good as a gasp. Maybe. This was not exactly what she had expected Jolene to say. For his part, he groaned under his breath. Jolene was no grey as deaf as a skilled juggler in negotiations, that was for sure. But neither was he, and he still figured she had found a short path to putting Tuon's back up. But Tuon folded her hands in her lap beneath the table and sat very straight, looking right through the eyes. Her face was as stern as it had ever been for him. "Solica," she said quietly, moving up behind Teslin. The yellow-haired woman bent long enough to take something from beneath the blanket Matt was sitting on. As she straightened, everything seemed to happen all at once. There was a click and Teslin screamed, clapping her hands to her throat. The fox head turned to ice against Matt's chest, and Jolene's head whipped around with an incredulous stare for the red. Edina turned and ran for the door, which swung half open, then slammed shut, slammed against Blerick or Fen by the sound of men falling down the wagon steps. Edisonina jerked to a halt and stood very stiffly, arms at her sides, and divided skirts pressed against her legs by invisible cords. All that in moments and Suchia had not stayed still. She bent briefly to the bed. Null was sitting on and snapped the silver collar of another Adam around Jolene's neck. Matt could see that was what Teslin was gripping with both hands. She was not trying to take it off, just holding onto it, but her knuckles were white. The Red's narrow face was an image of despair, her eyes staring and haunted. Jolene had regained the utter calm of an eyes, but she did touch the segmented collar encircling her neck. "If you think you can," she began, then cut off abruptly, her mouth going tight. An angry light shone in her eyes. "You see, the Adam can be used to punish, though that is seldom done." Two stood, and she had the bracelet of an Adam on each wrist, the gleaming leashes snaking away under the blankets on the beds. How in the light had she managed to get her hands on those? "No, Matt said you promised not to harm my followers, Precious. Maybe not the wisest thing to use that name now, but it was too late to call it back. You've kept your promises so far, don't go back on one now. I promised not to cause dissension among your followers, Toy," she said, snippy, "and in any case it is very clear that these three are not your followers." The small sliding door used to talk to whoever was driving or pass out food slid open with a loud bang. She glanced over her shoulder, and it slid shut with a louder. A man cursed outside and began beating at the door. "The Adam can also be used to give pleasure as a great reward," Tuon told Jolene, ignoring the hammering fist behind her. Jolene's lips parted, and her eyes grew very wide. She swayed, and the rope-suspended table swung as she caught herself with both hands to keep from falling. If she was impressed, though she hid it well, she did smooth her dark grey skirts once after she was upright again, but that might have meant nothing. Her face was all I had eye composure. Edina, looking over her shoulder, matched that calm gaze, although she now wore the third Adam around her neck, and come to it, her face was paler than usual. But Teslin had begun weeping silently, shoulders shaking, tears leaking down her cheeks. Null was tensed, a man ready to do something stupid. Matt kicked him under the table, and when the man glared at him, shook his head. Null's scowl deepened, but he took his hand out of his coat and leaned back against the wall. Still glaring. Well, let him. Knives were no use here, but maybe words could be much better if this could be ended with words. "Listen," Matt said to Tuon. "If you think you'll see 100 reasons this won't work, but you can learn to channel yourself. Doesn't knowing that change anything? You're not far different from them." He might as well have turned to smoke and blown away for all the attention she paid. "Try to embrace Sidar," she drawled stern, eyes steady on Jolene. Her voice was quite mild in comparison to her gaze, yet plainly she expected obedience, obedience. She looked a bloody leopard staring at 3 tethered goats, and strangely more beautiful than ever, a beautiful leopard who might rake him with her claws as soon as the goats. Well, he had faced a leopard a few times before this, and those were his own memories. There was an odd sort of exhilaration that came with confronting a leopard. "Go ahead," she went on. "You know the shield is gone." Jolene gave a small grunt of surprise, and Tuon nodded. "Good. You've obeyed for the first time, and learned that you cannot touch the power while you wear the Adam unless I wish it. But now I wish you to hold the power, and you do, though you didn't try to embrace it." Jolene's eyes widened slightly, a small crack in her calm. And now Tuon went on, "I wish you not to be holding the power, and it is gone from you. Your first lessons." Jolene drew a deep breath. She was beginning to look not afraid, but uneasy. "Blood and bloody ashes." "Woman," Matt growled, "do you think you can parade them around in those leashes without anyone noticing?" A heavy thump came from the Taurus second, produced the sound of cracking wood. Whoever was beating at the wooden window was still at it too. Somehow that caused no sense of urgency. If the waters got in, what could they do? "I will house them in the wagon they are using and exercise them at night," she snapped irritably. "I am nothing like these women, Toy, nothing like them. Perhaps I could learn, but I choose not to, just as I choose not to steal or commit murder. That makes all the difference." Recovering herself with visible effort, she sat down with her hands on the table, focused on the eyes once again. I've had considerable success with one woman like you. Edena gasped, murmured a name too low to be caught. Yes, Tuan said. You must have met my Millin in the kennels or at exercise. I will train you all as well as she is. You have been cursed with a dark taint, but I will teach you to have pride in the service you give the Empire. I didn't bring these 3 out of Abu Dar so you could take them back, Matt said firmly, sliding himself along the bed. The fox head grew colder still, and Tuan made a startled sound. How did you do that, Toy? The weave melted when it touched you. It's a gift. Precious. As he stood up, Seleucia started toward him, crouching, her hands outstretched and pleading. Fear painted her face. You must not, she began. No, Tuan said sharply. Susia straightened and backed away, though she kept her eyes on him. Strangely, the fear vanished from her expression. He shook his head in wonder. He knew the bosom woman obeyed Tuan instantly. She was Sojin, after all, as much owned as Tuan's horse, and she actually thought that right and good. But how obedient did you need to be to lose your fear at an order? They have annoyed me, Toyon said as he put his hands on Teslin's collar, still trembling, tears still streaming down her cheeks. The red looked as though she could not believe he would actually remove the thing. They annoy me too. Placing his fingers just so he pressed and the collar clicked open, Teslin seized his hands and began kissing them. Thank you, she wept over and over. Thank you, thank you. Matt cleared his throat. You're welcome, but there's no need for... Would you stop that, Teslin? Reclaiming his hands took some effort. I want them to stop annoying me, Toy Tuon said as he turned to Jolene. From anyone else that might have been petulant. The dark little woman made it a demand. I think they'll agree to that after this, he said dryly. But Jolene was looking up at him with a stubborn set to her jaw. You will agree, won't you? The Green said nothing. I do agree, Teslin said quickly. We do all agree. Yes, we all agree, Edena added. Jolene stared at him silently, stubbornly, and Matt sighed. I could let Precious keep you for a few days until you change your mind. Jolene's collar clicked open in his hands, but I won't, still staring into his eyes. She touched her throat as though to confirm the collar was gone. Would you like to be one of my warders? She asked, then laughed softly. No need to look like that. Even if I would bond you. Against your will I couldn't. So long as you have that tear on Greel, I agree, Master Coffin. It may cost our best chance to stop the Shah-Chen, but I will no longer bother. Precious Tuon hissed like a dousted cat, and he sighed again. What you gained on the swings, you lost on the roundabouts. He spent part of that night doing what he liked least in the world, working, digging a deep hole to bury the 3, Adam. He did the job himself, because surprisingly Jolene wanted them. They were tear-hungry all after all, and the White Tower needed to study them. That might well have been so, but the Tower would just have to find their Adam elsewhere. He was fairly certain that none of the Red Arms would have handed them over if he told them to bury the things, yet he was taking no chances that they would reappear to cause more trouble. It started raining before the hole was knee, a cold, driving rain, and by the time he was done he was soaked to the skin and mud to his waist. A fine end to a fine night, with the dice bouncing around his skull. Chapter 10. A Village in Shiota. The following day brought a respite, or so it seemed. Tuon, in a blue silk riding dress and her wide tulled leather belt, not only rode beside him as the show rolled slowly north. She waggled her fingers at Suchia when the woman tried to put her dun between them. Seleucia had acquired her own mount, somehow a compact geeling that could not match Pip's or Ayen, but still surpassed the dapple by a fair margin. The blue-eyed woman with a green headscarf beneath her cowl today fell in on Tuon's other side, and her face would have done an eyes proud when it came to giving nothing away. Matt could not help grinning, let her hide frustration for a change. Lacking horses, the real Isidai were confined to their wagon. Metwin was too far away on the driver's seat of the purple wagon to overhear what he said to Tuon. Only a few thin clouds remained in the sky from the night's rain, and all seemed right in the world. Even the dice bouncing in his head could steal nothing from that. Well, there were bad moments, but only moments. Early on, a flight of ravens winged overhead, a dozen or more big black birds. They flew swiftly, never deviating from their line. But he eyed them anyway until they dwindled to specks and vanished. Nothing to spoil the day there, not for him at least. Maybe for someone farther north. "Did you see some omen in them, Toy?" Tuon asked. She was as graceful in the saddle as she was in everything else she did. He could not recall seeing her be awkward about anything. Most omens I know concerning ravens specifically have to do with them perching on someone's rooftop or cawing at dawn or dusk. They can be spies for the Dark One, he told her. Sometimes Rose too, and rats. But they didn't stop to look at us, so we don't need to worry. Running a green-gloved hand across the top of her head, she sighed. "Toy, Toy," she murmured, resettling the cowl of her cloak. "How many children's tales do you believe? Do you believe that if you sleep on Old Hobbs Hill under a full moon, the foxes will give you true answers to 3 questions, or that snakes steal people's skins and take the nourishment from food so you can starve to death while eating your fill?" Putting on a smile took effort. "I don't think I ever heard either one of those." Making his voice amused required effort too. What were the odds of her mentioning foxes giving true answers, which the eelfin did after a fashion in the same breath, with snakes stealing skins? He was pretty sure that the eelfin did and made leather from it, but it was old Hob that nearly made him flinch. The other was likely just Traveran twisting at the world. She certainly knew nothing about him and the snakes, or the foxes, in Shandala, the land where Utter Hawkwing had been born, though old Hob Kaisenhob had been another name for the Dark One. The Alfin and the Elin both surely deserved to be connected to the Dark One. Yet that was hardly anything he wanted to think on, when he had his own connection to the bloody foxes and to the snakes too. That possibility was enough to sour his stomach. Still, it was a pleasant ride with the day warming as the sun rose, though it never could be called warm. He juggled 6 coloured wooden balls, and Tuon laughed and clapped her hands as well she should. That feat had impressed the juggler he bought the balls from, and it was harder while riding. He told several jokes that made her laugh and one that made her roll her eyes and exchange finger twitchings with Suchia. Maybe she did not like jokes about common room serving maids. It had not been the least off-colour. He was no fool. He did wish she laughed, though she had a marvellous laugh, rich and warm and free. They talked of horses and argued over training methods with stubborn animals. That pretty head held a few odd notions, such as that you could calm a fractious horse by biting its ear. That sounded more likely to send it up like a haystack fire, and she had never heard of humming under your breath to soothe the horse. I would not believe his father had taught him such a skill shy of demonstration. "Well, I can hardly do that without a horse that needs soothing, can I?" he said. She rolled her eyes again. Susia rolled hers too. There was no heat in the argument, though, no anger, just spirit. Tuon had so much spirit, it seemed impossible it could fit into such a tiny woman. It was her silences that put a small damper on the day more so than snakes or foxes. They were far away and there was nothing to be done. She was right there beside him, and he had a great deal to do concerning her. She never alluded to what had happened with the 3-eyed Sedai, or to the sisters themselves either. She never mentioned his tear angry, or the fact that whatever she had made Teslan or Jolene weave against him had failed. The night before might as well have been a dream. She was like a general planning a battle Satala had said trained at intrigue and dissembling from infancy, according to Anan. And it was all aimed straight at him, but to what end? Surely it could not be some Shane blood form of courting. Anan knew little of that, but surely not. He had known to on a matter of weeks and kidnapped her. She called him Toy, had tried to buy him, and only a vain fool could twist that into a woman falling in love, which left anything from some elaborate scheme for revenge to the light alone, knew what she had threatened to make him a cupbearer. That meant Dakovale, according to Ainan, though she had scoffed at the notion cupbearers were chosen for their beauty, and in Ainan's estimation he fell far short. Well, in his own as well, truth to tell. Not that he was likely to admit it to anybody. Any number of women had admired his phase. Nothing said Tuon could not complete the marriage ceremony just to make him think himself home free and safe, then have him executed. Women were never simple, but Tuhan made the rest look like children's games. For a long while they saw not so much as a farm, but perhaps 2 hours after the sun passed its zenith, they came on a sizable village. The ring of a blacksmith's hammer on an anvil sounded dimly. The buildings, some of 3 stories, were all heavy timber framing, with whitish plaster between and at high-peaked roofs, of thatch and tall stone chimneys. Something about them tugged at Matt's memory, but he could not say what. There was not a farm to be seen anywhere in the unbroken forest, but villages were always tied to farms, supporting them and living off them. They must all be further in from the road back in the trees. Oddly, the people he could see ignored the approaching train of show wagons. A fellow in his shirt sleeves right beside the road glanced up from the hatchet he was sharpening on a grindstone worked by a foot pedal, then bent to his work again as though he had seen nothing. A cluster of children came hurtling around a corner and darted into another street without more than a glance in the show's direction. Very odd. Most village children would stop to stare at a passing merchant's train, speculating on the strange places the merchant had been, and the show had more wagons than any number of merchants' trains. A peddler was coming from the north behind 6 horses, his wagon's high canvas cover almost hidden by clusters of pots and pans and kettles that should have caused interest too. Even a large village on a well-travelled road depended on peddlers for most things the people bought. But no one pointed or shouted that a peddler had come. They just went on about their business. Perhaps 300 paces short of the village, Luca stood up on his driver's seat and looked back over the roof of his wagon. "We'll turn in here," he bellowed, gesturing toward a large meadow where wildflowers, cat daisies and jump-ups, and something that might have been lovers' knots, dotted spring grasses already a foot high. Sitting back down, he suited his own words, and the other wagons began following their wheels, rutting the rain-sown ground. As Matt turned Pips toward the meadow, he heard the shoes of the peddler's horses ringing on paving stones. The sound jerked him upright. That road had not been paved since he pulled the geeling back around. The canvas-topped wagon was rolling over level, grey paving stones that stretched just the width of the village. The peddler himself, a rattan fellow in a wide hat, was peering at the pavement and shaking his head. Peering at the village and shaking his head. Peddlers followed fixed routes. He must have been this way 100 times. He had to know. The peddler halted his team and tied the reins to the brake handle. Matt cupped both hands around his mouth. "Keep going, man," he shouted at the top of his lungs. "As fast as you can, keep going." The peddler glanced in his direction, then hopped up on his seat quite spurrily for such a stout man. Gesturing as grandly as Luca, he began to declimb. Matt could not make out the words, but he knew what they would be. News of the world that he had picked up along the way, interspersed with lists of his goods and claims for their vast superiority. Nobody in the village stopped to listen or even paused. "Keep going," Matt bellowed. "They're dead, keep going behind him." Somebody gasped, "Tuan or Seleucia." Maybe both. Suddenly the peddler's horses screamed, tossing their heads madly. They screamed like animals beyond the ragged edge of terror and kept screaming. Pips jerked in fear, and Matt had his hands full. The geeling danced in circles, wanting to run in any direction so long as it was away from here. Every horse belonging to the show heard those screams and began whinnying fearfully. The lions and bears began roaring, and the leopards joined in. That set some of the show's horses to screaming too and rearing in their harnesses. The tumult built on itself in moments. As Matt swung round, struggling to control Pips, everyone he could see, handling reins, was fighting to keep a wild-eyed team from racing off or injuring themselves. Tuon's mare was dancing too, and Seleuca's done. He had a moment of fear for Tuon, but she seemed to be handling N as well as she had in her race into the forest. Even Sucia seemed sure of her seat, if not of her mount. He caught glimpses of the peddler as well, pulling off his hat, peering toward the show. At last Matt got Pips under control, blowing hard as if he had been run too hard for too long, but no longer trying to race away. It was too late. Likely it had always been too late. Hat in hand, the round peddler leaped down to see what was the matter with his horse's landing. He lurched awkwardly and looked down toward his feet. His hat fell from his hand, landing on the hard-packed road. That was when he began screaming. The paving stones were gone, and he was ankle-deep in the road just like his shrieking horses, ankle-deep and sinking into rock. Hard clay as if into a bog, just like his horses and his wagon, and the village houses and people melting slowly into the ground. The people never stopped what they were doing. Women walked along carrying baskets. A line of men carried a large timber on their shoulders. Children darted about. The fellow at the grindstone continued sharpening his hatchet, all of them nearly kneed in the ground. By this time Tuon caught Mat's coat from one side, Suchia from the other. That was the first. He realized he had moved Pips toward the peddler light. "What do you think you can do?" Tuon demanded fiercely. "Nothing," he replied. His bow was done. The horn nocks fitted the linen bowstrings braided and waxed, but he had not fitted one arrow to its ash shaft yet, and with all the rain they had been having. The glue holding the goose-feather fletchings was still tacky. That was all he could think of, the mercy of an arrow in the peddler's heart before he was pulled under completely. Would the man die, or was he being carried to wherever those dead Shiotans were going? That was what had caught him about those buildings. That was how country people had built in Shiota for near enough 300 years. He could not tear his eyes away. The sinking peddler shrieked loudly enough to be heard over the screaming of his team. "Help me," he cried, waving his arms. He seemed to be looking straight at Mat. "Help me," over and over. Mat kept waiting for him to die, hoping for him to die. Surely that was better than the other. But the man kept on screaming as he sank to his waist, to his chest. Desperately he tipped back his head like a man being pulled underwater, sucking for one last breath. Then his head vanished, and just his arms remained frantically waving until they too were gone. Only his hat lying on the road said, "There had ever been a man there." When the last of the thatched rooftops and tall chimneys melted away, Mat let out a long breath. Where the village had been was another meadow decked out in cat daisies and jump-ups, where red and yellow butterflies fluttered from blossom to blossom, so peaceful. He wished he could believe the peddler was dead, except for the few that had followed. Luca into the meadow. The show's wagons stood strung out along the road, and everybody was down on the ground. Women comforting crying children, men trying to quiet trembling horses, everyone talking fearfully and loudly, to be heard over the bears and the lions and the leopards. While everyone except the three eyes, they glided hurriedly up the road, Jolene healed by Blur and Fen, by their expressions, eyes and warders alike. You might have thought villages sinking into the ground were as common as house cats, pausing beside the peddler's wide hat. The three of them stared down at it. Teslan picked it up and turned it over in her hands, then let it drop. Moving into the meadow where the village had stood, the sisters walked about talking, peering at this and that, as if they could learn something from wild flowers and grasses. None had taken the time to don a cloak, but for once Mat could not find it in him to arraid them. They might have channeled, but if so, they did not use enough of the power to make the fox head turn chilly. He would not have taken them to task if they had not today not. After what he had just seen, the arguing started right away. No one wanted to cross that patch of hard-packed clay that seemingly had been paved with stone. They shouted over one another, including the horse handlers and the seamstresses, all telling Luca what had to be done. And right now some wanted to turn back far enough to find a country road and use those narrower ways to find their way to Lugard. Others were for forgetting Lugard altogether, for striking out for Elon by those country roads, or even going all the way back to Habududar and beyond. There was always Amadisia and Tereban Giladon too, for that matter. Plenty of towns and cities there, and far from this shadow-cursed spot, Mat sat Pips's saddle idly playing with his reins, and held his peace through all the shouting and arm-waving. The Geeling gave a shiver now and then, but he was no longer attempting to bolt. Tom came striding through the crowd and laid a hand on Pips's neck. Julian and Amathera were close behind, she clinging to him and eyeing the showfolk fearfully, and then Null and Olver. The boy looked as though he would have liked to cling to someone for comfort too. Anyone, but he was old enough not to want it seen if he did. Null appeared troubled too, shaking his head and muttering under his breath. He kept peering up the road toward the eyes. Doubtless by that night, he would be claiming to have seen something very like this before, only on a much grander scale. "I think we'll be going on alone from here," Tom said quietly. Julian nodded grimly. "If we must," Mat replied. Small parties would stand out for those who are hunting for Tuon, for the kidnapped heir to the Shakan Empire, else he would have left the show long since. Making their way to safety without the show to hide in would be much more dangerous, but it could be done. What he could not do was turn these people's minds. One glance into any of those frightened faces told him he did not have enough gold for that. There might not have been enough gold in the world. Luca listened in silence, a bright red cloak wrapped around him until most of the showfolk's energy was spent. When their shouts began to trickle away, he flung back the cloak and walked among them. There were no grand gestures now. Here he clapped a man on the shoulder. There peered earnestly into a woman's eyes the country roads. They would be half mud, more streams than roads from the spring rains. It would take twice as long to reach Lugard. That way 3 times, maybe longer. Matt almost choked to hear Luca invoke speed, but the man was hardly warming up. He talked of the labor of freeing wagons that bogged down, made his listeners all but see themselves straining to help the teams pull them through mud, nearly hub-deep on the wagon. Wheels, not even a country road would get that bad, but he made them see it. At least he made Matt see it. Towns of any size would be few and far between along those back roads, the villages tiny for the most part. Few places to perform and food for so many hard to come by. He said that while smiling sadly at a little girl of 6 or so who was peering up at him from the shelter of her mother's skirts, and you just knew he was envisioning her hungry and crying for food. More than one woman pulled her children close around her. As for Amadesia and Tereban and yes, Gileadon, they would be fine places to perform Valenluca's grand traveling wonder, and display of marbles would visit those lands and draw immense crowds. One day to reach any of them. Now they must first return to Abu Dar, covering the same ground they had crossed these past weeks, passing the same towns where people were unlikely to lay out coin, to see again what they had seen so short a time before. A long way, with everyone's purses growing lighter and their bellies tighter by the day, or they could press. On to Lugard here his voice began to take on energy. He gestured, but simply. He still moved among them, but stepping more quickly. Lugard was a grand city. Abu Dar was a shadow beside Lugard. Lugard truly was one of the great cities, so populous they might perform there all spring, and always have new crowds. Matt had never been to Lugard, but he had heard it was half a ruin with a king who could not afford to keep the streets clean. Yet, Luca made it sound akin to Camelan. Surely some of these people had seen the place, but they listened with rapt faces as he described palaces that made the terrace and palace in Abu Dar. Simahu talked of the silk-clad nobles by the score, who would come to see them perform, or even commission private performances. Surely King Ardron would want such. Had any of them ever performed before a king before they would? They would from Lugard to Cam, a city that made Lugard look like an imitation of a city, Camlin, one of the largest and wealthiest cities in the world, where they might perform the whole summer to never-ending throngs. I should like to see these cities, Tuan said, moving a kind nearer to Pips. Will you show them to me? Toy Sushia kept the dun at Tuan's hip. The woman looked composed enough, but doubtless she was shaken by what she had seen. Lugard, maybe. From there I can find a way to send you back to Abu Dar with a well-guarded merchant's train, and as many reliable bodyguards as he could hire. Tuan might be as capable and dangerous as Ainan made out, but 2 women alone would be seen as easy prey by too many, and not just brigands, maybe Camlin, he might need more time. Then from here to Lugard, after all, we shall see what we shall see. Tuan replied cryptically, then began exchanging finger wriggles with Suchia, talking about me behind my back, only doing it right under my nose. He hated it when they did that. Lucas as good as a gleeman, Tom, but I don't think he's going to sway them. Tom snorted derisively and knuckled his long white moustaches. He's not bad, I'll grant him that, but he's no gleeman. Still, he's caught them, I'd say. A wager on it, my boy. Say 1 gold crown. Matt surprised himself by laughing. He had been sure he would not be able to laugh again until he could rid his head of the image of that peddler sinking into the road and the horses. He could almost hear them screaming, still loudly enough that it came near to drowning out the dice. You want to wager with me? Very well done. I wouldn't play a dice with you, Tom said dryly. But I know a man turning a crowd's head with words when I see it. I've done as much myself. Finishing with Camlin, Luca gathered himself with a spark of his usual grandiosity. The man strutted, and from there he announced to Tavalen itself, I will hire ships to carry us all. Matt did choke at that. Luca would hire ships. Luca, who was tight enough to render mice for tallow. Such crowds will come in Tavalen that we could spend the rest of our lives in that vast city's splendor, where Ogar-built shops seem like palaces and palaces are beyond description. Rulers, seeing Tarvalin for the first time, weep that their cities are villages and their own palaces, no more than peasants' huts. The White Tower itself is in Tarvalin, remember, the greatest structure in the world. The Amarlan seat herself will ask us to perform before her. We have given shelter to 3 eyes in need, who can believe they will do other than speak for us, with the Amarlan seat. Mat looked over his shoulder and found the 3 sisters no longer wandering about the meadow where the village had vanished. Instead, they stood side by side in the road watching him, perfect images of Aes Sedai serenity. No, they were not watching him. He realized they were studying Tuon. The 3 had agreed not to bother her anymore, and being Aes Sedai were bound by that, but how far did an Aes Sedai's word ever go? They found ways around the oath against lying all the time. Sir Tuan would not get to see Camlin, and perhaps not Lugard. Chances were there would be eyes in both cities. What easier for Jolene and the others than to inform those eyes to eye that Tuon was a Shah-Chan High Lady. In all likelihood, Tuan would be on her way to Tarvon before he could blink, as a guest, of course, to help stop the fighting. No doubt many would say that would be for the good, that he should hand her over himself and tell them who she really was. But he had given his word. He began to calculate how near to Lugard he dared wait before finding her passage back to Abu Budar. Luca had had a difficult time making Tarvalan sound greater than Camlin after his spiel on that city. And if they ever reached Tarvalin, some might actually be disappointed comparing his mad descriptions. The White Tower 1,000 paces high. Ogre built palaces the size of small mountains. He claimed there was an ogre steading actually inside the city. But finally he called for a show of hands in favor of pressing on. Every hand shot up, even the children's hands, and they had no vote. Mat pulled a purse from his coat pocket and handed over an Abu Dari crown. I never enjoyed losing more. Tom. Well, he never enjoyed losing, but in this instance it was better than winning. Tom accepted with a small bow. I think I'll keep this as a memento, he said, rolling the fat gold coin across the back of his fingers, to remind me that even the luckiest man in the world can lose. For all the show of hands, there was a shadow of reluctance to cross that patch of road ahead. After Luca got his wagon back onto the road, he sat staring with Latel, clinging to his arm as hard as Amathera ever clung to Julan. Finally he muttered something that might have been an oath and whipped his team up with the res. By the time they reached the fatal stretch, they were at a gallop, and Luca kept them there until well beyond where the paving stones had been. It was the same with every wagon, a pause waiting until the wagon ahead was clear. Then a flailing of reins and a hard gallop. Mat himself drew a deep breath before heeling Pips forward at a walk. Not a gallop, but it was hard not to dig his heels in, especially when passing the peddler's hat. Tuon's dark face and Seleucia's pale displayed no more emotion than eyes. Faces did. I will see Tarvalin one day. Tuon said calmly, in the middle of that, I shall probably make it my capital. I shall have you show me the city toy. You have been there, Light. She was a tough little woman, gorgeous, but definitely tough as nails. After slowing from his gallop, Luca set the pace at a fast walk, rather than the show's usual amble. The sun slid lower, and they passed several roadside meadows sufficiently large to hold the show, but Luca pressed on until their shadows stretched long ahead of them, and the sun was a fat red ball in the horizon. Even then, he sat holding the reins and peering at a grassy expanse beside the road. It's just a field, he said at last too loudly, and turned his team toward it. Mat accompanied Tuon and Seleucia to the purple wagon once the horses had been handed over to Metwin, but there was to be no meal or games of stones with her that night. This is a night for prayer, she told him. Before going in with her maid, do you know nothing, Toy? The dead walking is a sign that Tarman Geedon is near. He did not take this for one of her superstitions. After all, he had thought something very like that himself. He was not much for praying, yet he offered a small one then and there. Sometimes there was nothing else to do. No one wanted to sleep, so lamps burned late throughout the camp. No one wanted to be alone, either. Mat ate by himself in his tent with little appetite, and the dice in his head sounding louder than ever. But Tom came to play stones just as he finished, and Noel soon after Lenin. Cand Narim popped in every few minutes, bowing and inquiring whether Mat or the others wanted anything. But once they fetched wine and cups, Lenin carried the tall pottery jar and broke the wax seal. Naram carried the cups on a wooden tray. Matt told them to find Harren and the other soldiers. "I don't doubt they're getting drunk, which seems a good notion to me," he said. "That's an order, you tell them." I said to share. Linen bowed gravely over his round belly. "I have assisted the file leader now and again by procuring a few items for him. My lord, I expect he will be generous with the brandy. Come, along the Mim Lord Matt wants us to get drunk, and you are getting drunk with me if I have to sit on you and pour brandy down your throat." The abstemious Karen's narrow face grew pinched with disapproval, but he bowed and followed the tyrant out with alacrity. Matt did not think Linen would need to sit on the man. Not tonight. Julian came with Amaththa and Oliver, so games of snakes and foxes played sprawled on the ground. Cloth were added to stones played at the small table. Amma proved an adequate player at stones. Unsurprising, given that she had been a ruler once, but her mouth became even more pouty when she and Oliver lost at snakes and foxes, although nobody ever won that game. Then again, Matt suspected she had not been a very good ruler. Whoever was not playing sat on the cot. Matt watched the games when it was his turn there, as did Julian if Amaththa was playing. He seldom took his eyes from her except when it was his turn at a game. Noel nattered on with his stories, but then he spun those tales, even while playing and talking, seemed to have no effect on his skill at stones, and Tom sat reading the letter Matt had brought him what seemed a very long time ago. The page was heavily creased from being carried in Tom's coat pocket, and much smudged from being read and reread. He had said it was from a dead woman. It was a surprise when Dolman and Arnon ducked through the entry flaps. They had not precisely been avoiding Matt since he moved out of the green wagon, but neither had they gone out of their way to seek him out. Like everyone else, they were in better clothes than they had worn for disguises in the beginning. Ainan's divided skirts and high-collared coat, both of blue wool and embroidered. In a yellow near to gold on the hem and cuffs had something of a uniform about them, while Dolman, in a well-cut brown coat and baggy trousers stuffed into turned-down boots just below his knees, looked every inch the prosperous, if not exactly wealthy, Ileana merchant. As soon as Ainan entered, Amaththa, who was on the ground cloth with Oliver, curled herself into a ball on her knees, Jewel inside, and got up from the stool across the table from Matt, but Aginan reached the other woman first. "There's no need for that with me, or anyone else," she drawled, bending to take Amaththa by the shoulders and draw her to her feet. Amaththa rose slowly, hesitantly, and kept her eyes down, until Ainan put a hand beneath her chin and raised her head gently. "You look me in the eyes. You look everyone in the eyes." The Terabona woman touched her tongue to her lips nervously, but she did keep looking straight at Ainan's face when the hand was removed from her chin. On the other hand, her eyes were very wide. "This is a change," Julan said suspiciously, and with a touch of anger. He stood stiff as a statue carved from dark wood. He disliked any Shahan for what they had done to Amaththa. "You've called me a thief for freeing her." There was more than a touch of anger in that. He hated thieves and smugglers, which Dolman was. "All things change given time," Dolman said jovially, smiling to head off more heated words. "Why you do be looking at an honest man, master thief-catcher? Lwyn did make me promise to give up smuggling before she would agree to marry me. Fortune pricked me, who did ever hear of a woman refusing to marry a man, unless he did give up a lucrative trade." He laughed as though that were the funniest joke in the world. Ain fisted him in the ribs hard enough to change his laughter to a grunt. "Married to her, his ribs must be a mass of bruises. I expect you to keep that promise bail I am changing, and so must you, eyeing on Mother briefly perhaps to make sure she was still obeying." Ainan was big on others doing as she told them. She stuck out a hand toward Julian. "I am changing, Master Sandar. Will you?" Julian hesitated, then clasped her hand. "I'll make a try at it." He sounded doubtful. "An honest try is all I ask." Frowning around the tent, she shook her head. "I've seen Olop decks less crowded than this. We have some decent wine in our wagon. Master Sandar, will you and your lady join us in a cup or two?" Again, Julian hesitated. "He has this game all but won," he said finally. "No point in playing it out." Clapping his conical red hat on his head, he adjusted his dark, flaring Tyran coat unnecessarily and offered his arm to Amaththa formally. She clasped it tightly, and though her eyes were still, on Ainan's face she trembled visibly. I expect Ola will want to stay here and play his game, but my lady and I will be pleased to share wine with you and your husband, Mistress Shipless." There was a hint of challenge in his gaze. It was clear that to him, Aynan had further to go to prove she no longer saw Amar as stolen property. Aynan nodded, as if she understood perfectly. "The light shine on you tonight, and for as many days and nights as we have remaining," she said by way of farewell to those staying cheerful of her. No. Sooner had the four departed than thunder boomed overhead. Another loud peal and rain began pattering on the tent roof, quickly growing to a downpour that drummed the green-striped canvas. Unless Julian and the others had run, they would do their drinking wet. Null settled on the other side of the red cloth from Oliver and took up Ameth's part of the game, rolling the dice for the snakes and the foxes. The black discs that now represented Oliver and him were nearly to the edge of the webbed-marked cloth, but it was evident to any eye that they would not make it to any eye but Oliver's. At least, he groaned loudly when a pale disc inked with a wavy line. A snake touched his piece, and again when a disc marked with a triangle touched Nolly's, Null took up the tale he had left off when a Gwynan and Dolman appeared, as well as a story of some supposed voyage on a seafolk raker. "Arthur and mere women are the most graceful in the world," he said, moving the black discs back to the circle in the center of the board. "Even more so than de money, and you know that's saying something, and when they're out of sight of land." He cut off abruptly and cleared his throat, eyeing Oliver, who was stacking the snakes and foxes on the board's corners. "What did they do then?" Oliver asked why. Null rubbed his nose with a gnarled finger. "Why they scramble about the rigging so nimbly, you'd think they had hands where their feet should be. That's what they do," Oliver oohed, and Null gave a soft sigh of relief. Matt began removing the black and white stones from the board on the table, placing them in 2 carved wooden boxes. The dice in his head bounced and rattled even when the thunder was loudest. "Another game, Tom?" The white-haired man looked up from his letter. "I think not, Matt. My mind's in a maze tonight. If you don't mind my asking, Tom, why do you read that letter the way you do? I mean, sometimes your face looks like you're trying to puzzle out what it means." Oliver yelped with glee at a good toss of the dice. "That's because I am, in a way." Here he held out the letter, but Matt shook his head. "It's no business of mine, Tom. It's your letter, and I'm no good with puzzles." "Oh, it's your business too. Maureen wrote it just before." "Well, anyway, she wrote it." Matt stared at him for a long moment, before taking the creased page, and when his eyes fell on the smudged ink, he blinked. Small, precise writing covered the sheet, but it began, "My dearest Tom." Who would have thought Moraine, of all people, would address old Tom Marilyn? "So, Tom, this is personal. I don't think I should read," Tom cut in. "You'll see." Matt drew a deep breath. A letter from a dead Aes Sedai that was a puzzle and concerned him in some way. Suddenly he wanted nothing less than to read the thing. But he began anyway. It was near. Enough to make his hair stand on end. "My dearest Tom, there are many words I would like to write to you, words from my heart. But I have put this off because I knew that I must, and now there is little time. There are many things I cannot tell you lest I bring disaster. But what I can, I will heed carefully what I say. In a short while I will go down to the docks, and there I will confront Lanier. How can I know that that secret belongs to others? Suffice it that I know, and let that for knowledge stand as proof for the rest of what I say. When you receive this, you will be told that I am dead. All will believe that I am not dead, and it may be that I shall live to my appointed years. It also may be that you and Matt Cowan, and another a man I do not know, will try to rescue me. May I say, because it may be that you will not or cannot, or because Matt may refuse. He does not hold me in the affection you seem to, and he has his reasons, which he no doubt thinks are good. If you try it, must be only you and Matt and one other. More will mean death for all, fewer will mean death for all even. If you come only with Matt and one other, death also may come. I have seen you try and die, 1 or 2 or all 3. I have seen myself die in the attempt. I have seen all of us live and die as captives. Should you decide to make the attempt anyway, young Matt knows the way to find me. Yet you must not show him this letter until he asks about it. That is of the utmost importance. He must know nothing that is in this letter. Until he asks, events must play out in certain ways, whatever the costs. If you see Lan again, tell him that all of this is for the best. His destiny follows a different path from mine. I wish him all happiness with Naive. A final point. Remember what you know about the game of snakes and foxes. Remember and heed. It is time, and I must do what must be done. May the light illumine you and give you joy, my dearest Tom, whether or not we ever see one another again. Morin Thunder boomed as he finished. Fitting that shaking his head, he handed the letter back. Tom, he said gently, Lan's bond to her was broken. It takes death to do that. He said she was dead. And her letter says everyone would believe that she knew Matt. She knew it all in advance, that's as may be. But Moran and Lanier went into that doorframe, Tongriel, and it melted. The thing was redstone, or looked to be stone. Tom. Yet it melted like wax. I saw it. She went to wherever the Aelfin. And even if she is alive, there's no way for us to get there anymore. The Tower of Genji. Oliver piped up, and all three adults turned their heads to stare at him. Brigitte told me, he said defensively. The Tower of Genji is the way to the lands of the Alfin and the Elin. He made the gesture that began a game of snakes and foxes, a triangle drawn in the air, and then a wavy line through it. She knows even more stories than you, Master Char. That wouldn't be Birgitte's silver bow, would it? No, said Riley. The boy gave him a level look. I'm not an infant, Master Char, but she is very good with a bow, so maybe she is beta born again. I don't think there's any chance of that. Matt said. I've talked with her too, and the last thing she wants is to be any kind of hero. He kept his promises, and Brigittita's secrets were safe with him in any case. Knowing about this tower doesn't help much unless she told you where it is. Over shook his head sadly, and Matt bent to ruffle his hair. Not your fault, boy. Without you, we wouldn't even know it exists. That did not seem to help much. Oliver stared at the red cloth game board dejectedly. The Tower of Genji, Null said, sitting up cross-legged and tugging his coat straight. Not many know that tale anymore. Jane always said he'd go looking for it one day. Somewhere along the Shadow Coast, he said. That's still a lot of ground to search. Matt fitted the lid on one of the boxes. It could take years. Years they did not have if Tuon was right, and he was sure that she was, Tom. Shook his head, she says. Matt knows the way to find me. I doubt very much she'd have written that on a whim. Well, I can't help what she says now, can I? I never heard of any Tower of Genji until tonight. A pity no lie, I'd have liked to have seen it. Something Jane bloody Fastrider never did. You might as well give over, he added when Tom opened his mouth. He wouldn't forget seeing it, and even if he never heard the name, he'd have to think of it when he heard of a strange tower that lets people into other lands. The thing gleams like burnished steel. I'm told 200 ft high and 40 thick, and there's not an opening to be found in it. Who could forget seeing that? Matt went very still. His black scarf felt too tight against his hanging scar. The scar itself suddenly felt fresh and hot. It was hard for him to draw a breath. If there's no opening, how do we get in? Tom wanted to know. Noel shrugged, but Oliver spoke up once more. Brigittita says you make the sign on the side of it anywhere with a bronze knife. He made the sign that started the game. She says it has to be a bronze knife. Make the sign and a door opens. What else did she tell you about? Tom began, then cut off with a frown. What ails you, Matt? You look about to sick up. What ailed him was his memory, and not the other men's memories for once. Those had been stuffed into him to fill holes in his own memories, which they did. And more or so it seemed. He certainly remembered many more days than he had lived, but whole stretches of his own life were lost to him, and others were like moth-riddled blankets or shadowy and dim. He had only spotty memories of fleeing Shat Logath and very vague recollections of escaping on Dolman's river ship. But one thing seen on that voyage stood out, a tower shining like burnished steel. Sick up his stomach, wanted to empty itself. I think I know where that tower is, Tom. Rather Dolman knows, but I can't go with you. The Elfin will know I'm coming. Maybe the Elfin too. Burn me. They might already know about this letter because I read it. They might know every word we've said. You can't trust them. They'll advantage if they can. And if they know you're coming, they'll be planning to do just that. They'll skin you and make harnesses for themselves from your hide. His memories of them were all his own, but they were more than enough to support the judgment. They stared at him as if he were mad, even Oliver. There was nothing for it but to tell them about his encounters with the Afin and the Elin, as much as was needful, at least, not about his answers from the Elin certainly, or his 2 gifts from the Alfin, but the other. Men's memories were necessary to explain what he had reasoned out about the Elin, and having links to him now, and the pale leather harnesses the Elin wore. Those seemed important, and how they had tried to kill him. That was very important. He had said he wanted to leave and failed to stay alive, so they took him outside and hanged him. He even removed the scarf to show his scar for extra weight, and he seldom let anybody see that. The 3 of them listened in silence. Tom and Null intently. Oliver's mouth slowly dropping, open in wonder. The rain beating on the tent roof was the only sound aside from his voice. "That all has to stay inside this tent," he finished. "I said, I have enough reasons already to want to put their hands on me. If they find out about those memories, I'll never be free of them." Would he ever be entirely free of them? He was beginning to think not. Yet there was no reason to give them fresh reasons to meddle in his life. "Are you any relation to Jane Null?" raised his hands in a placating gesture. "Peaceman, I believe you. It's just that tops. Anything I ever did. Anything Jane ever did too. Would you mind if I made the 3rd? I can be handy in tight spots, you know. Burn me. Did everything I say. Pass in one ear and out the other. They'll know I'm coming. They may already know everything, and it doesn't matter," Tom put in. "Not to me, I'll go by myself if necessary, but if I read this correctly," he began folding the letter up almost tenderly. "The only hope of success, as if you are one of the 3. He sat there on the cot, silent now, looking Matt in the eye. Matt wanted to look away and could not. Bloody Eyes said die. The woman almost certainly was dead, and yet she still tried coercing him into being a hero. Well, heroes got patted on the head and pushed out of the way until the next time a hero was needed, if they survived being a hero in the first place. Very often heroes did not. He had never really trusted Moran, or liked her either. Only fools trusted, I said I. But then, if not for her, he would be back in the 2 rivers, mucking out the barn and tending his Da's cows. Or he would be dead, and there old Tom sat saying nothing, just staring at him. That was the rub he liked, Tom. Oh, blood and bloody ashes. "Burn me for a fool," he muttered. "I'll go." Thunder crashed deafeningly right atop a flash of lightning, so bright it shone through the tent canvas. When the rumbling booms faded, there was dead silence in his head. The last set of dice had stopped. He could have wept.